traversing the realm of Do Pa Song Xiong, devoid of any reliance or extraordinary abilities. Even communication poses a significant challenge. What shall he do? At this moment, Chen Guan receives a letter from his future self. What? I actually perished at the age of 20. This cannot be. I must evade this fatal predicament. Periodically, a letter arrives, guiding Chen Guan to navigate the treacherous waters of fate, thus commencing his prudent journey through life. Chapter 1. The Letter from the Future. A resounding voice, filled with excitement, pierces through the air, followed by a cacophony of noise. Even from behind the high walls, one can sense the astonishment of the Shao family, conjuring vivid images in their minds. Yet, amidst the sunshine and rain, the sorrows and joys of individuals remain disconnected. Chen Guan perceives only their clamor. This is the jubilation of the Shao family, entirely unrelated to him, who possesses not even a single coin. He retrieves a cold, hard lump of dough from his pocket, forces it down his throat with closed eyes. Though difficult to swallow, at least it fills his stomach, preventing him from perishing in this familiar yet alien world. Indeed, Chen Guan is not originally from the continent of Do Chi. 2 months prior, an accidental fall transported him to this realm. Unlike the protagonists in novels, he finds himself still clad in attire from his former life. Strangely, upon arriving at the Do Chi continent, he has assumed the appearance of a 4-year-old child. There are no fateful blessings or systems to aid him, only endless disdain and bullying await, compounded by the most pressing issue of language barriers. As a mere 4-year-old, lacking strength and background, and unable to communicate, one can only imagine the torment he has endured over the past 2 months. From being perceived as a little madman to becoming taciturn, he now toils to secure his next meal. This existence has devolved into a mere struggle for survival. 2 months can transform a person, especially in such harsh circumstances. Once someone who never passed a foreign language exam, Chen Guan has, in this short span, learned to comprehend some simple phrases of the Do Chi continent, a remarkable achievement. Indeed, it was during this time that he first realized he was in the renowned checkpoint of the Do Chi continent, the Gama Empire, Wutan City. Subsequently, he sought refuge near the Shao family. After all, compared to the prominent Gao and Uba families, the atmosphere here is indeed more favorable. At least, he has gone from being bullied thrice a day to merely once every 3 days. As for entering the Shao family, that is an impossibility. The Shao family is no sanctuary, and they have no interest in him. Half a month ago, after enduring 2 days without sustenance, weakened and famished, he even contemplated clinging to Xiao Yan's leg, hoping that a fellow villager might lend him a hand. Yet, upon catching a glimpse of Xiao Yan's spirited and arrogant demeanor from afar, he relinquished the idea. At this point, Xiao Yan has yet to experience the vicissitudes of life, still a reckless child. Leaning against the wall of the Shao family estate, Chen Guan begins to ponder his future. Now that he can engage in basic conversation and gradually integrate into the Do Chi continent, he can start to strive for something more. The arduous struggle for survival over the past 2 months has ignited within Chen Guan an intense desire for strength. He yearns for power. After all, he found himself alone in this place, while back in the small, dilapidated ball of a town, his parents who had raised him still resided. The sole source of his solace was that his family was relatively well off, and he had a younger sister who was studious, well-behaved, and understanding, capable of fulfilling his filial duties. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the pangs of melancholy within him and cast aside distracting thoughts to concentrate. The notion of usurping Xiao Yan's various opportunities felt too distant. The immediate challenge before him was that he had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. He required a martial technique and a guide. Even a low-tier yellow-rank technique would suffice, as it would grant him entry into the world of cultivation, offering a glimmer of hope. Yet, as an orphan in this continent of martial prowess, he found himself devoid of any background, support, connections, or strength, and he lacked even a single gold coin. The quest for a martial technique seemed an insurmountable challenge. Should he seek refuge with the Shao family, or perhaps another faction? But that would only be feasible if they were willing to accept him. Throughout the day, Chen Guan pondered this predicament. Contemplating countless strategies, he even considered setting his sights on solitary mercenaries. Yet none of the options bore significant promise. He could only suppress his impulsiveness, continuing to blend into the continent of martial energy while meticulously plotting his next move. In the dead of night, a cold breeze roused Chen Guan from his slumber. Wrapping himself tightly in his thin garments, he intended to find a sheltered spot to continue his rest when suddenly he froze in place. In that instant, he distinctly felt that something new had manifested within his mind. Upon careful examination, Chen Guan hesitated. What he discovered was a letter, and to be precise, it was a farewell note, a letter penned by his future self in the face of impending death. In this missive, he had documented the brief chronicle of his life, but my name is Chen Guan. A mercenary, a 6-star fighter, just turned 20. I accepted a task and ventured into the Beast Mountain range with a few companions to procure medicinal herbs for my employer. Unfortunately, we encountered a third-order beast, and I sustained grave injuries. I am unlikely to survive, that I am not originally from the Dookie continent. This is the greatest secret I have buried deep within my heart. Were it not for my imminent demise, I would never divulge this to anyone. This was my first time taking a life. It took me 2 days to recover from the ordeal. On the corpse, I found some gold coins and a low-tier yellow rank technique, the flame control technique. Regrettably, he had consumed all the precious medicinal herbs. After much deliberation, I resolved to practice this technique, hoping to switch to another in the future. Fortuitously, it turned out I possessed a fire affinity, and I succeeded. In merely 2 days of solitary exploration and cultivation, I sensed the surrounding Dookie, and it was then I realized my talent was perhaps rather commendable. Although this matter bore no shame, I could hardly believe he disclosed it to me. He mentioned that during his first visit to Wutan City, I was also a target. Regrettably, I had already begun my cultivation and mistakenly consumed a herb that stimulated my potential. Thus he abandoned the pursuit. Upon learning this, I was filled with regret. I recalled that herb, which I had gathered on my initial foray to the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range, believing it to be a stroke of fortune. How utterly laughable. 3 years have elapsed, and my old compatriot Xiao Yan's fighting spirit has begun to wane. The prodigy has fallen. I overheard mercenaries discussing this in Wutan City. I was not surprised, merely reflecting that the narrative had commenced. I am aware of numerous opportunities and had contemplated exchanging these insights for resources to enhance my cultivation. However, I never anticipated that my first collaboration would lead to betrayal, nearly costing me my life. This experience has made me realize that without strength, nothing is within my grasp. Such aspirations are beyond my reach. At the age of 14, I ascended to the rank of a fighter, a testament to my diligent and methodical training. Many mercenaries have labeled me a genius. I smile in response, yet my heart is laden with bitterness. I recognize my innate talent, yet it has been squandered. If only I had access to superior resources, more profound techniques, and proper guidance, I could certainly achieve greater heights. Another year has passed, and I visited the Xiao family, hoping to secure an opportunity, perhaps to bask in Xiao Yan's future glory. However, due to my previously awakened potential, the terms offered by the Xiao family did not meet my expectations, leading me to politely decline to ask for the other 2 prominent families, and even the Yunlan sect in the imperial capital. I found myself lacking the inclination, resolutely deciding to cultivate on my own. Having resided on the Dookie continent for 16 years, solitary and detached, I have never truly integrated into this world. Now, I find myself without even someone to claim. I remain a truly lamentable state. Fate brings encounters should anyone arrive here first, and if time permits, I offer you a sincere piece of advice. Cling to Xiao Yan's coattails. He is destined to become the Flame Emperor, and everything is driven by the pursuit of strength. There is no shame in that. Ha. Chapter 2. The Arrival of Jia Xingtian. After meticulously reviewing his will 3 times, Chen Guan fell into a deep contemplation. He found himself uncertain whether these experiences were genuine or mere figments of his imagination, yet within his heart, he chose to believe in them to a significant extent. Indeed, many of the descriptions resonated profoundly with his character. The weariness that had enveloped him was completely dispelled, and Chen Guan began to ponder the implications of this will, which could be regarded as his golden opportunity. Although it lacked extraordinary abilities, it nonetheless provided him with considerable foresight regarding his future. Naturally, the particulars remained to be validated. After much reflection, Chen Guan resolved to trust in it just this once, setting aside his extreme desires for acquiring martial techniques, and patiently awaiting the first pivotal figure who could alter his fate. Jia Xingtian. According to the will, Jia Xingtian made his inaugural appearance in Wutan City coinciding with the arrival of Xiao Suner, which would transpire within the next half-month. A span of 15 days was not too long for Chen Guan to endure. With a decision firmly in place, he meticulously calculated the potential benefits of the information gleaned from the will, and a glimmer of hope for empowerment dawned upon him, filling him with exhilaration, until the break of dawn lulled him into a drowsy slumber. Half a month later, on this day, Chen Guan, who had been merely surviving in the familiar surroundings, sensed a palpable tension within the Xiao family. Intrigued, he instinctively moved closer to the entrance. Who could this esteemed guest be? The clan leader and elders had all gone to greet him. Who knows? It must be someone of great significance, but but that is not our concern. After stealthily eavesdropping for over an hour, Chen Guan finally overheard two members of the Xiao family discussing the matter he was eager to learn. As expected, it was Xiao Suner who had arrived. Days passed. 1, 2, 5. And just as Chen Guan began to doubt, that night, as he closed his eyes in preparation for sleep, a shadowy figure materialized before him. The face appeared aged, yet the eyes retained a remarkable clarity, sharp and piercing, exuding an intangible aura that made Chen Guan feel as though he stood at the foot of Mount Tai. It was him. It was indeed him. Chen Guan felt a surge of certainty, momentarily stunned, displaying the astonishment one would expect. You, child, do you wish to have enough to eat every day? Jia Xingtian inquired, towering above him while stroking his beard. Thus, although these children came from humble backgrounds, they would still undergo a thorough investigation. He understood Chen Guan's current predicament. For a child, the temptation of simply having enough to eat was far more compelling than the lofty aspiration of becoming an admired powerhouse. Unsurprisingly, the young boy nodded, his eyes gleaming with desire. Then how about coming with me? What is your name, child? Chen Guan. His response was somewhat halting. Yet it was the utmost he could express at that moment. Jia Xingtian nodded slightly, refraining from further discourse, and directly led him to the city lord's mansion. There, among the children of similar age, were 7 others, 4 boys and 3 girls, all unacquainted with the world of cultivation. After a brief introduction, Jia Xingtian promptly departed. The following day, the 8 children, their bellies round with hunger, squeezed onto a carriage. This marked Chen Guan's first hearty meal since his arrival in the Duqi continent. Tears welled in their eyes. The carriage was driven by a soldier whose demeanor was neither kind nor harsh. He merely fulfilled his duty. The children aboard remained remarkably quiet, their collective conversations during the first 5 days scarcely exceeding 5 sentences. They were all souls marked by tragic destinies. Otherwise, they would not find themselves in such circumstances. Such children, inevitably, were timid and socially awkward, which was hardly surprising. Should a garrulous extrovert emerge among them, it would indeed be peculiar. Chen Guan had no desire to engage in discussions with them. The rare opportunity to avoid worrying about the next meal afforded him ample time to contemplate his future aspirations. This was the Duqi continent, where strength reigned supreme. His advantages were limited, so far comprising only a letter of inheritance, which provided scant foresight into the future. Now aboard the royal vessel of the Jaimar Empire, one could even argue that the letter had become obsolete, serving no further purpose. Consequently, his paths to ascendancy on the Duqi continent were severely restricted. Reflecting on this, Chen Guan envied those companions equipped with systems and simulators who effortlessly acquired abundant celestial resources. Even the elusive source energy was easily within their grasp, presenting countless avenues to attain the rank of Dou Emperor. As for him, he had but 2 paths. The first was the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tua Shi, and the second, a semi-finished imperial pill. While they appeared to be 2 options, the latter was not truly applicable to him. Unlike the sole emperor, he lacked the resources to orchestrate a grand plan across the Duqi continent to fully refine the imperial pill. Thus, the legacy of the ancient Emperor Tua Shi became his sole beacon of hope. Otherwise, he would have to endure until Xiao Yan ascended to the throne, paving the way to the vast worlds beyond. The key lay within the burning formula. Contemplating the prowess of Yao Chun, Chen Guan couldn't he help but let out a sigh. In the current timeline, Xiao Yan had only just begun his cultivation. With several years remaining before Yao Chun would absorb the Duqi, yet Chen Guan sensed a high probability of the latter's awareness. After all, Yao Chun had observed Xiao Yan for an extensive period before deciding to take him as a disciple, and the exact duration of that observation remained unknown. Lacking certainty, Chen Guan resolved to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Deceiving Xiao Yan into parting with his ring seemed an insurmountable task. He could only hope for future opportunities to exchange for it. Regarding Xiao Yan, Chen Guan held no strong opinions. He merely wished for a peaceful coexistence. He was confident that he would inevitably intercept some of Xiao Yan's fortuitous encounters, for the memories within his mind constituted his sole advantage. The competition for supremacy was inherently brutal, and Chen Guan would not hesitate to act for the sake of his strength. However, to harbor a deliberate animosity towards Xiao Yan would be somewhat foolish and entirely unnecessary. Whether they would become adversaries in the future depended solely on the unfolding of fate. Lost in thoughts of how to acquire the burning formula, a month passed unnoticed as the carriage finally arrived at the imperial capital, subsequently entering the royal palace of the Jaimar Empire after several exchanges. We have arrived. Disembark and stand in formation. Chapter 3. The Empire of Outcloud, the Path to Death. In a courtyard within the palace, nearly 50 children stood in neat rows, while a burly middle-aged man clad in armor addressed them, his voice booming like thunder, causing many of the children to turn pale. Do you know where this place is? A profound silence envelopes the atmosphere, as no one dares to speak. Some are genuinely bewildered, others gripped by fear, while some feign ignorance. Allow me to inform you, this is the palace of the Gamal Empire. Do you realize how fortunate you are? To stand here is a privilege bestowed by His Majesty the Emperor. You must remember this. For it is His Majesty who has granted you hope. Of course, the palace is not a sanctuary for the idle. It does not harbor the useless. If you wish to fill your bellies each day, to defy fate, and to no longer be oppressed, you must demonstrate your worth and become individuals of value. Before you lies an unprecedented opportunity, a royal decree allowing you 6 months for preparation. In the coming half year, you need only focus on one thing: cultivation. Strive diligently in your training. For the next 3 days, I shall impart a technique to you, teaching you the nuances of perceiving combat energy. After that, your destiny will be in your own hands, as a unified assessment will take place in 6 months, the results of which will determine your future. Having elaborated for quite some time, I have simultaneously instilled in you the most crucial matter. Chen Guan, aware of the royal intentions, understood the veracity of these words. A 6-month assessment, with good performance leading to better cultivation opportunities, while poor performance would likely result in being brainwashed into becoming mere pawns. After a lengthy discourse, the man finally distributed the technique, 1 copy for each individual. To Chen Guan's surprise, its rank was quite commendable, an advanced yellow tier technique, the Juling Ju, an advanced yellow tier. In Wutan City, this would certainly attract the attention of the 3 great families. Yet here, everyone received a copy. One could only commend the royal generosity. However, Chen Guan also comprehended that the Gamal royal family's magnanimity stemmed from the fact that all present would eventually become loyal subjects. Thus, they would not be stingy. Having arrived here, the possibility of escaping the royal grasp was virtually non-existent, unless one could exhibit extraordinary talent. Yet if one were truly a prodigy, a mere advanced yellow tier technique would hardly be of concern to the royal family. At the very least, they would gain the goodwill of a future powerhouse. In all respects, the royal family would never suffer a loss. Setting aside the technique, everyone assumed a meditative posture, as I impart the secret to perceiving combat energy, which is the essential prerequisite for cultivation. The method is not complex. Concentrate your mind and empty your spirit. Chen Guan acted swiftly, being the first to sit down, following the instructions given and directing his mental focus to his brow, emptying himself to slowly perceive. The surrounding sounds faded away completely, and Chen Guan felt as though he had entered a peculiar realm, one where he was utterly alone. Gradually, as time seemed to stretch on, a glimmer of crimson emerged in his vision, intensifying and enveloping him entirely. This must be the combat energy, fire attribute. This revelation did not surprise Chen Guan, as it had been mentioned in the will. Opening his eyes, he suppressed his inner joy and glanced around. Many had already concluded their initial attempts, but the confusion etched on their faces suggested that they had likely failed. He was the sole individual to successfully perceive the energy of combat on his very first attempt. Despite being aware of his commendable talent, the outcome still filled Chen Guan with uncontainable delight. In just a few minutes, everyone had completed their initial endeavor. There was no need for discouragement. Experiencing the energy of combat for the first time was no simple feat. To succeed on the first try was a rarity even throughout the entire Gamma Empire, indicative of a talent that could rival that of a Do Huang. After a brief respite, they resumed their attempts to sense the energy. The man's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this result, casually remarking that, in his estimation, if 2 or 3 individuals succeeded within the day, it would be nothing short of extraordinary luck. Seated among the group, Chen Guan hesitated slightly. Revealing his talent would undoubtedly draw attention, resulting in a more favorable allocation of resources. Yet, this would also entail certain risks. The adage that tall trees attract the wind holds true in any context. With both advantages and disadvantages at play, he found himself in a quandary. Ultimately, Chen Guan opted for the former. The strength of the Gamma royal family was indeed trustworthy in the Gamma Empire. As long as no Dozong emerged, there was little to fear. When Yunshan achieved the breakthrough to Dozong, he too would likely possess some means of self-protection to accelerate his growth. Some risks were unavoidable. However, just as he was about to raise his hand to disclose his talent, an unexpected thought surfaced in his mind. This familiar sensation led Chen Guan to discern its nature. Upon closer inspection, it was unsurprisingly yet another letter of testament. To his astonishment, Jia Xingtian had contemplated taking him as a disciple upon learning of his talent. He recognized that Jia intended to bind him irrevocably to the Gamma royal family's fortunes. Yet he acquiesced. He indeed required a guide and the resources the royal family could provide. That day, as per usual, he sought his mentor to inquire about cultivation matters. Along the way, he encountered a squad of guards, which he paid little heed to. Suddenly, he overheard an assassin laughing heartily, revealing himself to be from the Shuyun Empire, who had spent 2 years infiltrating the palace to seize this opportunity. It appeared they had been targeting him all along. After reading the letter, Chen Guan pressed his left hand against the restless right. Truly, the wind must strike down the tall trees. He reflected on the threats beyond the borders of the Gamma Empire, realizing that the Shuyun Empire was indeed despicable. Chen Guan silently took note of this. Recalling the words of a certain double-standard deity, the Shuyun Empire had a path to his demise. Nonetheless, this incident served as a reminder for Chen Guan. It was prudent to avoid standing out too much. Stability was the key to success. After a brief interlude, everyone resumed their attempts to sense the energy of combat. Meanwhile, Chen Guan contemplated other matters. The arrival of the second letter of testament deepened his understanding of this golden opportunity. Though it could not bestow upon him overwhelmingly fortuitous chances, its utility was far from negligible, enabling him to evade life-threatening situations, sufficient in itself. Chapter 4. Talent Determines Treatment. Both letters of testament arrived just as Chen Guan was about to make a decision that could profoundly influence his future. If his conjecture held true, the primary function of this entity was to help him steer clear of pitfalls. As he sat cross-legged in meditation, thoughts swirled in his mind, and before he knew it, a significant portion of the day had slipped away in the blink of an eye. As evening descended, after countless attempts, a small boy finally rose in excitement. I did it. I felt the energy of Do Qi. I succeeded. His exuberance startled those around him. Had it not been for the man in front still observing, he might have danced with joy. Yet the man did not scold him. Instead, a satisfied smile replaced his previous stern demeanor. What is your name? Zhao Gang. Ah, splendid. Step forward and familiarize yourself with the cultivation path. I am Yin Hongtao, captain of the 3rd Squad of the Royal Guard, a 6-star Do master. Should you have any questions in the coming days, feel free to ask me. Yes. Listening to their exchange, the other children displayed envy. This was Yin Hongtao's first inquiry into their names. Without exceptional talent, one was deemed unworthy of remembrance. Among the crowd, Chen Guan remained unmoved, waiting nearly an hour until darkness enveloped the sky, before mimicking Zhao Gang's earlier display, excitedly informing Yin Hongtao that he too had sensed the energy of Do Qi. Very well, what is your name? Chen Guan. Following a brief inquiry, Chen Guan stepped forward to stand beside Zhao Gang. It became evident that in the remote lands of the Gamma Empire, true prodigies were scarce. Throughout the entire day, only Chen Guan and Zhao Gang had succeeded. Yin Hongtao was quite pleased with this outcome. 2 young geniuses, with proper guidance, held great potential to break through to Do Ling, destined to become pillars of the Gamma Empire. All right, we shall conclude for today. After dinner, arrangements will be made for your accommodations. Rest well, for tomorrow we continue. Observing the disappointment and envy etched on the faces of the other children, Chen Guan remained unfazed, while Zhao Gang stood tall with pride, his diminutive frame straightened, brimming with satisfaction. After a hearty meal, a soldier assigned their lodgings. Unlike the other children who were crammed into a shared room, both Chen Guan and Zhao Gang received special treatment, each granted a private room. Talent dictated one's privilege. Such was the stark reality of this world. Reflecting on this, as Chen Guan finished his ablutions and prepared to meditate, a knock suddenly sounded from Zhao Gang's room next door. Are you Chen Guan? I am Zhao Gang, the first to sense the energy of Do Qi today. You should remember me, right? If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask. I will surely progress quickly. Zhao Gang chattered on, unable to conceal his pride. The past was but a wisp of smoke. Today, having encountered Do Qi, he had already labeled himself the foremost genius among this group of children. Those who could not even sense the energy were unworthy of his company. With only Chen Guan barely meeting the standard, yet still inferior to him. The vanity of youth is both simple and amusing. Returning to his bed, Chen Guan retrieved the cultivation technique he had acquired that day. Du Ling Ju, his eyes ablaze with determination. This was the first step of a long journey. After studying it intently several times, he began to follow the cultivation path, striving to absorb the Do Qi that permeated the universe and integrate it within himself. It is widely acknowledged that prior to attaining the status of a fighter, the vast majority of individuals, save for a select few gifted with exceptional physical prowess, are unable to cultivate martial techniques due to their inadequate physical conditions. Forcing such cultivation might even lead to dire consequences, such as bodily rupture. However, if one can discern the appropriate limits, understanding when to cease, and is willing to pause when exhaustion sets in, it is indeed possible to engage in preliminary training, which can fortify the internal meridians. Chen Guan harbored a degree of confidence in his physical resilience. After all, he had once earned a reputation as a fitness enthusiast within his community. Even though he now bore the appearance of a child, a portion of his robust physique seemed to have endured. Had it not been for his extraordinary physical capabilities surpassing those of his peers, he would have found survival in the city of Wutan considerably more challenging during those few months. As he endeavored to practice the martial techniques, the initial attempts felt exceedingly obscure, and he was unable to complete even half a cycle before having to halt. Fortunately, Chen Guan had mentally prepared himself for this eventuality and did not succumb to disappointment. He repeated the process time and again, only pausing when utterly fatigued. Ultimately, fortune favored the diligent. After 3 hours, he succeeded. Upon sensing the faint stirrings of fighting spirit within him, more accurately described as fighting energy, Chen Guan beamed with satisfaction. All the perseverance he had invested had culminated in this rewarding moment. With the first success paving the way for further endeavors, he eagerly resumed his training. Driven by an insatiable curiosity for the novel and a fervent desire for strength, which fueled his determination throughout the night. Remarkably, despite a sleepless night, he felt no overwhelming fatigue. The benefits of cultivating fighting energy were beginning to manifest. On that day, much like the previous one, a group of children gathered in the square to experience the essence of fighting energy. Chen Hongtao, meanwhile, took the opportunity to guide Chen Guan and Zhao Gang aside, imparting knowledge on how to absorb and refine this energy, along with essential precautions, notably advising against fixating solely on the techniques themselves. Perhaps spurred by the presence of their two mentors, the children exhibited heightened seriousness, with 4 more joining the ranks of those who had sensed the fighting energy. By the 3rd day, 6 had succeeded, by the 4th, 8, by the 5th, 2, and by the 6th, 11. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed since Chen Guan's arrival at this clandestine haven. Among nearly 50 children of the same cohort, merely 7 had yet to perceive the fighting energy. Chen Guan keenly observed a glimmer of sympathy in Yan Hongtao's gaze directed towards those 7. Barring unforeseen developments, their future appeared grim, destined to become mere pawns. Once again, Chen Guan reflected on the paramount importance of talent in such a world. Yet, he swiftly cast aside these thoughts. He must tread carefully in his own existence, having little capacity to concern himself with others. Nevertheless, throughout this month, Chen Guan had tirelessly dedicated himself to training, wasting no time, and every evening, he labored diligently, reaping significant rewards. Just 7 days prior, when Yan Hongtao had instructed him and Zhao Gang to lift the magical stone tablet that would test their fighting energy in 6 months, Chen Guan had surreptitiously assessed his own progress. Beyond the enhancement of his strength, he had also made strides in other areas, such as communication. He was now able to converse normally with others, albeit at a slightly slower pace. Recently, Zhao Gang's visits to seek a sense of superiority have notably diminished, likely due to his realization that Chen Guan's attitude towards him lacks the respect typically afforded by their peers, leading to a subtle discontent within. Chen Guan, however, is greatly pleased by this development. Nothing could be more agreeable to him than to have solitude, dedicating all his time to cultivation. Time flies swiftly in the realm of practice, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months have passed. The assessment that Yan Hongtao once mentioned has finally arrived. Chapter 5, Achievements Unlocked, equaling Xiaohuahua. In the same square as before, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as Yan Hongtao announced, drawing envious gazes from the children awaiting their turn to be tested. A few, led by Zhao Gang, lavished exaggerated flattery upon him. Outside the square, numerous children from different cohorts observed with varying expressions, yearning to become the next Zhao Gang. Indeed, even Yan Hongtao nodded in approval. Next, Chen Guan. Upon hearing his name, Chen Guan walked to the mystical stone tablet amidst the crowd's scrutiny, and soon, the results were displayed, inciting another wave of commotion. Chen Guan is quite remarkable. He has matched Zhao Gang. You know nothing. Zhao Gang merely practices casually, while Chen Guan has to toil tirelessly to achieve parity. They are not comparable. True, it appears Zhao Gang possesses superior talent. Over the past 6 months, everyone has witnessed Chen Guan's assiduous efforts, to the extent that even Yan Hongtao frequently cites him as a model for admonition, further alienating him from his peers. The room housing the mystical stone tablet is regularly cleaned by him and Zhang Gang, granting them the opportunity to frequently assess their own levels. Chen Guan is quite satisfied with his progress. The testing continued at a brisk pace, concluding in less than 2 hours. Understand, Yan Hongtao, serving as the voice of the royal family, nodded in satisfaction after the crowd responded in unison before turning his gaze towards the despondent group on his left. Talent is innate, yet it is not the sole determinant of fate. Although you may have underperformed in this assessment, it does not signify your worthlessness. The vast Gamma Empire requires talent across various fields. At certain times and places, your contributions may prove equally significant, as long as you are willing to learn. The royal family will spare no effort in nurturing you. Such motivational rhetoric indeed inspires, particularly when aimed at a group of impressionable youths. significantly enhancing their sense of belonging and loyalty towards the royal family. Not only these children, but even Chen Guan must concede that, regardless of the royal family's original intentions, they have indeed extended a measure of kindness to all present. Had they not been brought to the imperial capital, many would likely have perished from hunger, endured humiliation, and remained untouched by the martial arts, living perpetually at the lowest rungs of society. Compared to such a bleak existence, their current lives are infinitely better. Chen Guan harbors his own thoughts and plans, and he is not easily swayed by the royal family's rhetoric. Yet he acknowledges this kindness must be remembered, kindness must be repaid, and grievances must be avenged. His reasoning is that simple. After a few bowls of motivational rhetoric, those who did not qualify were escorted away by a guard. Where they went and what the future holds for them remains a mystery. From that day forward, they were never seen again. Only Zhang Gang secretly competed with Chen Guan. In his heart, he believed that Chen Guan's talent was inferior to his own, yet he managed to keep pace with him, which was unbearable for Zhang Gang. He felt the necessity to widen the gap to solidify his position as the foremost genius. Unfortunately, the gap did widen, albeit in the opposite direction. In the days that followed, the royal family would intermittently distribute a low-grade spiritual fruit called Qinglingua, known for its mild medicinal properties and ability to enhance physical strength. Thanks to their exceptional talents, Zhao Gang and Chen Guan were able to receive double the resources each time. Consequently, Chen Guan found it easier to cultivate his techniques, able to maintain his practice for over 10 complete cycles at a time. Achieving such a feat beneath the rank of a fighter was indeed remarkable within the Gamma Empire. With no unified tests scheduled for the next 5 years, Chen Guan no longer needed to concern himself with the opinions of others, allowing him to fully devote himself to his training, widening the gap between himself and the neighboring genius Zhao. It was from Zhao that Chen Guan learned of Xiao Yan's current progress. As he departed, Zhao Gang remained in shock, while Chen Guan was in high spirits, revealing a long-lost smile. He had accomplished the feat of catching up to Xiao Huahua, and now he had surpassed him. Even Chen Guan felt a small sense of achievement. A certain heavenly emperor once stated that an opponent defeated by him would never be regarded as a rival. He would grant them time to catch up until they were no longer visible. Chen Guan felt he could take inspiration from this. He posed triumphantly for 3 seconds. Chapter 6. The Night of Destiny. 5 years later, in the Royal B-Class martial arts arena, 2 young men faced off in a one-on-one match, exchanging blows in a spectacular display. However, to the discerning observer, their conditions were starkly different. The more robustly built youth was clearly at the end of his tether, having exerted all his strength. In contrast, the slender and handsome youth moved with composure, demonstrating no pressure from his opponent. Bang! With another exchange of punches, Zhao Gang stumbled back several steps, nearly falling off the platform, breathless as he steadied himself and waved to end the match. No more, no more. You're a monster. I've worked so hard, and my talent is even better than yours, yet I still fall short. It's truly baffling. Haha, that merely indicates your efforts are insufficient. Chen Guan replied with a smile. 5 years was ample time to alter many circumstances, much like Zhao Gang, who had been spurred on by his desire to surpass Chen Guan, becoming several times more diligent than before. Each time he made progress, he sought to spar with Chen Guan. With repeated encounters, the opinions of his peers had long since been cast aside, viewing Chen Guan as a genuine rival. His advancements were notable, but a significant gap remained compared to Chen Guan. You're overthinking it. I only lead you by a small margin. Put in a bit more effort, and you'll catch up in no time, Chen Guan teased. However, it wasn't only Zhang Gang who was curious. Their peers who observed were equally intrigued. Chen Guan had devoted himself entirely to training over the years, refraining from public tests, leading a monotonous life confined to a 3-point routine. As they witnessed the calm demeanor of the youth during each spar, Zhao Gang tried to emulate him, while his contemporaries attempted the same. But few could endure even 3 months, finding it exceedingly tedious. Having personally experienced his daily regimen, many precocious peers expressed their admiration, acknowledging that such a person truly deserves his strength. It would be unjust for him to be otherwise. They felt envy, yet not a tinge of jealousy. As the 2 youths descended the stage side by side, they were unaware that their encounter had already caught the discerning eyes of onlookers. In the distance, atop the city tower, Yan Hongtao stood respectfully behind Jia Xingtian and a graceful young lady clad in brocade, attentively reporting the results of the past 6 months of training. The young lady, named Yao Yi, was the grand princess of the Gamma royal family, who had accompanied her grandfather past the training grounds and, on a whim, decided to ascend the tower to observe. Due to her modest prowess, she felt merely content with Yan Hongtao's report, failing to notice any remarkable aspects. However, Jia Xingtian, a seasoned combat emperor of the Gamma Empire, was profoundly shaken. Observing the aura of the youths, he realized that one was not merely a novice, but rather on the cusp of becoming a formidable fighter. He had never anticipated that such a prodigy lay hidden within the palace walls. The young man clad in black. That strikingly handsome lad. What was his name? Chen Guan. Jia Xingtian mused, finding the name somewhat familiar. Well, quite impressive. I had thought that the talents of Xiao Yan from the Xiao family in Wutan City were unparalleled within the empire. Yet it seems there is someone even more exceptional. Hongtao, summon him to me. Yin Hongtao complied, while Yao Yi cast several intrigued glances at the lad below. Alas, her limited abilities led her to conclude that aside from his good looks and remarkable presence, there was nothing particularly noteworthy about him. Grandfather, is he truly more formidable than the one from the Xiao family? Yao Yi gasped, fully aware of the implications of such a statement, her mind swirling with thoughts. Yao Heir, I recognize your precocity. You possess an astute mind at such a tender age. However, do not overcomplicate matters, especially when dealing with geniuses. One must tread carefully, as excess can be detrimental. You shall meet him shortly. A mere introduction will suffice. Furthermore, provide him with a chi-gathering pill. It would be wise to favor him when allocating resources in the future. Grandfather, I understand. Yao Yi nodded, warmed by her grandfather's trust, silently vowing not to disappoint him. Soon, Yin Hongtao returned with the hesitant Chen Guan, who, without inquiring about Jia Xingtian's absence, respectfully bowed and discreetly withdrew. Chen Guan then beheld the young woman atop the tower, her back turned to him. Dressed in splendid attire, her figure was striking, even from behind. One could sense her distinctly exceptional aura compared to ordinary women. Such a woman, in this particular time and place, having conjured an image in his mind that matched this description. Chen Guan had already surmised her identity. He had encountered the Grand Princess before. There is no need for excessive formality. Come here to speak. Her demeanor was remarkably composed, devoid of any arrogance that might accompany her status. This manner of conduct revealed much. He could scarcely believe that a princess would treat everyone with such warmth. Chen Guan, are you merely 9 years old? Just over 9. Chen Guan chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to respond to the inquiry. Yao Yi openly revealed her identity, which allowed Chen Guan to gain a more vivid understanding of her character. A young girl, barely a teenager and still a minor, has indeed accomplished something remarkable. She truly embodies the future light of the Jama royal family. Genius should never be obscured. My grandfather had intended to take you as his disciple, but having spent most of his life sequestered within the palace without any experience in teaching, he refrained from doing so, not wishing to mislead a young talent. It is evident that my grandfather holds you in high regard, and I too see great potential in you, from both an imperial and personal perspective. If you do not mind, you may henceforth address me as elder sister. On this day, Yaya spun her first lie, and surprisingly, Chen Guan believed it. For the second letter mentioned that Jian Tian had accepted him as a disciple. Now, instead of taking on apprentices, she has opted for the title of sister? Chen Guan deliberately waited a few seconds. The absence of a third letter indicated that this was not a matter of life and death, and he felt a sense of relief. Sister Yaya, you jest. It is truly my honor. Chen Guan, not one to feign modesty, readily accepted this arrangement. He was indeed inclined towards this outcome, wishing to grow stronger, for resources were indispensable. Within the entire Jama Empire, Yaya was among the foremost sources of opportunity, surpassed only by Xiao Suner, and even the esteemed Yunlan sect was nearly on par, having already indebted himself to the royal family. Accruing a little more debt was hardly burdensome. Moreover, given how far she had gone in her words, to refuse her would be to unfairly slight her, in comparison. The answer was self-evident. Giggles escaped her lips. You are even more composed than I anticipated. Come, sister is in a good mood today. Allow me to present you with a greeting gift. Chapter 7. Ascending to Fighter, Encountering a Little Pufferfish. That night, Chen Guan sat cross-legged on his bed, feeling the abundant energy coursing through his body. He opened his eyes contentedly and retrieved a jade-green pill, the size of a dragon's eye, from his spatial ring. The rich fragrance of the medicine wafted towards him, indicating that this pill was no ordinary item. It was a 4th-grade pill, the Gathering Chi pill. Indeed, Sister Yaya was remarkably generous. Should he fail to break through, he would find it difficult to face her again. Yet, the Gathering Chi pill in his hand could seamlessly circumvent this predicament. Chen Guan distinctly remembered that in the original narrative, Nalan Yinran had sent a Gathering Chi pill as a gift when she withdrew from her engagement with the Xiao family, causing quite a stir. It is no exaggeration to say that in any auction house, a Gathering Chi pill would fetch no less than 100,000 gold coins. In comparison, the low-tier spatial ring he possessed seemed somewhat inferior. Both items, however, were merely gifts from Yaya a fortnight prior. This soft life is truly delightful. Amused by his own musings and cherishing the kindness bestowed upon him, Chen Guan cast aside distractions and adjusted his state to its utmost peak. With everything in readiness, He swallowed the gathering chi pill in one gulp and skillfully formed the hand seal to absorb the fighting energy. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, and the immense medicinal power surged forth, coursing through his meridians until it finally converged in his dantian. At that moment, his dantian resembled a vessel filled to its utmost capacity. Just as the surging fighting energy threatened to overflow, Chen Guan acted swiftly, channeling his entire spirit, soul power, into the dantian, akin to nurturing soil, repeatedly compressing, squeezing, and solidifying the fighting energy, tirelessly and endlessly. The previously surging energy of combat within him began to diminish in quantity, while simultaneously enhancing in quality, marking a transformative journey from mere accumulation to genuine metamorphosis. At last, after countless repetitions, the energy coalesced into a swirling, milky white vortex that spun incessantly. The combat energy swirl had manifested. At the tender age of 9, Chen Guan ascended to the rank of a combatant, taking a momentous step forward. Achieving this status, Chen Guan could palpably sense the surging power within him, easily capable of besting 10 or even 8 versions of his former self. Furthermore, he gained the ability to introspect, clearly perceiving the state of his body. Suppressing the urge to seek out Zhao Gang for sparring, Chen Guan forced himself to remain composed, endeavoring to practice the technique known as the dueling decision. Over several weeks, he felt no strain whatsoever. Indeed, it was no coincidence that combatants on the continent commenced their training in techniques. Previously, his efforts yielded minimal results, but now, he experienced exponential growth. However, his physical fortitude was markedly superior to that of his peers, providing a considerable advantage in battle. Overall, Chen Guan felt quite satisfied. Rising to refresh himself, he donned a new outfit in a pale blue hue. After his breakthrough, he sensed that he had grown several centimeters, his form appearing more elongated, resembling that of a 14 or 15-year-old, with a hint of childishness fading away. Joyful events invigorate the spirit, and in this rare moment, Chen Guan refrained from immersing himself in training. He opened the door and strolled into the martial arts arena, allowing the night breeze to ease his mind and body. Perhaps due to the impending half-year assessment, even at night, the arena was bustling with individuals honing their skills, the urgency palpable. Among his peers, Chen Guan had gained considerable notoriety. Many who spotted him were momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that the diligent scholar had ventured outside his chamber. It was truly astonishing. Curiosity lingered in the air, yet the attendees shared little familiarity with him. Thus, no one approached to inquire, merely offering polite nods and acknowledgement. Chen Guan paid them no mind, wandering leisurely around the arena. Ironically, over the past 5 years, this group had no longer needed to worry about sustenance. Yet their range of movement remained confined to the training grounds nearby, rendering their lives rather monotonous. Aside from Chen Guan, it seemed the others had thoroughly explored every nook and cranny, while he was the only one inclined to appreciate his surroundings anew. Just then, he noticed a little girl seated on the steps at the entrance, appearing around 7 or 8 years old. With her hands propping up her chin, her cheeks puffed out like a disgruntled pufferfish. Observing her attire and the indifferent guards stationed behind her, her identity became apparent. Most likely, she was the unacquainted little princess. As he inadvertently smiled while scrutinizing her, the little girl caught sight of him. "Hey you, are you laughing at this princess?" she exclaimed. "Ahem, no, you must have misinterpreted. You're lying. I distinctly saw you staring and smiling at me. Come here. This princess is in a foul mood. Tell me a joke, and I might forgive you." In high spirits, Chen Guan approached her, knowing full well that this little pufferfish posed no threat to him, and sat down beside her. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that perhaps due to the royal family's kindness, or perhaps because he referred to her as Sister Yao Yi, he felt a certain closeness to this young princess he had just met, subconsciously viewing her as a younger sister. To reach such a level of familiarity, one must admit that the royal family had indeed succeeded. The little pufferfish did not mind his somewhat impolite action of sitting beside her and inquired, "Hey, what is your name? Such an awkward name. You may tell a joke, and if it amuses me, I shall overlook your earlier behavior. But what if I do not find it amusing? In that case, you must tell me 10 jokes, or rather, until I am pleased." Chen Guan could not help but chuckle. What a terrifying punishment. He almost felt frightened. "All right, you decide. But before that, you must tell me why you are unhappy, so I can tailor my jokes accordingly and avoid making things worse." Yao Yu set aside her arm propped against her cheek and looked over with a hint of skepticism. And the little pufferfish instantly felt off kilter, a torment for her obsessive-compulsive tendencies. "You want me to tell you my reason for unhappiness just to tell a joke? Of course. Just like seeing a doctor. To be happy, you must reveal the cause of your ailment, right? Such trivial matters." Yet as she spoke, Yao Yu pouted, clearly distressed. The simplicity of a child's thoughts could be astonishing. Chen Guan found himself momentarily lost in thought. not troubled by the little pufferfish's worries, but rather reflecting on the profession she had mentioned. An alchemist. Chapter 8. The Gift of Yao Yi. An alchemist is undoubtedly the most coveted profession in the Doqi continent today, with a status so exalted that it borders on the absurd. A high-ranking alchemist possesses an extraordinary allure, making them a guest of honor in any faction. For instance, within the borders of the Jiaman Empire, the renowned Pil King Gu He is merely a 6th-grade alchemist, yet he is held in immense esteem by the Yunlan sect, enjoying a position of unparalleled privilege. Even the Grand Elder Yun Ling and the Do Huang level Yun Yun treat him with great respect. Similarly, the chosen one Xiao Huahua, had it not been for his apprenticeship under Yao Chan, would not have experienced such rapid growth on the path of alchemy. In summary, Chen Guan felt quite tempted. Acquiring additional skills is never a burden. Who would object to possessing another lucrative talent? However, despite his yearning, he faced numerous pressing issues. He had no certainty regarding his wood affinity or whether his soul strength met the necessary criteria. Moreover, the initial costs of becoming an alchemist were substantial, requiring countless resources. With his connection to Yao Yi, if he met the standards, the royal family might be inclined to support him. But such a debt of gratitude would be exceedingly difficult to repay. Deep down, Chen Guan preferred not to be entirely tethered to any particular faction, be it the royal family or another power. Acknowledging his true sentiments, he chose to suppress his immediate desire to delve into alchemy, deciding to postpone it for future opportunities. Prioritizing his growth and strength was paramount. His exceptional talent was his advantage. If he did not elevate his prowess, lacking a powerful background, it would be challenging for him to compete with Xiao Yan. All the fortuitous opportunities available to those who traversed worlds would turn to naught. After all, who among the transmigrators would wish to be merely a backdrop for another? Hey, why are you lost in thought? Are you even paying attention to what I'm saying? The voice of Yao Yu resonated with discontent, and she was oblivious to the fact that as she shared her troubles, much of her inner gloom had dissipated. Unsure of how to convey her feelings to her sister and grandfather, she decided to remain silent for the time being. Her sister was so busy that it was uncertain whether she would even remember. In a couple of days, if she successfully passed the assessment, wouldn't that suffice? It felt somewhat improper to mislead a child, yet Yao Yu believed it wholeheartedly. No one understood better than she how occupied Yao Yi was every day. Despite being only a few years her senior, she always comported herself like an adult. If she chose not to speak, perhaps Yao Yi would truly forget. Chen Guanxin thought her to be quite naive. The capital was vast, and by the time she exited the Alchemist Guild, it was likely that Yao Yi had already received a report. However, he chose not to shatter her illusions. But will I really succeed in passing the assessment next time? Certainly. You must have faith in yourself. As a royal princess, confidence is paramount. A few failures are not daunting nor disgraceful. Fearing failure and refusing to confront it is the true failure. He recalled a saying he had once heard and decided to share it with her. Life is akin to a starfruit, full of edges and imperfections. Yet, we should not solely focus on its flaws. Change your perspective, and you will uncover the shining star within. Do you understand? Being a few years older, Chen Guan felt it necessary to guide the young girl toward a proper outlook on life, promptly inundating her with 2 bowls of comforting wisdom. The effect was remarkable. Yao Yu's earlier despondency vanished. Her bright eyes sparkled with determination, and with her tiny fists clenched, she appeared ready to work tirelessly for 24 hours without a pause. I understand now. Thank you, Chu Yuxian. I'm off to practice alchemy. I'll come and play with you next time. I have another question. Oh, what is a starfruit? The night passed without further conversation. The following day, Chen Guan withdrew from his training state, having left early and made his way directly to the training area's entrance. After producing a token from his spatial ring, he proceeded towards Yao Yi's royal palace. As a special individual who could address her as sister, he certainly enjoyed some privileges. In fact, Yao Yi had intended for him to live separately, even arranging for a captain of an 8-star master team to guide him in his training and resolve any confounding issues. However, Chen Guan preferred to avoid the spotlight and declined this arrangement. He believed that the esteemed master Yan Hongtao could address minor concerns, and if he could not, it was unlikely that an 8-star master could either. Thus, it was entirely unnecessary. Moreover, Chen Guan requested Yao Yi to maintain confidentiality regarding his affairs to prevent unnecessary complications. Yao Yi readily agreed and even granted him exemption from the upcoming assessment. The royal family welcomed his modesty, as it minimized the chances of other factions attempting to undermine him, allowing them ample time to deepen their bonds. Upon arriving at Yao Yi's palace, before he even showed his token, the guards recognized him. Young Master Chen, there is no need for formalities. The princess has instructed that you may enter directly, as if it were your own home. We shall inform Her Highness of your arrival. Your own home? Chen Guan felt a sense of nostalgia. When he first arrived in the Duqi continent, he had nowhere to seek shelter from the wind and rain. Yet now he could treat the imperial palace as his own home. Rebirth. I live off the Duki continent, he mused, stepping into the opulent palace. It must be said that the royal family certainly surpassed the Yunlong sect in terms of luxury. Though comparing a sect to a nation was inherently flawed due to their differing natures. Pausing before a rockery to admire the scenery, he soon heard footsteps approaching from behind. It was Yao Yi. TSK. It's been ages since I last saw that insufferable brat. I thought he had forgotten about me, his sister, Chen Guan thought. Feeling a bit awkward at the teasing smile on Yao Yi's face. Well, who knows? You say you've broken through? Yao Yi jested, only for her expression to freeze in astonishment as realization struck. Chen Guan nodded, channeling his internal Duki and releasing his aura. He certainly would not deceive his sister. The evidence was irrefutable, and Yao Yi had no choice but to accept it. After a few deep breaths, she finally came to terms with the revelation and couldn't help but exclaim, "You truly are a little monster. You've startled me." A 9-year-old Duki practitioner. She now believed in what Jia Xingtian had once said and felt fortunate that he had entered the palace, where their friendship could continue to flourish. As Yao Yi guided Chen Guan through the palace, she contemplated her next steps and soon made a decision. Now that he was a Duki practitioner, he could officially begin cultivating techniques. The path to becoming a strong individual commenced here. Given your innate talent, the Dueling Ju may not be suitable for you. If others were to learn of it, they might think that your sister had led you astray, squandering your potential. You possess a fire affinity, and the royal family has an extensive collection of fire-based techniques. Please wait here for a moment. I will prepare a gift for you. The 3 volumes I present contain nearly all of the royal family's collection, each with a brief introduction. One is a technique, one is a fighting skill, and the last pertains to body techniques. You may select one from each category. It is not that I am being stingy, rather. Cultivating fighting techniques is no simple task. It requires significant focus and dedication. If your mind is scattered, you will struggle to master them. Once you have thoroughly grasped one, I will provide you with others. Though the 3 volumes were not heavy, Chen Guan felt their weight in his hands. Sister Yao Yi. Yes? How about I call you mother instead? Chapter 9. Essential for Pretentiousness, the Cataclysm of the Gods. Watching the boy depart, Yao Yi's expression was complex, filled with anticipation, approval, and a trace of barely perceptible disappointment. Grandfather, he should not let us down, right? She recalled when she first met him. He had been quite reclusive, hardly engaging in conversation. Since arriving in the imperial city, however, he had changed significantly, becoming more polite, more mature, and gentle with everyone. Yet, in truth, he still walked his own path, never forming deep bonds with anyone, including his sister, who he had not genuinely acknowledged, aware of the barriers in his heart. A person who can take the initiative to jest with you today is a testament to their heartfelt acceptance of you, and that alone suffices. Let things unfold naturally, without undue insistence. With his presence, even if one day I, the old man, am no longer here, the royal lineage shall remain steadfast as a mountain. Of course, dear Yi, you have grown and have now reached a suitable age for marriage. Should you find a suitable outcome with him, I would be most pleased, haha. Yet, shaking my head slightly, I dismissed that notion. For now, this state of affairs is quite satisfactory. If Chen Guan truly harbored special feelings for her, he would not have jested by calling her mother. Would it not be more fitting to offer himself in devotion instead? The young girl astutely perceived his attitude from mere fragments of conversation, thus solidifying her own perspective. Unless that boy is utterly deranged and locks the door. Chen Guan momentarily disregarded the additional cultivation resources that Yao Yi casually provided, instead retrieving 3 scrolls from his spatial ring and unfurling them upon the table. The scrolls contained a mid-level mystic cultivation technique, the Sacred Heart Refinement, a mid-level combat technique, Thousand Flames Sword technique, and a mid-level movement technique, Cloud Walking Steps. Undoubtedly, these are exceptional treasures, meticulously selected from nearly 100 different techniques. In Wuten City, they could likely incite a fierce conflict among the 3 prominent families. The depth of the empire's heritage is apparent. Furthermore, Chen Guan is convinced that the royal family possesses even more advanced techniques, though such secrets are closely guarded. Acquiring mid-level mystic techniques is already a gesture of great sincerity from the royal family, and they will suffice for his immediate needs. The technique, the Sacred Heart Refinement, requires no further elaboration. It sounds impressive, but to rely solely on it for sanctity is overly optimistic. The movement technique, Cloud Walking Steps, is an excellent companion for domestic travel and strategic encounters. Mastering it will undoubtedly enhance Chen Guan's combat prowess and survival capabilities. As the Fire Cloud Evil God once stated, in the realm of martial arts, only speed is invincible, a sentiment that holds true here as well. The combat technique, Thousand Flames Sword technique, is Chen Guan's favorite. Although it is incomplete, Consisting of only 3 forms, its limited repertoire is sufficient to rival mid-level mystic techniques, underscoring its value. Moreover, it boasts remarkable offensive capabilities. The first form, Momentary Blossom, is described in an elaborate fashion in the manual, yet to Chen Guan. It embodies a unique interpretation of myriad swords converging, allowing for a barrage of sword energy against foes, a quintessential skill for mass damage. The sole drawback is its relatively modest attack power. Upon mastering this technique, my mother shall no longer need to worry about me being outnumbered, particularly against weaker adversaries, as one skill can clear an entire swath of them. The quantity of gathered sword energy correlates directly with one's strength. The second form, Boundless Ocean, unleashes a series of wave-like assaults, each blow surpassing the last. Theoretically, as long as one's fighting spirit does not wane, it can reach a maximum of 33 waves. This technique bears some resemblance to Xiao Yan's 8 Extremes Collapse, albeit lacking the hidden strength. The third form, Divine Cataclysm, manifests a pair of sword wings behind him, enabling a brief, rapid flight through the air for several seconds. The wings are exceptionally sharp, and if deployed unexpectedly, can yield remarkable results. It is widely acknowledged that, in the absence of aerial combat techniques, one must attain the rank of Do Wang to manifest wings of Do Qi. This ability renders it exceedingly arduous for Do spirits to transcend ranks and eliminate Do Wangs. Many prodigies, who previously could effortlessly surpass their peers in combat, find themselves unable to do so once they reach the Do Wang stage, largely due to the formidable nature of the Do Qi wings. However, should one master the heavenly tribulation of the 10,000 gods, the scenario changes dramatically. A Do spirit could potentially launch a surprise attack on a Do Wang with remarkable efficacy. This technique is particularly well suited for the enigmatic 6th Yin individual. Chen Guan's eyes sparkled with fervor, brimming with excitement and an insatiable desire to master this skill, to the point where he pinched his thigh to regain composure. With the meager Do Qi circulating within him, he knew that conjuring sword wings was beyond his current capabilities. Even forming a few strands of sword energy seemed implausible. Thus, the pressing priority was to cautiously revise his cultivation methods and enhance his strength, lest he falter midway and become a mere fool. Setting aside his martial techniques, Chen Guan immersed himself in the supreme sacred heart refinement, meticulously studying the intricate pathways and seal techniques until he comprehended them fully. Only then did he assume a meditative posture and begin his cultivation. Upon his initial revision, he distinctly sensed the disparity between the Xian and Huang ranks. The speed of absorbing and refining Do Qi had more than doubled compared to before. The acceleration of his training brought an unparalleled joy, one that ordinary individuals could scarcely fathom, drawing him deeper into its embrace. A month later, within the confines of a solitary chamber, a resounding thud reverberated as the seated youth opened his eyes, feeling the abundant Do Qi coursing through him, a smile of uncontainable joy adorning his face. He had achieved the status of a 4-star Do fighter, aligning closely with his predictions. Today marked the day of the 5-year assessment, providing an excellent opportunity to step outside for some fresh air. The training grounds buzzed with an unusual liveliness, as nearly all his contemporaries who had entered alongside him were set to partake in the assessment. Even latecomers would not miss out on this rare spectacle. Upon exiting, the young man encountered a dense throng of spectators encircling the ding-shaped training area, creating an impenetrable wall of humanity. Chen Guan, you finally emerged. I thought you might lack interest in such grand events. Although Captain Yin has granted us exemption from the assessment, witnessing the commotion still holds its charm. Called out a familiar voice, belonging to Zhao Gang, the first genius he regarded as his lifelong rival. After all, they were indeed the hidden dragons and phoenix chicks among their peers. If they both failed the assessment, it would render the entire endeavor futile. All work and no play, right? It's nice to get some fresh air. You've made considerable progress lately, Zhao remarked. Though Chen Guan harbored serious doubts that his companion had loitered at the door merely to flaunt his achievements. You're braver than Xiao Yan, but I must decline. I have matters to attend to. We shall reschedule for another time. Chen Guan politely refused, reluctant to diminish Zhao's spirits too severely, as he was still a promising talent. The thought of him losing confidence and the royal family missing out on such potential weighed heavily on Chen's conscience. Is it really urgent? Indeed. Very well then. Let us arrange for another day. Chen Guan nodded in agreement, giving Zhao Gang a reassuring pat on the arm as he made his way toward the training area's entrance, where he spotted Yao Yi waving at him from atop the city tower. Chapter 10. Bold Words and Aspirations. Without presenting a token, Chen Guan stepped out of the training area. For the past month, he has devoted 95% of his time to arduous training, with the remaining 5% reserved for the little princess, Yao Yu. Since their initial acquaintance, she has frequently come to seek his company, and together they have explored nearly every corner of the palace. As for venturing beyond its confines, Yao Yi has temporarily forbidden it. Chen Guan comprehends and cooperates with this restriction. After all, it is no exaggeration to say that his talents are quite extraordinary in the Gamma Empire. Should they attract the attention of the wrong individuals, he could be in grave danger. The fate of the Outland Empire, as mentioned in the will, serves as a testament to this. The Yunlan sect has also engaged in similar actions within the narrative. Ascending to the tower, Chen Guan stood shoulder to shoulder with Yao Yi, surveying the scene below. Well, you finally decided to step outside. Training is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Perhaps a stroll will lighten your spirits, and you might break through your current limitations. How have your results been this month? Yao Yi inquired casually. However, the moment she noticed the slight movements beside her, she fell silent, her heart racing with unexpressed thoughts. Observing the young man's nonchalant demeanor, as if he were suggesting that it sufficed to simply have hands, she silently reconsidered her words. If she were to betray too much astonishment, wouldn't it reflect poorly on her as an elder sister? Quite well. You should continue your rigorous training, she replied. Chen Guan found amusement in her changing expressions. Sister Yao Yi, you ought to smile more often. It's not good to wear a stern face all day. Even you were mentioned you seem somewhat strained. Let us not dwell on such troubling matters. After all, you are my investment for the future. Once you become a Do Emperor, or even a Do Zone, my burdens will vanish. So, focus on your training. Just let me know when you deplete your resources, and don't feel embarrassed about it. Haha. Then I must work hard. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a grave injustice if Sister Yao Yi's investment yielded no returns? That wouldn't be the case. At worst, I might sell you to the Serpent Clan. The female serpent folk surely adore boys like you. Are you certain that is a punishment and not a reward? Little Chen, your thoughts are quite dangerous. Yao Yi reached out to tug at Chen Guan's ear, feigning a fierce demeanor, truly resembling a pair of siblings. Chen Guan, not daring to retaliate, could only evade her playful assaults. After some time, their light-hearted skirmish concluded with Yao Yi's triumphant victory. Her head held high like a victorious general. Enough of this. Let us discuss serious matters. In half a month, it will be our royal family's annual autumn hunt. Would you like to participate? I can secure a spot for you. The autumn hunt. Isn't that merely a game for the young lords and ladies of the imperial capital? What concern is it of mine? Chen Guan responded with some confusion. He had heard Yao Yi mention it a few days prior, and even she had expressed disdain for the event, rendering him even less interested. It not only deters the Nalan family and the Yunlan sect from forming close ties, but also presents an opportunity for you to find a good mentor. It's a win-win situation. The plan was indeed commendable and seemed feasible. Yet, did the royal family place too much trust in him, assuming he would not repay kindness with malice? Moreover, according to his understanding, even if he performed better than Nalan Yanran, the outcome was more likely to see Yun Yun claim both for herself. After all, in the original narrative, Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran shared a remarkable rapport. I could arrange for you a plausible identity to infiltrate the Yunlan sect, ensuring your safety is not a concern. As for betraying my sister, I stand before you. Do you dare to strike me from the front? Indeed, Yao Yi is exceedingly confident. Chen Guan ceased his jesting and seriously weighed the pros and cons. Apprenticing under Yun Yun would not only allow him to benefit from the resources of both the Yunlan sect and the imperial family, but also place him in a position to win the heart of the sect leader, fulfilling his lofty aspirations and perhaps even securing a charming junior sister, achieving the master-apprentice bond in due course. A multitude of advantages indeed. The mere thought of it stirred excitement within him. Yet, regrettably, Chen Guan chose to decline. Although the absence of a death notice indicated this was not a matter of life and death, the lack of mortal peril did not imply the absence of danger. Those who played the role of undercover agents seldom met with a favorable fate. Had he not seen infernal affairs? Furthermore, he possessed a clear understanding of himself. He disliked being constrained, and after several years of close companionship, what if a special bond truly developed with Yun Yun? With the imperial family on one side and the Yunlan sect on the other, how would he choose? Was he not merely inviting discomfort upon himself? As for resources, the imperial family could sufficiently provide for his needs. The benefits of aligning with the Yunlan sect were minimal at this juncture. Young and full of schemes, he mused. I shall await that day. Should you truly succeed, on the night of your wedding, I shall give you a gentle push. Ahem, sister, elegance. A sudden wager startled Chen Guan into a hasty retreat. Who would dare to believe such coarse words were uttered by Yao Yi, the grand princess of the Gamma Empire, nearly overturning Chen Guan's preconceived notions of her? Nevertheless, it was evident that Yao Yi spoke so boldly because she genuinely believed the endeavor was implausible. A long-buried rebellious spirit within Chen Guan ignited. He could not believe it was truly so difficult. Yet, if he were to succeed, would the situation not become quite awkward? Chapter 11. The Fierce Dual King, terrifying indeed. The trials at the martial arts arena continued, resulting in a mix of joy and sorrow among competitors. After 5 years of toil, the fruits of their labor were finally revealed. Chen Guan chose not to join the fray, harboring little interest in the outcomes as he sat alone on the steps of the entrance, lost in contemplation. With Nailan Yinran preparing to take a master, how far was he from the annulment of their engagement? At this moment in time, Xiao Yin was slightly older than Chen Guan, approximately 10 years of age, which meant that in about a year, Xiao Yin's fighting spirit would gradually dissipate, followed by over 3 years of sedimentation before his official rise. Just over 4 years. And the plot would commence in earnest. He needed to strive even harder in his cultivation. Initially, reaching the rank of a 4-star fighter in a month, Chen Guan hesitated to boast, yet felt a flicker of pride, even flaunting it before Yao Ye. However, upon reflection, he realized the path ahead was fraught with challenges and responsibilities. Although he could get a head start, the presence of Xiao Yan's grandfather rendered the situation decidedly unfair. Chen Guan vehemently called for a rematch. 1 year later, within a confined cage, a young lad clad in green wielded a long sword, engaged in a fierce battle against 7 storm wolves. The storm wolves, being second-tier magical beasts, were comparable to a 2-star combat master. Indeed, due to their innate physical advantages, even an ordinary 2-star combat master would likely find themselves fleeing upon encountering such creatures. However, the scene unfolding within the cage defied all expectations. The 7 storm wolves, after a quarter of an hour of relentless assault on a single individual, were left panting heavily and drooling, having failed to even graze the hem of the boy's garment, causing them to question the very essence of their existence. On the other side, witnessing the ineptitude of his adversaries, the boy's face was etched with disappointment. This trivial exercise in annihilation held no thrill. It was time to conclude it. As his words fell, he showed no mercy, activating his cloud stride technique and launching a counteroffensive. Mere breaths later, he ended their wretched existence. Clap, clap. The sound of crisp applause echoed as Yao Ye approached to unlock the cage, presenting a towel to him. You are truly a monster. It feels like in just a few months, you have surpassed me, Yao Ye remarked with a tinge of astonishment. Even she could only reach a level comparable to Chen Guan in facing the 7 storm wolves. Having witnessed Chen Guan's growth firsthand, her shock was amplified. In their second encounter, Chen Guan was now a combat master, while she remained a combat practitioner. After finally becoming a combat master herself, she had barely held the lead for a year before being overtaken. Yao Ye expressed her sentiments, feeling immense pressure from having such a brother. Is it too much to visit you? Do you think I would believe that? Chen Guan paused momentarily, a sense of urgency swelling within him. All right, I understand now. There is no need to concern yourself further. Do you have any ties to the Xiao family? While Xiao Yin possesses decent talent, he is nowhere near your level and shouldn't be considered a rival, right? I have no connection. I merely find it amusing. Enough of that. Sister Yao Ye, I wish to leave the palace for some training. Please, do not be hasty in your refusal. Allow me to explain. I understand you are concerned for my safety. Yet I am now a 3-star combat master, armed with the 1,000 Flames sword technique and cloud stride. No threats exist beneath the great combat master tier, and I shall avoid perilous areas, training instead at the periphery of the Beast Mountain range. My self-preservation is assured, at the very least. I possess your token to summon aid from the local lord's estate, if necessary. Chen Guan spoke earnestly, his decision well considered rather than a fleeting whim. Yao Ye, having come to know him well, recognized the resolve in his expression, and her playful demeanor faded. Is it truly essential? Sister Yao Ye, you know me well. Engaging in combat with these caged magical beasts lacks the thrill of danger. I yearn for the genuine baptism of blood. Surely you do not wish for me to be overwhelmed by peers of equal rank, merely serving as a backdrop for others? After pondering for a few moments, Yao Ye inclined her head slightly, indicating her tacit agreement. After all, Chen Guan's assertions were grounded in reality. A combat master who had emerged from a heap of corpses was fundamentally different from one who had lived a sheltered life. Very well, it shall be permitted. With Yao Ye leading him to sign a series of unequal treaties, Chen Guan was finally granted his freedom. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no excitement. After years on the continent of combat chi, he had yet to truly experience the essence of this world, gathering the necessary items and stowing them in his spatial ring. Chen Guan made his way to Yao Yu's palace. Originally intending to say something else to prevent that girl from clinging to him later, he unfortunately could not find anyone. Not having seen anyone, Chen Guan did not press the matter further. He instructed the guards to inform him in the evening and then set off directly, enjoying an unobstructed journey. The imperial capital was bustling and vibrant, a stark contrast to the tranquility within the palace, embodying 2 completely different worlds. As he absorbed the local customs and sights, Chen Guan made his way towards the city gate. Although he had already determined his destination for training, he chose to walk, as it could be considered a form of cultivation in itself. With the strength of a Do Wong, He had manifested wings of fighting spirit. Suddenly, an impressive presence caught his attention. Who was this? Such formidable power. Clearly not a native of the imperial capital. Even the venerable elder from the Nalan family did not recognize him, and he was indeed one of the top 10 strongest individuals in the empire. Could he really be that powerful? Yet, I noticed him flying rather unsteadily, his expression quite grim. A sudden commotion ensued, hearing the discussions around him. Chen Guan quickly looked up to see an elderly man with gray-white hair soaring through the air, his face cold and expressionless. Indeed, he looked quite grim. Nalan Jia, a Dowang powerhouse, and the grandfather of Nalan Yinran. The information about the elder flashed through Chen Guan's mind, and he observed quietly, noting that even flying seemed to be a challenge for him, which sparked his curiosity. Could it be that he had suffered a backlash from his own poison today? It seemed to be a small chance, though it was predicated on the presence of exotic fire. Chapter 12. A reunion with Xiaohuahua. Wutan City. Once an unremarkable border town, it had recently gained notoriety due to the emergence of a genius, making the town and the Xiao family increasingly well known. Especially a few months prior, when an 11-year-old broke through to become a doja, which further amplified the prominence of Wutan City and the Xiao family in public discourse. The genius had already fallen. Such explosive news had kept Xiao Yin firmly at the top of the trending topics, with discussions about him echoing everywhere. Speculating on the reasons behind his fall from the ranks of doja, with a plethora of bizarre theories circulating, Xiao Yan's popularity remained unshaken, solidifying his status as a superstar of Wutan City. However, many who ventured out for casual chatter today discovered a surprising shift in the topic rankings. Who was this hidden dragon that could generate such fervor? Hurry, let us hear the gossip. I knew that Wang Ermatzi was bound to get into trouble with his arrogant demeanor, had it not been for his shameless connections to the Yuba family. Would it have escalated to this point? Now, it seems the Yuba family is in a state of distress. Who would still care about him? The aggressors truly dare to act. By now, over 20 individuals had been incapacitated, including members from both the Uba and Gailey families. Yet there were no reports implicating the Xiao family. Could it be that the Xiao family orchestrated this? Unlikely, as the Xiao family did not possess the audacity to offend two major families simultaneously, especially since one of their own guard captains had also been harmed. Those who do evil will inevitably meet their match. I can only say that these individuals deserve their fate. The speculations among the mercenaries were not far from reality. At this moment, the atmosphere among the three prominent families in Wutan City was tense, each dispatching guards to investigate the marketplace. While the Uba and Gailey families declared that they would spare no effort in unearthing the culprit, in the span of a single day, over 20 individuals were incapacitated, inciting their wrath, yet beneath it lay an unspoken trepidation. Among them was a certain unfortunate scion of the Uba family, possessing the formidable strength of a 2-star Dome Master. The silence with which he was neutralized hinted at the necessity of high-level Dome Master skills to achieve such a feat. The presence of such a perilous character lurking in the shadows demanded resolution. Otherwise, a sense of unease would pervade their hearts. Aside from a handful of senior members, everyone lived in a state of perpetual anxiety. Thus, a thorough investigation was imperative, a rare show of unity among the three major families. The streets echoed with the chaotic rhythms of footsteps, coming and going in an endless cycle. Yet, within the inn, Chen Guan remained utterly unaffected. He was engrossed in a tome detailing various spiritual herbs and medicines, diligently expanding his knowledge, entirely devoid of the tension one might expect from the orchestrator of such chaos. Indeed, he was the culprit. After a journey spanning nearly half a month, Chen Guan found himself once again in Wutan City, not by design, but merely passing through, as his destination lay beyond. After enduring the rigors of travel, he had intended to rest for but a day. However, fate had other plans. Upon entering Wutan City, he encountered a mercenary named Wang Ermatzi. Chen Guan held vivid memories of this individual, having once knocked away 2 of his buns and, without charge, gifted him a punch the size of a sandbag. Can one fathom the psychological trauma inflicted upon a 4-year-old child by a punch of such magnitude? Awakening from his recollections, Chen Guan, relishing the opportunity, acted swiftly. He bore no grudges, merely severing the man's limbs and rendering his doqi inert. The others involved shared similarly tangled histories. To encounter so many familiar faces in a single day painted a poignant picture of his initial arrival, fraught with despair and sorrow. A sudden knock shattered the atmosphere. Chen Guan opened the back window before answering the door. Standing there was a youth clad in black, his expression icy yet distracted, as if harboring a tempest of suppressed fury. Behind him stood 6 guards from the Xiao family, uniformed in matching attire. Apologies for the intrusion. I am Xiao Yin of the Xiao family. Due to recent disturbances caused by a madman in the city, I am here to conduct a routine inquiry. Should you happen to see any suspicious individuals, please inform the Xiao family. Xiao Yin. Chen Guan was taken aback. He had not recognized him at first glance. Years prior, he had seen him as a mere child, brimming with arrogance. Now, grown and tempered by adversity, he was a stranger. Yet, to suggest that he report himself? Oh, understood. Is there anything else? Chen Guan responded casually, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the dark ring around Xiao Yan's neck. Had Xiao Yan stood before him 6 years ago, Chen Guan might have dared to snatch it away. However, now, such thoughts were entirely extinguished. Yao Chun had awakened fully. Forgive the disturbance, but I advise you to refrain from unnecessary outings, particularly at night, Xiao Yan cautioned, shaking his head slightly before leading his entourage to another room. Throughout the encounter, he failed to scrutinize the more handsome youth before him, harboring no suspicions whatsoever. Chen Guan sighed for Xiao Yan, unaware that the medicinal dust within Xiao Yan's ring was also startled by his small emotional upheaval. The boy's bone age was merely around 10 years. Yet he was on the verge of becoming a 4-star dome master, truly astonishing. The medicinal dust could not help but ponder whether aligning with such a prodigy could enhance future prospects. Though tempted, it ultimately chose to refrain. Firstly, it felt a sense of obligation after having benefited from Xiao Yan for so long. Abandoning him now would weigh heavily on its conscience. Furthermore, the medicinal dust harbored grave suspicions that Chen Guan was possibly backed by a significant force from the central state. Given its current state, it deemed it prudent to avoid entanglements with such powers. What? You assert that this boy is a native of the Gamma Empire? The medicinal dust would not believe it for a moment. In such a remote and uncivilized land as the Gamma Empire, if they could cultivate a talent of this caliber, it would gladly stand on its head to absorb Xiao Yan's essence. With both Xiao Suner and Chen Guan appearing simultaneously in Wutan City, the medicinal dust's imagination ran rampant, intensifying its urgency. In its haste, it inhaled forcefully, leading to Xiao Hua's unfortunate plight. Chapter 13. The first encounter with the little waist beauty. Astonishment engulfed the scene as the vibrant youth suddenly erupted, uttering floral phrases, completely disregarding the gazes of others. Was this a manifestation of moral decay or a distortion of humanity? From a distance, Chen Guan discerned the source of the commotion. It was the voice of Xiao Yan. Although a twinge of curiosity stirred within him, it was merely a manifestation of the Chinese penchant for revelry. Wasting no time, he closed the door and departed with a swagger, continuing towards his destination. At the city gate, members of the 3 prominent families conducted inspections, led by 3 dome masters. The scale was considerable. Even seasoned mercenaries, accustomed to peril, felt a twinge of trepidation and complied dutifully. The 3 families held significant authority in Wutan City. Disinterested in idle chatter, Chen Guan produced a royal token, prompting the captains of the family guards to escort him respectfully outside the city. Entirely oblivious to the fact that he was the very individual they had been relentlessly pursuing. 2 days later, Qingshan Town emerged on the horizon. This was the closest settlement to the Monster Beast Mountain Range, often referred to as the Monster Beast Town, and it was precisely where Chen Guan intended to go. He arrived more swiftly than anticipated, initially expecting to encounter some troublemakers along the way. However, the journey proved unexpectedly smooth, thanks to its geographical advantages. The shops lining the streets of Qingshan Town thrived. Even at night, the area was ablaze with lights, bustling with continuous foot traffic. Conversations resonated loudly, with boisterous exchanges peppered with coarse language, often revolving around women. Upon spotting the newcomer, many individuals regarded the youth in blue with knowing glances. Ignoring their stares, Chen Guan ambled along, ultimately pausing before a medicinal shop named Wan Yaozhai. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. Wan Yaozhai was sizable and spacious, resembling a marketplace with rows of counters. Finding a temporarily vacant counter, Chen Guan retrieved a bag of gold coins, signaling for a manager. I have significant business to discuss. You likely cannot make decisions on your own. The young man felt a twinge of displeasure at being slighted, yet, for the sake of the bag of gold coins, he complied and departed without uttering a word. I may not dare to offend you, but I can certainly choose to ignore you. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Guan meticulously surveyed the shop, but found no sign of his intended target, the waist beauty. Just as he lamented his ill fortune, a commotion arose at the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. A young girl in a white dress appeared, assisting a mercenary whose limbs were bound. The girl, seemingly only a few years older than Chen Guan, possessed an unremarkable beauty, falling into that pleasingly aesthetic category, her lips perpetually adorned with a gentle smile. Fresh and ethereal, tender as water, this was Chen Guan's initial impression. His gaze inadvertently shifted to the delicate green ribbon accentuating her slender waist. A perfect embodiment of the renowned waist beauty of Dopa. There was no need for him to question her identity. At this precise moment, she was the only one who could fit such a description. Moreover, Chen Guan was not deaf. Ah, it's the little medical fairy. My luck tonight is extraordinary. I must venture to the casino and conquer. Little medical fairy, cast a glance my way. Slap. You foolish brat, don't obstruct my view. This scene resembled a miniature fan meeting, far surpassing the intensity of any battle. Just as he was lost in thought, the little medical fairy was drawn to the commotion, her gaze meeting Chen Guan's. The stark contrast between the young man's composed demeanor and the brutish crowd rendered him conspicuously out of place. The cursed toxic body. A physique that seemed to operate on a different level. While ordinary individuals gain strength through hard work and serendipity, she merely needed to indulge in poison to ascend rapidly. However, this toxic body bore significant drawbacks. Should it unleash its full fury, it would result in catastrophic devastation, spiraling beyond her control, seemingly destined for a life of solitude. If a method to regulate her toxicity is not discovered, a day will inevitably arrive when it erupts uncontrollably, wreaking havoc across the continent and rendering her the target of scorn. Thus, to describe the cursed toxic body as universally despised would not be an exaggeration. A cascade of thoughts flooded Chen Guan's mind. The toxic body is perilous, yet if managed astutely, it could serve as an immense advantage. The little medical fairy is a distinguished physician at our Wanyaozhai. Though she has only recently arrived, the entire Qingshan town has taken a liking to her, particularly the mercenaries who have benefited from her kindness, which has only bolstered her growing reputation. It is not uncommon for those who speak ill of her to find themselves in dire straits. As he pondered these matters, a low chuckle reached his ears, belonging to a middle-aged man with a goatee. I see you are somewhat unfamiliar, perhaps a newcomer to the monster beast town. I am Chang Jinfeng, and I serve as the manager of Wanyaozhai. May I inquire what business you wish to discuss? Chang Jinfeng, possessing the prowess of a 5-star fighter, could not fathom Chen Guan's depths and thus maintained a courteous demeanor. Chen Guan was straightforward, stating his intentions without any preamble. I require a substantial quantity of yellow lotus essence. I wish to enlist the assistance of Wanyaozhai for its procurement. The market price is 100 gold coins per piece, and I am willing to offer 105. What do you say? Yellow lotus essence. Such a low-grade herb? Chang, the manager, initially appeared disinterested, yet his eyes brightened as he processed the proposal. While a few pieces of yellow lotus essence might be insignificant, the potential profit from a larger quantity was substantial, especially given that Chen Guan was offering a premium above the market rate. This deal was simple, lucrative, and akin to a windfall from the heavens. In an instant, Chang regarded the young man with newfound interest, silently labeling him as a naive yet wealthy fool. Where did this spendthrift come from? Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken. Wanyaozhai was a business establishment that welcomed all patrons, and they would certainly not decline. Are you certain you need as much as you say, young master? Chen Guan tossed a handful of gold coins toward him, exuding confidence. Unless the other party was a complete fool, he was unlikely to bring about his own ruin. Rest assured, young master. At Wanyaozhai, we conduct our business with utmost integrity. Such assurances were merely for reassurance. With both objectives accomplished, Chen Guan chose not to linger, departing under Chang's gaze, which hinted at his perception of him as a simpleton. His visit to Wanyaozhai was primarily to glimpse the little healer, and the procurement of yellow lotus essence was merely a side endeavor. If he could acquire blood lotus essence instead, that would be splendid. If not, it was of little consequence. As Chang surmised, Chen Guan was currently eager for many things, yet he never harbored concerns regarding finances. At least, within the Garma Empire. He felt no immediate need for worry. He was quite capable of absorbing losses, a testament to his lavishness. Furthermore, even if he procured yellow lotus essence, it could easily be resold at the Maitel auction house, incurring at most a slight loss due to price discrepancies. After finding lodging at an inn, Chen Guan settled cross-legged on his bed. There was no rush for the little healer to escape. He could afford to take his time. It was prudent to focus on cultivation, as though he had a goal of treasure hunting. Honing his skills was equally essential. Chapter 14, The Crimson Ice Serpent King. The following day, having completed his errands and purchased 2 maps detailing the outskirts of the Monster Beast mountain range in Qingshan town, he resolutely ventured forth alone. This was his inaugural expedition into the Monster Beast mountain range. Logically, hiring a mercenary as a guide would have been more convenient, but he opted against it due to considerations of strength. Even the leaders of the major mercenary factions in Qingshan town were merely at the level of combat masters, and bringing them along would likely hinder him, as their contributions would be limited. As he entered the mountains for the first time, Chen Guan was not in a rush, prioritizing familiarization with the surroundings while also searching for the cave discovered by the little healer in the original narrative. After spending an entire morning, he had yet to locate the cave, but he had slain a dozen first-tier magical beasts, which posed no real threat. He suspected they were merely engaging in an act of intimidation. After enjoying a sumptuous meal of roasted boar, Chen Guan rose to delve deeper into the mountains. There was no urgency regarding the cave. He had ample time to search methodically, alternating directions daily in a comprehensive search. For now, he prioritized experience over everything else, maintaining clarity regarding his objectives. As Chen Guan ventured further, the strength of the magical beasts he encountered began to increase, with first-tier beasts retreating, and second-tier magical beasts becoming the primary inhabitants of the area. A second-tier magical beast is comparable to a skilled fighter, particularly one of notable prowess within its class. This area still belongs to the periphery of the Beast Mountain range, yet it has descended into depths that mercenaries would instinctively avoid. Consequently, the mercenaries who were once frequently encountered here now seemed to have vanished, leaving no trace behind. Suddenly, a stream of searing venom surged from behind. Danger approached. Yet Chen Guan appeared to possess eyes on the back of his head, deftly sidestepping the attack. With a flourish, he summoned the Qianyan sword technique, coalescing a crimson sword energy and deftly striking the beast that had attempted a surprise assault. The piercing shriek that followed echoed through the air, mingled with splatters of blood, resonating with a haunting clarity. The creature was a poison fire lizard, a second-tier beast. Instantly recognizing his target, Chen Guan moved forward with unrelenting speed, mounting the poison fire lizard and delivering 3 decisive blows that ended its life. Wiping the blood from his hands, he skillfully unsheathed his sword to dissect the carcass, revealing a dark red magic core roughly the size of a thumb. Fortune smiled upon him. This marked the first magic core he had acquired today. Upon reflection, it seemed to be the first substantial gain he had amassed over the years, evoking a sense of poignant nostalgia. With the dual prospects of honing his strength and earning wealth, Chen Guan felt invigorated, stowing away the magic core and setting his sights on the next target. To him, this region had transformed into a veritable gold mine. As the day progressed, he encountered various second-tier beasts, gale wolves, greenwood foxes, and blazing spirit pythons, each meeting their demise without exception. By evening, Chen Guan had slain 14 second-tier magical beasts. Regrettably, he had only procured 4 magic cores. 14, such ominous numerals. With one last hunt in mind, he resolved to depart as twilight approached. At that moment, the youth resembled a seasoned general adorned with battle standards, having undergone over 10 skirmishes. Despite his victories, he felt the toll of exhaustion. Not every second-tier beast was as manageable as the poison fire lizard. The poison fire lizard might have scoffed, "You consider yourself superior, taking my magic core while deeming me trifling." As Chen Guan meticulously sought another target, he suddenly detected a rustling sound. His expression shifted slightly. He quickly retreated to a spacious area, gripping his sword with heightened vigilance, the aura of his battle attire manifesting. With a single hand, he formed a seal, and in the blink of an eye, a surge of crimson sword energy coalesced behind him. 2. A total of 60 sword energies condensed, and only when he sensed that approximately half of his battle energy remained did he cease. At that moment, the source of the disturbance came into view. As Chen Guan had surmised, it was a swarm of nearly 100 serpents, their bodies pale and elongated. The ice serpent, a first-tier magical beast, was quite common in the Beast Mountain range. Its attribute was ice, imbued with a chilling venom. Those afflicted would find their blood frozen within half a day if not treated, leading to a grim demise. Recognizing the threat, Chen Guan felt a slight reprieve. Although this serpentine horde appeared daunting, even the most formidable second-tier beasts would hesitate to engage them. Yet for him, they posed minimal danger. Engaging in low-tier skirmishes was his forte. Onward. No longer hesitating, Chen Guan took the initiative to launch an attack, unleashing a flurry of 60 sword energies that shot forth like a dazzling meteor shower, painting the sky in hues of crimson. In an instant, the scene was breathtakingly beautiful. A fleeting moment of splendor. The serpents were engulfed by the sword energies, suffering heavy casualties, with severed limbs scattered across the ground and the air filled with the scent of flesh. In one strike, more than 70% of the serpents were vanquished, and those fortunate enough to survive bore wounds. The might of the profound tier combat technique was indeed terrifying. Seizing the moment, Chen Guan charged forward with his azure blade. However, just as he was reveling in his massacre, a profound sense of danger surged from his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed the cloud-drifting step to its utmost limit, instantly retreating several meters. A pool of serpent venom splattered where he had just stood, its potent toxicity eroding the earth within a radius of 1.5 meters, leaving the vegetation withered and lifeless, subsequently encased in a thick layer of frost. Not far away, a several-meter-long gray serpent with cold, piercing eyes fixated on Chen Guan. A third-tier beast, Chen Guan exclaimed in shock. This was indeed a mutated ice-red serpent king, its icy venom laced with corrosive properties. By virtue of this alone, it was far from being the weakest among third-tier magical beasts. Apologies for the interruption, but I must take my leave. ignoring the 8 magical cores on the ground. Chen Guan hurled his long sword at the ice-red Serpent King and swiftly turned to flee. By the time the Serpent King's gaze fell upon the sword, he had already distanced himself by several dozen meters. The Serpent King, now endowed with a degree of intelligence, became enraged by the boy's cunning and let out a furious hiss as it gave chase. Its massive form did not hinder its speed, closing the distance with alarming swiftness. Despite being pursued, Chen Guan maintained his composure. He was confident that this Serpent King posed no threat to his life. His retreat was merely a strategic choice, for the immense consumption of energy required to unleash the divine cataclysm left him in a vulnerable state. After a single strike, even a second-tier magical beast could pose a significant threat. Thus, fleeing was the wisest option. Chen Guan vividly recalled the path he had taken, knowing that he had cleared the magical beasts along the way. Everything was under his control. However, he was utterly unprepared for how swiftly the beasts would reclaim their territory. A newly established second-tier fire fox, eager to defend its dominion, lunged with its claws as Chen Guan approached. Caught off guard, his aura-infused garment was penetrated, leaving a deep gash on his left arm. Though only a brief moment had passed, it was sufficient for the ice-red Serpent King to catch up. With no time to contemplate, Chen Guan summoned a broadsword, activating the Boundless Sea technique, bracing himself to withstand the serpent's charge. The impact was immense, propelling him through the air, and he coughed up blood. Yet, riding the force of the blow, he managed to create even greater distance, flickering several times into the depths of the forest, rendering pursuit an unattainable ambition. Realizing it had been deceived, the ice-red Serpent King roared in fury, casting a cold glare at the fire fox, preparing to vent its wrath. However, the fire fox's instinct for survival kicked in. It leaped onto a cliff, its agile movements leaving the Serpent King's massive form in the dust. Effortlessly shedding the red ice Serpent King, the fire fox basked in its triumph, unaware that it had become the source of turmoil for the entire clan, forever etched in the memory of another. Chapter 15. Healing. As the moonlight spilled across the starry sky, the long road stretched endlessly, the remnants of chaos fading into the night, leaving only a solitary figure in the dim glow. Beneath the night's embrace, a young man clad in a half-red garment hastened towards the Beastmaster town, appearing rather disheveled, yet unscathed. It was not until he exited the Beastmaster mountain range that he finally exhaled deeply, easing his pace. The Red Ice Serpent King, the Fire Fox, I shall remember you. Though he had faced many beasts before, the nature of the confinement within the cage was entirely different from that of the outside world. Today's ordeal imparted numerous lessons to Chen Guan. In such treacherous locales, one must maintain vigilance and a steady state, particularly in avoiding complacency. Had he remained at the pinnacle of his prowess, even in the presence of that Serpent King, employing his strengths against its weaknesses, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Disregarding the curious gazes of the mercenaries lining the streets, Chen Guan initially made his way towards the inn, but a fleeting thought prompted him to alter his course, turning instead towards the Wan Yaozhai. Since he was injured, it presented a perfect opportunity to encounter the little medical sage. The Wan Yaozhai remained as lively as ever. Upon entering, a myriad of eyes turned towards him, some filled with suspicion, others with intrigue, and even a hint of envy. Only those truly wounded had the chance to ascend to the second floor for treatment from the little medical sage. Otherwise, other mercenaries would not grant such an opportunity. Not spotting the familiar steward, Chen Guan paid it no mind, clutching his arm as he ascended the stairs. He had gleaned the rules from the mercenaries' discussions the previous night. The second floor was spacious, with the little medical sage occupying a room designated for the mercenaries' treatments, resembling a clinic. Upon his arrival, she was taking the pulse of another mercenary. Finding a seat, he waited just a few minutes before the consultation concluded, allowing him to rise and take his place before the little medical sage. Trouble indeed. No need for formality. Were you injured by a beast? You must remove your upper garment for proper bandaging, she stated after a cursory examination. Recognizing Chen Guan from their brief encounter the previous night, she felt a flicker of curiosity about his plight but refrained from probing, as they were not well acquainted. Chen Guan nodded, shedding his outer garment along with the soft armor underneath, revealing a clean and robust torso, marred by a slight bruise on his chest and more conspicuous claw marks on his arm. You seem to hold a grudge. The fire fox is a second-tier beast, and I've heard it possesses quite an unpleasant odor, she remarked casually while tending to his wounds, attempting to ease the awkwardness with small talk. This is not a grudge, but rather a matter of retribution. That little creature appeared delectable. Removing the strange flavor is all that is required. No one understands the handling of ingredients better than I do. The little medical sage remained silent, discreetly rolling her eyes. Indeed, much like a devoted admirer never perceives themselves as such, those who harbor grudges often remain oblivious to their own sentiments. Chen Guan continued the conversation. Do you not charge for your treatments here at Wanyaozhai? I noticed that the previous patient left without paying. The little healer meticulously cleansed the wound, applying her specially concocted ointment before bandaging it. Without lifting her head, she remarked, depending on the circumstances, some may offer gold coins, others may substitute with medicinal herbs, or even magical cores. Anything will suffice. Whether they choose to give or not makes little difference, as it is merely a trivial task. Of course, should it involve the herbs from the 10,000 Herbs Pavilion, that would be a different matter. You are quite agreeable. It's no wonder they call you the little healer. I am not at a loss either. Generally speaking, the items they provide are of greater value than the consultation fee. And since I often venture into the Monster Mountain range to gather herbs, they assist me. Sometimes, they even help me test remedies for free. Chen Guan nodded slightly, understanding that the little healer's true aspiration was to become an alchemist. Unfortunately, she did not meet the criteria to fulfill that dream and thus had settled for being a physician. Being a physician is indeed esteemed, especially in such a place. But for someone like the little healer, who possesses a cursed body, it seems a waste of her talents. Without revealing her thoughts, she swiftly completed the bandaging of his arm, finishing with a butterfly knot that looked rather peculiar. After a slight movement, she found it did not hinder his actions, so she let it be. Thank you. My name is Chen Guan, and I anticipate requiring your assistance often in the future. After donning his soft armor, Chen Guan took out a fresh outfit along with 2 tomes filled with notes on various medicinal herbs and the wisdom of a physician, offering them as payment for her services. He came prepared, knowing the little healer's interests. As expected, upon glancing through the tomes, the little healer was instantly captivated. Even her curiosity about his spatial ring was set aside as she focused intently on the notes, eager to explore their contents. This tome is quite precious. Considering it as payment is too generous. Logically, I shouldn't accept it, but it truly entices me. Thank you. You deserve it. My elixir is your poison. My waste paper is your treasure. Everything ought to be in the hands of those who can derive greater value from it. What a wise saying. Haha, indeed. Farewell. And next time, I shall treat you to braised firefox head. The little healer watched the youth depart, finding him rather intriguing. Despite her claim of holding no grudges, she could not shake her thoughts of the firefox, which seemed to hold some significant lineage, even possessing a spatial ring. A flicker of curiosity arose, but it was swiftly drowned by her desire for the tomes. She closed the door with a cheerful demeanor, diving back into her studies. As dawn broke anew, Chen Guan procured a batch of spices and cooking utensils in the town before heading back to the Monster Mountain range. He truly held no grudges. His acquisition of spices and utensils was merely for convenience. After all, the monsters in the mountains were either too large or too small, and the firefox was just the right size for a meal. It would be unfair to anyone to let their stomachs go hungry. So he stocked up on additional ingredients. Wasn't that the case? Just as he entered the mountains, he encountered 2 men, one tall and one short, standing at the foot of the hill, seemingly entangled in indecision about whether to venture in. Chapter 16. The Temptation of Cuisine. Once again, Chen Guan did not discover the cave today. However, he did come across 2 firefoxes, though regrettably, neither was the one from the previous day. After satisfying his hunger, he collected 2 firefox magical cores from the ground, adding yet another reason for hunting firefoxes, as no other monsters yielded such a high drop rate. Without seeking trouble with other beasts, Chen Guan headed straight to the region where the Ice Serpent King resided. Just as he could recall the scent of the firefox, the Ice Serpent King was equally capable of recognizing his presence. There was no need for Chen Guan to search. Upon his arrival, the serpent emerged from the dense forest, determined to avenge its previous humiliation. However, Chen Guan was well prepared and in a vastly improved state, and he would not falter. Armed with a broadsword, he advanced to meet the beast head-on. With a deft step, he evaded the foul, toxic venom, unleashing a torrent of energy as fierce as the crashing waves of the ocean. The clash between man and serpent was ferocious. The Ice Serpent King possessed an innate advantage in size and strength, while Chen Guan relied on skill, his onslaught surging like relentless tides. After their initial collision, they staggered back several paces, but upon facing each other again, they reached a stalemate by the 20th wave of their fierce exchange. Of course, the consumption of his internal energy was staggering, nearly exhausting 1/10 of his reserves. Fortunately, he practiced advanced techniques. Had he relied on basic methods, he would likely have been at the mercy of the beast after just a few exchanges. Haha, once more. With the Ice Serpent King matched evenly against him, Chen Guan felt elated. To him, this was the perfect adversary, one that could exert pressure without completely overwhelming him. Each assault was executed with lethal intent, never holding back. Such a worthy opponent was indeed rare. Thus, Chen Guan temporarily extinguished his desire to eliminate the serpent immediately, choosing instead to treat it as a whetstone for honing his skills. For nearly 2 hours, man and serpent engaged in this fierce combat, taking breaks more than once, chasing each other from one end of the territory to the other, disturbing the peace of the area teeming with second-tier magical beasts. Farewell. I shall return tomorrow for another bout. After a brief chase, the Ice Serpent King relented. Perhaps it understood the boy's words, or perhaps it too was fatigued. Deciding there was no rush to kill him, as Chen Guan departed the Beast Mountain, he made his way directly to the Wanyaozhai. After such an extensive battle, it was impossible for him to have sustained no injuries. Fortunately, they were merely superficial wounds. He could tend to them himself. But why not take advantage of the free physician services? They could provide professional care. Upon entering the familiar establishment, he encountered the familiar staircase. Several boisterous mercenaries noticed Chen Guan's seemingly minor injuries and attempted to intervene as he ascended the stairs. However, before they could act, a hand rested firmly on one of their shoulders. Young Master Chen is a valued guest of Wanyaozhai, the manager stated, exerting considerable pressure to convey his resolve. A valued guest? This pretty boy? They scoffed. Very well, we shall grant you face, but do not let me encounter you outside. The manager chuckled, refraining from further comments. Recognizing the futility of advising the irredeemable. As long as the incident did not implicate Wanyaozhai, that was sufficient. Observing the situation, the manager realized that the boy's status was far from ordinary. Flattery might provoke disdain, but ensuring the boy's safety within Wanyaozhai was within his capacity. Meanwhile, Chen Guan adeptly navigated his way to the clinic of the little medical fairy. Today, there were more patients than usual, and he waited a good half-hour before sending away the irrelevant individuals. Please tend to my superficial wounds. Just apply the ointment. Take off your shirt. Did you really go after the firefox? Upon observing Chen Guan's rather disheveled appearance, the little medical fairy had already surmised the outcome. Naturally, having made a promise, he was compelled to follow through. Unfortunately, he had not located the particular creature that had injured him the previous day, but he had managed to find its two brothers, both of which he had roasted. Here, I've saved one especially for you, as we agreed yesterday. Eat without worry. I have eliminated that peculiar taste. As she beheld the youth produce a perfectly roasted fire fox, the corners of the little medical fairy's lips twitched slightly. She had thought it a jest, never anticipating he would be earnest. However, the golden, crispy appearance suggested it might indeed be quite delectable, stirring her appetite. Ahem, I would never indulge in such a dish. The flavor of the fire fox is overwhelmingly pungent and cannot be cleansed. Swallowing hard, she averted her gaze and focused on treating her injuries, which were merely superficial wounds that required no bandaging, just a thorough cleaning and a dab of medicine, which she completed swiftly. Today, I shamelessly benefited without cost. I shall bring you some delicacies next time. How courteous. I owe you my gratitude for the notes you provided. They have been immensely beneficial. Is it really as delicious as he claims? Just one bite, I must try. She tore off a piece of leg meat and savored it slowly. The rich aroma of the meat blossoming on her palate, proving it to be quite exceptional. Moreover, it lacked the previously mentioned foul taste. Unable to resist, she reached for more, then hesitated, quickly rising to the doorway to ensure no one was watching before she decisively locked the door. The following day, Chen Guan engaged in his routine of meals, cultivation, battling the Serpent King, and seeking the little medical fairy's assistance for his wounds, bringing her esteemed fire fox. The day after mirrored the previous, but this time he presented a spicy, braised fire fox. Soon after, he introduced a secret recipe of marinated fire fox, followed by stir-fried fire fox. For over 10 consecutive days, Chen Guan's life became remarkably structured, pursuing dual paths with considerable success. This led him to reflect on the rarity of finding a rival capable of consistently challenging him, as was the case with the royal heir and the Serpent King. Daily visits to the Wanyaozhai became customary for him, undeterred even when he had no visible injuries. The various culinary preparations of the fire fox proved invaluable, and he had fostered a commendable friendship with the little medical fairy. Their interactions were always pleasant, with discussions broadening from culinary techniques involving the fire fox to curious tales from the Duki continent, and even light-hearted jokes about a certain mercenary in Beastmaster Town who had turned rogue. They both relished this congenial atmosphere, though the head manager of Wanyaozhai felt a twinge of concern, for in the past fortnight, the little medical fairy seemed to have contracted a peculiar ailment, showing a marked decline in appetite, with the meals delivered to her barely touched, causing considerable worry. It was not that he was particularly concerned for her well-being. Rather, she was a significant asset to Wanyaozhai, and should anything befall her, the establishment's business could plummet by at least 20%, a conservative estimate at best. How could he not be anxious? Meanwhile, within a certain inn, a muffled sound echoed as Chen Guan opened his eyes, shining brightly. He had finally attained the rank of a 4-star dome master. Chapter 17, Pursuit, a knife to the rear. In truth, as early as half a month ago, Chen Guan felt he had reached the limits of a 3-star dome master, merely a step away from a breakthrough. He sensed that his rapid cultivation had rendered his foundation somewhat unstable, which is why he resisted the temptation to advance. However, he was not disappointed. After a prolonged battle with the Crimson Ice Serpent King for a fortnight, Chen Guan solidified his foundation even further. Until tonight, he could no longer contain himself. With minimal effort, he activated the Heavenly Heart refinement and effortlessly achieved his breakthrough. The azure skies were as clear as crystal, a perfect day for hunting the firefox. As Chen Guan ventured into the mountains as usual, he felt a tinge of complexity in his heart. With his enhanced strength, the Crimson Ice Serpent King was no longer a worthy opponent. Continuing to entangle himself with it would simply be a waste of time, failing to serve any purpose for his training. Yet, being a sentimental person, the 12 days of skirmishes had left him uncertain about how to handle the serpent. Should he steam it, or perhaps stir-fry it? Ahem, perhaps he should consider the Serpent King's disposition. 2 men, one tall and one short, watched the youth enter the mountains, setting up a chessboard to pass the monotonous day, sighing in admiration. "This lad is truly a prodigy," remarked the shorter one, pondering the nature of his relationship with the Grand Princess. Could it be that His Majesty has a private connection with him? But he bears the surname Chen. Could it be an alias? The shorter man was filled with curiosity. The taller one, more attuned to the intricacies of officialdom, shot him a glance, saying, "What concern is it of yours? Are you seeking trouble? Enough chatter, set up the pieces, it's my turn to play first today." While the two indulged in their leisurely pastime, Chen Guan had already arrived at the location of his old acquaintance. The Crimson Ice Serpent King, possessing little intelligence, maintained its predictable entrance even after nearly half a month. With a decisive strike, Chen Guan swung his sword. After merely slashing through 13 waves, the serpent could no longer withstand the onslaught. Its massive body sent crashing through several trees, leaving a wound over a foot long on its surface, nearly cleaving it in two. This was the first time the serpent had sustained such a severe injury since their encounters began. The serpent was taken aback, its icy pupils widening in disbelief, slowly giving way to rising fear. Chen Guan firmly held the reins of the encounter, approaching with his broad sword in hand. "Cease your struggle. I sense that your intelligence surpasses that of a typical 3-star magical beast. How about surrendering to me? I could easily take your life right now. In fact, I have merely been using you to hone my skills." Chen Guan offered it a chance. Perhaps a small part of him was swayed by their history. But what truly drew his interest was the Serpent King's potential value. It was a serpentine magical beast, a mutated Crimson Ice Serpent, with strength comparable to a 3 to 4-star Dome Master, already considered a minor expert in the Jamma Empire. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaohuo's father was merely a Dome Master of that caliber. Taking it as a spirit pet would yield little benefit for him, but it could be gifted to Little Medical Fairy or given to Qinglin. Indeed, although he had yet to encounter that little girl, Chen Guan had already factored her into his considerations. The 3-flowered azure serpent eyes possessed potential not inferior to the ebon poison body. Such significant assistance would be foolish to dismiss. In his mind, Chen Guan had already arranged a destination for the Crimson Ice Serpent King. However, it was rather awkward that the creature had no intention of submitting. With a series of hisses, 3 jets of venom were expelled in quick succession. Seizing the moment when the youth evaded, the Crimson Ice Serpent King surged forth, darting into the dense forest. Unable to overcome Chen Guan, it nonetheless sought to escape. Thus commenced a relentless chase. Unlike before, this time it was the serpent that fled, truly a turn of fate. The serpent's fierce survival instinct propelled it to greater speeds. And even with Chen Guan employing the cloud gliding steps, he could only keep pace, barely outstripping it. The distance between man and serpent gradually diminished. Yet it was not an instantaneous capture. Chen Guan, feeling humiliated, pursued without mercy, continuously condensing sword energy and launching it forth in waves. Though the potency of his fleeting strikes was lacking, the serpent could not afford to divert its attention to defend itself, relying instead on its formidable beastly physique to endure the onslaught, resulting in numerous lacerations that stained its body crimson. These wounds were non-fatal, yet akin to the torment of a blade against one's skin, they were excruciatingly painful. Aware that the youth's speed surpassed its own, the serpent realized that such an escape would eventually lead to its capture. Its instinct informed it that there was only one path to survival. Resolutely, the Crimson Ice Serpent King charged deeper into the monster mountain range. Soon, it found itself amidst the presence of 3rd-tier magical beasts, having ventured into their territory. Chen Guan furrowed his brow, reducing his speed momentarily before deciding to pursue. 3rd-tier magical beasts were comparable to the great fighter rank, and Chen Guan believed he possessed sufficient means to safeguard his life. In his estimation, the Crimson Ice Serpent King would not exceed this threshold. Further delving into the depths would not be a means of escape, but rather an offering to beasts of a higher tier. This proved to be true. As the serpent fled until it reached a small lake near the 4th-tier region, finally stopping and unhesitatingly plunging into the depths. After all that commotion, was this all? Standing by the lake, Chen Guan mused that the serpent indeed seemed somewhat lacking in intelligence. Utilizing its ice attribute, the Crimson Ice Serpent King might gain some advantage in the water, yet it could hardly believe this would bridge the gap between them. By diving into the lake, it had effectively cornered itself with no avenue for escape. Casually tossing a pill into his mouth, Chen Guan seated himself on the lakeshore, recuperating his expended fighting spirit while waiting. After a brief interval, the lake remained eerily tranquil. This indicated the absence of other magical beasts, for otherwise, a skirmish would have already erupted. The territorial instinct of beasts was deeply ingrained. Even if there were magical creatures present, they would likely be of a lesser tier. With this conclusion in mind, Chen Guan, emboldened by his skills, decisively leapt into the lake. The small lake was not expansive, and although visibility was somewhat hindered, he meticulously scoured every inch over the course of several minutes. Strangely, he found no trace of the Crimson Ice Serpent King. He was certain the serpent had not resurfaced, yet it had mysteriously vanished, leaving Chen Guan perplexed. Taking a deep breath, he dove once more to the lake's bottom, conducting a thorough search with unwavering determination to unveil the truth. Finally, after changing breaths 7 times, Chen Guan discovered a clue. Beneath the small slope on the right side of the lakebed lies a concealed stone door. This lakebed harbors enigmas. Chen Guan is almost certain that the Crimson Ice Serpent King has entered within. Considering that the Crimson Ice Serpent is typically a commonplace first-tier magical beast, this one has remarkably mutated to a 3rd tier, a true testament to genetic alteration. Gazing at the stone door before him, Chen Guan realizes the significance and feels a surge of anticipation, decisively pushing the door open and stepping inside. If the Crimson Ice Serpent King can emerge unscathed, he possesses ample confidence in his own abilities. Chapter 18. Safely returned, my friend. My name is Wang Yan, a citizen of the Gamma Empire, and I am a 3rd-tier battle spirit currently serving the royal family. The Grand Princess has solemnly instructed us numerous times that, if necessary, even at the cost of our own lives, we must ensure his safety. After departing from the holy city, Wang Dalong and I discreetly followed a lad named Chen Guan. Wang Dalong, known for his loose tongue, could not contain his curiosity, incessantly speculating about this boy's identity, while I maintained a respectful distance. What no one knew was that I, too, was intrigued, having scrutinized this boy countless times, unable to comprehend where I fell short. Was it merely his youth and good looks that garnered the Grand Princess's favor? Perhaps Wang Dalong's conjectures were not without merit. Yet, such thoughts were ones I would never voice. I had upheld the persona of a rational individual for 40 years and had no desire to reveal that I was, in fact, rather reserved. I felt fortunate not to have acted inappropriately, for over the ensuing month, I discovered that this boy was indeed extraordinary. The following day, he ventured out again. Dalong and I stealthily trailed behind, astonished to witness him seeking trouble with a 3rd-tier magical beast. Truly a reckless daredevil. Simultaneously, we realized that this lad's battle spirit prowess allowed him to engage with the 3rd-tier beast without falling into peril. He sustained some losses, but managed to retreat unscathed. Remarkable. How old could he be? He appeared to be no more than 14 or 15. I began to grasp the reason behind his prominence. In the days that followed, this boy sought confrontation with the beast daily, his combat experience visibly escalating at an astonishing rate, and gradually, he began to gain the upper hand. This was utterly inconceivable. Knowing he fought the beast daily without peril, Dalong and I felt more at ease, no longer tailing him constantly, adhering to the Grand Princess's directive. Yet, a sense of foreboding crept upon me. Old Wang, doesn't something feel amiss? Shouldn't Chen Guan have emerged by now, especially on the latest day? As darkness enveloped the sky, revealing the starry expanse, Wang Dalong could no longer remain still, discarding his flag and speaking aloud. Wang Yin thought to himself, only now do you sense it? Indeed, there was something amiss. Let us go take a look. With that boy's strength, as long as he doesn't venture too deep, he should be fine. The two hastily rose, plunging into the shadowy expanse of the Monster Mountain Range, which loomed like a primordial beast. Knowing the rendezvous point of Chen Guan and the Crimson Ice Serpent King, they swiftly made their way to the location. The scene before them was chaotic. Following the traces on the ground, their expressions grew increasingly grim. He has entered. He truly went inside. As they ventured deeper, they had entered the territory predominantly inhabited by 3rd-tier magical beasts. How could he dare to proceed, while he might manage to contend with a single beast? Facing a multitude was another matter entirely. The only consolation was that, given Chen Guan's demonstrated prowess, as long as he was not besieged by multiple 3rd-tier magical beasts, a one-on-one confrontation should pose little difficulty. Following the traces, it was not long before the two arrived at a small lake, where the signs and scents abruptly ceased. split up and search. With little inclination for further conversation, Wang Yin issued the command and set off in a determined direction. The expanse of the Beast Mountain range was vast. Even the area frequented by third-tier beasts was considerable. The pair spent the better part of the night conducting a rather rudimentary search. The outcome was, predictably, disheartening. Casting a glance toward the deeper recesses of the mountains, Wang Yan's expression darkened considerably. Surely they hadn't foolishly wandered into the domain of fourth-tier beasts? That was a realm even they dared not enter deeply. No, I will search. You send word. My stature allows for better concealment, especially at night. This is settled. Now is not the time for hesitation. The two friends exchanged reluctant reassurances. Their deep bond evident at this moment. They both understood that the youth was likely in peril, yet the unspoken acknowledgement hung heavy in the air. They were inextricably tied to this duty, and the fact that Yaya entrusted them with this task affirmed their unwavering loyalty to the royal family. With arrangements made, the two swiftly set their plans into motion. In Qingshan town, at the Wanyao pharmacy, the hour had long passed for closing, yet the business lingered on. The little medical sage stood before the bamboo window, gazing toward the direction of the Beast Mountain range, her brows knitted in concern. Today, she had not savored the taste of firefox meat, and her stomach growled in protest. However, such matters were trivial compared to her worry. The youth, who invariably visited daily, had yet to appear. Was he delayed, or had he encountered some peril? The thought gnawed at her mind, making sleep elusive. Furthermore, with her stomach still grumbling, she felt too embarrassed to venture downstairs in search of sustenance, so she resolved to endure it. May you return safely, my friend. Chapter 19, The Winds of Change. 800 miles of urgency could scarcely convey the situation, yet when Yaya finally received the message, it had already been 2 days. Upon reading the contents of the letter, fury ignited within her. Grasping the sword at her waist, she radiated an aura of lethal intent, wishing nothing less than to rend Wang Yin and his brother into 1,000 pieces. As they watched Yaya depart, the soldiers in the training grounds fell into a stunned silence, exchanging glances of trepidation. It was the first time they had witnessed the Grand Princess in such a state of anger. Outside the palace, no one knew what had transpired between Yaya and Jia Xingtian, yet many observed that around midday, the Grand Princess donned her battle attire and, leading nearly 20 individuals, hastily exited the palace, boarding a flying magical beast. Those with keen eyes recognized that even a deputy commander of the royal guard accompanied her. A sense of dread permeated the air. Something significant had transpired, due to the fact that Wei Ping, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, is a genuine warrior of formidable prowess. Although he has not yet ascended to the ranks of the top 10 fighters, none dare to underestimate him. His involvement signifies the gravity of the situation. Unbeknownst to these individuals, the entourage led by Yao Yi is far more extravagant than they can fathom. Apart from Wei Ping, every other member possesses a minimum strength equivalent to that of an 8-star great fighter, merely unrecognizable to them. The depth of the royal family's resources is now beginning to reveal itself. With a stern countenance, Yao Yi issued her orders to proceed at full speed, disregarding all else. Both personally and professionally, she yearned to reach the Monster Mountain range sooner. Chen Guan was merely missing, not definitively deceased. Deep down, she could not accept the notion that Chen Guan had met his end so easily, or in a manner so ignoble. No one understood the young man better than she. Such a clever individual would not seek his own demise. She would never believe it. Thus, one must see the living, and the dead must be accounted for. This time, she approached with the intent to scour the outskirts of the Monster Mountain range thoroughly. In the Nalan family, Nalan Jia, with a furrowed brow, reclined on his bed listening to Nalan Su's report. He remained calm until Nalan Su suggested sending someone to investigate, which incited his fury. Utterly foolish. Is the royal family's movements something you ought to probe? If I had not been afflicted by this poison, it would be one thing. But now you engage in such reckless behavior. Do you wish to jeopardize the future of the Nalan family? Father, please do not be agitated. I was merely suggesting. Should we inform Yanran? Informing Nalan Yanran is a pretense. The true intent is to notify the Yunlan sect. Nalan Jia felt an immense weariness. He dismissed the notion of informing her. He understood Nalan Su's intentions, which were simply to hedge their bets on both sides. Yet, given the royal family's significant actions today, did the Yunlan sect truly require their notification? In the middle family, Tung Shan had witnessed Yao Yi depart with a considerable entourage. As a businessman, he astutely sensed potential profit in the situation and immediately summoned a clever elder of combat spirit to gather intelligence. Find out some news and join the fray. If the royal family requires assistance, you may intervene judiciously. I trust your judgment. In the northern part of the sacred city of the Gamma Empire, there are several floating mountains known as Yunlan Mountains. The foremost sect of the Gamma Empire, the Yunlan sect, is situated here. At this moment, the eldest elder, Yun Ling, was reporting to Yun Yun, seeking her guidance. Send an elder to ascertain the specifics. Do not act rashly until matters are clearer. Understood, sect master. As she watched Yun Ling depart, Yun Yun sighed softly. Since assuming the role of sect master, she felt exponentially more burdened than before, with countless matters requiring her attention. Draining her spirit, she had scarcely enough time to cultivate, resulting in merely a single-star increase in strength over the past year. Yun Yun was not infatuated with power. She viewed her succession as a responsibility. Her inherently calm disposition meant she bore no ill will towards the royal family. Yet she felt obliged to ensure that no adverse events befell the Yunlan sect. Such is the weight of responsibility. One fears that the fragile boat of dual streams may not withstand the burden of myriad sorrows. Human existence often finds one ensnared in circumstances beyond their control. It is likely that Chen Guan never anticipated the immense impact his brief disappearance would generate. A mere flutter of a butterfly's wings has unleashed a tempest. All eyes are now fixed upon the royal family, and within a day, an undercurrent of unease has permeated the imperial capital. This trend has only intensified. Whispers have begun to circulate regarding the discovery of something valuable in the Beast Mountain range, though the specifics remain shrouded in uncertainty. Some speculate it to be the lair of a formidable warrior, others suggest it could be rare celestial treasures, and there are even rumors of a 7th-tier beast egg, leaving the truth difficult to discern. Yet, it must be said, the royal family's maneuvers are indeed quite deceptive. Before long, the search party from Maitel Tengshan arrived, accompanied by Yun Shang, the Do Wang from Yunlan sect, and even the Lion King Yin Shi has come to join the fray upon hearing the news. Who could have imagined that the humble Qingshan town would one day gather such a multitude of powerful figures, for Do Wangs in total, 2 of whom rank among the top 10 strongest. In response to this, Yao Yi remained silent, a smirk curling her lips as she observed the unexpected enthusiasm of those willing to act as free laborers. Regrettably, she was unable to attract Yun Yun, otherwise, their search could have delved even deeper. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed only natural, as the royal family had sent only one Do Wang to lead the expedition. Believing themselves astute, likely thinking that there must be treasures of sufficient worth to entice only those at the Do Wang level. If there were truly extraordinary treasures to be found, it would not be her presence that would draw them, but rather the formidable Jia Xingtian. The search party moved swiftly, especially with several Do Wangs in attendance, rendering the outer regions devoid of any beasts that could impede their progress. Against such a vast assembly, any remaining beasts could only flee further into the depths for a slim chance of survival. However, the entire outer perimeter remained incredibly extensive, far beyond what could be thoroughly searched in a short span of time. Notably, Yao Yi did not overly chastise the Wang brothers, though initially angered. She regained her composure during the journey. Strictly speaking, the 2 brothers had not been negligent in their duties, particularly Wang Dala, who had bravely ventured deep in search, nearly losing his life in the process. When Yao Yi arrived, he was still confined to his bed. Qingshan town remained the same, yet everything seemed subtly altered. The once boisterous voices of the mercenaries, once brimming with coarse bravado, now echoed with a hushed timidity, starkly contrasting their rugged personas. Even the usually bustling Wanyao Zhai had become markedly quieter in recent days. Xiao Yixian, having spent a day in idleness, rested her pale chin in contemplation as she gazed towards the Beast Mountain range. She harbored a vague suspicion that the external commotion was not as intricate as it appeared, likely connected to the individual who frequently brought her fox meat. When Yao Yi had arrived, she had caught a distant glimpse of him, his expression marked only by urgency, devoid of the demeanor one would expect when in pursuit of the arcane. Of course, these thoughts would remain unspoken. Deep down, she too hoped to find him. However, as the Grand Princess of the Jaimar Empire, Yao Ye's concern piqued Xiao Yixian's curiosity about the youth's identity, leading her to unwittingly indulge in flights of fancy akin to those of Wang Dala. A prince? The illegitimate son of the emperor? Or perhaps this young man is simply a romantic interest? The curiosity lingered. In the town of Qingshan, turmoil reigned, while the true architect of this chaos was currently drenched in sweat within a concealed chamber at the lake's bottom. Chapter 20. The Heavenly Puppet Sect, Shu Tianhe. With a swift stroke, he severed the head of the puppet before him, extinguishing its mark. Chen Guan leaned against the dimly lit wall, panting heavily. The ground was already strewn with the remnants of a dozen dark puppets. Casting a wary glance at the inner chamber, he retrieved a vial of elixir, poured out a pill, and reluctantly swallowed it. The next puppet would undoubtedly be even stronger. He needed to maintain his peak condition. That day, filled with excitement, Chen Guan had pushed open the stone door at the lake's bottom and, without hesitation, dispatched the ambushing red-eye serpent king with a single stroke, offering it an opportunity. He realized it had squandered its chance, he would show no mercy henceforth. Moreover, his curiosity about the treasures within this place outweighed any desire to waste time with the Serpent King. Inside the stone door lay an expanse of darkness. He produced several luminous moonlight stones and tossed them into the corners. Although the gloom persisted, he could now discern the surroundings. The chamber was surprisingly spacious, akin to half a basketball court, resembling a vacant tomb. A cursory glance revealed its emptiness, save for a stone table on the right, which bore various jars and incomprehensible materials, alongside several ineffective magic cores. With a gentle prod of his sword, the remaining components disintegrated into ashes, indicating that this grand tomb had existed for an exceedingly long time. A few vials of elixir had lost their potency, becoming useless, while the largest jar contained a small portion of murky liquid, its appearance unappealing and exuding a chilling aura, as if it bore a label reading toxic. Chen Guan sensed a familiar essence within it, reminiscent of the venom spat by the red-eyed Serpent King. He surmised that this substance was likely the catalyst for the Serpent King's mutation. Unable to identify it, he chose not to dwell on it further and stowed it away in his spatial ring. Approaching the inner chamber's door, he contemplated how to open it when, unexpectedly, the door swung open, accompanied by a shadowy figure lunging at him. Chen Guan's expression shifted, not due to any overwhelming sense of danger from the shadow, but rather because he heard the stone door outside seal shut completely. Only by dismantling all the testing puppets could he hope to escape. A barely audible voice drifted from the inner chamber to Chen Guan's ears. Not fearing for his life, he internally scoffed, gradually regaining his composure as he assessed his situation. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Whether he could seize it depended on his abilities. The level of danger remained uncertain, but it likely posed no threat to his life. With no means of resistance, Chen Guan had no choice but to accept the unfolding circumstances. His gaze fell upon the shadow before him, revealing a humanoid puppet, crafted from unknown materials. From their brief exchange, he gauged that this puppet possessed the strength of an early-stage great fighter, apart from its sturdiness. It posed no significant threat to him. As anticipated, within a short span, he dismantled the puppet, exposing a completely non-functional magic core. This puppet was, astonishingly, powered by a magic core. Half an hour later, yet another puppet emerged from the inner chamber, its strength evidently superior to its predecessors. However, Chen Guan still felt no pressure. The third and fourth puppets fell in heaps of wreckage, and just as Chen Guan began to doubt their caliber, a puppet of approximately 5 or 6 stars of the great fighter level entered the fray. Unlike the previous puppets, this one continued to move energetically even after its head was severed, displaying less rigidity, suggesting a semblance of sentience. As he fought and explored, Chen Guan discovered the crucial insight. Only by eradicating the imprint within them could they be completely destroyed. From this puppet onward, Chen Guan found himself ensnared in a tedious and exhausting struggle, suffering from the dual depletion of both spirit and body. After all, the preceding puppets were nearly on par with the fighter spirit level. Had they possessed consciousness, he would have had to reveal all his trump cards. The next puppet would likely be of the true fighter spirit tier, and in his current state, time was fleeting. Chen Guan rose, awaiting the appearance of his opponent. The heavy door of the inner chamber swung open with a thunderous sound, yet after a considerable wait, no puppet emerged. Just as he pondered this mystery, a peculiar light suddenly illuminated the dark inner chamber, emanating from a fire basin on the wall. "Come in, young man." It was that same voice. This time, it was clearer, revealing the speaker's advanced age. Chen Guan hesitated for a moment, but eventually stepped inside. The inner chamber was even smaller than the outside. A stone bed indicated that it was merely a resting place. The arrangement was exceedingly simple. Chen Guan circled the room, but found nothing extraordinary. Everything appeared quite ordinary. Upon the stone bed sat a skeleton, legs crossed in meditation, its left hand adorned with a deep blue ring, perhaps the only striking feature. As Chen Guan quietly examined the scene, an ethereal ghost emerged from the ring, revealing an elderly man with snow-white hair. His celestial demeanor reminiscent of a character from a film called Shu Mountain. The old man bore a striking resemblance to the white-browed figure from that tale. Surprisingly, perhaps due to the absence of malice, Chen Guan did not feel fear. Instead, he was seized by a strong urge to scoff. The old man hidden within the ring is the medicine dust. The Heavenly Fire Master is merely a low-tier version of this ring's old gentleman. Now they send me another? It seemed the continent of fighting Qi was abundant with elderly figures. Your spiritual energy is significantly depleted. Let us restore you before discussing other matters, the old man said. As a fine, barely visible pale yellow dust, akin to a sprite, flew from the ring towards the center of the young man's brow. Chen Guan felt a coolness at his brow, and his weary spirit absorbed the nourishing essence like parched earth welcoming rain, rapidly revitalizing his mental strength at an alarming pace. In just a quarter of an hour, Chen Guan's fatigue dissipated entirely. Not only that, he realized his condition was unprecedentedly excellent. Everything he beheld seemed clearer, as if he were immersed in a soothing hot spring, feeling remarkably well. If Chen Guan had not noticed the old man's broad smile, he might have almost believed it was true. Versailles indeed. Young man, let us introduce ourselves. I am Shu Tianhe of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. Chapter 21, Spiritual Dust, Puppet Master. I apologize, but I have not heard of it. I am the junior, Chen Guan. Your performance has not gone unnoticed. It is commendable. Even in my era, few from the younger generation could compare to you. What is truly remarkable is your profound soul perception, which far exceeds that of your peers. You are indeed a promising talent. The elder's praise left Chen Guan somewhat bashful. He possessed confidence in his abilities. Yet he was not so arrogant as to consider himself the best. Not to mention, extraordinary physiques such as the Bai Shi San Hua Tong and the Yi Nan Du Ti cannot be comprehended through conventional wisdom. As for him, he remained within the realm of reason. Young Chen, have you ever heard of the art of puppetry, or perhaps the master puppeteers? I cannot conceal it from you. Esteemed elder, I have never encountered the concept of a master puppeteer. In the current continent of fighting energy, the only special profession that still thrives is that of the alchemist. Other trades, such as weapon smithing and spirit liquor crafting, have nearly lost their lineage. As for puppetry, remnants do exist. To my knowledge, the method for crafting the Tian Yao puppet is still retained in some major powers. The Tian Kuei sect and the Tian Yao puppet. Chen Guan was uncertain if there was a connection, yet he brought it up. Without the reminder of a death note, and given his impressions after their interaction, Chen Guan lowered his guard against this seemingly formidable elder, fostering a sense of trust. Primarily, he perceived that this elder appeared quite impressive. If he truly harbored any ill intentions, could Chen Guan possibly resist? He possessed no extraordinary abilities. He was merely an ordinary individual with slightly above-average talents. Upon hearing that only the alchemist profession had maintained its legacy, Shu Tianhe felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet soon thereafter, he scoffed derisively. The Tian Yao puppet? Merely a fringe practice, hardly deserving of the title of true puppetry. My Tian Kuei sect possesses techniques far superior to the Tian Yao puppet, yet we have not been acknowledged as orthodox. In the past, even alchemists treated us with great respect. After all, even the most profound connections cannot be summoned at will. However, puppetry is different. Carrying a puppet crafted by my Tian Kuei sect instills an immense sense of security. Shu Tianhe opened up, rambling on as if pouring out beans, extolling the virtues of master puppeteers as if they could accomplish anything. Have you ever encountered such a loquacious sage? The young man's perception underwent a subtle transformation. Nevertheless, one could not deny that it sounded incredibly enticing. According to the elder, some advanced puppets could even be crafted to resemble ordinary individuals, capable of speech, independent action, and possessing formidable combat abilities, imbued with a remarkable level of intelligence, almost indistinguishable from a true human. In today's continent of fighting energy, such claims would likely be met with skepticism, transcending the realm of comprehension. Truly a marvel of craftsmanship. It is evident that such puppets are not something an ordinary puppeteer could create. Esteemed elder, I must admit, you hold me in too high regard. Although I possessed a soul of celestial caliber in my youth, I was unable to forge such divine puppets. Even the requisite 9th-grade materials were difficult to gather. According to the records of my Tian Kuei sect, only the first sect master succeeded in such an endeavor. After that master's passing, outsiders began to mistake the divine puppet for the master himself, and it was not until over 1,000 years later that the truth was uncovered. By that time, the new generation of sect masters had already matured. Regrettably, there exists no eternal inheritance. In an expansion of the imperial clan, my heavenly puppet sect bore the brunt, suffering heavy casualties among the puppet masters. In desperation, the sect leader was compelled to scatter the legacy in order to escape. The knowledge of crafting divine puppets resides solely with the sect leader, and now, with my demise, it is likely that others have met the same fate. The true legacy of the puppet masters shall never be reunited. Shu Tianhe sighed with a sense of melancholy, though it was not overwhelmingly profound. The passage of time had allowed him to come to terms with many things. Nevertheless, even so, possessing a grasp of the essence of puppet mastery would suffice to benefit one for a lifetime. Chen, my dear boy, would you be willing to join my heavenly puppet sect and carry forth the teachings of the puppet masters on my behalf? Finally broaching the subject, in such a moment, only a fool would decline, and the circumstances left him no room for refusal. Chen Guang'an promptly knelt in submission, offering his response through action. Disciple Chen Guang'an pays respects to the master. The act of clinging to a powerful figure was of no consequence. Chen could not bear to see the other remain solitary, enduring the torment of time at the bottom of this dark lake, alone in spirit. Alas, as the tree longs for tranquility, yet the wind persists. And as a son wishes to care for his parents, yet finds them gone, Chen Guangan's filial intentions were destined to remain unfulfilled. Shu Tianhe laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Rise. It brings me great joy to take on an heir before my soul completely dissipates. This truly alleviates any regrets I hold in this life. It is a pity, however, that I am not a good teacher and cannot personally impart my knowledge. What I can leave you are merely a few experiences from my life and some items of little value." As if fearing Chen might retract his decision, Shu Tianhe acted decisively, pointing a finger to Chen Guangan's brow, infusing his mind with the entirety of the legacy. Subsequently, a ring fell from the skeletal hand, landing before Chen Guangan. After these events, Shu Tianhe's already translucent soul became even more ethereal, nearly unable to maintain its human form. An immense influx of information flooded Chen Guangan's mind, detailing methods for crafting various puppets, personal insights, and even a treatise on soul cultivation. One can only imagine the staggering value of this knowledge. However, at this moment, Chen Guangan's desire to meticulously examine it was absent. Clutching the deep blue storage ring, a small vial made from a unique material caught his eye, containing over a dozen grains of pale yellow dust that danced and swirled within. In the current realm of combat energy, the rarity of this substance surpassed that of an ordinary 8th-grade medicinal pill. "Master, this should be spirit-nurturing dust, which has considerable effects on the soul." "But you useless," he interjected. "Spirit-nurturing dust is not omnipotent. While it is indeed beneficial for maintaining and restoring the soul, its primary function lies in nurturing the soul and enhancing the spiritual energy within, facilitating entry into the spiritual realm. It is best employed when one approaches the threshold of the spiritual realm, though using it prematurely is not detrimental. In my youth, I was already a soul of the celestial realm. Its effects on me were limited. Thanks to the formula mastered by the Heavenly Puppet sect, I once attracted an 8th-grade alchemist, thereby utilizing ample spirit-nurturing dust. After my passing, I consumed a few grains, yet the efficacy waned until it ultimately became ineffective. You may keep it. With it, you can hasten your entry into the spiritual realm. Our puppet masters hold no lesser requirements for the soul than alchemists." Chen Guangan felt a sense of reluctance. This outcome was rather disheartening. The teacher, whom I had just recently reverenced, is now on the brink of departure, leaving me entirely unprepared. Previously, my feelings were rooted in the desire for a dependable ally, yet at this moment, they have evolved into a profound respect and a yearning to retain him. A drop of kindness deserves a wellspring of gratitude. Indeed, this teacher has been beyond reproach. I once encountered a passage in a book wherein a potion master, whose physical form was destroyed, faced a fate akin to yours, yet managed to gradually restore himself by absorbing fighting spirit. Perhaps you might consider drawing upon my essence as well. Once I venture forth, I shall seek the ingredients necessary for the restoration of your soul. Do not mourn for me. I find great contentment in this life. Even the final regrets have been resolved, and the heavens have not treated me harshly, while I still possess the strength to endure for a few more days. You should commence your studies in puppet mastery, so that I may guide you and assist you in swiftly achieving the rank of a 4th-tier puppeteer. Only then will you be able to depart from this place." Chen Guan raised his gaze, a look of confusion adorning his features. He observed as Shu Tianhe offered an awkward smile, hesitantly explaining, "In my heyday, when my soul was still robust, I was filled with pride and left behind a mark as a trial for my future successor. At that time, I firmly believed that anyone who could not reach the 4th-tier puppeteer level was unworthy of being my disciple. Little did I anticipate that, after all these years, aside from you, only that small serpent would discover this place." Shu Tianhe felt somewhat embarrassed, as from a certain perspective, he had inadvertently placed his own disciple in a challenging predicament. The mark remains, yet now he lacks the ability to unravel it, which is indeed quite awkward. Is it not possible to forcibly break it? I see you still possess several puppets in your storage. Alas, the entire stone chamber has been infused with celestial iron mixed with copper essence. Without the strength of a dozone, it is nearly impossible to forcibly breach it. The remaining puppets are of limited strength. The strongest among them barely matches a 3-star dohuang. Thus, this path is impassable unless you can swiftly transcend to dozone. Otherwise, this is your only option. Chen Guan opened his mouth, rendered speechless by his rather unconventional teacher. It seems that all the arrangements ultimately fall upon him alone, and the weight of sorrow has been considerably alleviated by his inability to find words. "Teacher, you seem quite leisurely," he remarked. "Cough. Focus on your training, young Chen. I have faith in you. With the strength of your soul and the aid of spirit dust, continuously enhancing your alchemical skills, achieving the rank of a 4th-tier puppeteer will not be arduous, and you shall reach it in due course." Chapter 22. Chen Guan's first valorous general, Iron Egg, appears. Time flows unnoticed in the mountains, seasons indifferent to years. In the imperial palace of the Gamma Empire, A stark contrast to the usual tranquility and order has emerged today. As the palace buzzes with activity, soldiers and maidens bustle about, and remarkably, none are chastised for their haste. This lively atmosphere is all in preparation for the Grand Princess's coming-of-age ceremony. The servants are quite pleased, as such festive occasions are seldom experienced in their lifetimes. However, the Grand Princess herself sits in a pavilion, lost in thought, her countenance betraying not a hint of joy. On one hand, she realizes that the responsibilities she must shoulder after the ceremony will increase significantly. On the other hand, memories of the past flood her mind. She vividly recalls the day a young man stood before her, exuding impatience while reluctantly making a promise. Yet now, the rite of passage approaches. Where is the youth? Various factors weigh heavily upon her heart, rendering her unable to experience joy, leaving only an abyss of melancholy. Yao Yi even contemplated canceling the ceremony. But her status forbids such impulsiveness. She is no ordinary girl, but a representative of the royal lineage. The rite must not only proceed, but be celebrated with grandeur. The wretched boy must still be alive, right? Even Jia Xingtian has accepted the harsh reality of youthful demise, yet she clings to hope. After countless attempts to heed Jia Xingtian's counsel, and as time relentlessly marches on, even Yao Yi begins to waver. A long sigh escapes her lips, a reflection of the boundless sorrow of a blossoming maiden. In the mountains of beasts, a year prior, the lower-tier magical creatures near the outskirts of Qingshan town were nearly exterminated by more than half, casting a pall over the area. On a sunlit morning, within the territory of third-tier magical beasts, a tranquil lake suddenly stirred, startling a few fortunate creatures that were secretly quenching their thirst. In the next heartbeat, a strikingly handsome youth leapt from the water, astonishingly shedding all his garments under the bright sky. Channeling his energy, he evaporated the water clinging to him, donning a new outfit that felt somewhat ill-fitting. Though he had only aged a year, his body seemed to have endured the passage of 3 or 4 years. Casting one last glance at the place that had confined him for a year, Chen Guan produced a peculiar creature resembling a segmented red-ice serpent, its tail severed. I must thank you. It is because of you that I have obtained this opportunity. With a gentle kick, the red-ice serpent let out a series of crackling sounds before diving into the lake. Chen Guan nodded in satisfaction. Although the serpent's appearance was unremarkable and its tail partially charred, it was his first creation as he ascended to the rank of a third-tier puppeteer, capable of exhibiting strength akin to a 2-star grandmaster. In this forsaken lake, its presence was sufficient to guard the stone chamber beneath. Though he had collected his mentor's remains, this place held a weighty significance, and Chen Guan wished to preserve it from destruction. Having arranged everything, he did not linger, quickly orienting himself towards the outskirts. It had been a year. Perhaps Yao Yi believed he had been devoured by some beast. If his memory served him correctly, tomorrow marked Yao Yi's coming-of-age ceremony. He hoped he would arrive in time. Without regard for the potential magical beasts lurking nearby, Chen Guan hastened his pace, bolstered by newfound confidence from his enhanced abilities. With ease, he dispatched 2 fire foxes engaged in the act of procreation, the creatures maintaining their absurd postures throughout. Soon, Chen Guan emerged from the mountains of beasts. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to visit the Wan Yao Zhai. After all, they were friends, and perhaps they had worried about him. It was a matter of courtesy and could be accomplished in mere minutes. However, he was met with disappointment as the small healer had just accompanied the Wan Yao Zhai's herbal gathering team into the mountains. The manager, whom he had met on several occasions, was present at the shop. From him, Chen Guan learned that over the past year, the business he had entrusted to Wan Yao Zhai had flourished remarkably, with no missteps, resulting in substantial profits for the establishment. In a gesture of gratitude, the steward took the initiative to reduce the unit price by 5 gold coins. Chen Guan did not refuse. After all, a wise man knows how to save, and only a fool would pass up something offered for free. He understood the steward's intentions, yet remained indifferent, for nothing could sway him. What was even more surprising was that the royal family had not halted this transaction despite his year-long absence. The royal family certainly knew how to navigate such matters. Strangely enough, he found himself willingly embroiled in the situation, without any resentment. Chen Guan retrieved the 2 fiery foxes that had foolishly thrown themselves upon his sword, seeking to extort him, along with a cookbook that detailed 15 methods of preparing fiery foxes, a testament to his friendship with the little healer. The steward accepted, albeit with a peculiar look in his eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Guan journeyed through the night, attracting countless curious gazes, and finally arrived outside the imperial capital by midday. Having traveled tirelessly for a day and a night, he pushed his speed to the limit, feeling no fatigue, though his backside was sore. This was due to the fact that he was riding atop a 6th-tier puppet. Passers-by found the sight odd and amusing, but only Chen Guan understood the terror that lay beneath him. It is no exaggeration to say that, With this puppet, Chen Guan could ensure his safety within the borders of the Gamma Empire. The only drawback was that the puppet could not fly. This limitation stemmed from its creator, Master Xu Tianhe, who had crafted it solely for the purpose of testing his successor, never intending for it to serve any other function, resulting in this peculiar situation. However, the inability to fly did not equate to weakness. Chen Guan had tested it several times within a stone chamber, leaping high enough to strike its head against the ceiling, producing a sound reminiscent of a bell, yet it remained unharmed and lively. Its construction was undeniably sturdy. Consequently, Chen Guan decided to bestow it with a name, Iron Egg. Reporting for duty. Chapter 23. The advantage is mine. At this moment, within the palace, as noon arrived, the adult ceremony for Yaya was announced to commence. As the Grand Princess of the Gamma royal family, her coming-of-age celebration was no trivial matter. Representatives from the prominent families of the Holy City, including Mineral Tungtian and Nailan Su, were in attendance. Some rapidly developing family factions from within the empire were also present, such as the recently ascendant Shibei Mo family, which sent its grand elder, Mo Cheng, to participate. However, Mo Cheng appeared to have little interest in the ceremony. His thoughts seemingly fixated on the members of the Yunlan sect nearby. Clearly, he regarded the royal family's status as inferior to that of the latter. Ironically, while he looked down upon the royal family, the very entity he sought to curry favor with, the Yunlan sect, held the royal family in high regard. Not only had the grand elder Yun Lung arrived, but even Yun Yun had come in person, thus granting ample respect to the occasion. In addition to the figures from within the empire, two conspicuous individuals occupied the guest seats, occasionally drawing cold glances from the crowd. They were the 9th prince from the Outcloud Empire and his. Yin Yun's presence today was partly due to having received prior word of their arrival. Despite the growing tensions between the royal family and the Yunlan sect, those matters were internal affairs when confronted with outsiders. Both parties had managed to establish a united front, at least for the time being. In the arena, amidst a protracted opening speech, the inconspicuous emperor of the Gamma Empire finally made his entrance, personally bestowing a gift upon Princess Yao Yi. Today, Yao Yi shed her valiant military attire for an exquisite gown that accentuated her delicate figure, radiating brilliance that eclipsed all others. At this moment, she was the sole protagonist. Observing Yao Yi, regal as a queen, not only the onlookers but even Jia Xingtian, Yao Yu, and the seemingly insignificant emperor felt a sense of daze. She was meant to shine thus. Yet, many unconsciously cast their glances at the emperor, saying nothing, yet conveying everything, leaving him acutely aware of the heat rising to his face. However, amidst this unfolding spectacle, an unexpected incident occurred. The 9th prince of the Outcloud Empire rose with a wine cup in hand, striding boldly before the Gamma Emperor, instantly commandeering the attention of all present. Despite the presence of several Do kings and even 2 Do emperors, one visible, one hidden, watching intently, the 9th prince remained unfazed, relishing the very effect he sought. Your Majesty, I come uninvited on behalf of the Outcloud Empire to offer my congratulations to the Grand Princess. Moreover, I have an additional request to seek your gracious consent. Though he spoke of a request, his demeanor lacked any semblance of earnestness, and even his bow seemed rather perfunctory. If circumstances permitted, he would dearly love to drag this insolent individual outside and behead him. However, the 9th prince's unique status necessitated careful consideration. Otherwise, it could provoke incalculable repercussions, even war. The royal family stood as a towering pillar of white jade, with the aging Jia Xingtian unable to breach the Dozong realm, and the guardian beast, the abyssal serpent, equally in poor condition. Compounding the threat was the ever-watchful Yunlan sect. Among the 3 prominent families in the imperial capital, only the Mu family could be deemed loyal. The Nailan family was duplicitous and fickle, while the Miter family was driven purely by profit. Should war erupt, they would seize the opportunity for gain. With such calculations, the royal family's predicament was evidently dire, truly unable to withstand the ravages of war. As long as he held the moral high ground, the Gamma royal family would not dare to act against him. Indeed, this was the case. While it was not uncommon for major empires to seek marital alliances, most ended in failure. However, upon hearing the list of gifts, a profound silence enveloped the venue. A pin drop could be heard. 100,000 gold coins sounded formidable. Yet considering that even a low-grade spatial ring cost at least 10,000 gold coins, the implications were severe. This gift list was utterly beneath the dignity of the Grand Princess Yao Yi, an overt humiliation. The atmosphere in the hall turned icy, especially among those loyal to the royal family. If glares could kill, the 9th prince would likely be reduced to mere pulp. The Gamma Emperor's chest heaved with indignation. He felt utterly humiliated, unworthy of even a name, bereft of a son capable of bearing the imperial banner, and lacking formidable strength. Yet, he possessed a fierce spirit. Just as he could no longer restrain himself and was poised to teach the Outcloud Empire a profound lesson, the day as protagonist, Yao Yi, rose to halt his decision. As the party involved, one would expect an eruption of rage in the face of such indignity. However, at this moment, Yao Yi exhibited an astonishingly peculiar demeanor. Instead of displaying anger, her face radiated an unmistakable delight. Do not misconstrue this. She did not relish being treated in such a manner, but rather, she had received a monumental surprise, presenting her with a more straightforward course of action. Standing before the ninth prince, who was notably shorter than herself, Yao Yi looked down upon him. You wish to marry me? Is that not patently obvious? I have long held an admiration for the grand princess. As they say, lust is often sparked by beauty. Suppressing her revulsion, she continued, very well, but you must be aware of my temperament. Demonstrate your prowess to earn my respect. Oh, how so? Upon hearing this, the ninth prince hesitated to respond immediately. Although he was not favored within the royal family, he still possessed commendable talents among the princes and princesses of the Xianyun Empire. At 24 years of age, and with the resources of the royal family at his disposal, he had achieved the rank of 6-star battle master. He held a firm belief in his capabilities. Yet Yao Yi's proactive challenge made him suspect that things were not as straightforward as they appeared. That unseen opponent was undoubtedly a genius in their own right. Yet, considering his own youth, it was improbable for a 16-year-old to attain the status of battle master. He recalled that he possessed a 4th-rank beast power pill and a 3rd-rank wind speed pill, both of which could enhance his combat prowess. With a bold demeanor, the ninth prince made a request. Then allow me to stipulate a rule. I may utilize the pills and similar items at my disposal. For the sake of safety, he reasoned, a prudent approach was necessary. After all, one only has one life to live. His principle was simple. One could take risks, but only when assured of success. Confidence brought enjoyment, while recklessness led to demise. Yao Yi turned to glance at the young man who had stepped onto the edge of the plaza. Noting his nod of agreement, she readily accepted. Unexpectedly, upon seeing the youthful countenance of the boy, the ninth prince felt emboldened. Is life dictated by fate? Or shall we keep it within limits? Personally, I am not accustomed to sparring. I find it difficult to fully unleash my abilities. As per your suggestion, let us formalize this in writing. Splendid. Let us proceed. The ninth prince was oblivious to the source of Yao Yi's confidence. The lad appeared to be around 16 or 17, yet individuals from the Battle Chi continent matured rapidly, especially during their adolescent years. To his discerning eye, it was evident that the boy was certainly older than 16. In this battle, the advantage lies with me. Victory is assured. Chapter 24. To spare a life. Or not to spare a life. As the ninth prince formalized the agreement, Chen Guan approached Yao Yi. He had hurriedly arrived at the palace, coincidentally witnessing the infuriating scene. Any loyal subject of the Gamma Empire would have been enraged, not to mention Chen Guan, who held a close bond with Yao Yi. Despite their year-long separation, their mutual understanding remained intact, and Yao Yi quickly grasped the young man's intent, leading to the current situation. One must acknowledge her profound trust in Chen Guan. Remember to spare a life, Yao Yi softly instructed. This was not a time for reminiscing. They would address matters at hand first. The Gamma Empire faced both internal and external crises, which were quite severe, yet the solution seemed simple. One merely needed to produce a capable individual to shoulder the burdens. Yao Yi was confident in this regard, and so was Chen Guan. Thus, they were free of many hesitations. Chen Guan nodded in agreement. Soon, the square was cleared, leaving only Chen Guan and the ninth prince standing at a distance. At that moment, the gaze of the majority of the audience was fixated on Chen Guan, eager to discern the source of Yao Yi's confidence, yet few could truly see through it. Kid, consider yourself unfortunate, under these rules. I am the invincible figure in your eyes. Remember to choose a better fate in your next life, the ninth prince declared. His aura irradiating the unmistakable presence of a 6-star great fighter, revealing a strength that was palpably solid. Setting aside other considerations, he did indeed possess a degree of innate talent. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit, though the ninth prince underestimated the youth. He showed no restraint, seizing the initiative with a swift strike aimed directly at the boy's throat, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The sudden shift in the battlefield was astonishing. He had risen and struck with lethal precision. What more was there to discuss? Sensing the boy's released aura, Miter Tingshan in the VIP section could not contain his astonishment and stood up, his face a mask of shock. The expressions of those seated nearby, including the Mu family, the Nalan family, and even Yun Yun, could not conceal their surprise. However, beside Yun Yun, Yunling's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. The boy, merely 12 or 13, at most 14, yet already a great fighter, made the so-called geniuses of their past seem like mere jesters in comparison. The royal family was indeed shrouded in deep secrets. Unavoidably, many began to regard Emperor Jamma with a changed perspective. Though somewhat ineffectual, his cunning was not to be underestimated. What they did not realize was that Emperor Jamma's astonishment rivaled their own. Indeed, Yao Ye's decisions were validated. On the stage, Chen Guan no longer concealed his aura, advancing towards the ninth prince with a frigid demeanor. Who dares claim invincibility? Do you even deserve such a title? You are but a great fighter. In that instant, enlightenment struck him. This was precisely Yao Ye's confidence, and he was the one who had been deceived. With no time for curses, he inhaled deeply, and the ninth prince's expression turned serious as he unhesitatingly retrieved 2 pills, tossing them into his mouth. The Windwalking pill, a third-tier elixir, temporarily heightened the user's sensitivity to wind attribute energy, thus enhancing their speed. The Beast Strength pill, a 4th-tier concoction, significantly amplified physical power. Upon consuming both pills, the ninth prince's aura surged dramatically, his combat prowess nearly doubled, and the potent effects of the pills instilled him with the confidence to turn the tide of battle. You are strong, but only I shall emerge victorious in the end. Xiantian Ice Wheel, perish. This fellow possessed the rare ice attribute, activating the mid-level fighting technique. The Xiantian Ice Wheel, a massive ice disc approximately 2 zhang in diameter, hurtled towards the youth with a chilling howl, even rendering the sweltering atmosphere somewhat dampened. A display of impressive might. Yet for Chen Guan, it posed no real threat. The broad sword in his hand glimmered as he struck with the force of a mountain, unleashing deep crimson sword energy directly against the ice wheel, an unadorned maneuver, yet one he had mastered to the marrow. In the VIP section, Yun and the others felt an unbroken sense of shock. Only they could perceive that in that fleeting moment, the youth had actually executed 7 strikes. It was merely the speed that rendered them nearly invisible to the naked eye. On the most splendid of nights, the mood of Yao Yi was tinged with astonishment. Lacking the prowess of Yun, she could not discern the intricacies at play. Instead, she found herself more concerned with the hue of the young man's fighting spirit. The deep crimson of his aura suggested that he had indeed cultivated a superior technique, perhaps linked to his disappearance over the past year. With a swift clash of ice and flame, their opposing forces yielded an explosive physical reaction. The massive ice wheel, unable to withstand the onslaught, shattered almost instantaneously, making it abundantly clear who held the upper hand. The boundless waves of the ocean surged forth with an astonishing ferocity, targeting the ninth prince. Under normal circumstances, the ninth prince would have found this attack nearly impossible to evade. However, bolstered by the Windwalking pill, his speed surged, allowing him to narrowly escape. Just as the ninth prince, still reeling from the shock, prepared to engage in a guerrilla strategy, an unexpected hand descended upon his dantian. In the next moment, a tremendous and concentrated surge of fighting spirit flooded into his body, obliterating his foundation entirely. With a powerful soul perception, the so-called speed was revealed to be mere self-deception. Like a deflated balloon, the ninth prince was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and coughing up blood. The searing pain coursed through his body, yet it paled in comparison to the unbearable reality of his incapacitation. The words, "You are unworthy," were akin to pouring fuel on a fire, shattering the ninth prince's previously unshakable demeanor and leaving him utterly unhinged. "You have crippled me. You dare to do this." As if numb to his injuries, the ninth prince somehow managed to rise, his heavy footsteps carrying him closer, incessantly shouting in fury. "One step closer, and I shall take your life," Chen Guan warned. Yet, in his frenzied state, the ninth prince was impervious to reason, advancing recklessly, determined to extract a reckoning. "A gentleman's word is as heavy as 1,000 weights," Chen Guan declared, unhesitatingly launching his sword. The speed of the strike was deceptively slow, but for the ninth prince, now stripped of his fighting spirit, it was as inescapable as a noose closing in. In a moment of life and death, the ninth prince finally regained a modicum of clarity, his pallid face crying out, "Someone save me." The guards who had accompanied him were poised to intervene, yet they remained firmly restrained by an unseen force from the VIP section, only now breaking free from their confinement. With the prowess of a spirit fighter, he could solidify his fighting spirit into a tangible form, significantly enhancing his capabilities. Thus, he might have been able to rescue the ninth prince. However, hope was swiftly dashed. A shadow materialized in his path, delivering a fierce punch that not only forced him back, but also inflicted serious internal injuries. An underhanded assault. As he regained his footing and turned his gaze to the arena, he found that the prince had been impaled by the long sword, blood splattering 5 paces away. Regardless, Chen Guan was satisfied with the outcome. Yao Yi, meanwhile, was left speechless. "What I meant by sparing a life and what you did, allowing 2 lives to be taken, are entirely different concepts." She seriously suspected that Chen Guan had acted with intent. Yet, With events having transpired thus, she could hardly be bothered to elaborate in her original plan. The ninth prince was meant to live only a few more days. Sister, you look truly beautiful today. The brows are as graceful as mountains, and the eyes embrace the frost of stars. Sitting amidst the dust of the world, untouched by mundane attire, savoring the essence of life, yet resembling an ethereal being. Chen Guan's smile froze. Well, it seems my words are in vain. Chapter 25, The Harvest. Chen Guan and Yao Yi whispered to each other, while the gazes of many others remained fixed upon the young man, each pondering various thoughts. A master of combat in his teenage years, not yet a mere novice, could easily slay the ninth prince of the Outcloud Empire as one might butcher a chicken. This youth possesses the potential to ascend to the ranks of a combat emperor or even a combat sage. His strikes were unyielding, and his insights profound. Though Yao Yi's prior instructions were subtle, those above the rank of combat king could comprehend them clearly. In that moment, the influential figures began to contemplate the implications of Chen Guan's emergence, each harboring myriad scheming thoughts. Yet, the young man himself paid little heed to their musings. Having stepped into the limelight today, he had already considered the consequences, merely transitioning from the shadows to the forefront. Now, he was growing his wings, possessing the strength to confront challenges head-on, bracketed within the borders of the Gamma Empire. Of course, it was undeniable that being provoked by the ninth prince was also a contributing factor. After lingering at the ceremony for over half an hour, Yao Yi finally signaled for him to rise and depart. Chen Guan exhaled in relief and followed suit. Admittedly, he acknowledged he had overestimated his own composure. Being scrutinized by these individuals made him feel akin to a monkey in a zoo. Such ceremonies were indeed tiresome. Entering the palace behind Yao Yi, he was somewhat surprised to find that she did not lead him to their previously cherished pavilion for conversation, but instead to a small storage room at the back. After a brief wait, Chen Guan caught up with Yao Yi at the door of the storage room. As she swung open the door, he was met with box after box of yellow lotus essence. My obedient younger brother, might you explain if you intend to monopolize the yellow lotus essence market? The woman, wielding her innate secret technique, tugged at his ear, her power formidable enough to make even an undefeated youth of the same rank flinch helplessly. Feigning discomfort, Chen Guan awkwardly explained, the yellow lotus essence is worthless. It merely serves as a guise. What I truly seek is blood lotus essence, though that is quite rare. Unfamiliar individuals may easily mistake it for yellow lotus essence, hence my decision to procure a surplus. Perhaps I might stumble upon a rare find. By the way, sister, could you arrange for a few people to inspect each piece, making a cut on each? The blood lotus essence is red. Let us see if we yield any results. As for the rest, funnel them into the national treasury or consign them to the Mitel auction house to save space. Seeing the young man's pained expression, Yao Yi's irritation diminished significantly. She rolled her eyes, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Fine, I can accept this explanation. I shall overlook your extravagant spending this time. At most, it's just a loss of 20 to 30,000 gold coins, an amount insignificant enough for the royal family to care about. Yao Yi produced a jug of tea, tending to it herself. Now, tell me about your year. Choose your words as you please. With that, she added a further remark. From the display of fighting spirit emanating from the young girl today, she could easily surmise that there was a significant opportunity involved. Although her curiosity was piqued, she refrained from delving too deeply into the matter, allowing Chen Guan to keep certain secrets to himself. They were now siblings, a family, rather than jailer and prisoner. After sipping the tea poured personally by the imperial princess, Chen Guan began to recount the events of the past year. In truth, the situation was not as convoluted as Yao Yi had imagined. His range of movement had been confined to a small stone chamber. Chen Guan did not conceal the fact that he had encountered an opportunity, but he selectively shared only what he deemed appropriate at the moment, leaving out details that were currently unnecessary, such as the ability to forge puppets of the Dozuan level after reaching the 8th tier puppet master rank. Under exceptional conditions, a puppet master could even create divine puppets. Such concepts were far too distant for the current realm of the Gamma Empire and did not warrant discussion. To aspire for Dozuan or even higher tier Dosheng levels without having mastered the basics was akin to wishing to run before learning to walk. This opportunity had yielded substantial rewards for Chen Guan. Although the tangible items were few, he possessed a 6th tier puppet known as Iron Egg, 7 5th tier puppets, and 16 4th tier puppets, corresponding to the ranks of Do Huang, Do Wang, and Do Ling. It is not an exaggeration to assert that, excluding Yun Shan, his current combat prowess was already comparable to that of Yun Lan's sect. With the support of the royal family, he truly held an advantageous position. In addition, he had acquired several rare and peculiar materials. After careful estimation, he believed that once he elevated his skills, he would have sufficient resources to craft a puppet of the Dozong level. He possessed 14 grains of spirit dust, having already utilized 6, leaving him with 8. There was also a complete set of advanced earth-tier martial techniques of the wood attribute, which had been cultivated by his master, Shu Tianhe, and held immense value. Regrettably, it was not compatible with Chen Guan's attributes, a frustrating irony given its tangible presence yet impracticality for him. He also had 2 low-tier earth techniques with water and fire attributes, and 7 mid-level techniques, of which only 1 had a fire attribute, which Chen Guan had not yet had the opportunity to practice. This encapsulated all his tangible gains. Though few in number, their worth was considerable. Additionally, he possessed a jar of contaminated ice spirit spring, the source of the mutation of the Crimson Ice Serpent King, knowledge he had acquired from his master's experiences. The ice spirit spring was indeed a spirit item of notable rank. Yet its careless preservation had led to contamination. Such reckless behavior was something only a master of Shu Tianhe's caliber could manage. Beyond his material acquisitions, the most invaluable treasure was the lifetime of puppet crafting wisdom imparted to him by Master Shu. With this legacy, Chen Guan might aspire to reach his master's heights and approach the threshold of the 9th-tier puppet master. The reason for the uncertainty lay in the limitations of available materials. Those from ancient times were now scarce. Furthermore, Chen Guan unearthed an awkward reality, given his current circumstances. The puppets he could potentially craft were predominantly those obscure creations his master had mentioned, a rather embarrassing predicament, yet one dictated by environmental constraints. Setting aside the lifetime of puppet crafting knowledge from his master, the most precious insight was the method of crafting spirit dust, a technique that had long been lost to time and which he had specifically inquired about. If the news were to spread, countless alchemists would undoubtedly go mad with excitement. This indeed represents an astonishing treasure. However, the methods for its development and utilization remain to be discussed. Nonetheless, without the proficiency of an 8th-tier alchemist, it is impossible to concoct the essence dust. The concept of a puppet master is rather intriguing. Puppets have become quite rare these days. Having ascended to the 4th tier as a puppet master, you have managed to extricate yourself from your predicament. Does this not imply that, given sufficient time and resources, you could single-handedly forge an army of spirit-level combatants? Yao Yi could not suppress an exclamation, having been active in the military for years. No one understood the implications better than she did. It can be asserted that our stance towards the other major empires is now firmly in our hands. Were it not for the constraints of recent years, I would have undoubtedly obliterated the Outcloud Empire, making them aware that the times have changed. The Outcloud Empire has indeed paved its own path to demise. Listening to his words laden with murderous intent, Yao Yi felt warmth in her heart. After all, this brother was genuinely protective of the family. What she did not realize was that Chen Guan's resentment towards the Outcloud Empire stemmed from more than just today's events. Rest assured, I shall manage this matter. For now, your focus should remain on cultivation. Your own strength is the most reliable asset. Do not allow distractions to cause neglect in your endeavors. Given the delightful surprise you have bestowed upon me, I shall overlook your recent disappearance. However, Yuer has not been shy in expressing her grievances regarding your silence. She was quite irked during the ceremony and chose to ignore you. So you will need to handle that. Chen Guan chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging that he had indeed been remiss towards the little pufferfish. However, he was not overly concerned, as he had anticipated this scenario and had prepared a strategy in advance. Fear not, for I have arranged a gift for Yuer that she simply cannot refuse. And of course, I have something for you as well. With that, Chen Guan retrieved several items from the spatial ring around his neck. Chapter 26, The Angel Investor. What are these? Gazing upon the barely visible pale yellow dust before her, Yao Yi felt her knowledge insufficient. Although she had perused many ancient texts, none mentioned such ethereal dust. The essence dust is highly beneficial for enhancing the soul, augmenting spiritual awareness. With it, the likelihood of entering a state of enlightenment during our cultivation sessions will increase. My dedication to mastering puppetry over the past year has not hindered my progress. And this dust is a significant reason why. It is indeed a remarkable item, but would it not be somewhat wasteful to use it on myself? Yuer delights in alchemy. It would suit her far better, Yao Yi marveled. Anything associated with the soul is far from ordinary. Unbeknownst to you, the elder of the Nailin family fell victim to a poison while safeguarding a 7-illusion Qingling saliva, renowned for its efficacy on the soul, treating it like a treasure and fearing its discovery. Yet, such trivial schemes can only deceive the uninitiated. The prominent families of the imperial capital, including the royal family and the Yunlan sect, are fully aware. Nevertheless, even the finest treasures must be put to use to hold value. Yao Yi, you may use it. I have long prepared something for that girl, and I shall also set aside a portion for myself. Long before they reached the lake's depths, Chen Guan had devised a distribution plan. Yao Yi and her companions do not possess particularly outstanding talents. However, the pregnancy spirit dust has the ability to enhance one's soul. which can also be regarded as a means of elevating innate abilities. After all, a powerful soul simplifies every endeavor. This is something he has experienced firsthand. Having achieved the rank of a fourth-tier puppet master within a year, an undeniable testament to this truth. Thus, this substance proves beneficial not solely for alchemists. Rather, it allows them to maximize the advantages conferred by a robust soul. Currently, Yao Yu stands as a prodigious young alchemist. Providing her with a dose of this dust would yield obvious benefits, potentially allowing her to compete with Xiao Yin in the upcoming alchemy conference. With the enhancement of pregnancy spirit dust, the future for this little pufferfish appears promising. As for Jia Xingtian, the rationale mirrors that of Yao Ye's. Enhancing his soul strength would increment the likelihood of him breaking through to the Do Zone level. It is indeed bittersweet to part with such a precious item. Yao Yi did not hesitate further. Her companions had already received theirs, and Chen Guan had utilized it as well, leaving no room for false modesty. An inconspicuous emperor inquired, "How does one utilize it?" "Quite simply," replied Chen Guan, as he balanced the pregnancy spirit dust on his fingertip and gently tapped it onto Yao Ye's forehead, akin to a snowflake landing softly upon the ground, instantly melding into her being. Yao Yi was astonished by the ease of the process and promptly closed her eyes to savor the experience, only reopening them after a prolonged moment of reflection. How does it feel? Well, initially, it was akin to the sensation of intense warmth flooding through me. Akin to drinking a bowl of ice water on a sweltering day, refreshing to the core. Soon after, it transformed into the exquisite comfort of soaking in a hot spring. Chen Guan chuckled heartlessly, for he could fully comprehend this sensation, having partaken of more than one dose himself. As for Jia Lao, my sister has delivered it. I shall visit Yuer shortly and postpone my visit to Jia Lao until tomorrow. Chen Guan refrained from mentioning the possibility that pregnancy spirit dust might enhance Jia Xingtian's chances of breaking through to the Do Zone level, lest elevated hopes lead to greater disappointment. In his perspective, even with the aid of the dust, Jia Xingtian would still face formidable challenges. After all, age and limited aptitude had long hindered him. If he could have broken through, he would have done so by now. To realize his aspirations, he could only await future opportunities to consume elixirs, perhaps procuring some breakthrough pills to experiment with. I shall convey your message. By the way, do you have an ample supply of this substance? Do not misunderstand. I am not one to be avaricious. I merely have a suggestion. Perhaps you should meet with President Pharma. He has been stagnating at the pinnacle of fifth-tier alchemy for many years. If you could lend him a hand, the favor he would owe you would be substantial, and you would thereby secure a sixth-tier alchemist at your service. Naturally, this would not only benefit you, but would also be advantageous for our royal family. My sister's suggestion is merely a proposal. You may arrange it as you see fit without feeling encumbered by my words. Chen Guan felt a stirring in his heart. He had not previously considered this angle. Now, upon Yao Ye's mention, it indeed seemed promising. With his deeper understanding, he trusted Pharma's character. The friendship of a sixth-tier alchemist would hold significant weight in this northwestern region. The swift development of the Yunlan sect owes much to the indispensable role of Dan Wang Guhi. Should Pharma ascend to the sixth tier, Guhi's standing would undoubtedly be affected. The very notion of still being referred to as Dan Wang might become problematic, thereby indirectly undermining the Yunlan sect while fortifying the royal family. A splendid idea. Initially, I intended to utilize the remaining 5 particles of the pregnancy essence for a different purpose. However, allocating one is certainly not an issue. Chen Guan acknowledged Yao Ye's proposal, deeming it a mutually beneficial endeavor with no reason to decline. Does this significantly impact your plans? Not at all, Chen Guan replied with a smile, shaking his head. He had originally intended to use the pregnancy essence as leverage, perhaps to exchange for the burning technique from the esteemed elder Yao, and possibly even add Han Feng's soul to the bargain, convinced that the old man would be tempted. After all, in terms of trade, the difference between 5 and 4 particles is negligible. The burning technique was something he would never relinquish. It represented a crucial fallback. Now, Chen Guan possessed far more confidence than when he first arrived at the Duqi continent. His obsession with mastering the burning technique had diminished significantly. With the gradual accumulation of his foundational skills, he was confident in his potential to grow, believing that refining the emperor-grade Chu Dan would no longer be an impossibility. As long as it doesn't affect anything. Is this the puppet you previously used to thwart the 9th Prince's guard? Yao Yi inquired. Glancing at the puppet Chen Guan had retrieved, her curiosity piqued. She lightly tapped it with her fist, finding it as rigid as an iron plate. Not that one. This is a 5th-tier puppet. If it remains silent, it is unremarkable, but when it reveals its prowess, it can unleash a strength comparable to a 6-star Do Wang. Sister Yao Yi, if you delve into its core with your soul perception and leave a soul imprint, it will recognize you as its master. There is no more reassuring guardian than this. A 6-star Do Wang. But aren't you only a 4th-tier puppet master? This was left to me by my teacher. I didn't forge it myself. Just accept it, Sister Yaoyi. I still possess several other puppets, each equally formidable, more than sufficient for my needs. As he spoke, Chen Guan displayed all the puppets he had except for the first divine general, Iron Egg, to prove that he truly did not lack for this one. Yaoyi's expression grew complex as she beheld the sight. 7 fifth-tier puppets and 16 fourth-tier puppets, equating to 7 Do Wang and 16 Do Ling. This power, excluding the royal family and the Yunlan sect, could sweep through the Gama Empire with ease. The magnitude of this revelation was overwhelming, leaving her in a state of astonishment. In the span of merely a day, it felt as though an entire era had passed. There was no longer a need to fret over other empires. Even the nearby Yunlan sect suddenly felt less imposing, their threat diminished. All of this was due to the brothers standing before her. Yaoyi shook her head in amazement and then smiled, exclaiming, I suddenly pondered that while the Meitel family boasts of being the most astute investors, compared to the investment I have made in you, they pale in comparison. From this day forth, I shall be the foremost investor in the empire. The pressure on her had alleviated significantly within a day, and Yaoyi felt an unprecedented lightness enveloping her. Even her speech taking on a playful tone she had never previously possessed. Unfortunately, someone beside her was rather inconsiderate, nearly causing her to falter with a single remark. Chapter 27. The Purple Cloud Wings, Assassin's Creed. A year may seem neither long nor short, yet it is ample time for numerous events to unfold. After recounting his experiences, Chen Guan inquired about the state of affairs outside. There wasn't much of note, but there is one matter that might pique your interest. After your disappearance, I received news and, accompanied by a group, ventured into the Beast Mountains in search of you. Regrettably, after nearly a month of relentless searching, we uncovered little. I could not help but entertain the disheartening thought that perhaps you had succumbed to the belly of some monstrous creature. The movements of our royal family did not go unnoticed. The Yunlan sect and the Matar family, sensing an opportunity, joined the fray. Eventually, even the Lion King, Yin Shi, joined the commotion, resulting in an ever-expanding search party. At that time, I thought it fortuitous to have access to such abundant labor. I resolved to collaborate with them in our charade. To my astonishment, after half a month of searching, we indeed stumbled upon an opportunity, likely the remnants of a Do Wang or Do Huang's legacy. It was an unexpected stroke of luck, leading me to almost believe that our royal family had received information ahead of time. As Yaoyi recounted the tale, laughter escaped her lips, marveling at the sheer coincidence. Chen Guan paused, contemplating that the treasure they had found was most probably the very cave discovered by the little medical sage in the original timeline. Upon reflection, it seemed less surprising. With so many searching the mountains, it would have been more astonishing had they found nothing. Was the bounty substantial? Moderately so. The remnants within the cave bore considerable worth, yet our prior unawareness of the Yunlan sect and Matar family's involvement meant that the spoils would be shared, resulting in merely a modest profit for each party involved. Curious, Chen Guan inquired about the contents of the cave. While other items were of little concern, he was particularly eager not to miss the fragment of the pure Lotus Demon fire map. He had initially chosen Qingshan Town as his training ground, with both this fragment and the little medical sage as his objectives. Alas, unforeseen circumstances had interfered with his plans. Among their findings were various herbs, gold coins, a scroll entitled 7-Colored Poison Cannon, a mid-level flight Do technique named Purple Cloud Wings, which was quite rare, and a high-level Do technique called Roaring Lion's Song. Overall, that was the extent of their haul, aside from a rather useless, incomplete map. Assuming that our royal family had received news first, I refrained from correcting this misconception, allowing us to select from the spoils first. Yaoyi was forthright, making arrangements for the Purple Cloud Wings. This rare flight Do technique held considerable value, yet, as Chen Guan noted, its worth was contingent upon its application, since she seldom left the holy city of the imperial capital. Instances where she could utilize the Purple Cloud Wings were scant, rendering it far more practical for Chen Guan. While her reasoning was sound, Chen Guan had little need for the Purple Cloud Wings. Had he obtained it before receiving the legacy from Master Shu Tianhe, he would have certainly accepted it. However, at this juncture, it was merely superfluous. Sister Yaoyi, you might as well keep it for your cultivation. Have you forgotten the puppets I possess? With them around, the Purple Cloud Wings would offer me little benefit. Oh, and I should mention that due to my teacher's rather lazy disposition, these puppets have a small flaw: they cannot fly. However, they move quite swiftly by jumping, not inferior to the flight of an average Do Wang. In the face of danger, relying on them is far more convenient. And it spares my Do Qi, although it may lack elegance. Who would care about such trivialities in the face of life and death? Sister Yaoyi, you are different. If you were to frolic atop a puppet, the scene would indeed be quite an eyesore. Just the thought of it makes Chen Guan cringe. In summary, he truly has no need for the Ziyun wings. This contraption serves merely to adorn his flights with a touch of vanity, offering no substantial utility. Upon hearing Chen Guan's reasoning, Yaoya's expression grew peculiar, likely envisioning that rather absurd scene, and she promptly ceased her insistence. The royal family has obtained the Ziyun wings. While the Howling Lion's song has fallen into the hands of the Yunlan sect, each family has transcribed a copy of the colorful poison manual as compensation. And that enigmatic fragment of a map was given to the Mitter family, while the remaining gold and medicinal herbs were divided among the Mitter family and Yin Shi. Behold, this illustrates the significance of one's background. Yin Shi, a seasoned combat king, could only partake of the leftovers in this allocation of fortune. With the fragment now in the Mitter family's possession, Chen Guan realized he must make a trip. Suddenly, a figure came to mind. He wondered whether Yafei had already departed for Wutan City at this juncture. When he calculated the timeline, it seemed plausible, especially since in 2 years, Xiaohuahua would re-emerge. The distribution appears quite reasonable. Please have someone transcribe a copy of the colorful poison manual for me. Chen Guan simply explained that a friend would likely appreciate it. The little doctor from Qingshan town? You know about her? Oh, how proud you are. Chen Guan shot her an eye roll. Yet inwardly he mused that she had only scratched the surface, while he had delved much deeper. Not quite. We are merely friends for now. What the future holds remains uncertain. I leave it to fate. After an extensive conversation with Yaoya, covering both serious and trivial matters, Chen Guan finally rose to depart over an hour later. He had managed to placate the eldest princess, but a younger princess awaited. As he pondered the busy day ahead, he noticed a familiar guard loitering outside the palace, exhibiting suspicious behavior. Recalling the reason for his untimely demise mentioned in the second letter, Chen Guan's smile faded as he rubbed the spatial ring on his hand and approached directly. The Outcloud Empire, an Assassin's Creed? Chapter 28. Cackle. Upon encountering the approaching youth, the guard quickly halted his steps, stepping aside to bow and grant passage. I have seen the young master. Chen Guan nodded slightly, the main gate wide open, as he ambled past with an air of distraction. Yet, even as he rounded the corner, the guard remained stationary, continuing to saunter back and forth. Could it be that I have misjudged? Chen Guan could not help but doubt. Upon contemplation, the likelihood of him being an assassin dispatched by the Outcloud Empire seemed rather slim. Until today, he had not entered the public eye, and even within the palace, not everyone was familiar with him. Surely, they could not have received news of the Ninth Prince's demise and dispatched an assassin to be ready so promptly. If the Outcloud Empire possessed such capabilities, they would have unified the Northwest region long ago. What are you doing, Yanhua? Why has she punished you? What sort of bizarre punishment is this? Chen Guan replied, All right, it is indeed a misunderstanding, that clever little girl. Understood, where is she now? The guard displayed an expression of hesitation. You may speak freely. I assure you she will not hold it against you, he said. Her Highness the Princess has instructed me emphatically not to disclose to the young master that she visited the Alchemist Guild, nor that she has a fondness for gifts. Chen Guan was left speechless. After a brief acknowledgement, he altered his course and headed out of the palace. The guard wrestled with his conscience for a moment, but ultimately chose to adhere to the little princess's wishes, faithfully executing her commands. After 7 years of guarding the gates, he still harbored hopes of promotion and could not afford to leave a negative impression on the princess through deceitful tactics. The Holy City and the Royal Palace seemed like two disparate realms. Today marked the coming-of-age ceremony for the Grand Princess Yao Yi, and the most fervent topic of conversation on the streets revolved around who was attending, as they recounted the attendance of various dignitaries. From a distance, I spotted the esteemed Yun Yun, the leader of Yunlan's sect, accompanied by the Grand Elder. The presence of sect leader Yun radiated an aura far surpassing that of the previously known formidable figure with a dark visage, exuding an elegance akin to a celestial maiden. The royal family indeed basked in glory this time. That formidable figure with the dark visage was none other than old Master Nalen, who had not been seen for quite some time. Even today, as celebration was attended by the family head, Nalen Su. The Mitter family had also sent their patriarch. Rumor had it that individuals from other empires were present as well. The onlookers excitedly shared their snippets of gossip, creating a lively and raucous atmosphere that was the eternal hallmark of the Holy City. A youth traversed through the crowd, refraining from interjecting or commenting, even when he overheard boastful claims. The Alchemist Guild, situated on the southern side of the Holy City, was modest in size, far less grand than the 3 prominent families, and its architecture was relatively understated. This was due to the fact that they were all alchemists. The status of an alchemist is too exalted to elaborate upon, yielding an excessive confidence that could be deemed somewhat grotesque. Many harbored grievances in silence, yet none dared to act upon them. As a guild that congregated the majority of the empire's alchemists, it was an immense entity. Not only the 3 prominent families, but even the royal family and Yunlan sect were cautious not to offend them lightly. This was Chen Guan's first visit to this place, and it was evident that their arrogance was well-deserved, perhaps even surpassing expectations. Even the guards at the entrance seemed to have adopted this arrogance, regarding visiting non-alchemists with a hint of disdain. Chen Guan had no interest in their expressions. He took out a sun and played a few notes. In less than half a minute, a young girl with a beaming smile came rushing down. Upon seeing the youth, she quickly composed herself, striving to feign indifference. Chu Yuxian, what brings you here? How many times must I tell you not to call me Chu Yuxian? Chen Guan's expression darkened, exuding frustration. Ever since their first encounter years ago, the girl had persistently addressed him this way. Knowing of his relationship with Yao Yi and his true name had not deterred her. Rather, it seemed to embolden her. Witnessing Chen Guan's discomfort, Yao Yi couldn't help but smirk, her ire considerably alleviated. Such a child, easily manipulated. Is your teacher present? I wish to pay a visit. You came specifically to see the teacher? Yao Yu, now satisfied, skipped along while leading the way. In light of your earnestness, this princess will reluctantly assist you with an introduction, not for any gifts. Chen Guan cheerfully followed, reiterating that gifts were indeed necessary and could be presented once his studies were concluded. With Yao Yu guiding the way, there were no obstacles. Even when ascending to the second floor, several overseer-like alchemists merely cast a glance without hindrance, indicating the girl's unique standing within the Alchemist Guild. As a royal princess and the disciple of President Fama, there were hardly any in the Gamma Empire who could rival her status. Teacher, this is Chu Guan, a good friend of my sister, here to escort me and visit you as well. Upon entering an alchemy room, Yao Yu behaved more obediently and took the initiative to introduce. Indeed, he was a good friend of her sister, not hers, as she had yet to forgive him. Furthermore, she did not acknowledge the sibling relationship between Chen Guan and Yao Yi. Acknowledging it would mean she would have to call him brother. She was more accustomed to referring to Chu Yuxian, discussing matters separately with her sister. Chen Guan, I have met President Fama. Yes. We previously encountered one another in the palace. You surprised us old fellows, an exceptionally talented young man. Please take a seat for a moment while I explain today's lesson to you, and we shall converse afterward. The elder praised, and it was no mere flattery. The content of today's lesson was not profoundly complex, allowing Chen Guan to sit in as a listener. What an honor. In the dimly lit alchemy room, the elder patiently imparted the art of alchemy to the girl, while a handsome young man sat nearby, listening intently, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber on the back mountain of the Yunlan sect, two figures were conversing in the shadows. However, the sounds emanating from them did not resemble those of carbon-based life forms. Cackling. Chapter 29. Yunshan, Reforging the Glory of the Past. It is our unyielding duty. Yunshan's visage was aged and grizzled, belonging to the same era as Jia Xingtian. Their abilities were comparable, both trapped beneath the threshold of Dozong, lamenting their fate. Without opportunity, it would be nearly impossible to transcend the Dozong barrier in this lifetime, and their time was drawing near. Yunshan had invested immense effort into the Yunlan sect, and the thought of dying like this left him unsatisfied. Reforging the glory of the past is our unyielding duty. He aspired for the Yunlan sect to become a dominant force in the northwest region, renowned across the land. He was keenly aware of the royal family's wariness towards the Yunlan sect. However, to be frank, he harbored no ambitions of controlling the Gamma Empire. Nor did he possess the same aspirations as Yunling. His desires and initial intentions differed from those of the royal family, leaving room for coexistence. Yet, his focus remained solely on breaking through to Dozong, unwilling to divert his attention to sect affairs. His disciple, Yun, was too indifferent. Under the guidance of ambitious elders like Yunling, the relationship with the royal family grew increasingly strained, making it seem as if the Yunlan sect was on the brink of rebellion. Opposite Yunshan, a figure cloaked in a black robe blended almost seamlessly into the dim chamber, obscuring even their complexion. The atmosphere was eerie and uncanny. This is Yunshan's impression of this individual. Through a narrow lens, he can surmise that the so-called soul palace he speaks of is likely not a force of righteousness. Deep down, he harbors a reluctance to entangle himself with such nefarious entities, as it contradicts the principles of the Yunlan sect. Should he succeed, he would naturally have no need to concern himself with these dubious elements, advising them to keep their distance. Conversely, should circumstances unfold unfavorably, it could serve as a contingency plan. In simpler terms, the Soul Palace is merely a backup option for him, reminiscent of a callous philanderer. He chuckles to himself, hoping that a wise decision will be made, for time is not on his side. An intriguing event has transpired within the palace today, news of which you may not yet have received. The royal family has secretly nurtured a prodigy, a youth not exceeding the age of 15, yet already possessing the strength of a grand master, undefeated amongst peers in battle. The people of the Northwest, lacking in experience, do not comprehend the implications of this. However, I can assure you that as long as this young man does not meet an untimely demise, he will inevitably ascend to the rank of Dozo. With sufficient fortune, Dozuin is not beyond the realm of possibility. Dozuin, even within my soul palace, is no ordinary individual. When that time comes, I need not elaborate further. Considering the current relationship between your Yunlan sect and the royal family, it is questionable whether survival is even feasible. I grant you 3 months to contemplate this matter. My soul palace indeed requires an eye in the Gamma Empire, but it need not be you. This is all I have to say. Elder Wu candidly analyzed the pros and cons, exhibiting a talent reminiscent of a cult leader. Yunshan's demeanor became as still as water, so engrossed in thought that he did not notice when Elder Wu departed, indicating his inner turmoil. He was undeniably shaken by the discourse, and his apprehension towards the Soul Palace intensified. The existence of Dozuin-level experts within it, yet they still appear as if they are scurrying rats in the shadows, speaks volumes about the magnitude of their transgressions. On another front, Chen Guan had been eavesdropping for nearly half an hour when Yao Yue's lessons finally concluded, her joy reminiscent of a child weighing 80 pounds, much to Fama's exasperation. Turning his gaze towards the young lad, he noticed that he was far more attentive than Yao Yue, the designated student. Without comparison, there is no harm. Yue, go refine a batch of energy pills to solidify your foundation. I shall converse with my young friend, Chen. Fama instructed. Yao Yue's smile faltered, and she pouted, casting an annoyed glance at Chen Guan, as if blaming him for her additional assignments, before storming off downstairs. Chen Guan shrugged, indifferent to her plight. What do you think of the Alchemist Association? Fama inquired casually after Yao Yue's departure, as he prepared tea. Chen Guan quickly took over the task of brewing, carefully selecting his words before responding. I hold it in high regard, as they indeed possess the credentials to be proud. Alchemists are on an entirely different level compared to ordinary individuals, and I believe this holds true beyond the Gamma Empire as well. Ha ha ha, your assessment is rather astute. They are not merely proud. Most are just beginning their journey, yet their status as alchemists blinds them to the realities around them, rendering arrogance a common trait. Fama replied with a chuckle, though his words barely concealed a sense of disappointment and disillusionment. The art of alchemy reveals its intricate splendor the deeper one delves into it. This path has the potential to reach the heavens. Even I, an elder, have merely scratched the surface, and at my advanced age, it seems unlikely that I shall ascend to the 6th rank in this lifetime, which is a profound regret of mine. What disappoints me even more is the lack of successors within the guild. The previous champion of the alchemy competition, Gu He, now revered as the king of elixirs, is nearing the end of his journey, with little chance of breaking through to the 7th rank. Even if he were to succeed, it would be a century hence, and his disposition does not foster a strong sense of belonging with us. Thus, despite the guild's seemingly vast stature, it is hardly worth mentioning in reality. Chen Guan quietly brewed tea and listened, feeling honored to serve as a confidant to such distinguished figures. However, he was somewhat puzzled as to why Fama chose to share these thoughts with him, especially given that this was their first meeting since the prior ceremony. Was it perhaps a case of overstepping social boundaries? The elder's concerns seemed excessive. Indeed, talent emerges in every generation, each leaving its mark over the centuries. The previous alchemy competition produced one king of elixirs, and the next may very well witness another. Not to mention, Yue possesses considerable talent as an alchemist, though her playful nature tends to distract her. As a seer, Chen Guan understood that Fama's worries were unfounded. The next Xiaohuo would undoubtedly be extraordinary, making the likes of Gu He appear insignificant in comparison. How delightful it would be to witness. Yue indeed shows promise, and it would not be a monumental task for her to surpass me in her lifetime. My young friend possesses astonishing talent for cultivation, unmatched within the empire. Yet, the monotony of rigorous training can lead to tedium. I must confess, during your display of prowess at noon, I sensed your soul's strength was exceptionally high, even surpassing my own. With such soul perception, should you pursue the path of an alchemist, your progress would be alarmingly rapid. After a lengthy preamble, Fama finally broached the main topic, his gaze imbued with fervor and expectation. Though there was a hint of intrigue in attempting to recruit from the royal family, he did not wish to overlook a promising prospect, and thus he broached the subject with subtlety. The Alchemist Guild typically refrains from meddling in the affairs of the empire, so it is unlikely that Xing Tian would harbor any resentment. His only uncertainty lay in whether the young man possessed a trace of what attribute. Chapter 30. The Refusal of Apprenticeship. With the conversation having reached this point, Chen Guan could scarcely feign ignorance of Fama's intentions. He envied those of lesser talent, who were spared such dilemmas, unlike himself, who found himself in a perplexing situation. I understand your intentions, esteemed elder. I do indeed possess a trace of what attribute, qualifying me as a potential alchemist. This knowledge was imparted to me by my teacher, Shu Tianhe, while I was at the lake's bottom. Though I had never pursued verification before. As Fama's eyes glowed with increasing intensity, Chen Guan felt the weight of scrutiny. Before Fama could utter the pivotal words, he hastily interjected with an explanation. I hope you understand, esteemed elder, that while I harbor some curiosity about the path of alchemy and intend to study it, due to certain special circumstances, I am unable to devote my primary focus to it. I may scarcely find a day each month to dedicate to my studies. Thus, I must respectfully decline your kind offer. This statement may have been somewhat exaggerated, yet it conveyed Chen Guan's sentiments clearly. Cultivation has always held the foremost place in his heart. Beyond that, he would never forsake the puppet mastery imparted by Master Shu Tianhe. In terms of significance, it occupies a position in his mind that surpasses even that of alchemy, and he finds it far more intriguing. Who would prefer the laborious and tedious pursuit of alchemy when one could engage in the exhilarating art of puppet manipulation? Striving to advance in both cultivation and puppet mastery leaves him with scant time. A person's energy is finite, and Chen Guan does not wish to arrange his life like a spinning top, ceaselessly whirling. He must learn to relinquish certain pursuits. Thus, since acquiring the legacy of puppet mastery, the weight of alchemy in his heart has significantly diminished. Undeniably, alchemy is practical, and he will spare time to study it. But he will never devote excessive hours to it. He aims for self-sufficiency in the elixirs he concocts. Treating puppet mastery as a vocation and alchemy as a mere hobby, this is Chen Guan's plan for the future. Naturally, Fama is unaware of this mindset, and upon hearing that Chen Guan does not value his alchemical talents, Fama feels a pang of frustration. Such a formidable soul perception, squandered on neglecting alchemy, what a waste. Taking a deep breath, Fama sets forth a minimal requirement. Dedicate 10 days each month to the study of alchemy, and I shall take you as my disciple, guaranteeing that you attain at least the rank of a 4th-tier alchemist before you turn 20. Consider carefully the advantages of being an alchemist. Look at Gu He as an example. I am the president of the guild, and with your agreement, you may utilize my guild's materials for practice. Furthermore, I am a Do Huang-level powerhouse. Being my apprentice will grant you unparalleled freedom in the Garma Empire. Desperate not to miss out on this promising talent, Fama resorts to enticing offers, a tactic he has never employed before. Chen Guan silently reflects that he is already capable of navigating through life with ease. He is profoundly grateful for the elder's esteem, yet he simply cannot allocate that much energy. Having even a single day free in a month is a rare treasure for him, and he must regretfully decline the elder's goodwill. Do you think this is a marketplace where you can haggle? One day? Why not learn it in your dreams? Fama retorts, angrily stroking his beard, his frustration palpable. Given his status, he has lowered himself to such an extent, only to be met with rejection. If this were to spread, it would be hard for anyone in the Garma Empire to believe it. The more he contemplates, the more incensed he becomes. Shedding the demeanor of a Do Huang powerhouse and resembling an exasperated parent, incessantly chastising the youth. What a waste of talent, utterly foolish. If you were my bloodline descendant, I would surely discipline you severely today. He rants, venting his frustrations like spilling beans, finally releasing his pent-up irritation, rather than mere anger. What he truly feels is a sense of disappointment, an intense desire for the youth not to squander his gifts, akin to a fervent collector who discovers an adored, unattainable masterpiece being used as a mere tablecloth. In such moments, merely refraining from taking action is a testament to his restraint. Chen Guan stands by, awkwardly listening, reluctant to interject, which is precisely why he had clarified his stance beforehand. He is well aware of the benefits of apprenticing under Fama and is indeed tempted. Yet even after becoming a disciple, alchemy would still rank third in his priorities. Rather than allowing the ever-fuming Fama to harbor resentment, it would be more forthright to clarify things in advance. As for the potential waste of one's soul perception advantage, there is no need for concern. The demand for soul power by puppeteers is no less than that of alchemists. Fama, having exhausted himself in his tirade, was graciously offered a cup of tea by Chen Guan, which he consumed in one swift motion, restoring his composure and his previous dignified demeanor. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Your visit to the Alchemist Guild today surely extends beyond a mere courtesy call to an old man. I presume you also intend to escort you where? Fama, eager to expedite the boy's departure to avoid further irritation, did not linger. Chen Guan, feeling slightly awkward, retrieved an item from his storage ring. By a fortunate twist of fate, I have acquired a small jar of ice spirit spring. However, due to the previous owner's negligence in its preservation, it has become contaminated. Therefore, I wish to request your assistance in purifying it, or at the very least, removing its corrosive properties. Ice spirit spring? Indeed, it is a shame that such a treasure has been mishandled. I shall take on this task, but you must brace yourself for the outcome. Once it has been processed, The remaining quantity will undoubtedly be significantly reduced, likely amounting to only 2 or 3 vials. Casting a glance at the jar before him, Fama shook his head in lament. Under normal circumstances, witnessing such a precious item being spoiled would have incited a vehement outburst from him. Yet today, with Chen Guan's affairs in the foreground, he suddenly found the ice spirit spring to be of little importance. I understand. Additionally, I must adhere to the alchemical customs. This grain of essence dust shall serve as compensation. I hope it aids you in your ascent to the 6th tier. Fama maintained his composure, dismissing the notion of compensation, eager only for the boy to vanish from his view, which was becoming increasingly vexatious. However, upon hearing Chen Guan elucidate the remarkable properties of the essence dust, Fama was visibly moved. As a peak 5th-tier alchemist, he was on the precipice of a breakthrough with the use of this dust. He was utterly confident that he could ascend to the 6th tier, fulfilling a long-held ambition. The value of this reward was immense. Not to mention, the purification of a single portion of ice spirit spring could not compare to the worth of the essence dust, even 100-fold. Fama felt an overwhelming temptation. Below the 8th tier, no alchemist could maintain their composure in the presence of essence dust. Yet, even in the face of such allure, he retained his rationality. Inhaling deeply before inquiring, "Is this your decision, or does it stem from the royal family? If it is the latter, I must reluctantly forego it." Fortuitously, the boy who had vexed him so much that day provided an answer he sought. "It is mine, and has nothing to do with the royal family." Upon hearing this, Fama exhaled in relief. He was aware of Chen Guan's connection to the royal family, yet the depth of that relationship remained unclear. However, based on the camaraderie between the boy and the 2 princesses, it was evident they were indeed good friends. Good friends, after all, remained within the bounds of friendship. He could, at most, show a slight inclination towards the royal family out of gratitude for the boy's kindness, without contravening his principles. Alas, he underestimated the complexities involved. Gazing deeply at the boy, Fama followed his instincts. "I shall accept this essence dust. Return tomorrow afternoon to collect the ice spirit spring. The favor shall be remembered, but need not be spoken of." Chapter 31. The Fall of the Great Wilderness Star. Originally, Fama intended to never see that young man again, and if they did meet, he resolved to remain silent to avoid the pangs of heartache. Yet, just as he made this silent vow, he found himself breaking it almost immediately. Alas, it was all due to the abundance he had given. Chen Guan, however, was not surprised. His encounters with Fama had been largely anticipated. If the other party had even declined the spirit dust, he would readily believe any claims of Chen Guan having overcome addiction. Descending from the 2nd floor, he spotted Yao Yu in the lobby, surrounded by onlookers as she brewed alchemical potions, their praises surging like a tide. How amusing, the vanity of that little brat. The strengthening pill was a 1st-tier potion of moderate difficulty, and given Yao Yu's current level, it should have been a simple task. However, her mind was unsettled, distracted by thoughts of the 2 individuals upstairs. Consequently, she mismanaged the fire, causing the ingredients to turn to ashes that scattered, some landing on her face. The once delicate young girl now resembled a little calico cat. The others transformed into emotionless ninjas, their expressions blank, although the scene was quite comical. Such occurrences were not uncommon to them, having all experienced similar mishaps. Chen Guan, witnessing this for the first time, could not suppress his laughter. The little calico cat, in a fit of rage, turned to him and, upon recognizing him, pounced, sinking her teeth into his arm. It did not truly hurt, but the smudges of ash on his clothing were quite suspect. It seemed he had inadvertently become her towel. Yao Yu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment from her earlier blunder. Relieved that he did not mention her failure in potion making, she hurriedly ascended the stairs to say her farewells. Brushing off the ash from his sleeves, Chen Guan suddenly pondered. Had he actually accepted Fama as his master, he would have had to call this girl senior sister. That was a close call. He felt increasingly convinced that he had made a wise decision. "What about my gift? I prepared 3 items for you. Which would you like to see first?" "The second one." "Oh, what is this?" "Puppet wings, capable of flight, allowing you to soar great distances." "And how far is great?" "About 20 meters, more or less." When it came to entertaining children, Chen Guan was a professional. Among the gifts for Yao Yu, besides the flashy yet rather redundant 2nd-tier puppet wings, the other 2 items were akin to those for Yao Yi, spirit dust, and a protective puppet. The slight difference was that Yao Yu's puppet was at the spirit combat level, not due to any special treatment from Chen Guan, but because providing a combat king-level puppet would be sheer waste. There was no one safer than her, whether in the palace or the alchemist guild. The next day, Chen Guan emerged from his meditative state, feeling he had made significant progress toward becoming a 3-star combat master, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Although the Earth-level techniques were merely rudimentary, they were worlds apart from the mysterious level, though he had yet to find the time to practice Earth-level combat skills. His endurance had markedly improved, a clear indication of his enhancement. Rising from his bed, Chen Guan retrieved a pile of materials from his storage ring, all used countless times and on the brink of being discarded, and began to immerse himself in the study of puppet technique, captivated and unable to extricate himself. It was not until close to noon that Yao Yi arrived to summon him, prompting him to reluctantly conclude his studies. I bring you splendid news. Your batch of Huanglian essence has proven lucrative, and by sheer fortune, you have discovered 6 blood lotus essences within. So many? Chen Guan expressed his surprise. Are you not aware of how much you acquired? Although blood lotus essence is notoriously elusive, it cannot withstand indiscriminate procurement such as yours. It appears to be true, he mused. Indeed, with sufficient capital, many formidable challenges can be effortlessly surmounted. As the two made their way to the back mountain, Yao Yi halted and said, "You may enter alone. I must attend to some matters in the military today." The tragic demise of the 9th prince of the Outcloud Empire in Gamma still loomed over them. Although no longer fearing retaliation, closure was still necessary. Albeit Yao Yi refrained from voicing these troubles. Chen Guan nodded in acknowledgement. This was not his first visit to the back mountain. He was quite familiar with it. Upon arriving at their usual meeting spot, he observed Jia Xingtian, who appeared to have gained a slight youthfulness, a transformation emanating from his very soul. Evidently, the spirit dust had played a role. "Old Jia, please sit. It has been over a year since we last sat together for a proper conversation. Every time I see you, I cannot help but feel fortunate. My decision to travel to Wutan City was indeed the wisest choice of my life." Jia Xingtian remarked with a smile. It is rather amusing. Each time he meets Jia Xingtian, their conversations invariably revolve around mutual flattery and modesty, lacking the ease he shares with the two sisters. Perhaps this is the essence of generational divides. Today was no exception. After the customary exchange of compliments, Chen Guan broached the matter at hand, producing a scroll and handing it over. Intermediate Earth-level combat technique, Great Wilderness Starfall. Among the remnants left by his master, aside from a complete set of techniques, Chen Guan had acquired 7 Earth-level combat techniques, all intermediate or lower. Regrettably, 4 of these were of the wood element, while the remaining 3 consisted of fire, earth, and ice. Notably, only the Great Wilderness Starfall was of intermediate Earth level. One cannot deny Jia Xingtian's fortunate circumstances. Upon receiving the scroll and glancing through it, astonishment was evident on his face. He was aware of Chen Guan's fortuitous encounters, but did not anticipate that he would acquire such a precious combat technique. Had it not been for his consideration of Chen Guan's feelings, he would have been compelled to inquire further. Setting aside unnecessary thoughts, Jia Xingtian gazed towards the direction of Yunlan sect, his confidence surging. Next month marks the annual disciple competition of Yunlan sect. Would you be interested in joining the festivities? I, too, wish to ascertain whether that old rascal Yunshan has met his end. Chapter 32, 6th Order Beast Fire. The skies cleared, the rain ceased. Do you now feel capable? Securing an intermediate Earth-level combat technique has caused Jia Xingtian to feel somewhat elated. Chen Guan pondered for a moment, but chose not to dampen his enthusiasm. Furthermore, he remained uncertain about when Yunshan began his dealings with the Jia in their pursuit of breaking through to the combat sage level. They would see in due time. By the way, old Jia, I have another matter to discuss today. I wish to acquire a portion of the beast fire from the Yuhai Jiao beast. Although directed towards Jia Xingtian, Chen Guan's gaze was fixed upon the small lake before him. With his peak ordinary realm spiritual power, he could distinctly sense a domineering force concealed within the lake, fluctuating in strength and exhibiting instability. Without a doubt, this is the guardian beast of the Jayamar royal family, the Abyssal Serpent. Despite having visited this secluded area numerous times, I have never laid eyes on this majestic creature. Shall we proceed? Jia Xingtian inquired. There is no need for such formality. With our presence, you will find the refinement of the beast fire quite manageable, though it will undoubtedly involve some hardship, Jia Xingtian chuckled, finally feeling a sense of superiority before this young prodigy. Having an exceptionally talented junior is both a blessing and a burden. It often diminishes the prestige of being a formidable emperor-level fighter. Today, however, he seized the opportunity to showcase his prowess. The Abyssal Serpent, having fought alongside our royal family for many years, has sustained numerous hidden injuries. Its current condition is rather poor. If it were to unleash its full power, its wounds would likely worsen and lead to its demise after just a few uses. Most of its time is now spent in slumber to mitigate the spread of its injuries. Were it not for its inability to continue fighting, the Yunlan sect would not pose such a significant threat to our royal family, Jia Xingtian lamented, recounting the guardian beast's plight. Chen Guankai nodded in understanding, for he had been aware of this situation for quite some time. Moreover, he knew that the royal family had already devised a plan to alleviate the Abyssal Serpent's hidden injuries. The 6th grade intermediate elixir, the primordial bone refining pill. The necessary herbs were prepared. All that remained was a 6th-grade mid-level alchemist. There was no need to discuss Gu He's position regarding the Yunlan sect and the royal family. Although Gu He was a 6th-grade alchemist, he had only recently ascended and was still relatively inexperienced. The disparity between a novice and a seasoned 6th-grade alchemist was vast, and entrusting the task to Gu He would likely result in a waste of precious materials. Old friend, awaken. With Jia Xingtian's call infused with fighting spirit, the surface of the small lake began to churn violently, akin to water boiling in a kettle. Before long, a colossal serpentine beast emerged within Chen Guankai's line of sight. As Chen Guankai scrutinized the creature, he realized this was his first encounter with a 6th-tier magical beast, even though it did not intentionally exude an aura and appeared injured. The pressure it exerted was considerable, akin to standing beneath a tilted wall. The abyssal serpent also assessed the young man, having heard much about him from Jia Xingtian during its sporadic awakenings. Now, it recognized that he surpassed anyone it had previously encountered. Old fellow, why have you awakened me? I am not in a position to act freely unless it is a final battle. Otherwise, refrain from summoning me, the abyssal serpent articulated, its voice resonant yet tinged with dissatisfaction. Without beating around the bush, Jia Xingtian revealed Chen Guankai's need for beast fire. Are you an alchemist? The abyssal serpent inquired, fixing its gaze on the youth. A high-tier beast fire holds considerable value, whether for alchemical purposes or the crafting of puppets, as it serves a significant role in both. I am indeed an alchemist. As long as I have hands, I can manage, Chen Guankai replied. I also know of a highly esteemed alchemist within the empire. If you grant me some time, I should be able to enlist their assistance in concocting some elixirs to heal your hidden injuries. Can they refine 6th-grade intermediate elixirs? Jia Xingtian, even more excited than the abyssal serpent, did not inquire about the identity of this alchemist, sparing Chen Guankai the need for lengthy explanations. Indeed. Ha ha ha. Well, Chen Xiaozai, to be honest, after much deliberation, Jia Xingtian ultimately provided him with 3 portions of the medicinal herbs required for concocting the Hunyuan plastic bone pill, along with the accompanying formula. With a glimmer of hope for recovery, even the somewhat irritable Yuhai Jiaoshu felt a wave of satisfaction at this outcome. With the atmosphere so harmonious, the matter of the beast fire became rather straightforward. Under the direct assistance of Jia Xingtian and Yuhai Jiaoshu, he scarcely felt any significant pain, effortlessly achieving successful refinement. As he extended his palm, a deep blue flame erupted in Chen Guan's hand, crackling and radiating an intense heat, its ferocity palpable even from a distance. After expressing his gratitude to Jia Xingtian and Yuhai Jiaoshu, Chen Guan left with a heart full of contentment. There was no need to rush concerning the Hunyuan plastic bone pill. It was enough to keep it in mind until he was prepared to meet with Master Xiaohuahua and his disciple. The Yuhai Jiaoshu, comparable to an 8-star Do Huang, would undoubtedly serve as a formidable ally once its hidden injuries were healed. At the Mitre auction house, the opulent hall exuded an unmistakable air of affluence, which was Chen Guan's first impression upon arrival. The spacious hall was already filled to capacity, a bustling throng creating a lively atmosphere, making the auction house seem extraordinarily vibrant. However, it was uncertain how many among the crowd were genuinely interested in bidding, as the hushed whispers Chen Guan overheard were no less than those depicted in the original narrative of Wutan City. Ubiquitous. Chen Guan entered midway through the auction, an unconventional timing. Yet at the Mitre auction house, where profit reigns supreme, gold coins pave the way, and procedures are as pliable as one pleases. Choosing a position towards the back, he directed his gaze towards the young lady in a qipao on stage. Despite her tender age, she exuded an alluring charm, skillfully coaxing higher prices for the auctioned items with her eloquence. Miss Yufei, she truly possesses an exceptional talent. Knowing how to leverage her advantages is a form of wisdom in itself. If she were in his hometown, she would undoubtedly thrive as a formidable businesswoman. Alas, born in a world like the Duki continent, lacking the talent for cultivation destined her to a more constrained stage. The next auction item was a fragmentary map, likely familiar to many. A year prior, the royal family, Yunlan sect, and Mitre family jointly explored the Beast Mountain range, discovering a stronghold of an esteemed powerhouse. This fragmentary map was acquired by the Mitre family during that expedition, and upon authentication by the clan leader and elders, it was deemed to potentially hold an unparalleled secret. Were it not for the Mitre family's focus on commerce, they would never part with it for auction. Miss Yufei, please proceed to the next item. Your auction house mentioned the same just a few days ago. The sound of a fist striking a face echoed. What are you doing? I am indeed the fool you described. Chapter 33, Tung Shan. Another day of reminiscing about the Elder Hai. In a VIP room on the 2nd floor of the auction house. The view was expansive, offering a complete overview of the hall. Constructed from special materials, The interior remained obscured from the outside. At this moment, Miter Tingshan stood by the window, his gaze fixed upon a young man in a blue robe below, meticulously observing his every action. From the youthful curiosity with which he observed Yufei, to ultimately capturing that fragmented image, which had been scrutinized countless times amidst the surrounding gazes of those who regarded him as a fool. Moreover, Tingshan discerned the young man's apparent fondness for magic cores. At the auction, 11 magic cores emerged, all acquired by him, amounting to an extravagant expenditure of nearly 1 million gold coins. Such behaviors left Tingshan quite perplexed. Had it not been for witnessing the young man's astonishing performance at Yaoya's coming-of-age ceremony yesterday, he might have categorized him as a reckless collector of magic cores. However, now Tingshan found himself pondering whether there was a deeper significance behind this. He keenly noted the young man's elation upon acquiring the fragmented image, prompting him to consider whether the royal family had uncovered more information regarding it. Once again, he reminisced about Elder Hai. Yufei was scheduled to be assigned to Wutan City. When was her planned departure? After making some casual arrangements, Tingshan departed. If matters were truly heading in that direction, he would not hesitate to lend a hand. Of course, this assistance was not to be confused with the kind of push Yaya had once mentioned. The old fox's intentions were unbeknownst to Chen Guan. Shortly after Tingshan's departure, Chen Guan proceeded to finalize the exchange of items, leaving the auction house without a trace of nostalgia. His objectives had been accomplished, and there was no need to squander time lingering there. While it was true that most men appreciate the beauty of women, he was not so foolish as to let infatuation distract him from his priorities. Rather than reveling in Yufei's elegance, he was far more eager to retrieve his ice spirit spring from the Alchemist Guild, as it was intrinsically linked to enhancing his strength. Upon entering the Alchemist Guild and encountering Fama, Chen Guan soon realized he had been deceived. The purification of the ice spirit spring was quite troublesome. He could only make minimal progress each day, estimating it would take about 10 days to complete. During these days, he would need to come in the afternoons to supervise Yu's studies as well. Fama spoke insincerely, avoiding direct eye contact with Chen Guan, even though he had accepted reality. Seeing Chen Guan still ignited feelings of frustration within him. Chen Guan nodded, not concerned. After all, it was merely a matter of 10 days. And he would predominantly be spending this time with the two sisters, as there were no other distractions. This routine persisted for several days, during which Chen Guan began to grasp Fama's intentions, as he frequently seized opportunities to impart foundational knowledge of alchemy and demonstrate the allure of potion crafting before him. It was evident that deep down, he remained unwilling to concede, attempting to spark Chen Guan's interest through this method. At the very least, he wished to guide him onto the path of an alchemist. With such extraordinary talent, Fama felt it would be a travesty if Chen Guan could not even master potion crafting. Chen Guan listened attentively and observed with care. Yet each time Fama urged him to try his hand, he politely declined. He could sense Fama's earnestness, but as he had reiterated, alchemy was not his greatest passion, and he found himself unable to bear the weight of Fama's intense expectations. In the blink of an eye, the 10-day period had elapsed. Here are your ice spirit spring and blood lotus pill, Fama stated, handing over the two items to the young man before departing, wearied and ready to relinquish it all. Chen Guan took no heed, solemnly stowing away the two items. Regrettably, Chen Guan merely sought to deepen his understanding of the information regarding the absorption and refinement of. Indeed, the records are abundant. After all, such a precious treasure as is coveted by all, particularly by alchemists. With aspirations come efforts, and individuals rack their brains to contemplate how to tame and refine should they encounter it. Although most ideas involve perilous risks with minimal chances of success, it must be acknowledged that these individuals possess remarkable intellect. They are all exceptional talents. According to ancient texts, the success rate of refining with fire attribute is notably higher than with other attributes, a fact that is easily comprehensible. Additionally, factors such as the level of the strength of one's power, and even the realm of the soul and physical endurance are all pertinent elements. Refining is undoubtedly a protracted battle. If the practice is subpar, the internal may be insufficient to sustain the required consumption, leading to inevitable failure. The concept of strength is more straightforward. If one possesses adequate power, they might even forcibly suppress, as exemplified by Xiao Yan's ancestor, Xiao Xian. Regarding the soul, the higher the realm, the more tolerable the pain becomes. And the same applies to physical strength. These factors pertain to one's innate conditions, yet one can also utilize external aids to enhance the chances of success. For instance, the ice spirit cold spring in Chen Guan's possession and the blood lotus pill crafted by Fa Ma are among the two essential items prepared for Xiao Huahua by the character Yao Chun in the original work. Chen Guan reflected on his advantages, a 2-star strength, a peak soul, accompanied by a low level. This configuration, when compared to Xiao Yan's efforts in refining the represents a stark contrast akin to the difference between a mere rice grain and a Gatling gun. Should he fail, even with the assistance of the flying dragon rider, he would surely be left with no face to show. Now, he only lacked the thought of this item left Chen Guan feeling quite helpless. It was one thing for the royal family to lack it, but to his dismay, even the alchemist guild had none. However, Fama informed him that the Yunlan sect possessed a collection. Chen Guan surmised that the item might have already fallen into the hands of Gu He, which posed a considerable complication, as Gu He had long coveted Yun Yun and, with a sigh of resignation, Chen Guan resolved that a visit to the Yunlan sect was ultimately unavoidable. Chapter 34. A reunion with Yun Yun. The imperial capital is never short of topics of conversation. Even as the fervor surrounding the royal princess's coming-of-age ceremony has yet to dissipate, the annual disciple competition of the Yunlan sect has arrived. The Grand Elder, Yun Ling, oversees the various affairs, and the scale of the event continues to expand. Although it does not quite match the grandeur of the coming-of-age ceremony, it is not far behind, with invitations extended to major families from the Holy City and the Alchemist Guild to witness the occasion. In the royal carriage, Jia Xingtian and Chen Guan journey northward to the Yunlan sect. Both harbor their own motives, yet Chen Guan, observing Jia Xingtian's exuberance and fidgety demeanor, felt a twinge of unease. Old Jia, we are attending to observe, not to engage in combat. Please, exercise restraint. It is best if we avoid conflict altogether. Rest assured, no one understands decorum better than I do, Jia Xingtian replied, his words betraying no hint of restraint, resembling a schoolboy whose attention flitted in and out. Chen Guan could only manage a wry smile. It was exceedingly difficult to feel reassured under such circumstances. He had advised him numerous times, yet to no avail. At this moment, Jia Xingtian appeared somewhat childlike in Chen Guan's eyes, exhibiting a certain naivete. After a month of rigorous training under the Great Wilderness Starfall, he had finally achieved modest success. Never before had Jia Xingtian possessed such confidence. It was understandable that he felt a bit elated. However, understanding did not absolve them from the need for restraint. Yun Shan was not to be underestimated. According to the original timeline, he had certainly not yet breached the Dozong barrier. The true concern lay with the Soul Palace, lurking in the shadows. Why are you so preoccupied with Yunlan's sect? You've mentioned it to me over a dozen times now, which is rather uncharacteristic of you. Chen Guan sensed that without providing him a compelling reason, it would be challenging to alter his mind. Frustrated, he noted the old man's typically amiable demeanor. Yet his stubbornness was indeed remarkable. What Chen Guan did not realize was that Yun Shan, Jia Xingtian, and Hai Buodong had once been equally matched rivals in their youth. Hai Buodong had consistently occupied the third position, while Yun Shan and Jia Xingtian had exchanged victories, much like how a few years prior, Zhang Zi had unilaterally perceived him as a lifelong adversary. This sentiment was foreign to Chen Guan, who had yet to experience it and could not empathize. After much hesitation, Chen Guan chose to withhold the information regarding the Soul Palace and fabricated a casual excuse. To be honest, when I encountered that Yun Yun at the coming-of-age ceremony, I found her to be extraordinarily captivating. I fell for her at first sight. If you sever ties with them, it will complicate matters for me, especially since I wish to negotiate for the acquisition of Ling love at first sight. Chen Guan nodded. Jia Xingtian scoffed, expressing disbelief. Was that truly love at first sight? I would be remiss not to call you out on this. I know you too well. Isn't the acquisition of Ling the real focus? Indeed, the acquisition of Ling is paramount. Is it of great importance to you? Yes, extremely important, Chen Guan affirmed earnestly. In places such as the Jianan Academy and the Black Corner region, he could perhaps expend some effort to locate Ling, but he lacked the luxury of time. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that it had been less than 2 years since Xiao Huahua had embarked on his journey, and the narrative was about to unfold in earnest. He needed to grow to the fullest extent possible. Jia Xingtian nodded slightly, the exuberance on his face diminishing, replaced by a flicker of regret. Oh well, I can always deal with that old rascal Yunshan next time. The Holy City was not far from Yunlan's sect. After traveling for a little over half an hour, they arrived at the encampment situated at the foot of Yunlan sect's mountain, where Yao Yi awaited them after 3 days apart. Unfortunately, upon their arrival, they found Yao Yi supervising an execution, her expression icy and brimming with murderous intent. Upon seeing them, she momentarily tempered her demeanor. This was the first time Chen Guan had witnessed such a sight, evoking a hint of curiosity within him. What is it? Nothing. I just find them rather amusing, he replied, concealing the fact that years ago, his attention had been entirely consumed by the will, and he had naively accepted that the assassin mentioned within was from the Sun Empire, never considering the possibility of a frame-up. It was indeed a touch embarrassing. With Yao Yi preoccupied, Chen Guan chose not to disturb her, allowing her to tend to the carriage while he and Jia Xingtian strolled leisurely on their way. As the two individuals deliberately slowed their pace, they arrived at the Yunlan sect just before noon. Figures such as Tung Shan and Nailan Su had already taken their seats, and the grand competition was poised to commence. They had indeed timed their arrival meticulously. Due to Jia Xingtian's esteemed status, Yun Yun, the sect leader, personally rose to greet him. Adorned in an elegant smoke blue dress, she exuded a noble grace that was both serene and exquisite, untouched by the dust of the world. As she moved, her gentle brows resembled autumn waters, and her jade-like skin danced with the breeze, undeniably the center of attention. Ha, sect leader Yun. There is no need for such formality. I am merely an old friend of your teacher, here to take a breath of fresh air. I shall sit beside this old fellow and converse, Jia Xingtian declared before the other party could utter a word, already directing his gaze to the empty seat beside Fama. Please, Jia La, he continued, striding away without a care for Chen Guan, who had accompanied him, leaving behind a teasing smile, as if to say, look, I know you enjoy this. Here's your opportunity, seize it well. Chen Guan, caught between amusement and exasperation, realized he had to fend for himself. Chen Guan, it is a pleasure to meet you, sect leader Yin. Young Master Chen, do sit with Yanran and the others. They have long been curious about you. It will be a good opportunity for them to witness what it means to have someone exceptional among them, Yin Yin responded. Chen Guan nodded modestly, moving to take a seat among the younger generation. Now was not the time for serious discussions. Inquiries regarding the matter of Na Ling could wait until after the competition. As he settled in, Nailin Yanran and Lu Ling, among others, turned their gazes upon him, scrutinizing him closely. Even though her master had personally informed her, Nailin Yanran still found it hard to believe that someone of her age had already attained the rank of Grandmaster. This level of talent instilled in her an overwhelming sense of pressure, causing her to involuntarily grip the long sword resting across her knees. Lu Ling, sitting slightly further away, was equally curious but retained an air of arrogance. What of genius? He is not an alchemist. Even if he becomes a Do Wang or Do Huang in the future, he will still have to show respect to us alchemists, he mused, harboring a blind confidence that led to a somewhat insincere smile as he greeted Chen Guan, careful not to speak his true thoughts aloud. At that moment, an unsettling sensation pricked at him from the side. Recalling the incident earlier in the year when he had first caught the attention of the Crimson Ice Serpent King. Chapter 35, Nailin Yinran. The Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect, Yunling. Chen Guan recognized him instantly, having encountered him during the rite of passage. Behind Yunling sat a familiar figure, Mo Cheng, the Grand Elder of the Mo clan, who appeared to be engaged in a whispered conversation while also assessing the young man. Seeing these two conspiring together, Chen Guan felt a twinge of unease. Their conversation was undoubtedly about him, and likely not in a favorable light. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against eavesdropping. Such a maneuver would be too conspicuous, given the formidable presence of those in attendance. However, what Chen Guan did not anticipate was that his previous actions would convey a misinterpretation to one individual. What sort of gaze is this? Mo Cheng thought. His heart jolted with surprise. He had never contemplated that the reason for this situation lay in Chen Guan's extraordinary mental prowess, which had swiftly eliminated the correct answer from his consideration, leading him to merely perceive it as the discovery of a pair of remarkable eyes. Unspoken intentions lingered in the air as he conceived a bold idea. He desired Chen Guan, that pair of eyes. Casting a glance at the formidable Jia Xingtian, who was engaged in lively conversation with Fa Ma, he felt the stark disparity in strength, rendering any notion of resistance utterly daunting. Yet, when he considered Yunling before him and the Yunlan sect behind him, Mo Cheng sensed that perhaps there still existed a sliver of maneuvering space. After all, the esteemed elder of their Yunlan sect was present, as was the elder of the Mo family from the Salt City in the northwest. And Mo Cheng had always regarded the elder with utmost reverence. A cool voice broke through his contemplation. Nalan Yinran proactively introduced herself. Clearly, she had been observing the young man's actions and assumed he was curious about the two figures. Deep down, Nalan Yinran held some reservations towards Yun Ling and Mo Cheng. Her teacher was the sect leader, yet these two showed scant respect towards him. While Yun Ling relied on his seniority, Mo Cheng was even more egregious, offering only perfunctory greetings to their teacher, behaving like a sycophant to the elder. Although Nalan Yinran had only recently become a disciple, Yun Yun had treated her with great kindness, fostering a relationship that felt more like sisterhood than mere mentorship. As a staunch supporter of the sect leader, she found it exceedingly difficult to harbor any fondness for these two. Thank you, Chen Guan acknowledged with a nod. The Mo family? Merely a flock of chickens, hardly worth excessive concern. Indeed, Yun Ling possessed some measure of strength, yet regrettably, he was intellectually deficient. Ironically, Yun Ling's reckless pursuit of power had dragged the entire Yunlan sect down with him. Had he been Yun Shan, he might have harbored murderous intent. Truly, a single rotten apple can spoil the barrel. Diverting his attention from Yunling, Chen Guan shifted his gaze toward the martial arts arena. As the lengthy oration and encouragement from an elder concluded, the disciples' competition finally commenced. The disciples of the Yunlan sect were categorized into outer, inner, and direct disciples. The outer disciples often engaged in trivial skirmishes, rarely shining before the gathered guests. However, the contests among inner disciples showcased far greater brilliance, with combatants displaying formidable prowess and an array of dazzling techniques, creating a spectacle that left spectators awestruck. Overall, the level of skill was commendable, reflecting the vitality and flourishing spirit of the Yunlan sect. Stealing a glance at the elder Jia Xingtian diagonally opposite him, Chen Guan noted with satisfaction that the smile on the elder's face had considerably diminished. Following the conclusion of the outer and inner disciples' bouts, it was now time for the direct disciples to compete. As Yun Yun's direct disciple, Nalan Yinran undoubtedly became the focal point of the entire event. This battle was destined to engrave Nalan Yinran's name in the memories of all present, simultaneously upholding the honor of the sect leader's direct apprentice. Listening to the tide of admiration directed at Nalan Yinran, Nalan Su erupted into hearty laughter, basking in the glow of pride. Even Yun Yun, seated in the principal position, wore a satisfied smile, radiating warmth akin to a spring breeze or a setting sun, dignified yet beautiful. Nalan Yinran, having fully embodied Yun Yun's essence, immediately turned her gaze towards her teacher after stepping down, entirely disregarding her more self-satisfied father on the other side. Upon seeing her teacher's smile, her own expression mirrored joy and delight. She found the rumors about Chen Guan hard to believe, yet her teacher would not deceive her. Unbeknownst to herself, she had already begun to regard the pursuit of Chen Guan as a worthy aspiration, which is why she was now curious about his opinion of her. Astonishing and promising for the future, Chen Guan spoke candidly to people and ghostly figures alike. After all, kind words cost nothing. Moreover, his performance was indeed commendable. One cannot simply compare oneself to others. However, he was taken aback to discover that such high praise did not elicit joy from Nalan Yinran, but rather provoked her ire. Are you mocking me? Casting a glance at the now cold-faced Nalan Yinran, Chen Guan felt perplexed. Was his attempt at flattery not satisfactory? Did she require him to belittle her with haughty sarcasm to feel content? Did she perhaps possess a touch of pretentiousness? Disinclined to engage in further banter, Chen Guan rose and distanced himself, heading towards Yun Yun, for the grand competition was essentially concluded, and it was time to address more pressing matters. Nalan Yinran, feeling ignored, gripped her sword tightly, a tumult of emotions, anger, humiliation, and indignation, swelling within her, as she felt she had never endured such an affront. Particularly infuriating was the clear hearing of the boy muttering "fool" as he departed, which almost drove her to a frenzy, her resentment surging uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, the boy had ascended to the pinnacle of her list of individuals requiring admonishment. Chen Guan was oblivious to her thoughts, and even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. Presently, Nalan Yinran exhibited a certain naïveté and idealism. She tended to react excessively to dissatisfaction, displaying a self-righteous demeanor typical of a young lady. Only someone with Yun Yun's temperament could deftly manage her. Simply put, she had yet to experience the harsh realities of life. Chen Guan could empathize, yet he found her immaturity unappealing and had no desire to indulge in childish games with her. He preferred the company of more mature and considerate women like Yao Yi and Yun Yun. Here, Chen Guan solemnly declares that he harbors no romantic feelings for Yao Yi and has not held onto the playful banter from their past. Truly. Chapter 36. Courtesy. The grand competition was not akin to a coming-of-age ceremony. Once the formalities concluded, participants could linger to engage in light-hearted conversation and cultivate camaraderie. Furthermore, as their sect leader was a woman, the guests felt even more reluctant to overstay their welcome. Nevertheless, some guests lingered a little longer, such as Nalan Su, who was earnestly advising his daughter nearby. Then there were individuals like Chen Guan and Jia Xingtian, who had matters to discuss. Yun sect leader, may I have a word? Young Chen has something to discuss with you. With Jia Xingtian initiating the conversation, Yun Yun naturally could not refuse. This way, please. Yun Yun led the way towards a side hall. Chen Guan followed, only to find that Jia Xingtian remained rooted in place. Haha, you go speak with her. I'll leave it to you. I am not adept at negotiations, and it has been many years since I visited the Yunlan sect. I shall enjoy the scenery while I await your return. Perhaps considering his status and the aptitude he had displayed, Yun Yun, despite being a sect leader and a formidable Do Huang, did not underestimate him. After inviting him to take a seat, she had tea served, demonstrating her politeness. After dismissing the tea disciples and closing the door, Chen Guan politely exchanged pleasantries before addressing the matter at hand. Do you wish to acquire the spirit essence? He inquired, nodding silently. Having deliberately sought out Yunlan's sect, he had made his desire evident, rendering any pretense of indifference unnecessary. After all, one need not underestimate the intelligence of others. Having come this far, he was mentally prepared for the inevitable sacrifice he would have to make. For instance, the exotic fire. Such obscure knowledge would have remained unknown to him had it not been for Gu He's mention. Now that Chen Guan sought the spirit essence, it inevitably led Yun to speculate whether he harbored intentions akin to those of Gu He. Your information is quite accurate. Indeed, my Yunlan sect possesses the spirit essence. However, given your awareness of its value, which is certainly on par with a 6th grade elixir, what do you propose to offer in exchange? 10 4th grade vitality pills, 4 5th grade recovery pills, and 1 dragon strength pill. Chen Guan declared, these elixirs readily available from the royal treasury, a preliminary test of the waters. His offer was not insignificant, considering the rarity of the spirit essence, yet it was regrettably met with Yun's disapproving shake of the head. With Gu He present, it was hardly surprising. Yunlan's sect was even more affluent in elixirs than the royal family. In other respects, the offerings of the royal family were similarly matched by Yunlan's sect. Contemplating a different proposal, Chen Guan realized he possessed various valuable items. Spirit-nurturing dust. The formula for spirit-nurturing dust, earth-grade combat techniques, methods for soul cultivation, puppet techniques, and so forth. However, the worth of these items far exceeded that of the spirit essence, making their exchange foolish. Though he was willing to concede some ground in his pursuit, he refused to be treated as a mere pawn. Just as Chen Guan wrestled with his thoughts, Yun spoke again. I do have an idea, but before we proceed, I wish to understand the nature of your true relationship with the royal family. This time, it was Chen Guan who shook his head. The conversation had reached a pivotal point, and he anticipated the nature of Yun's subsequent inquiries. It was now impossible for him to extricate himself from the royal family's grasp, rendering further dialogue unnecessary. Master Yun, my alternative proposal is to exchange a puppet of Do Wang level for the spirit essence. This is the most valuable item I can offer. This puppet is a fortuitous acquisition of mine, forged through trials and tribulations, and crafted by a truly extraordinary master. It not only possesses the strength of a 2-star Do Wang, but also boasts a resilient body, rivaling that of a magical beast. More importantly, once bonded with a master, it is imbued with intelligence, capable of following simple commands beyond mere combat. Chen Guan then produced a puppet, giving it a vigorous blow, instructing it to serve tea for both of them. In the realm of negotiation, one naturally accentuates the positive, deliberately omitting its inability to fly. Indeed, it was a remarkable item, yet there was only this single puppet of 2-star Do Wang strength. Yun was intrigued. The prospect of wielding a 2-star Do Wang with absolute loyalty held significant value. The Lord of the Cloud sect has overthought matters. To possess such a divine puppet is already an immense fortune for me. Had I not resolved to remain in the imperial capital for the next few years, I would scarcely encounter any peril, and thus I would refrain from offering it in exchange. It is indeed an absolute trump card for self-defense. With a visage full of sorrow, Yun nearly fell for the ruse. Yet, I distinctly recall that at the Grand Princess Yaoya's coming-of-age ceremony last month, the puppet you utilized was not this one. How careless of me. The falsehood was immediately exposed, rendering the situation quite awkward. However, Chen Guan exhibited no sign of distress, maintaining his composure. As long as I remain unembarrassed, the embarrassment shall rest with others. I mentioned a puppet of the Do Wang level. To be candid, I had perilously acquired 2 Do Ling level puppets, both equivalent to 3-star Do Ling, and one of them was employed during the coming-of-age ceremony. Should you remain dissatisfied, I am willing to add another Do Ling level puppet. This is my final concession. I require one for contingencies, considering the hypothetical that I were Nalan Yanran. Esteemed Lord of the Cloud sect, you would not wish for your disciple to face peril without the means to resist, would you? Chen Guan rose, adopting an air that suggested he would depart should his proposal be rejected, a tactic he had learned from the market vendors. Yun sat above, her expression peculiar. Today's exchange had repeatedly reshaped her perception of the youth. From a once-in-a-century genius to a brazen little liar, and now to a clever trickster with convoluted justifications. You are you, and Yanran is Yanran. What do you mean by if you were? Yet, one cannot deny the effectiveness of his words. Yun's thoughts had indeed been led astray, and she found herself somewhat understanding his desire to keep a trump card. Very well, since you demonstrate such sincerity, I shall acquiesce to the royal family's request. 1 Do Wang puppet and 1 Do Ling puppet in exchange for the spirit collection. Chen Guan looked up, astonished and elated. Had this spirit collection not yet been given to Gu He? He had assumed that Gu He would be involved in this transaction and thought he would have to pay an additional price. To his surprise, the process was so straightforward. Not easy per se, but certainly more manageable than he had anticipated, with the cost falling short of his limits. Unknown to Chen Guan, Fama was merely aware that the Yunlan sect possessed a spirit collection, yet he was oblivious to the fact that they had two pieces. Fearing delays might lead to complications, Chen Guan promptly produced the two puppets and, before Yun, erased his own spiritual imprint. A transaction of currency for goods. Guiding Yun, he successfully established her as the master of the Do Wang puppet, completing the exchange perfectly, just as the youth felt elated and prepared to indulge in some idle chatter. A boisterous laughter echoed throughout the Yunlan sect. Ha ha ha, old man Yunshan, I knew you were still alive. Have you made any progress over the years? Come, let us engage in a match. In the side hall, Chen Guan's expression froze, the midday assurances of a certain individual still ringing in his ears. No one understands etiquette better than I. Chapter 37, The Little Trickster. The words spoken at noon were met with conflict in the afternoon, and the individual departed by nightfall. Regrettably, Chen Guan was unable to witness it firsthand. As the back mountain is a crucial stronghold of the Yunlan sect, Yun halted his advance. The disciples of the Yunlan sect could only hear the commotion, their imaginations conjuring images of the fierce battle occurring on the rear mountain. Initially, Chen Guan felt a twinge of concern, but after a considerable period without any interference from the Soul Palace, he grew indifferent. Young Chen, I assure you, I did not intend to undermine your efforts. I was merely enjoying the scenery on the back mountain when that old fool from Yunshan chose to make his presence known. I merely rapped lightly on the door of his secret chamber, he explained. Moreover, I had anticipated the timing. You should have concluded your business before I took action, thus allowing you the stage to display your prowess. After all, one must possess strength as a foundation to engage in commerce. Lacking such power would merely lead to unilateral exploitation. Chen Guan was astonished to discover that even Xing Tian possessed such eloquence. You did not employ Earth-tier combat techniques, did you? Of course not, he replied. I am no fool. I would not reveal such abilities unless faced with dire circumstances. That is well, they agreed. Quickening their pace and enjoying a light-hearted conversation, both satisfied with their engagement with the Yunlan sect. Meanwhile, within the Yunlan sect, the Pill King Gu he pondered the information he had gleaned from his recent conversation with Yunling, his fingers gently drumming against the armrest. A knock sounded at the door, and upon receiving permission, the elder of the Mo family, Mo Cheng, entered. Elder Mo, I have heard of your wish to procure a blood-burning pill in exchange for a batch of precious medicinal herbs. I am willing to oblige, but I hope you will not squander my elixirs. The blood-burning pill, ranked as a 5th-tier concoction, could dramatically enhance one's strength for a brief period. It was a coveted asset among Doling and Do Wang, and even a Do Huang could gain a star's worth of power from it. Mo Cheng was momentarily taken aback. When did I seek a blood-burning pill? I was unaware. Indeed, he assured. Rest assured, I shall ensure its value is fully realized. A windfall from the heavens ought not to be disregarded. Despite his awareness that both Gu He and Yun Ling had their own agendas, he was unconcerned, as he was quite willing to accept the offer. 3 days later, in the Imperial Palace, Chen Guan sought to bid farewell to Yao Yi early in the morning. With everything in place, he was eager to venture out for experience. Although the imperial capital was safe, it lacked a sense of urgency, and he could not endure the baptism of blood and fire. To hasten his growth, Chen Guan knew he must seize opportunities beyond the palace walls. Having made up his mind, he wasted no time upon meeting Yao Yi, directly stating his intention. Yao Yi, engrossed in her work at the table, raised her gaze upon hearing his words. I agree, but you must break through to the 3rd star of the great fighter before you may leave. Understood, Chen Guan replied, nodding without hesitation. His straightforwardness left Yao Yi perplexed. In her experience, once a young man made a decision, it was seldom altered, leaving her to ponder the reasons behind his resolve. Fortunately, the moment of confusion did not linger for long. Remarkably, he had already ascended to the rank of a 3-star battle master. As the feather quill slipped from Yao Yi's grasp, she remained indifferent, resting her chin thoughtfully on her hand, contemplating the absurdity of her own naivety. How foolish I have been. I should have anticipated this. Observing the boy, whose brow bore a hint of pride, Yaya turned away, thinking to herself, go ahead, for you have spread your wings now. I can no longer keep you in check. In the past, she could have subdued him with sheer strength, but now, she found herself at a disadvantage. Deep down, she harbored no genuine concern for the boy's safety. He possessed numerous hidden cards up his sleeve, yet a tinge of reluctance lingered in her heart. With a sidelong glance, she accepted the condition he proposed without outright refusal. Just be cautious. The royal family can offer you less and less assistance now. Proceed according to your capabilities. Also, bring along the Wang brothers. They can handle the mundane tasks for you, and having them assist you wouldn't hurt. Can they be trusted? Absolutely, she assured him. They were the ones who safeguarded you the last time. When you went missing in the Monster Mountain Range, Wang Dalong risked his life to search for you, almost losing his own in the process. Of course, it's wise to remain vigilant about matters of great importance. Chen Guan nodded earnestly, acknowledging the situation. If Yaya hadn't mentioned it today, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that someone had nearly perished due to him. Though it was their duty, Chen Guan felt a sense of gratitude, which lessened his initial resistance to bringing them along. Understood. I want to be heading to the Elder's place. Please inform him. I'll bid farewell to you at the Alchemist Guild and then depart. Yaya nodded, watching as the young man left. Just as Chen Guan was about to step out, a sudden thought struck him. Oh, Yaya, could you send someone to sweep the Mo family in Yinqing? They harbor a nest of vile dealings that are simply repugnant. Understood. Yaya did not pry further. She was well acquainted with Chen Guan's character. Since he mentioned it, there was surely a valid reason behind his words. As for the rationale, give her 5 minutes, and she could conjure dozens of plausible explanations. After organizing all necessary arrangements, Chen Guan bid farewell without hesitation, proceeding to the Alchemist Guild to say his goodbyes to Yaoyue and Fama before meeting with the Wang brothers at the city gate and subsequently departing. In the past month, while the common folk seldom heard news of Chen Guan, the major factions were exceedingly attentive to his movements. No sooner had he exited the city than messages were dispatched to the various families. At middle, Tangshan furrowed his brow, inquiring about the matters at hand. What is Yufei up to? Nothing amiss. The auctioneer must maintain diligence in her duties. Tangshan found himself at a loss for words, as the anticipated spark had not ignited. In fact, the boy had not even returned to the middle auction house since. This rendered his previous concerns rather superfluous. Fortunately, it had merely been a casual move, devoid of excitement, thus avoiding any profound disappointment. At Yunlan's sect, Yun observed an unusual duel taking place in the training grounds. One participant was an elder with the strength of a battle king, while the other was a mere iron puppet. The scene appeared rather peculiar, as the 3-star battle king elder found himself utterly incapable of dealing with the puppet, yet conversely, the puppet posed no threat to him either. Relying on his wing of fighting spirit, the elder secured a commanding height, while the puppet could only awkwardly leap about to launch its attacks. Surprisingly, it jumped quite high, albeit in a rather comical manner. The more one observed, the more one felt an absurd sense of amusement. Just then, Yun received a message, and upon glancing at it, even her refined temperament was tested, causing her to gnash her teeth in frustration and exclaim in anger. Wasn't it said that there would be no departure from the imperial capital for several years? What a deceitful trickster. Chapter 38. A just brawl that night. Far beyond the holy city, 3 individuals descended from the official road, choosing to camp for the night on a small hill known as Qingfeng. 2 men, one tall and one short, were busy setting up a tent, while a handsome youth sat on a stone, reading an old journal by the flickering firelight, nothing particularly precious. Previously, Chen Guan had little interest in reading, but after arriving in the fighting spirit continent, he sought to better integrate himself and read extensively. Gradually, he grew to appreciate the quiet fulfillment that came with self-education, often pulling out a book during idle moments. Master, it is time to rest, Wang Dalong said softly as he approached. Deep down, he found it somewhat peculiar. Given their status, there was no need to endure such hardship. A city lay just half an hour ahead, and surely the comforts of an inn would be more appealing than this. Chen Guan nodded, stowing away the journal and stretching lazily before heading toward his tent. Let us rest early. We must quicken our pace tomorrow. After issuing his instructions, he disappeared into the tent. Unlike his usual nights of relentless training, Chen Guan's mind was restless this evening, filled with anticipation for another matter. In the dead of night, just as he began to lose hope, a concealed presence entered within 100 meters, which he sensed immediately. They're here. Although Mo Cheng had expertly concealed his aura, he could not escape Chen Guan's keen perception, who recognized his identity at once. Frankly, Chen Guan felt somewhat disappointed that it was just Mo Cheng alone. He had expected the Yunlan sect to intervene as well. When he left the imperial capital during the day, he sensed many eyes watching him, yet after all this, it was merely this. Mo Cheng and Wang Yan were equal in strength, both possessing 3-star fighting spirits. However, armed with a series of hidden cards, he was confident he could swiftly deal with the 2 brothers. If not for external factors, Mo Cheng would have relished the game of cat and mouse a little longer. Yet considering the 2 individuals urging him from behind, he dared not take unnecessary risks, suppressing his more sinister inclinations. To ensure a swift and decisive victory, he had already consumed a blood-burning pill, and at this moment, he felt confident enough to confront anyone beneath the rank of a fighting king. With such a surge of power, he chose the cover of night for a stealthy ambush, unaware of any potential defeat. Brimming with confidence, Mo Cheng donned his mask, confirming that the Wang brothers were engrossed in their training, and then suddenly surged forth, employing his swift movement to strike at the target tent. During this process, however, a spasm coursed through his left arm, causing his body to tremble slightly as a fierce undercurrent of dark energy erupted, shredding his sleeve to pieces. The left arm lay completely exposed to the air, with veins protruding like writhing serpents. The entire arm unnaturally swelled and thickened, and the once normal nails grew rapidly, turning dark and razor-sharp. It resembled not a human limb, but rather the foreleg of a fierce beast. Blood coursed through it, rendering the arm a vivid crimson, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Die! Mo Chung unleashed a ferocious strike with his mountain-splitting arm, fully aware that his target possessed a puppet of battle spirit level, which he had encountered during the adult ceremony. Thus, he feared not the possibility of his target being reduced to mere pulp. With this blow, he aimed to destroy the puppet while severely injuring the target. How dare you! Stop! The sudden turn of events startled the two brothers nearby, who immediately shouted in protest. The swifter Wang Dalong rushed forward, while Wang Yin unleashed his battle technique and coordination, their decades-long partnership evident in their seamless synergy. However, despite their efforts, the disparity in strength was colossal. Mo Cheng's speed was simply too great, and they were still a step behind. With a sharp sound, the tent burst under the pressure of the energy, but as they discerned the scene within, Mo Cheng was left bewildered, as were the two brothers who had rushed to his aid. In a blink, the chaotic exchanges had concluded, and Mo Cheng's decisive strike was effortlessly neutralized, sending him flying over 20 steps before regaining his footing. His left arm trembled violently, breaking free from the entangling black vines. With no time to engage Wang Yin, Mo Cheng stared in confusion toward the target's tent. There sat the youth, his expression unperturbed, as if nothing had transpired, calmly pouring himself a drink at a small table. His demeanor utterly incongruous with the current atmosphere. Surrounding him stood 7 puppets, poised and vigilant, resembling sentinels without a single flaw. This spectacle left Mo Cheng, not to mention the two brothers, at a loss for words. The palpable pressure emanating from the 7 puppets caused the brothers to glance at the approaching masked figure, their gazes inexplicably tinged with a hint of sympathy and a strange urge to laugh. "Young master, are you unharmed?" the brothers inquired, hastening toward him while maintaining a distance from the puppets. "All is well. Come, let us continue to drink and enjoy the show." With a mere thought, the 7 puppets surged forward, cutting off Mo Cheng's escape route and encircling him to launch a righteous assault. Under the night sky, the 3 indulged in their revelry. While not far away, an extraordinary performance unfolded, creating a scene of warmth and harmony. Mo Cheng was formidable, empowered by the blood ignition pill and the mountain-splitting arm. His strength eclipsed that of any puppet of battle spirit level in Chen Guan's possession. Yet, as the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. And facing the onslaught of 7 puppets, he could only barely defend vital points, frequently enduring blows that elicited piercing cries of pain. As long as the puppet's core and spiritual imprint remained intact, their assault would be relentless. In contrast, Mo Cheng's strength, bolstered by the blood ignition pill, was finite, and the battle energy within his battle crystal rapidly depleted. The outcome of this confrontation was foreseen by the 3 spectators, without any unexpected turns. Within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, Mo Cheng began to wither, his strength rapidly diminishing, leaving him unable to withstand the relentless assault of the 7 puppets, forced to endure a one-sided beating. As Mo Cheng lay on the ground, breathless and hanging by a thread, Wang Yin opened his mouth, intending to persuade against immediate execution, suggesting instead to interrogate him before sending him to his end. In Chen Guan's eyes, the situation had become exceedingly clear. He possessed no unique constitution. Mo Cheng had no reason to risk offending the royal family by attacking him. The reason for his assault today must have been at the behest of others. Coincidentally, Chen Guan was well aware of whom this old fellow served. What surprised him, however, was the evident strength Mo Cheng displayed, which was clearly enhanced by the use of a 5th-grade medicinal pill, the blood-burning pill. Its side effects were unmistakable. 5th-grade pills were not commonplace even within the Yunlan sect. Without the sect master's permission, it was unlikely that Yunling could have accessed them privately. Alternatively, it was possible that someone else had provided Mo Cheng with the pill. As for the notion that Mo Cheng might have fortuitously acquired it himself, Chen Guan found this hard to believe. Had Mo Cheng truly possessed the blood-burning pill as a trump card, he would have utilized it when Xiao Huahua came knocking. Therefore, aside from Yunling, both Yun Yun and Gu He were under suspicion. Deep down, Chen Guan leaned more towards the latter. After all, his endeavor to exchange for the spirit nurturing was not difficult to discover. For an alchemist who yearned for, no opportunity would be overlooked. Chapter 39, The Maiden by the Lakeside. Mo Cheng did not return for an entire night, and in the following days, there was no news whatsoever. Both Yunling and Gu He had already surmised the outcome. They appeared outwardly indifferent, yet their true thoughts remained known only to themselves. Many turned their gaze towards the Yunlan sect. After all, the Mo family had been affiliated with them. And despite the royal family's righteous stance in exposing the Mo family's misdeeds, much to the public's delight, it also undeniably tarnished the Yunlan sect's reputation. As the saying goes, one must consider the master when striking a dog, a sentiment that resonated profoundly in the Duki continent. The Mo family, a parasite acting under the banner of the Yunlan sect while engaging in nefarious deeds, would simply be dealt with upon the royal family's notification. The Yunlan sect would personally rectify the matter, providing an explanation to all. To this, Yao Yi simply replied, "Oh, very well." Meanwhile, Chen Guan and his companions had returned to the memorable Beast Mountain range. "Young master, here is the firefox you requested." During their previous encounter, when they followed the young man for protection, they had noticed his peculiar fondness for firefoxes. Indeed, a curious quirk. The two third-star duelings were already considered top-tier experts within the Garma Empire, surpassing a staggering 99% of the populace. Initially, the Wang brothers believed themselves quite formidable. But after witnessing the elder of the Mo family perform his acrobatics a few days prior, they realized that duelings were not as impressive as they had once thought. They were neither the best nor the worst. In other circumstances, this might have sufficed, but trailing behind the young man left them with little room to showcase their abilities. Their only recourse was to assist with minor tasks. Chen Guan smiled as he accepted the offering. "Thank you for your trouble." With practiced efficiency, the firefox was soon skinned, the meat salted, and placed upon the prepared coals, filling the air with an enticing aroma in no time. A complete process executed with such proficiency that it raises doubts about whether he had previously engaged in this profession. The two brothers exchanged glances, realizing that even their menial tasks felt overwhelming. "Brother Wang, you need not accompany me tonight. After dining, procure some essentials useful in the desert while I attend to my matters. I shall meet you at the inn once I am done." With a roasted fox in hand, Chen Guan strode into Qingshan town, making his way directly to Wanyao Pharmacy. The brothers nodded in silent understanding of his intentions. "Old Wang, how do you think Xiaowu is faring now? I increasingly regret my hesitation back then. Otherwise, that Tang fellow would not have gained an advantage. The last time I saw her, the child was already running about. Do you not harbor any regrets? I know you had your thoughts back in the day." Wang Yin shook his head, a man of cold demeanor. "Truly no regrets?" Wang Dalu expressed disbelief. "Why? Have you moved on?" Wang Yin replied. "I simply find her even more captivating now." At Wanyao Pharmacy, Chen Guan sought out the manager with whom he had a few prior encounters, informing him that he would no longer be acquiring the Huanglian essence. Originally, he intended to allow Wanyao Pharmacy to profit for an additional month as per their agreement. Yet the manager, displaying greater insight than he anticipated, readily agreed to terminate the arrangement at any time. Unable to refuse such hospitality, he acquiesced. Ascending to the second floor, Chen Guan immediately observed the small clinic of the little medical fairy bustling with patients. Choosing not to intrude, he took out the 7-colored poison classic, reading while he waited. From the mercenaries' heated discussions, he gleaned the reason behind the crowd. It turned out that the Wolf Head Mercenary Group and the Rampant Lion Mercenary Group had engaged in a minor skirmish the previous night. Shaking his head slightly, Chen Guan dismissed the matter. In the original tale, the Wolf Head Mercenary Group served merely as a stepping stone for Xiao Yin, a minor antagonist. However, for Chen Guan, they posed no threat. In fact, due to the little medical fairy's absence from that cave, no conflict had arisen between them, allowing for a peaceful coexistence. Given the circumstances, he had no desire to squander energy on meaningless endeavors. Such mercenary groups were abundant in the Gamma Empire, with few truly clean hands among them, akin to wild grass. Impossible to eradicate completely, entangled and unmanageable. The law of survival dictated that a saint could not thrive in this world. There was no need to be obstinate. For instance, some of the poison formulas he encountered bore a striking resemblance to the alchemical recipes of pharmacists. He even considered that with slight adjustments, a few of these poisons could be transformed into elixirs, albeit toxic ones. Or, by substituting the ingredients with oppositely attributed herbs, careful study might yield a highly effective potion. With imagination requiring no expenditure, Chen Guan liberated his thoughts, allowing an array of fanciful and peculiar hypotheses to surge forth. In the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed, and the mercenaries gradually departed. The little medical fairy emerged, stretching lazily, prompting concern about whether she might inadvertently strain her delicate waist. Upon noticing another person seated outside, she swiftly lowered her arms, restoring her composed demeanor. "You, Chen Guan." Just as she was about to inquire, she recognized the youth as he lifted his head, breaking into a joyful smile. "Is it not delightful to have friends come from afar?" Inspired by her infectious laughter, Chen Guan found himself in high spirits, feeling an unusual sense of relaxation. The presence of the little healer evoked sentiments distinct from those he experienced with others. Their initial encounter had sparked joy, and their continued companionship stirred his heart. Perhaps this was due to the fact that they were each other's sole confidants. "Are you here for training again?" she casually inquired, ushering the young man into the consultation room. Without hesitation, Chen Guan pulled up a chair and sat down even more swiftly than her, retrieving the dinner he had prepared. "No, I'm heading to the Tagore Desert. I specifically altered my route to see you. How is that for friendship?" The little healer settled across from him, deftly extracting a gleaming dagger from the drawer to begin portioning their meal. Within a minute, she had neatly carved 2 plates of firefox meat. Grabbing a piece with her fingers, she relished its familiar flavor, savoring the delightful taste. "What brings you to the Tagore Desert?" "To seize an opportunity." "That sounds perilous. I've heard the serpent people dwell there. Are you going alone? Has Princess Yao Yi not sent anyone to protect you? By the way, I was curious when you went missing last time. What is your relationship with Princess Yao Yi?" It seemed that women were inherently drawn to gossip, for the usually composed and demure little healer was suddenly loquacious, revealing a glimpse of her character. "She is my sister. By blood. Not by blood, but closer than a sister." Satisfaction gleamed in her eyes, seemingly fulfilling her curiosity, and upon hearing this answer, the little healer felt a pleasant warmth. The meat seems even more flavorful now. Chapter 40. The Malignant Poison Body. Joyous moments are fleeting. After reminiscing for a while, as night deepened, Chen Guan broached a more serious topic. "Last time, when my sister and the others were exploring the mountains, they discovered a cave and recovered a scroll on poison techniques. During sleepless nights, I perused it, and I believe you would find it fascinating." The little healer accepted this gift, flipping through the pages and, as expected, was thoroughly captivated. This scroll on poison techniques was far more precious than the physician's notes Chen Guan had previously given her, rendering her unable to part with it. "Then I shall not be polite. Thank you, I truly adore it." Noticing her jubilant expression, Chen Guan hesitated, reluctant to delve into heavy subjects. However, considering she would undoubtedly wish to examine the scroll in its entirety that night, he reasoned that knowing a bit earlier would make little difference. "Look at the last entry." The little healer nodded, turning to the final page, intrigued by the young man's intent. Yet, upon reading the information regarding the malignant poison body, her expression underwent an uncontrollable transformation, her smile becoming increasingly strained. The bearer of the malignant poison body possesses a slender, rainbow-hued line on their lower abdomen, which grows in accordance with the concentration of toxins within. When this colorful line extends to the heart, it signifies the peak of the malignant poison body's power. Simultaneously, the bearer experiences excruciating agony from myriad poisons. It would be bearable if only the bearer suffered alone. However, what the little healer found most intolerable was that upon the activation of the malignant poison body, anyone who dared to touch the bearer would meet instant death. As the toxins accumulate within, reaching a critical point, they would ultimately spiral out of control and erupt uncontrollably. At that moment, within 1,000 miles, vitality was utterly annihilated, akin to a catastrophe for the Duki continent. Her greatest aspiration had always been to become an alchemist, yet, regrettably, she lacked the necessary qualifications and was compelled to settle for the role of a physician. Alas, fate played a cruel jest on her. Burdened with a cursed toxic physique beyond her control, it was destined to manifest one day, rendering her incapable of continuing even as a physician. And she would ultimately become a feared poison maiden. "I apologize for revealing this harsh truth so early. I have my own motives." Observing the gradual pallor of the little healer's face, Chen Guan softly expressed his regret. She was inherently so kind-hearted. Had it not been for his intervention, the little healer could have lived happily for over a year before the matter of her cursed body troubled her. "It's of no concern. How did you know I possessed a toxic physique? Did you spy on me?" Closing the toxic scripture in her hands, the little healer forced a smile, feigning anger to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere within the room. Chen Guan's gaze slightly faltered. "Once, when you overindulged and stretched, I caught a fleeting glimpse, purely accidental." The little healer rolled her eyes at him, a faint blush rising to her cheeks, which made her pale complexion appear much more normal. Seizing the moment, Chen Guan elaborated. "Do not be overly anxious. I have perused numerous ancient texts. Although the cursed toxic physique is daunting, it is not insurmountable. We can completely eliminate its drawbacks and take full control over it. In doing so, it will not only cease to be a burden but will indeed become a significant asset to you. Is it truly possible to control it?" Despite her efforts to appear at ease, she couldn't help but fix her gaze on the young man, her voice trembling with anticipation and anxiety. Chen Guan nodded affirmatively, without hesitation. "To my knowledge, there exists a method involving a toxic elixir that can tame the toxic physique. While the process may be intricate and requires several rare materials, luckily, I have leads on those items, and with careful planning, it should pose no problem. There are also a few alternative options that I cannot guarantee to be effective, but they could serve as backups, such as the nether fire. Of course, this was merely Chen Guan's speculation, devoid of absolute certainty, yet considering it as a backup plan posed no harm. Noting the young man's seemingly casual demeanor and his unwavering confidence, the little healer felt her inner tension ease considerably. While you make it sound easy, if I am not mistaken, the required auxiliary materials are not something an ordinary individual can procure. Only someone with royal connections, like you, would stand a chance. The royal family, thank you for holding me in such esteem. Chen Guan chuckled lightly, responding vaguely, aren't we friends? The little healer smiled subtly, remaining silent as she observed his performance. She acknowledged the relationship he spoke of, but maintained skepticism regarding it being the sole reason. Chen Guan, feeling the weight of her gaze, flushed slightly, spreading his hands in a gesture of honesty. All right, let us speak plainly. I do indeed have other considerations. The enemies I will face in the future may be formidable. While I possess confidence, sometimes human strength has its limits. After all, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Thus, I find myself in need of companions to assist me, as this would undoubtedly make the endeavor more manageable. The potential of the poisonous constitution is immense. In the future, neither Do Emperor nor Do Zone will be your limits. With such a promising asset at hand, do you truly believe I would allow you to escape? Xiao Yixian slightly nodded. This rationale held considerable credibility. Were she in Chen Guan's position, she would likely act in the same manner. Having internally accepted this mutual benefit among friends, Xiao Yixian remained composed and continued her inquiries. What else is there? Deep within her heart, it seemed she yearned to hear more reasons, though even she was uncertain as to why. Regrettably, this was where the discourse concluded. Chen Guan shook his head, stating, "It is as it is. I do not wish for our relationship to be affected by excessive entanglements. Certain less than illuminating thoughts are, of course, unavoidable, such is the nature of men. However, it is certainly inappropriate to voice them in your presence." After scrutinizing him for several seconds, she found that Chen's acting skills had unfortunately backfired today, preventing her from discerning any flaws in his demeanor. With a quiet murmur of mild reproach in her mind, she redirected the conversation. "Please recount the items necessary for the poison pill technique. I shall commit them to memory. Who knows, fortune may smile upon us one day, sparing you the trouble. Indeed, we require a magic core from at least a 7th-tier sky poison scorpion dragon beast, along with Bodhi transformation saliva, and 3 different types of exotic flames." As the last words fell from his lips, Xiao Yixian cast a doubtful glance in his direction. "Are you certain we can truly procure these items?" While she was unaware of the Bodhi transformation saliva, she could certainly envision the rarity and value of the other 2. A 7th-tier magic core is indicative of a Do Zone-level beast. As for she had only encountered snippets in her readings. Throughout the entirety of the Gamma Empire, there were no reports of anyone possessing such a thing. Yet, she required no less than 3 varieties. Chapter 41, The Ideal Sparring Partner. It was not surprising that Xiao Yixian exhibited such a countenance. Had she not previously perused the script, even a Dozun powerhouse would hesitate to guarantee success. Aside from the relatively lower difficulty of acquiring a 7th-tier sky poison scorpion dragon beast, the other 2 truly demanded an ample stroke of luck. Fear not. I possess some insider information. After careful planning, the probability of success is quite high. If all else fails, we can always consider alternative strategies. To be candid, my recent venture into the Tagore Desert was in pursuit of an. Is it dangerous? Enduring hardship is essential for personal ascendancy. Lacking a formidable background, we must inevitably navigate these life and death trials to grow stronger. However, I am thoroughly prepared, so there is no need for concern on your part. While I aspire to enhance my power swiftly, I certainly have no intention of courting death. I value my life more than anyone else." Xiao Yixian fell silent, pondering for a considerable time before finally nodding in agreement. "Thank you." Previously, she had never harbored a strong desire for power. Her greatest dream had been to develop her skills as a pharmacist. Yet today, a seed of ambition to grow stronger had been sown within her heart. She genuinely wished to accompany him to the desert, as there was an indispensable remedy for her poisonous constitution. And she should not let the young man bear the burden alone. However, contemplating her own strength, she realized her presence would likely do more harm than good. And thus she suppressed her impulsive urge. Among friends, there was no need for expressions of gratitude. "I wish you the fulfillment of your desires. And I eagerly await your good news." The young healer displayed a bright smile, striving not to impose any pressure on the youth. Chen Guan nodded, his determination unwavering as he sought the azure flame of the earth's core. Excellent. His overly enthusiastic agreement took Chen Guan by surprise. He had expected to expend much effort in persuasion. However, such simplicity was indeed welcome. Remaining seated, The young healer watched him depart, her smile fading as she cradled her arms and rested her head on the table, staring vacantly at the wall, her mind adrift. The day's upheaval had been too profound, leaving her heart in turmoil, yearning for solitude. The night passed in silence, enveloped in the tranquility of cultivation. The following day, Chen Guan bid farewell to the Wang brothers and the young healer, subsequently discarding any reservations as he hastened towards the planned destination of Mo City, changing his luxurious attire for more practical garb suitable for action. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrived. Young master, ahead lies Mo City. We are now on the borders of our empire. Due to its proximity to the Tagore Desert, the station forces are relatively formidable, with a spirit fighter overseeing the Lord's mansion. The mercenaries within the city are quite active, engaging in perpetual skirmishes with the Serpent clan, making them no easy targets. However, they pose no threat to us. Marching, Mo City, Shimo City, Chen Guan murmured softly, feeling somewhat bemused. Young master, Shimo City is not far from here, closer to the Tagore Desert, and boasts an even stronger garrison led by General Huang Yipeng, a formidable spirit king. Should you require his assistance, we can summon him. With the princess's decree, he would be unlikely to refuse. However, given Shimo City's unique geography, we must not delay him too long to avoid leaving ourselves vulnerable to the Serpent clan. The Wang brothers earnestly conveyed the relevant information, finally finding an opportunity to contribute. Chen Guan nodded, contemplating for a moment before issuing instructions. You will head directly to Shimo City to locate a young girl named Qinglin. She should bear that name. She is not very old and is a descendant of a union between serpents and humans. Remember this distinguishing feature. It should not be difficult to find her. You may also enlist the aid of the Lord's mansion, but be careful not to frighten her. I will attend to matters here before joining you. Chen Guan could not quite recall whether Qinglin was her original name or one given by Xiao Yin, yet it was of little consequence. Shimo City was not vast, and with the assistance of the Lord's mansion, locating a girl with such distinct characteristics should prove manageable. The Wang brothers nodded in agreement, bowing respectfully before altering their course and departing. They were acutely aware of their designated role, limited to assisting with such minor tasks. As for protecting Chen Guan, they too wished to contribute, but alas, their capabilities fell short. In the face of true danger, it would likely be Chen Guan who would have to come to their aid. Serving under such a master certainly placed considerable pressure on the brothers. After dispatching the Wang brothers, Chen Guan hesitated no longer and stepped into Mo City. The temperature here exceeded that of the Inner Empire, and both the architecture and the attire of the mercenaries reflected a marked change. Bare-chested individuals, those adorned with headscarves, and sun-kissed skin mingling among fiery-clad female mercenaries created a distinctly exotic atmosphere. Chen Guan scrutinized his surroundings and swiftly dispatched a sultry mercenary who attempted to ensnare him with her charms. He soon gathered information about the well-known map shop, Ancient Maps. True to its reputation, the shop exuded an eerie chill, an almost palpable coldness. Upon entering, he distinctly felt the temperature drop further. Chen Guan began to understand why so many preferred to team up with Hai Buodo. Who could resist the comfort of an ever-present walking air conditioner? Just a jest. Of course, the shop was remarkably quiet, save for an elderly man engrossed in cartography, with no one else in sight to acknowledge Chen Guan's arrival. Fully aware of the man's royal connections and ties to the Fama, Chen Guan recognized he possessed simpler means to achieve his ends. However, he refrained from employing such tactics. The truth was, he felt a surge of excitement and yearned for a duel. At that moment, no one was more suitable for honing his skills than Hai Buodo, whose spirit fighting prowess fell well within his grasp. Most importantly, there would be no ensuing complications, and this would only serve to garner more respect from his opponent. A free sparring partner, indeed a delightful prospect for Chen Guan. Nonchalantly sifting through the maps, he soon located what he sought: 2 detailed maps of the Tagore Desert, alongside a fragment of the Pure Lotus Demon Fire map. However, this fragment was smaller than the one he had previously acquired, measuring merely half its size. The old fox, how many gold coins for all of this? Chen Guan, seemingly oblivious, weighed the maps in his hands. Are these maps authentic? Unfortunately, Hai Buodo, unfamiliar with the nuances of haggling, offered no banter. Noticing that Chen Guan still clutched the fragment, he lifted his gaze. An icy aura swiftly enveloped the space. A faint mist beginning to spread within the shop, drastically reducing visibility and enveloping Chen Guan in a palpable sense of pressure. Put down the map and leave. I will not repeat myself. Chapter 42, Confirming the Gaze. The one who confirms the gaze is seeking death. Hai Buodong ceased his words, leaping from behind the counter. As he did so, the mist swirled around him, revealing flickers of ice-blue fighting spirit. Chen Guan's heart raced with excitement at the prospect of a hunt. As he sheathed the maps and summoned a broad sword into his grasp. Unlike a slender sword, The broadsword possessed a weightiness, well suited for grand, sweeping attacks. Simultaneously, he discerned that the mist within the room had a peculiar effect, disorienting those within its grasp. While the naked eye may sometimes deceive, the perception of the soul remained unwavering. It was far more reliable than mere sight, especially when one's awareness approached the realm of the spirit. His fighting spirit coalesced into armor upon his body, tendrils of deep blue flames coursing through his veins, radiating outward and evaporating the surrounding mist within 3 feet. Junior Chen Guan, seeking guidance from you, sir. However, the 3-star combat master managed to condense his fighting spirit into full armor, truly astonishing him. Yet, to think I would so easily relinquish what I painstakingly acquired. Dream on. Hai Buodong advanced step by step, raising his hand as dozens of piercing white ice shards shot forth. A manifestation achievable only by those above the level of spirit fighters. The lethality was significant, serving perfectly as a test of Chen Guan's mettle. As the icy spikes descended, Chen Guan displayed no fear, wielding his broadsword to launch a counterattack. Simultaneously, a deep blue flame manifested in the palm of his left hand, swelling with the winds. Its searing heat acting as the nemesis of the ice, swiftly melting it into droplets that fell like rain. Clearing the obstructive ice, Chen directed the flames toward Hai Buodong, transitioning to a two-handed grip on his sword. With an instinctive mastery of combat techniques, he unleashed a torrent of fierce sword energy, slicing through the air like a relentless tide. Frost Mirror, Ice Spirit Armor. Hai Buodong, a seasoned warrior, remained unperturbed despite the chaos. He summoned his ice attribute fighting spirit, conjuring a frost mirror over 1 meter in diameter to intercept the first wave of the beastly flames. As the mirror succumbed to the flames' onslaught, he swiftly invoked another defensive technique, enveloping himself in a thick layer of ice armor. In the same breath, an ice spear materialized in his grasp. Passivity was never his style. Profound ice spiral kill. Crescent-shaped ice blades appeared around him as Hai Buodong pressed forward, the spear braced against the frost mirror, ready to confront the surging sword energy head-on. In an instant, the distance of over 10 meters was closed, the sword energy rampaging. Shards of ice scattering as broadsword clashed with ice spear. In that moment, a fierce surge of fighting spirit energy radiated outward, causing the wooden floor to splinter and the already precarious shop to tremble dangerously. Hai Buodong's expression darkened, not solely due to the wreckage around him, but because despite the confrontation, the youth had only staggered back a few steps before regaining his footing. This was a result he could not accept. Engaging a great master with his fighting spirit strength and failing to determine a victor was a blow to his pride. While he had not exerted his full power, it was evident that the young man before him was extraordinary. At such a tender age, his combat prowess was certainly not typical of the talents produced by the Gamma Empire. Profound ice quadruple kill, break. With one hand wielding the spear and the other swiftly forming seals, an overwhelming surge of fighting spirit coalesced into nearly 100 ice blades, shaping into an ice dragon that charged towards the youth. The already unstable shop finally succumbed to the ferocity of this attack, collapsing entirely. Chen Guan's expression turned solemn as he executed the cloud-stepping technique to evade the descending strikes. Simultaneously, he unleashed a flurry of slashes with his broadsword, so rapid that they appeared as phantom images, each wave more formidable than the last, culminating in a total of 30 successive strikes. Deep red sword energy cascading like a torrent of fire, unleashing its inherent fury. Channeling his mental energy, he formed an invisible needle, which shot toward Hai Buodong's brow. A rudimentary application of soul technique. Caught off guard, Hai Buodong suffered an unexpected setback, feeling a sharp pain in his mind, and the threat from his ice spear diminished. Boom! The 30 strands of sword energy converged, colliding with the ice dragon formed from the quadruple kill, water and fire clashing in an explosive display, each eroding the other and generating a mist that enveloped the arid desert city in a spectacle that captivated many onlookers. After a few breaths, it ultimately became evident that Hai Buodong's quadruple kill surpassed, extinguishing the fierce sword energy and surging toward the youth with residual might. With formidable strength, Chen Guan felt no fear. He clenched his fist, enveloped in beastly flames, and shattered his opponent with a single blow. You seek death. The sharp pain in Hai Buodong's mind subsided, and he quickly grasped that he had been outmaneuvered, his expression darkening with humiliation and fury. Ice Blade Storm. Discarding the cracked ice spear, he swiftly formed seals with both hands, summoning hundreds of tiny ice blades that hovered menacingly behind him, cascading down like a torrential rain of death. In response, Chen Guan sheathed his broadsword and executed the cloud step to create distance, simultaneously forming seals to counterattack. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of crimson sword energies materialized behind him, ascending defiantly like falling meteors. Though only 2 individuals were engaged in combat, the spectacle created an illusion of hundreds battling, leaving the observing mercenaries in awe of the grandeur on display. As anticipated, the overwhelming ice blade storm wielded by Hai Buodong proved almost equal in might to Chen Guan's fleeting brilliance, an alarming revelation. This was a fierce clash of ice and fire that persisted for over 10 breaths. The crowd was astonished to observe that neither the dashing youth nor the eccentric old man selling maps intervened, both silently witnessing the unfolding drama. As silence reclaimed the arena, a rainbow arched overhead, and Chen Guan and Hai Buodong exchanged glances filled with unspoken understanding. They recognized in each other a kindred spirit, both adept at maintaining a fade. So, you are also a pretender. Their eyes confirmed a shared essence. Chapter 43. The Ascendance of the Ice Dragon. In a twist of fate, they lamented their late encounter, realizing that they had long possessed an affinity for each other, one that could only be felt, never articulated. However, the necessity to vanquish their opponent remained. Sensing the tumultuous surge of battle energy within Hai Buodong, Chen Guan's demeanor grew unusually solemn. Ice Dragon Ascendance. 33 layers of boundless ocean. Almost simultaneously, both combatants launched their attacks. The distinction lay in Hai Buodong's thunderous declaration, full of vigor, while the youth found such bravado awkward and silently chanted instead. The fiery sword energy surged in might, unleashing a ferocious force that obliterated the already crumbling shop, rendering the onlooking mercenaries breathless in anticipation. Like a whale drinking the sea, the sword energy sweeps through. Yet, Hai Buodong remained undaunted, his hands forming seals as a piercing ice dragon erupted from his side, roaring to meet the onslaught. The previous manifestation was merely a rudimentary version composed of 4 layers of profound ice. Now, he unveiled the true form of Ice Dragon Ascendance. Break. As their techniques clashed, a cataclysmic energy ravaged the air, the immense force threatening to wrench Chen Guan's broad sword from his grasp, fracturing his battle armor. Fortunately, this outcome remained within the realm of his acceptance. Shifting slightly to the side, Chen Guan summoned all his battle energy, and, with an almost imperceptible speed, struck out again, repelling the ice dragon that sought to capitalize on the moment. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he unleashed a long-prepared, devastating strike. 10,000 Gods Calamity. A pair of deep crimson sword wings unfurled behind him, flickering with ethereal flames, resplendent and radiant. Even more astonishing was its incredible speed, so swift that Hai Buodong could scarcely respond. As a streak of red light surged toward him in a moment of panic, he could only conjure an ice shield to protect himself. The ice shield. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted from behind, as the uncontrollable ice dragon obliterated over a dozen shops before crashing against the mountainside and dissipating. Amidst the chaos, few noticed the cracking sounds of the ice shield and ice armor. Feeling the intense heat searing his cheek, Hai Buodong turned in disbelief to gaze at the youth in the sky. Those dazzling sword wings were blindingly brilliant. What a fortunate lad, possessing such extraordinary combat skills. Hai Buodong sighed, his expression stoic. Though he harbored a sense of injustice at the boy's unconventional tactics, the reality remained that he had suffered a defeat in a life-or-death battle. No one would care about the means employed. The once vibrant energy of combat began to subside, as he had no intention of retaliating further. Continuing would only lead to an inevitable collapse. He detested such ostentation displayed before him. It was all that woman's fault, were it not for the seal within him. He would be the one soaring in the air. Chen Guan's complexion paled slightly. This spar had also drained him considerably. Fortunately, he had recently mastered Earth-level techniques. Otherwise, his internal energy would have been insufficient to sustain such a fight. In the final seconds sustained by the divine cataclysm, he landed gracefully, betraying no hint of exhaustion, and offered a respectful apology. Before Hai Buodong, he dared not hold back, striving earnestly and hoping the elder would not take offense. Though he had gained some advantage today, he remained grounded. In truth, had it not been for the surprise of the divine cataclysm, he would have had to rely entirely on his mental prowess to surpass Hai Buodong. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Hai Buodong had not fought with his full strength, as one of his signature moves, the multi-layered ice dragon, had yet to be unleashed. However, it remained uncertain whether Hai Buodong's current strength could sustain such an effort. Fortunately, during this excursion, Chen Guan had devised a plan for his combat technique training. "Young man, what is your relationship with the royal family?" Hai Buodong inquired, recognizing the youth's identity without surprise, but rather with curiosity. Memories long sealed were unearthed. He recalled that in his youth, someone from the royal family had employed a similar combat technique. However, it was later rumored to be exceedingly difficult to master and rather impractical, leading to its abandonment. He had found it quite regrettable at the time. Now, he was pleased to see someone with a similar perspective. "I grew up in the royal family," Paying no heed to Haibadong's skeptical expression, Chen Guan summoned the city lord of Mo City, who had arrived to observe the commotion, presented him with a royal token, and offered a bag of gold coins as compensation, leaving the aftermath to be handled without further concern. As for how he recognized the other's identity, in a small place like Mo City, it was uncommon to encounter excess combat spirits. Elder Hai, let us converse. After attending to the aftermath, Chen Guan approached the Ice Sovereign, who scrutinized him with a doubtful gaze. Hai Buodong glanced at the shop reduced to ruins and did not refuse. Walking outside the city alongside the young man, he was equally curious whether the royal family had been cultivating such youths amidst the smoke of the royal tombs. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. The two ascended a small hill outside the city, finally finding a space conducive to quiet conversation. I forgot to introduce myself to Elder Hai. I am Chen Guan. Did you come specifically for me? The inquiry was laced with a certainty that already hinted at the answer. To some extent, yes, but not entirely. It seemed that during the years the old man had been away, the royal family had prospered considerably. Hai Buodong speculated that the youth had learned of him through royal channels. If even the affluent middle family could not locate him, yet the royal family had succeeded. It spoke volumes. Chen Guan would not elaborate on these matters, merely smiling in response. I once acquired a fragment of a map quite by chance. Also from your middle family's auction house. Elder Hai has studied it for more than a decade and should understand that this fragment might involve certain secrets. However, without the complete map, any secrets are futile. Combined, the two fragments amount to at most half. I am quite interested in this item and wish to attempt to gather the remaining pieces. Hai Buodong surmised that he sought the map fragment. However, the fact that the middle auction house had auctioned off something he had never anticipated made him inwardly exclaim in frustration. How splendid it would have been to keep it intact. With two fragments, he might just have the fortune to gather the complete map. He briefly indulged in this fantasy. Yet he remained pragmatic, fully aware that such endeavors were akin to finding a needle in a haystack. If it were that easy, he would not have been left staring blankly for nearly 20 years. Rather than investing time and effort into discovering the remnants of the map, he now preferred to exchange the fragment for something more practical. This fragment came to me through a stroke of luck, and I expended considerable effort for it. Unfortunately, it is too incomplete to yield any substantial insights, so I divided it into two parts, hoping to draw luck with one half. My interest in it has waned. Yet it would be impossible for you to take it easily, even if you were to summon that old fellow, Jia Xingtian, as long as I remain unwilling to speak. No one will find the other half. Hai Buodong displayed a confident demeanor, as if conveying to the youth that the path of coercion would lead to nowhere. If he desired the map fragment, he would need to present satisfactory bargaining chips. Chen Guan, intrigued, feigned ignorance and asked, "What is it that Elder Hai requires?" Chapter 44. I do not wish to enter. Since you are aware of my identity, you must have guessed that I am currently facing some issues. Decades ago, I attracted the attention of the infamous Medusa Queen of the Serpent People due to this map fragment. Among the surrounding empires, the number of sovereigns nearly amounts to a dozen, yet Medusa's strength is truly unparalleled. Even that old fellow, Jia Xingtian, would find it difficult to contend with her. Although I earned a respectable reputation at the Conference of the Strong, I was, unsurprisingly, defeated by the Medusa Queen. And it was in that battle that I fell victim to her serpent-sealing curse, resulting in my rapid aging and my strength being confined to the doling level. For many years, I have concealed my identity, dedicating myself both to the study of this fragmentary map and to the quest for a remedy to the seal of the serpent. Initially, my intention was to rely on this map and fortuitously seek out a qualified 6th-tier alchemist to assist me in breaking the seal. However, it is evident that you are incapable of fulfilling this role. Out of respect for that old rascal, Jia Xingtian, I am willing to part with the map. But I require a promise from you, that in the future, when you possess the capability, you will aid me in unsealing it and assist in another matter. Rest assured, I shall not impose upon you when you lack the means. Hai Buodong slowly recounted the origins of the seal, and upon mentioning the Queen of Medusa, his expression subtly shifted, revealing the profound fear she instilled in him. The conditions he proposed sounded appealing, ostensibly for the sake of Jia Xingtian. Yet they were all calculated maneuvers, given his understanding of the youth. It was clear that breaking through the Dozong barrier would not pose significant difficulty in the future, perhaps in 10 years, perhaps in 20. Regardless of the passage of decades, it certainly offered more hope than relying on mere chance. Once the youth achieves the Dozong level, he might possess the absolute strength needed to assist in my unsealing. At that juncture, I could also enlist his aid in seeking vengeance. However, he must first conquer his inner demons. Without dispelling them, he would remain forever daunted by the Queen of Medusa, a most undignified predicament. Provide me with the formula and the medicinal materials, and I shall find someone to concoct the elixir for you. Chen Guan was no fool. He was neither Zhang Wuji nor was Hai Bodong akin to Zhao Min, lacking interest in engaging in such verbal games. Rather than committing to uncertain future promises, he preferred transparent transactions with fixed terms. You know an alchemist with? Hai Bodong stared at him in astonishment. Initially, he was quite content with this proposal, yet now, inexplicably, he found himself hoping the youth would opt for the alternative. Chen Guan shook his head, stating he did not currently know one, but would soon make their acquaintance. You need not concern yourself with this. Since I have made a commitment, I shall not go back on my word. Within 3 years, I will provide you with results. Hai Bodong's expression grew increasingly peculiar, puzzled by the source of the youth's confidence. Were alchemists possessing so readily available? He felt a sense of confusion. But seeing that the youth had no intention of elaborating, he prudently refrained from pressing the matter. With some reluctance, he retrieved the medicinal materials, the formula, and the remaining half of the fragmentary map from his spatial ring. Chen Guan cast him a furtive glance. Earlier, he had confidently asserted that no one could find this map, presuming it was well concealed. Yet this was the outcome? Before the elixir was even in hand, he had already surrendered the map. This old fellow was indeed a cunning one. Do not look at me like that. Although this is our first encounter, I trust my judgment will not lead me astray, and I have faith that Jia Xingtian, that old coot, has preemptively compensated you as a show of my sincerity. It was a cold transaction, yet it somehow provided a sense of comfort, a testament to the prowess of the esteemed elder of the Maitel family. The clan leader, Tung Shan, still had a considerable journey to traverse before reaching Hai Bodong's level. Rest assured, you will not be disappointed. Chen Guan, undeterred, accepted everything into his spatial ring. Hai Bodong awkwardly remarked, it is well known that in the eyes of certain discerning individuals, this is a homophone, which can be pronounced as dare. Chen Guanjian did not pay much attention to the matter at hand, for he had long been aware of it. Although the sand mandala was of considerable value to the Serpent People tribe, given his current capabilities, he had numerous means to procure it. At his present strength, he found it quite unnecessary. Moreover, should he truly require assistance, as long as it wasn't a life-threatening situation, he firmly believed that Hai Bodong would be more eager and proactive than anyone else. After years of acquaintance with Jia Xingtian, Chen Guanjian had come to understand these old foxes to some extent. Old Hai, let us part ways here. Once I refine the breaking calamity pill, I will seek you out at the Maitel family, Chen Guanjian announced as he prepared to take his leave. Well, I have been sealed for many years and have grown accustomed to this state. You need not worry too much about it. If it comes to the worst, we can always wait until you surpass Queen Medusa, Hai Bodong replied, rising as well, displaying a considerate demeanor. There was an odd sense that he somewhat hoped the breaking calamity pill would not be successfully refined, which was rather absurd. Chen Guanjian smiled in response, offering a brief bow before making his way towards Stone Desert City. Hai Bodong's intentions were quite apparent. Unfortunately, he might be destined for disappointment. The breaking calamity pill, a 6th-grade elixir, could only be concocted by an alchemist possessing. The conditions were indeed stringent, yet Chen Guanjian had 4 viable options at his disposal. Firstly, after acquiring the Azure Lotus Earth Fire, he could employ to assist Fama in alchemy, which held some feasibility. Secondly, he could strive to become a 6th-grade alchemist himself. For most, progressing from 0 to 6 in just 3 years would be nearly impossible, but with the advantage of his soul's strength, it was not without hope. However, he was reluctant to focus all his energy solely on alchemical pursuits. The third option involved seeking assistance from Yao Chen. The final avenue was through Yao Chen's esteemed disciple, Han Feng, which Chen Guanjian regarded as the most promising solution. Within Master Shu Tian's legacy, he had discovered a tool-like puppet, perfectly tailored for Han Feng. Chapter 45, Azure Scales. Clad in flowing garments, the ethereal melodies wafted through the air. The Lord's mansion in Stone Desert City remained lively deep into the night, with goblets clinking, cups exchanged, and dancers captivating all with their grace. A scene so discordant with the martial world that it left Chen Guanjian somewhat dazed. He had arrived in Stone Desert City in the evening, and, after meeting the Wang brothers, it was only natural for him to stay the night at the Lord's mansion. General Huang, a man of warmth and enthusiasm, insisted on arranging a surprise for him, leading to the current spectacle before him. However, while it was claimed to be a surprise for him, Chen Guanjian couldn't shake the feeling that the old general's unwavering gaze fixed on the dancers suggested otherwise. General Huang, a free-spirited individual, had been stationed in Stone Desert City for over 13 years, successfully repelling numerous attacks from the Serpent People and earning great respect in the region. His sole passion lay in this revelry. Wang Yin sat beside him, quietly explaining the situation to the young man, concerned that he might harbor some discontent towards the old general. Wang Yan's worries were unfounded. Chen Guanjian harbored no such thoughts, merely feeling surprised. After all, the esteemed General Huang, A one-star Do Wang who had defended the empire's border for many years deserved to enjoy some merriment, didn't he? The old general indeed lives with a carefree spirit, a lifestyle I once dreamed of. But let us not dwell on that. Did you not discover the girl with the azure scales today? No, I, along with old Wang, conducted a thorough search around the city, but found none of the young master's mentioned girl. Nonetheless, we have informed the old general of the matter, and he has dispatched numerous individuals to search the city, so results should soon follow. While this thought lingered in his mind, he was utterly taken aback when, just as Wang Dalong finished speaking, a soldier hurriedly entered, whispering something in the old general's ear. The latter immediately straightened, a serious demeanor overtaking his features. He waved his hand, dismissing the dancers momentarily and halting the music. "Ah, my young friends, it seems you have found that little girl," the old general exclaimed with great delight, signaling for his subordinate to elaborate. "The Mo Tai Mercenary Corps?" The name sparked Chen Guan's attention. If memory serves him correctly, this seemed to be the creation of Xiao Yan's two elder brothers. It appears that Xiao Yan is currently in quite a predicament, prompting these two to venture out and carve a path for their younger sibling. Well, there was no conflict, was there? Chen Guan inquired further. No, upon revealing my identity, their vice captain willingly handed the young girl over to me. I attempted to offer him gold coins as a token of gratitude, but he refused, proving to be quite accommodating. Reflecting on the original text's portrayal of Xiao Heir, Chen Guan chuckled. The soldier's demeanor certainly attested to the man's capabilities. Thank you for your efforts. But I shall see her personally, Chen Guan declared as he rose, casually handing the soldier a vial of first-grade elixir as a reward while passing by. Although the elixir bore little value, a whole vial was a luxury for soldiers like them, and the astonished soldier could hardly conceal his joy as he clutched the jade bottle. I shall take you there, my lord. Chen Guan did not refuse and nodded in agreement. The Wang brothers exchanged glances but chose not to intrude. Old General Huang had no intention of intervening. To live freely, one must refrain from meddling in others' affairs and curb excessive curiosity. Now, let the music resume. Meanwhile, in the front courtyard, Chen Guan spotted the girl quietly awaiting outside the pavilion, her hands nervously wringing the hem of her garment, betraying her anxiety. With her head bowed and the dim light obscuring her face, one could not discern her features, yet the fragile essence emanating from her was palpable. Coupled with the information he had previously gathered, a wave of compassion involuntarily surged within Chen Guan. Dismissing the soldier, Chen Guan approached her slowly. His footsteps were light, yet they still reached her ears, causing her to glance up like a startled rabbit before hastily lowering her gaze. Am I truly that frightening? He jested softly. I apologize. I was merely told not to look around indiscriminately. Chen Guan endeavored to present himself as gentle and approachable, yet the girl stammered her words, unable to meet his eyes. Years of living in the lower rungs of society, enduring relentless bullying and scorn, had ingrained a deep-seated timidity within her that could not be easily undone by mere words. Fear not, I bear no ill will towards you. I am not one of those hot-tempered mercenaries. I am only a few years older than you, and perhaps I may even require your assistance in the future, so there is no need for excessive formality. Upon hearing this, the girl timidly raised her head for a fleeting glance, encountering the boy's smiling visage, which indeed appeared quite amiable. Yet, she pondered whether he would still regard her so kindly once he discovered her peculiarities. Gently biting her lower lip, her heart, which had just begun to ease, sank once more, and she found herself hesitant to meet the boy's gaze. Come, sit down. Let us get to know each other. What is your name? Qingqing Lin. Far more melodious than mine. I am Chen Guan. Back in the capital, there's a mischievous girl who incessantly mocks the sound of my name, which drives me to distraction. Noticing the girl tightly clutching her sleeve, Chen Guan, with clarity of mind, chose not to rush the process of transformation. After all, moderation is key. Rather than adopting an overt approach, he preferred to gently guide her, fostering a friendship that would gradually instill confidence within her. Seated in the pavilion, the two youths, not far apart in age, engaged in conversation for the better part of half an hour without interruption. To be precise, it was Chen Guan who spoke, sharing anecdotes and thoughts he had previously withheld, venting his frustrations in a light-hearted manner. His incessant chatter, though leaving him parched, succeeded in loosening the girl's demeanor, occasionally eliciting soft laughter from her. The bond between them swiftly deepened, yielding remarkable results. However, it also left her with a mental label of a loquacious individual. In her entire life, she had never encountered someone so garrulous, whose complaints seemed endless, yet there was an undeniable charm in his discourse. Indeed, she yearned to express her own thoughts without inhibition, to engage in unreserved discussions. Yet, she felt an undeniable trepidation. Dismissing her stray thoughts, the girl sensed that her future alongside the boy would likely be filled with joy. Chapter 46. Greater Aspirations. Young Master, may I enter? In the early morning, A girl who appeared to be 7 or 8 but was actually 11 entered a guest room of the Lord's manor carrying a basin of water and a towel. Chen Guan, seated cross-legged on the bed in meditation, opened his eyes and welcomed the girl's service with accustomed ease. Relishing the gentle pressure of her delicate hands as he closed his eyes in comfort, he acknowledged that he had become somewhat corrupted by the old customs. This sensation was undeniably pleasurable. "All right, my dear, take a break. I have said you need not come here every day. Have you had breakfast? I wish to wait for you to eat together." Chen Guan made no objection, although his growing strength diminished his dependence on food. Supplemented by medicinal pills that could restore his vitality, he could easily go without sustenance for 10 days or even half a month without issue. Nonetheless, he found joy in sharing meals with the girl, as it brought her great happiness. Together they made their way to the dining hall, where the breakfast consisted of coarse grains and simple fare, far from lavish. Yet the girl consumed it with such delight that her eyes sparkled with satisfaction. These past few days had been the happiest of her life. Clad in a beautiful new outfit she once dared not dream of, she no longer faced bullying. Nor did she worry about food or fear being awakened by the cold at night. The young master, with his gentle temperament, treated her as a sister. Having endured much hardship, the girl found contentment easily. She adored moments like these. Savoring breakfast while listening to the boy share stories of the outside world. Anything at all would suffice, for these were the most joyful times. Once upon a time, dreams have been realized, and the young girl now harbors even grander aspirations. She desires to diligently cultivate her skills, striving to assist the young master in a multitude of endeavors in the future. Additionally, she seeks the opportunity to experience firsthand the tantalizing flavors of the fire fox that the young master often speaks of, delicately fried, roasted, stir-fried, and stewed, all purportedly delectable. "Young master, shall we venture into the desert to dig today?" Chen Guan thought to himself. For he was not merely digging, but rather seeking the location of the Blue Lotus Earth Core fire. He had ascertained that the Blue Lotus Earth Core fire lay concealed somewhere beneath this vicinity. The news regarding the anomalous fire from Hai Bo Dong had been withheld that day. His status afforded him considerable convenience. Daily, he led a contingent in relentless exploration. Coupled with his acute perception of fire attribute energy, after a span of 10 days, Chen Guan had roughly pinpointed a location, anticipating that he would soon uncover the Blue Lotus Earth Core fire. However, the girl proved to be more resilient than he had anticipated, possessing remarkable stamina, and she uncomplainingly accompanied him daily, finding joy in the endeavor. Upon finishing their breakfast and arriving at the main hall, they found General Huang and the Wang brothers already awaiting them. The trio constituted the primary force in the search for anomalous fires. Notably, General Huang, with his earth attribute energy, excelled in navigating the desert, possessing an even greater sensitivity to underground conditions than Chen Guan's fire attribute. Initially, Chen Guan had harbored concerns about potentially hindering the general's affairs, fearing the Serpent clan might exploit any lapse. Yet, the general reassured him that as long as their absence did not extend over 10 days, there would be no issue, since any Serpent clan incursions would likely involve only spirit-level leaders. Similarly, human incursions into the desert for hunting followed a comparable pattern. An unspoken understanding had already developed between the two factions. Should any formidable presence above the king level intervene, the consequences would be far from trivial, and neither side wished to see such a scenario unfold. "Let us depart." Stepping out of the Lord's manor, they were greeted not only by a handful of soldiers, but also by a throng of mercenaries who had been contracted to assist, residing within the Lord's estate to mitigate the risk of information leaks. Among them were Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, whom Chen Guan had recognized on the first day and noted their faces for future reference. However, at present, he held no association with them, treating them all equally. Over a dozen mercenary groups were engaged in the exploration efforts. Chen Guan's daily expenditure on commissions hovered around 100,000 gold coins, a sum that demanded considerable financial prowess to sustain. Such a substantial operation inevitably sparked speculation among the mercenaries, many of whom entertained fantasies of seizing this opportunity for themselves. Occasionally, unfortunate serpents attempted to ambush humans but found no escape, not only due to the animosity between the two factions, but also to prevent any leaks of information. The sole apprehension Chen Guan harbored regarding his quest for the Blue Lotus Earth Core fire was the formidable presence of Queen Medusa, the bane of Hai Bo Dong, in the desert. He was acutely aware that she too was in pursuit of the trail of anomalous fire. Had it not been for his intervention, the Blue Lotus Earth Core fire would likely have fallen into the hands of Queen Medusa within these past 2 years. The large contingent advanced into the desert, continuing their exploration from the previous day's location. Yet another day filled with fruitless toil. I have grown accustomed to it. However, it was not entirely without merit, for at least the range we had narrowed down was smaller. On the following day, A staggering 100,000 gold coins were once again squandered. At this rate, the auxiliary gold card that Yaya had just increased the limit on would soon be depleted. Fortunately, we had not reached that dire point. On the third day, as Chen Guan played with the serpentine creature alongside Qing Lin at the rear, a loud-voiced mercenary suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "I found it! I have discovered it!" His exuberance was entirely justified. Chen Guan had incentivized the mercenaries by promising a resurrection elixir to the first one to make the discovery. The resurrection elixir, a third-tier pill, could be likened to granting an additional life to those mercenaries who lived on the edge of danger day in and day out. Even Chen Guan himself possessed a mere 20 of these precious elixirs. Let us investigate. Chen Guan felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. He had prepared for this moment for far too long, all for the sake of the blue lotus heartfire. From acquiring the yellow lotus essence to gathering the ice spirit cold spring and the spirit gathering materials, he had invested considerable effort, even sacrificing a puppet of the Do Wang level. At long last, everything was in place. The blue lotus heartfire was now within reach. Chapter 47, The Underground Cavern. With the collective effort of the group, a subterranean cave spanning several dozen meters was swiftly unearthed, winding and twisting, yet guided by their sensitivity to fire attributes. They did not stray off course. Finally, by afternoon, the underground passage was completely opened, and a wave of heat rushed forth. Caught off guard, the majority of the mercenaries were left coughing and grimacing, some even succumbing to dizziness and collapsing to the ground. In an instant, chaos ensued. Beneath the surface lay a realm of magma, where the accumulated heat had been trapped for years, saturating the air with a dense, toxic fire essence. Those with strong fire attributes or formidable strength fared better, but the mercenaries present, the strongest among them merely Do-Sure, were utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the toxic heat. After placing the young girl outside to wait, Chen Guan activated his Do-Chi to shield himself from the scorching heat as he ventured into the cave to investigate. The rich energy of fire compelled his techniques to resonate involuntarily. If he could mitigate the harmful fire toxins, this place could indeed serve as an exceptional site for cultivating fire attribute Do-Chi. With his eyes closed, Chen Guan cautiously released his soul perception to probe deeper. He distinctly sensed that the further he descended into the magma, the greater the pressure became, as if the intense heat sought to incinerate his very soul. Simultaneously, he detected a concealed, volatile energy lurking within the magma, which exerted a certain pressure yet did not pose an immediate threat. If he was not mistaken, this was likely the two-headed fire spirit snake concealed within. Let them depart. They may stay at the Lord's Manor for 3 days. Thereafter, their services will no longer be required, Chen Guan instructed, producing 2 bottles of first-tier detoxifying elixir and handing them along with the auxiliary gold card to the Wang brothers. 3 days would suffice for him to extract the blue lotus heartfire and seek a secluded and secure location. The brothers nodded in agreement and, alongside General Huang, assisted the soldiers in escorting the mercenaries, who were in dire condition, out of the cavern. Until all the mercenaries were brought to the surface, each was given an antidote pill to alleviate their condition. Once they regained their senses, Wang Yan ascended to a higher vantage point and proclaimed, "My young master has decreed that this mission concludes here. However, in consideration of your well-being, you are granted a 7-day respite at the Lord's Manor, during which you shall need do nothing and will receive gold coins daily. Do you understand? Is it permissible to forego the Lord's Manor?" murmured a less astute mercenary within the ranks. Since Chen Guan departed the imperial capital, the 2 brothers had been closely following, acutely aware of the tremendous effort the young man had invested in this endeavor. Although they were oblivious to the specific opportunities that lay within the subterranean magma, it was evident even to the most simple-minded that it was no trivial matter. Wang Yin understood that, to prevent any information from leaking, Chen Guan might be compelled to eliminate all witnesses, and he could empathize with such a course of action. In light of the generous hospitality and the daily compensation provided, it struck Wang Yin as somewhat ungrateful for anyone to question the arrangement. Did they wish to compel him into the role of a villain? Fortunately, the majority of the mercenaries grasped their situation clearly and expressed their willingness to cooperate. They too harbored thoughts of rebellion and were curious about the treasures hidden within the magma, yet they recognized the futility of opposing the greater force. Within moments, fewer than 10 remained in this place. Upon emerging from the depths, Chen Guan learned that the old general had already departed, leaving him in a state of bemusement. It seemed unnecessary for one to be so astutely aware of their circumstances. After all, he was not a tyrant. Initially, he had hoped the old general would assist in dealing with the 2-headed fire spirit serpent, but now he realized he must rely on his own capabilities. As night fell, Chen Guan refrained from hasty actions, opting instead to restore his own state to its zenith and, more importantly, to quell the restlessness within his heart. In such moments, Maintaining composure was paramount to avoid chaotic blunders that could lead to unforeseen complications. The Wang brothers emulated his example, diligently regulating their own breathing. While the young master might not require their assistance, it would be prudent to remain prepared for any eventuality. Beneath the night sky, the crackling campfire illuminated the scene, where the others remained as motionless as statues. Only the little green-scaled girl, bored, doodled circles beside the fire, unaware of when slumber would claim her. By the time she awoke, it was already deep into the night. Feeling unusually warm, she touched her body and discovered that someone had draped a fur coat over her. Nearby, the young master and the stout man were engaged in quiet conversation, their camaraderie reminiscent of old friends reminiscing, entirely devoid of the master-servant dynamic. Indeed, the young master was gentle with everyone. Such an amiable figure. If he were to see the scales adorning her, surely he would not find her repugnant, would he? The innocent girl felt a sense of pride, and her trust in Chen Guan reached new heights each day. "Young master," she said, rising to fold the fur coat and present it to him, her face aglow with excitement, flushed under the firelight, appearing exquisite and endearing, like a porcelain doll. A stark contrast to her demeanor just 10 days prior. Chen Guan was engaged in light-hearted banter with the two brothers when he accepted the coat, tucking it away in his storage ring. "Did you sleep well?" he inquired, to which the girl, blushing, nodded shyly. Despite having voluntarily remained behind, she could not endure until the end, leaving her with a sense of having hindered others. "Come, let us descend to the depths and procure a small toy for you." Casually, he handed a vial of elixir to a few soldiers by the nearby campfire, and Chen Guan, accompanied by his two brothers and the young girl, ventured into the subterranean cave. 3 individuals assisted in warding off the oppressive heat while consuming detoxifying pills. The young girl, aside from feeling a bit stifled, was not adversely affected. Chen Guan's decision to allow her to stay was influenced by her unique Bai Shi San Hua Tong. Once activated, she could control the fire spirit serpent, and through its feedback, Qing Lin could ascend to the rank of combatant at an astonishing pace. Conventional wisdom applies only to ordinary individuals. Exceptional physiques must be approached differently. The same holds true for the perilous toxins as well as the Bai Shi San Hua Tong. "Young master, it seems there is something below." Upon reaching the magma's edge, Qing Lin sensed an anomaly and murmured uncertainly. Her innate sensitivity to serpentine magical beasts was evident, as even the two brothers with combat spirit prowess had yet to notice, only becoming alert after her warning. "Do not worry, it's merely a fire spirit serpent. It poses no real threat to us. The only complication is that it navigates the magma effortlessly. If we miss it once, it will be quite challenging to catch it again." The brothers felt a slight reprieve. Yet their vigilance remained intact as they positioned themselves on either side of the young master, surveying the magma below. Regrettably, they lacked Chen Guan's extraordinary soul perception. With the magma obstructing their view, they were entirely oblivious to the serpent's presence unless it chose to reveal itself. The young girl, however, was less encumbered by complex thoughts and inquired, "Young master, how do we capture it?" Chen Guan displayed a mischievous grin, gesturing grandly as over a dozen puppets materialized behind them, instilling a palpable sense of pressure. "It is quite simple. We shall arrange a righteous group assault for it." In the face of absolute power, any battle strategy becomes irrelevant. It was merely a 4th-tier fire spirit serpent, incapable of posing any genuine threat. Were it not for the purpose of securing a pet for little Qing Lin and hoping to have it guide them, Chen Guan would not have deemed it necessary to employ the puppets. Alternatively, it could serve as a means for self-improvement, akin to how Hai Buodong utilized his encounters. Regrettably, he lacked the inclination to indulge in such diversions at present. He instructed the puppets to spread around the magma's periphery, while Wang Dalong eagerly volunteered, utilizing his ghostly agility to create a stir above the magma, generating noise to draw the ire of the fire spirit serpent. 4th-tier magical beasts had already attained a degree of intelligence, albeit limited. They resembled petulant children, easily provoked by Wang Dalong's taunts. Fiery pillars of magma surged forth, with the fire spirit serpent closely trailing, emitting furious roars, vowing to rend the insufferable little figure into fragments. Leveraging the advantageous terrain of the magma, the serpent's explosive power was formidable, causing even the 3rd-tier combatant, Wang Dalong, to feel a tingle of trepidation. Yet, this was merely an instinctive reaction. Wang Dalong remained undaunted, even amused, thinking, "What if it is stronger than me? Ultimately, it is still a foolish beast." In response to the serpent's wrath, Wang Dalong retaliated with a casual blade of wind. The power was minimal. Even the dual-headed fire spirit serpent failed to break the surface. Yet the insult it felt was profound. The already dim-witted fire spirit serpent lost all semblance of reason, fixating solely on one intention: to annihilate the diminutive figure before it. Unfortunately, its aspirations were destined to remain unfulfilled. Just as it emerged from the magma to strike, a dozen or so spirit-level puppets surged forth from all directions, sealing off every possible escape. In an instant, it found itself trapped, with nowhere to flee. The fire spirit serpent was momentarily paralyzed by the sheer force of the situation, and then it endured a one-sided beating. Considering that Qinglin activated the by Snake's Triflower Eye 2 years ahead of the original narrative, Chen Guan commanded the puppets to pummel the fire spirit serpent until it was on the brink of death, utterly incapable of resistance, before finally halting their assault and casting it aside. Its massive form stretched 4 to 5 zhang in length, visually striking yet marred by numerous wounds, lacking any intimidating presence. Leading Qinglin to stand before the dual-headed fire spirit serpent, Chen Guan observed the girl, only to find that she did not appear as fearful of the colossal serpent, capable of dispatching her with a mere flick of its tail, as he had anticipated. While there was some trepidation, it seemed limited. In fact, Chen Guan could sense a hint of curiosity, as if she longed to reach out and touch the creature. This display left him utterly speechless. The by Snake's Triflower Eye, a renowned nemesis to serpent-like magical beasts, was indeed deserving of its reputation. Child, approach and focus intently on its eyes. Attempt to communicate with your heart and compel it to submit to you. Qinglin, emboldened by Chen Guan's encouragement, gripped her sleeve tightly and stepped forward, looking down at the fire spirit serpent with a mix of anxiety and determination. Believe in yourself, you can do this. Qinglin nodded vigorously, clenching her tiny fist, motivating herself not to disappoint her master. Meanwhile, the Wang brothers exchanged puzzled glances, scrutinizing the girl with newfound awareness. Realizing she was not as simple as she appeared, such a fantastical occurrence would have been beyond their wildest imaginations in the past. With no time to enlighten them, Chen Guan's gaze remained fixed on the girl's eyes. As Qinglin concentrated further, 3 minuscule green dots suddenly emerged beside her emerald pupils, expanding from a blur into clarity, reminiscent of 3 delicate buds unfurling, surrounded by an ethereal glow that exuded an air of the uncanny. This phenomenon defied all logic, while it was capable of entrapping humans. The fire spirit serpent, gazing directly into the girl's dual pupils, succumbed instantaneously, its struggles ceasing completely. Chen Guan and the others dared not utter a word to disrupt the moment, awaiting the outcome in silence. As time ticked by, even Chen Guan, who had the utmost faith in Qinglin, couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. He noticed her once rosy complexion had faded to a slight pallor, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and her body trembling subtly, signs of excessive energy expenditure. Engaging the by Snake's Triflower Eye against a 4th-tier magical beast was no small feat for her at present. It seemed that sensing the young man's concern, and perhaps feeling frustration at her prolonged lack of success, Qinglin's youthful visage tightened, and it was evident that she was becoming increasingly irate. Although unable to witness it firsthand, Chen Guan could vividly imagine the scene of her confronting the fire spirit serpent. Both engaged in a fierce exchange, issuing their final warnings to one another. Ultimately, under such immense pressure, the fire spirit serpent could no longer endure, completely lost within its turmoil, and was subdued by the girl's extraordinary gaze, drawn into the realm of her pupils. The tension in her body dissipated in an instant, and she nearly faltered, but Chen Guan was quick to support her. Young master, I have succeeded. Qinglin, utterly fatigued from her exertions, radiated joy, her face aglow with excitement as she reported to the young man, akin to a child proudly showcasing a small red flower to their parents. Chen Guan did not hold back his praise, beaming with pride as he said, I saw it. It was remarkable. We are all astounded by you. He may have exaggerated slightly, yet the 2 brothers were indeed taken aback, grappling with a sense of existential doubt. Initially puzzled by the young man's choice to accompany such a seemingly fragile girl, they had assumed it was merely a relationship of old acquaintances, which warranted such care. Little did they anticipate that in just a few days, less than half a month, the girl they had regarded as weak had acquired the power to pose a genuine threat to them. Was this truly the Duki continent they had come to know? A profound sense of defeat washed over them, and the smiles on their faces appeared strained. Observing their expressions, Chen Guan offered a sympathetic smile, reassuring them, do not dwell on it. Qinglin is unlike ordinary individuals. The by Snake's 3-flower pupil is an extraordinary constitution, one rarely found throughout the Duki continent. Such unique traits cannot be assessed by conventional standards. Upon hearing this, the 2 brothers felt considerably relieved. This was an exception, not a general rule. Qinglin, too, wished to comfort the 2 uncles who had always treated her kindly, but exhaustion overwhelmed her, her eyelids grew heavy, and she succumbed to slumber in the young man's embrace. Let us step outside for now. We can discuss matters once she awakens. With the fire spirit serpent guiding us, locating that item tomorrow will be significantly easier. Young master, what exactly are we searching for? Wang Dalong, unable to contain his curiosity, began to inquire, only to be silenced by a glance from Wang Yan. Chen Guan shook his head, unperturbed. Curiosity is a natural human inclination. At this juncture, revealing the information would have little consequence. The 19th on the flame rankings, the Azure Lotus Earth Fire. Chapter 49, the ensuing arrival of the Medusa Queen. As dawn broke, Qinglin had awakened from her slumber, her spirit rejuvenated, the energy she had expended restored. At this moment, she busied herself with the new toy acquired the previous night. Thoroughly enjoying herself, the now diminished two-headed fire spirit serpent had completely lost the dignity befitting a fourth-tier magical beast, and coupled with its injuries, it had resigned itself to a state of complete indolence, allowing the girl to manipulate it into various forms, utterly incapable of resistance. Young master, please give it a name. Names are inconsequential, and besides, you are its master now. Such a meaningful task should be left to you. Or perhaps it could name itself in the future when it evolves and gains greater intelligence. Without a second thought, Chen Guan declined. Knowing his own limitations, he admitted he was not one for naming. Recognizing the validity in his reasoning, the girl ceased her insistence and pondered in silence. Very well, Qinglin. There is no rush regarding the name. First, communicate with the fire spirit serpent and have it guide me to the Azure Lotus Heartfire. The young girl has already recovered. It is time to attend to more pressing matters. After bidding farewell to the soldiers, the four once again descended into the subterranean world. The two-headed fire spirit serpent swelled in size, basking in the magma, its injuries healing at an accelerated pace. It exhibited a slight resistance to the boy's proximity, yet could not defy Qinglin's command. Be cautious, young master. As the boy prepared to act atop the serpent's head, the young girl stepped forward, her voice laced with deep concern. The prospect of submerging into the magma appeared perilous, compounded by the fact that Chen Guan had not adequately conveyed the dangers of it to them. Rest assured, you need only wait here. I shall proceed with discretion. Do not come looking for me. With a confident smile, Chen Guan enveloped himself in his battle chi armor, lightly stepping onto the serpent's head as they both plunged into the magma. The battle chi armor, however, was not infallible. It could only withstand a limited amount of damage. As the serpent descended deeper, the integrity of the armor waned, leaving it on the brink of shattering. Chen Guan silently circulated his battle chi around his body, shielding himself from the searing magma's assault. This was an endeavor that demanded a significant expenditure of energy. Had he not modified his earth-level techniques, he would not have dared to descend so easily. The potential consequences of exhausting his reserves were dire. As they ventured deeper, the energy consumption intensified, and even the color of the magma began to shift, revealing a hint of striking azure. At this depth, even the two-headed fire spirit serpent, which thrived on consuming magma, felt the mounting pressure, let alone an ordinary human. Chen Guan struggled to maintain his battle chi, the drain becoming increasingly alarming. His current state was akin to continuously employing the profound tier technique, momentary splendor. Fortunately, I have adequately prepared my elixirs. While consuming pills and outputting battle chi, he descended further for several minutes until, at last, a dense azure glow came into view, resembling a jade bowl cradled in the depths. Chen Guan released his spiritual energy to probe the area, discovering a blue lotus swaying within. The terrifying heat was such that his spiritual perception could not approach with precision. The Azure Lotus Heartfire. Born from the depths of the earth, it had undergone countless trials of the earth's flame, merging, compressing, and sculpting over the years. 10 years to gain spirit, 100 to take form, and 1,000 to blossom into a lotus. Upon its maturation, it exhibited a bluish hue, with a cluster of azure flames emanating from its heart, known as the Azure Lotus Fire, or the Azure Lotus Heartfire. Chen Guan's gaze involuntarily ignited with fervor, but was soon drawn back to the trembling serpent beneath him, which harbored a fear of the "Wait for me here." With Qinglin present, there was no chance of the fire spirit serpent attempting to flee. Chen Guan felt reassured. After consuming 2 more elixirs, he intensified the output of his battle chi, entering the protective azure glow. He had anticipated that the temperature within would be even higher. However, to his astonishment, the temperature within the azure light actually decreased, akin to the sensation just after emerging from the magma. Paying little heed to this anomaly, Chen Guan gradually approached the blue lotus, which was crystalline and flawless, resembling the most exquisite work of art in existence. Beneath this lotus flower lies a platform, measuring 2 to 3 feet across, adorned with numerous tiny apertures, each concealing a lotus seed within. Below the platform, roots and tendrils fervently absorb the surrounding fiery energy, year after year, culminating in the formation of the blue lotus heartfire. To procure such a spiritual entity while retaining a sliver of life is a principle of the Duki continent that he understands well. With the platform's restraint, the blue lotus heartfire remains dormant and tranquil. However, Chen Guan refrains from recklessly storing it in his spatial ring, instead choosing to carry the platform with one hand as he departs. Two-headed serpent, let us be on our way. He joyfully mounts the head of the fire spirit serpent. Outside, Qing Lin and the Wang brothers await anxiously, but fortunately, the young girl can sense that the fire spirit serpent has encountered no mishap, indirectly confirming that the young man is also unharmed. Thus, they do not rashly venture forth to search. Suddenly, Qing Lin exclaims in delight, causing the brothers to exchange dubious glances. Before they can inquire further, accompanied by the serpent's hiss, a figure and a snake burst forth from the magma. Young master, the three rush forward, the weight of apprehension lifting as their gaze is swiftly drawn to the platform the young man drags behind him. Is this the Blue Lotus Heart Fire? With the rare fire now in his possession, Chen Guan is eager to consume it, lacking the time to explain to them. The brothers nod in acknowledgement. Young master. Yet, the young girl feels reluctant to part ways, understanding that she must not cause further chaos, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Be obedient. I will find you after I have dealt with the rare fire. Having reassured the three, Chen Guan does not linger, leading the way out of the subterranean depths, summoning his first divine general and hastening his journey. Their destination, the monster beast mountain range. Is there a place in the entire Jamma Empire safer than that of his mentor? Fortunately, it is daytime, as Chen Guan carries the platform. He does not attract undue attention. Had this journey occurred at night, he would have resembled a walking electrocardiogram. Just as Chen Guan departs from the desert, a captivating figure appears in the underground realm. Have I been outpaced? Chapter 50, The Abandoned Cloud Mountain. As long as no one recognizes me, I shall not feel embarrassed. By evening, the monster beast mountain range looms near. Arriving at a small lake, Chen Guan senses that the guarding puppet serpent remains at the lake's bottom, undetected. This outcome is expected, unless there are rare treats involved. Who would be idle enough to fish in a lake rife with monstrous beasts? Even for personal hygiene, one could easily find safer and more secluded spots nearby. Had it not been for the Crimson Ice Serpent King, he would not have descended to search so thoroughly. Having scattered a handful of beast-attracting powder along the shore, Chen Guan elegantly leaps into the water, re-entering the stone chamber beneath the lake. He places the platform in the outer chamber, not rushing to consume it, but instead walks into the inner chamber to light incense for his mentor, before beginning to adjust his state of mind. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Guan opens his eyes and glances at the Blue Lotus Heart Fire atop the platform. As if conversing with himself, I am about to consume the rare fire. After waiting a few moments without any disturbance, Chen Guan feels an increased sense of assurance. With a flick of his hand, three items materialize before him: Blood Lotus Pill, Ice Spirit Cold Spring, and Soul Essence. These are essential items for the fledgling practitioners who seek to devour while the truly formidable need not concern themselves with such trivialities. After a thorough inspection revealed no issues, Chen Guan retrieved 10 jade vials, carefully removing 11 earth fire lotus seeds from the lotus platform, storing 10 of them. For their worth is considerable. Not only do they accelerate cultivation speed and enhance strength, but they also strengthen the connection with the Blue Lotus Heart Fire. With one remaining, he consumed it directly. In Chen Guan's estimation, taking a lotus seed in advance might increase the probability of absorbing the Blue Lotus Heart Fire. Even if it did not, he would not feel regret. It would simply serve to provide energy for the impending drawn-out battle. Feeling the surging within his body, his meridians slightly swollen, Chen Guan hesitated no longer. He unleashed his spiritual power, severing the connection between the lotus platform and the Blue Lotus Heart Fire, claiming it as his own, and, like Guanyin, seated himself upon the lotus platform. Freed from the constraints of the platform, the Blue Lotus Heart Fire, akin to a lost child, began to flail and roll about, heedless of any attempts at consolation. No longer maintaining its lotus form, the flames surged exponentially in an instant, showing no signs of abating. Within mere breaths, it filled the entire outer chamber. Had it not been for the stone chamber crafted from special materials by his master, it likely would have been obliterated by now. The first wave of beast fire surged forth from within Chen Guan, pushing back against the encroaching. Although the sixth-tier beast fire was impressive, before it stood no chance, trembling as it was gradually consumed. This was merely a primal eruption of the Blue Lotus Heart Fire, showcasing such might. He estimated that only a level expert would have a chance to suppress the Blue Lotus Heart Fire through sheer strength. With a slight sense of melancholy, Chen Guan took the Blood Lotus pill and swallowed it. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact, and a frigid energy coursed rapidly through his meridians. Upon introspection, he could see layers of blood membranes forming, gradually permeating through his bones and flesh, eventually oozing out to the surface, rapidly solidifying into a thick, blood-red carapace that enveloped him entirely, leaving no part exposed. Though its appearance was grotesque and fearsome, it provided an overwhelming sense of safety. at the very least. With the blood-red carapace shielding his hands, the pressure of retrieving the fire seed was significantly alleviated. The more he contemplated, the more he hesitated. Gritting his teeth, Chen Guan plunged his hand into the flames, simultaneously unleashing his potent spiritual perception, which made it easier to trace the trajectory of the fire seed. The blood-red carapace quickly dissolved under the scorching heat, transforming into droplets of blood that were instantaneously incinerated to nothingness, the carapace rapidly diminishing. In his grasp, a liquid-like substance, reminiscent of blue magma, writhed slightly. This was the fire seed of the blue lotus heart fire. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Guan closed his eyes and swiftly swallowed it whole, officially commencing the confrontation with the. In a tavern within Qingshan town, the Wang brothers observed the sullen girl by the window with a sense of helplessness. They were acutely aware of the reasons behind her demeanor, yet there was little they could do. The initial days had been manageable, but now, over 10 days had elapsed since parting from the boy, and even they could not suppress their growing concern. No matter how many thoughts one harbors within, they are of no consequence. They are utterly unaware of the boy's whereabouts and can only wait patiently in this place. Soon. Fortunately, the girl merely seeks this comforting answer and does not indulge in unreasonable disputes. She believes each time it is uttered, even though she is well aware of the truth lurking in her heart. Similarly, in Qingshan town, not far from the inn, another young girl gazes at the distant starry sky within the Wan Yao Zhai. Unlike Qinglin, her emotions are far more tumultuous, with brows furrowed by a myriad of sorrows that even she cannot articulate. In her dreams, she seems to know someone is returning. Yet waking from the intoxication brings restless nights. In the imperial capital, at the secluded chamber of the Yunlan sect, a muffled sound reverberates, followed by a long sigh infused with complex emotions, helplessness, disappointment. Unsurprisingly, the individual in question is none other than Yunshan. Reluctant to board that sinister ship of thieves, Yunshan exerts all his strength in a desperate attempt to breach the Dozong barrier. Alas, determination alone cannot surmount the Dozong threshold, and he has regrettably failed. He is acutely aware that this failure has sapped his spirit. Given his current state, age, and vitality, he realizes that relying solely on himself, he shall never reach the realm of Dozong in this lifetime. Unwilling to accept this reality, Yunshan does not wish to simply fade away with time, for there remain countless aspirations unfulfilled. His heart brimming with resentment, he cannot help but recall the individual from the Soul Palace over 2 months ago, causing greater turmoil within him. Even if reluctant to admit it, an answer has begun to form. However, Yunshan is somewhat surprised that the 3-month deadline seems to have arrived. Yet the other party remains conspicuously absent. When he was indecisive, they were relentless in reopening his wounds, and now that he has finally resolved to compromise, they leave him in the lurch. This Soul Palace truly inspires little affection. Chapter 51. The Third Letter of Regret. In the stone chamber beneath the lake, if Dan Wang Guhi were present, he would undoubtedly be taken aback and flee at the swiftest pace. For that sound is not the boy snoring, but rather the wailing of soul power. The intangible essence of soul power coalesces into a long vine, wielding an eerie sense of heart-pounding trepidation. Akin to a long whip descending from the depths of the underworld, this is a soul-level oppression. Soul Star Vine, a soul technique within the cultivation of the spirit. Chen Guan sits resolutely, his thoughts shifting, as the lengthy soul star vine rapidly transforms, splitting into 2 slender vines, and then further divides, doubling to 4, and so on. Until in the blink of an eye, it becomes a heap of fine strands. Chen Guan resembles a weaver, diligently reworking and intertwining the strands. And soon the heart-racing soul star vine takes the form of a net. At this juncture, Chen Guan does not cease. Azure flames emerge, enveloping the net and transforming it into a tangible fire net. He commands the soul fire net to launch an assault, ultimately leaving a delicate imprint upon the ceiling of the stone chamber. With a slightly pale complexion, Chen Guan opens his eyes and rises, surveying the traces left by the soul star vine and the fire net. The former wields greater power, yet serves a singular purpose. Although the latter may possess slightly less power, its versatility is far superior, capable of both offense and defense, while also binding the souls of adversaries. Indeed, a radiant smile illuminated Chen Guanwei's pale visage, expressing his satisfaction with this outcome. He had been in seclusion within the stone chamber for over a month. During this time, he devoted nearly half a month to absorbing and solidifying his rapidly increasing cultivation. This process surprised Chen Guan. Although he endured pain akin to childbirth, excruciating enough to tear at his heart, he never felt life-threatening danger, remaining fully conscious throughout, with everything still under his control. The reason for this, he speculated, might be that his various configurations surpassed those of the original protagonist, Xiao Yan, during his absorption of Despite this ranking of only 19th on the energy accumulated over a millennium was formidable. Upon successful absorption, his strength soared like a rocket, momentarily breaking through the threshold. However, untempered cultivation is ephemeral and detrimental to long-term development. Therefore, Chen Guan dedicated substantial time to solidifying his foundation, only feeling the absence of that lightness after descending from. In the following month, he refrained from further cultivating, needing to consolidate and await the day when his reservoir would overflow. Thus, he devoted his time to honing his soul techniques. His urgency stemmed from a particular incident. During the absorption of, Chen Guan sensed someone assaulting the stone door from outside. Though it was merely a fleeting attempt, it ceased swiftly, yet he distinctly perceived the commotion. The ability to impact this stone chamber indicated that the assailant possessed, at least, strength. Within it, such individuals could be counted on one's fingers. The intruder was certainly not. And the distinction between friend and foe was murky. Chen Guan was uncertain how they had discovered this place, but he leaned towards the assumption that they were an enemy rather than an ally. Armed with this understanding, he recognized the need to prepare meticulously before venturing out. Relying solely on the puppet was insufficient, making soul techniques the most appropriate target. After all, it was impractical to cultivate within this chamber, was it not? Moreover, even if he possessed, his current strength would hardly pose a significant threat to those above. Soul techniques, however, were markedly different and far more elusive. By employing the puppet for diversion and combining it with the Soul Star Vine and Soul Fire Net, Chen Guan felt sufficiently confident that the outsiders would be powerless against him. In fact, if all went according to plan, a counterattack or even capturing the intruder was well within the realm of possibility. The roles of hunter and prey had, at this moment, irrevocably switched. It was time to emerge. After readjusting and regaining his composure, Chen Guan murmured to himself. However, just then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Chen Guan halted, his expression peculiar. The long absent had reappeared. He recalled the last time he had received such a letter was during a previous encounter. The interval had been so lengthy that he sometimes questioned whether this phenomenon would ever manifest again. To his astonishment, it arrived today with such abruptness. Shaking off his distractions, Chen Guan began to examine the letter. He was eager to discern where today's plan had gone awry, for in his estimation, there should not have been any oversights. The outsiders should lack the strength of a Do Zone. Otherwise, they could easily force their way into the stone chamber. Unless, of course, it is a cunning old fox masquerading as a weakling Do Zone. The third sealed letter contained little information. Life is invariably filled with dramatic ups and downs. Having consumed the heart of fire from the azure lotus, I believed I would emerge from the depths like a dragon from the abyss. With the sea wide enough for fish to leap and the sky high enough for birds to soar. Undeniably, I became somewhat complacent. After leaving the stone chamber, I engaged in a ruse to draw out those lurking in the shadows, only to discover it was none other than the Medusa Queen of the Serpent Clan. This revelation was surprising at first, but upon reflection, it seemed rather expected. I could surmise the Medusa Queen's intentions, yet I felt there was little to discuss with her. Aiding her evolution would merely bolster her adversaries. Although she required a transition period of several years, ample time for my own growth, I was unwilling to invite unnecessary complications. Naturally, our negotiations fell through, igniting a fierce battle. The Medusa Queen proved to be a formidable foe on the level of a Do Huang. Even with all my trump cards revealed, we ended up in a mutually devastating outcome, just as we reached an unspoken agreement to halt our conflict. The most unfortunate event occurred. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. A peculiar creature, the Jeje monster, suddenly appeared. From its conversation with Medusa, I learned that this guardian of the Soul Palace, for reasons unknown, was also severely injured and hiding in the Beast Mountain range to recuperate. Had it not been for the immense fluctuations from our battle today, it would not have been drawn out. I never anticipated that after years of caution, I would meet such a dismal end. Cursed be the Soul Palace. My resentment is profound. Upon finishing the letter, Chen Guan's expression was inscrutable. The Beast Mountain range concealed a gravely wounded Jeje monster, a fact that exceeded his expectations, likely unknown to anyone else. This death was not due to the faults of battle, but pure misfortune. However, now that this information was known, the plan to draw out those in the shadows had to be shelved. In its place, a bolder idea began to take root in Chen Guan's mind. This guardian of the Soul Palace could be slain. It was not out of vengeance, but a genuine desire to seek justice for the countless suffering souls on the Dochi continent. Indeed, that was the intent. Chapter 52. The Cloud Mountains await in agony. Dozong. This rank of warrior had not been seen in the Gama Empire for many years. It is, in fact, rather embarrassing that the neighboring empires of Shuyun, Milan, and Luoyan all possessed Dozong level power, while the Gama Empire lagged significantly in this regard. This was precisely why the royal family held such importance to him. The Gamma Empire, particularly the royal family, desperately needed a Do zone-level warrior. Under normal circumstances, an agile guardian of the Soul Palace would send Chen Guan fleeing without a second thought. It is crucial to note that even the weakest guardian possesses Do zone strength. However, the current state of the Beast Mountain range presented a significant opportunity for Chen Guan. Although he could not ascertain the exact degree of its injuries, he could boldly speculate, based on the letter, that it could only exert Do Huang-level power. Otherwise, there would be no need for caution. They could simply suppress those they found displeasing. Even at her peak, Medusa would be unable to withstand such a direct assault, requiring no such circumspection. Chen Guan meticulously deliberated, aiming to eliminate a potential threat for both himself and the royal family. The more he pondered, the more feasible it appeared, providing ample room for maneuver. However, relying solely on his own capabilities posed significant risks. Even though his formidable general, Tai Dan, could exhibit strength comparable to that of a Do Huang. Due to the subpar quality of his abilities, he could at best match a Yun Yun, coupled with his soul skills. Achieving a 50% success rate would be an optimistic peak. A probability of less than 50% was far too low. If the odds did not reach 80%, it would be unwise to risk offending the Soul Palace at this juncture. Thus, to hunt the Jijia monster, he needed to rally support. Having thought this through, Chen Guan temporarily set aside his intentions of sparring with Medusa, opened the stone door from within, and gathered the shattered pieces of the snake puppet before surging out from the lake bottom. To prevent Queen Medusa from taking direct action, he deliberately showcased his worth by employing to dry himself out, and then nonchalantly made his way to Qingshan town. The letter had not aired. Indeed, Queen Medusa lay hidden, only revealing herself once the youth departed. Glancing at the now tranquil lake, Medusa contemplated for a moment before abandoning her impulse to breach the door and chose to follow the boy's direction instead. Like the Jaiamar Empire, the Serpent People were equally in dire need of Do zone combat strength. Despite their fearsome reputation, their situation was even more dire than that of the Jaiamar royal family. Had it been otherwise, would the Dan King Gu He in the original text dare to assemble a group to negotiate with Medusa? Thus, ascending to Do zone was the most pressing matter in Medusa's heart at this time. Over the past few days, she had gleaned clues about the boy's identity. Yet her caution held her back from determining how to persuade him to collaborate in her evolution. In Qingshan town, Chen Guan once again arrived in this quaint little town imbued with the essence of the Fire Fox. However, this time he had pressing matters at hand and had to postpone this relatively significant affair for another occasion. Following the signals left by the Wang brothers within the town, he swiftly located the three of them in an inn. "Young master," a cheerful call echoed as someone leapt towards him. Despite having spent merely over 10 days together, such a strong sense of reliance had developed. Is it any wonder that this girl was easily swayed? She was indeed the kind of potential investment every investor dreams of. "Be good. I need to discuss something with Brother Wang and the others first." Initially eager to share her joy, Qinglin swallowed her words upon seeing his serious expression. After a moment of disappointment, she quickly regained her vivacity, arranging chairs, pouring tea, and standing behind the young man to massage his shoulders, busying herself with delight. Chen Guan temporarily ignored her, allowing the two brothers to seat themselves across from him. He then sealed the room with his spiritual power and, with a solemn expression, began addressing the matter at hand. After some contemplation, he decided that writing a letter would be the most prudent approach. He promptly retrieved paper and pen, composed the letter, and after reviewing it twice to ensure nothing was overlooked, he carefully handed it to Wang Yan. This time, the hunt for the Soul Palace's protector must be conducted in secrecy. Otherwise, should the news leak, he would have to gather his family and flee. Initially, he had intended to invite Fa Ma as well, knowing he would undoubtedly comply. However, contemplating the formidable prowess of Fama extinguished any lingering thoughts. In comparison to him, there was a far more suitable candidate. "Young master, will you not accompany us?" Perceptive of the gravity of the situation, the two brothers expressed their concern for his safety. After all, it required a Do Emperor-level powerhouse to address the matter. This was certainly beyond the capabilities of the mere Do spirit-level puppets they were accustomed to encountering. Chen Guan realized that he had perhaps been too grave, leading to their misunderstanding, and he immediately smiled to clarify. "Rest assured, this time it is I who seeks to trouble another. Though formidable, that individual remains oblivious to my intentions, so there is no need for concern regarding my safety." With this reassurance, the brothers finally exhaled, their curiosity piqued. Who was the unfortunate soul deserving of such a grand endeavor? "Understood, young master. You can count on me to personally deliver the message to the Crown Princess," Wang Yin assured. With decisive intent, he rose immediately. Leaving Qinglin at the inn, Chen Guan personally escorted them out of Qingshan town, not resting until he could no longer see their receding figures. At which point he summoned Tai Dan to guard beside him. You have been with me for quite some time. It seems you are not merely idle. Shall we converse? With the addition of Xing Tian and this puppet, possessing two Do Emperor-level combatants, coupled with his soul techniques, Chen Guan felt he had at least a 70% chance of success in hunting a severely injured guardian of the Soul Hall. However, such odds were still insufficient. The Queen Medusa stood before him as an immediate and attainable force. Her involvement could bolster their chances by another 10%. Xing Tian had once articulated a thought that Chen Guan wholeheartedly endorsed. Only with a solid foundation of strength can one engage in business. Lacking such strength equates to unilateral exploitation. To avert any unpleasant occurrences, Chen Guan proactively displayed the puppet to demonstrate his power, thereby establishing a tenuous parity for dialogue and facilitating Medusa's potential alliance. As for revealing his Do Emperor-level puppet before her, Chen Guan found himself with no alternative. On one hand, it would undoubtedly be utilized in the hunt for the Soul Hall Guardian. Moreover, a trump card is only relevant when it poses a threat to others. While Chen Guan meticulously plotted, far away at the Yunlan sect, Yunshan awaited with bated breath. Chapter 53, Queen Medusa. A soft rustle ensued as the flowering branches parted. And in the next moment, a graceful figure entered the young man's line of sight. The beauty of Medusa was beyond reproach. Adorned with a golden serpent crown of her people, she wore an opulent purple brocade robe that concealed her voluptuous form, reminiscent of a ripe peach, both regal and untamed. Alluring yet elegant, her 3,000 strands of hair cascaded freely from her fragrant shoulders, flowing down to her slender waist. Beneath that brocade robe, a purple serpent tail swayed. Shimmering with an ethereal glow, far from being perceived as odd, it only heightened her exquisite allure. As Chen Guan's gaze subtly shifted, witnessing the legendary Queen Medusa firsthand, he grasped why the mercenaries of Shimo City spoke of her fearsome reputation in tandem with her enchanting beauty, and why so many aspired to be her Suxian. This woman, dazzling and resplendent, exuded an air of regal nobility that would naturally instill lofty aspirations in any unstable heart before her, though both exude an air of elegance. The demeanor of that individual from the Yunlan sect diverges sharply from hers, one resembling a snow lotus nestled upon the mountain, while the other embodies the vibrant allure of a violet. With beauty that captivates and a fragrance that fills the air, Medusa approached within mere meters of the two. Yet neither spoke immediately. Chen Guan scrutinized her, and she, in turn, observed the youth. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon the puppet behind him. It is indeed rare for a puppet to pose a threat to a Do Emperor. Could it be that it endowed you with the audacity to confront me directly? With a tone as light as a breeze, she effortlessly seized the initiative, for strength is the currency of dialogue. This puppet caught her eye. Yet it was insufficient to elevate her regard. Chen Guan chuckled softly, shaking his head as a cluster of azure flames surged from his palm, the terrifying heat causing the surrounding flora to wilt slightly. No, it is indeed he who possesses the true essence. Medusa's eyes shifted, a fleeting glimmer of danger flashing across her countenance, her expression remaining unchanged, yet a hint of suspicion burgeoned within her as she fixated on the youth's visage. Awaiting further discourse, she was quite eager to ascertain whether the lad truly held any knowledge. Chen Guan did not disappoint her. Continuing, I once encountered a secret regarding the serpent people in an ancient manuscript, which spoke of evolution and also of. I suspect this is the reason you have followed me for so long, Your Majesty. Am I correct in my assumptions? This lad is clearly no fool. He must understand that this puppet alone cannot deter her. Yet, his confidence raises questions. Does he believe he has her figured out, or has he devised something more? Drawing slightly closer, the youth maintained an air of nonchalance, standing fearlessly before the puppet. As her thoughts shifted, Medusa revealed a teasing smile. Thus, is this what you wish to discuss with me? I am quite curious. Did you know it was I trailing you all along? Or did the realization strike you just now? Regardless of which, it does not alter the fact that she has tagged him as a cunning little fox. The only distinction being the degree of his craftiness. I can assist you with to facilitate your evolution, but you must acquiesce to several of my requests. Medusa remained silent, patiently awaiting the continuation, for she anticipated some form of reciprocity. I require you to act on my behalf twice, along with 2 specimens of sand mandrake, as tokens of our amicable collaboration. In return, I shall grant you a guarantee. As long as the serpent people refrain from large-scale incursions, the Gamma Empire shall not initiate hostilities against them, thus maintaining the current state of relative stability. These 2 stipulations are hardly burdensome when compared to the breakthrough of the Do Zone barrier. In fact, Medusa found them somewhat simplistic. Moreover, the assurance of peace benefits both parties equally, devoid of any semblance of exploitation. Chen Guan, believing he held the upper hand, inadvertently overlooked a detail that Medusa keenly perceived. He was likely in desperate need of an ally. This little fox is still too juvenile. She mused with an inward chuckle, yet chose not to elaborate further. Fixing her gaze upon the youth's eyes, she inquired, "Since you are aware of the secret arts of my serpent people, you must also comprehend the inherent dangers. How can I trust that you will not deceive me? This is a matter that requires thorough preparation." She is willing to risk her life for the serpent clan, yet it would be a tremendous irony to perish by the treachery of others. Chen Guan is well aware of her concerns, and for him, this issue is quite manageable. Simply put, I shall accompany you to the serpent clan. Should I resort to deceit, you may allow those elder leaders to detain me. Simultaneously, I will instruct Jia Lao, also known as Jia Xingtian, to await outside the serpent clan's territory to prevent any unfortunate incidents. Evolution necessitates time. Without Medusa's presence, the serpent clan would struggle to retain me and to resist the might of the royal family. Thus, both parties would have their reservations, ensuring a foundation for cooperation. Medusa acknowledges this proposal, albeit with reservations. It is still inadequate. Trading a junior for the life of the serpent clan's queen is unlikely to be rejected by any of the great empires. To put it bluntly, she believes their values are unequal, though the likelihood is minimal if the Jiama royal family were indeed determined to make a hard bargain. It would ultimately disadvantage the serpent clan. Upon hearing this, Chen Guan chuckled, no longer concealing his strength, fully releasing his aura. A 16-year-old master of a 9-star Great Dome master is more than sufficient. Despite being in his youth, he possesses an upward momentum akin to soaring into the clouds. The self-assurance emanating from within him even moved Medusa, momentarily disrupting her usual composure. Even if Chen Guan had exaggerated his age, his achievements in the northwest region are still astonishing. This matter, I shall take upon myself. Suppressing her astonishment, Medusa recalibrated her expression, regaining her regal demeanor. Though reluctant to admit it, she recognized the truth in the young man's words. Unless the Jiama royal family collectively lost their wits, there was no need for concern. At this moment, a fleeting thought arose within her, only to be cast aside in an instant. She is Medusa, the queen of the serpent clan. Her confidence and pride are no less than anyone else's. To encounter a remarkably talented junior and only contemplate suppression rather than self-improvement is an indignity she scorns. Chapter 54, Your Name. Below is a brief announcement. This afternoon, Queen Medusa of the Serpent Clan visited the Jiama Empire, where our representative Chen Guan personally received her for discussions. Both parties reached a strategic consensus regarding the extermination of the Soul Hall's guardians and assistance for Medusa's evolution, paving the way for profound cooperation. This marks a small step in the friendship between Ambassador Chen Guan and Her Majesty the Queen. Yet it is a significant leap for the Jiama Empire and the Serpent Clan. Let us anticipate what lies ahead. Young master. Yes, Wang Gu and the others have left, feeling quite bored, I suppose. Not really, I can play with ere long. Following her gaze, Chen Guan noticed the fire spirit serpent coiled around her wrist, concealed by her sleeve, with only its 2 heads visible, a detail easily overlooked. Did you name it ere long? Yes, young master, what do you think? I initially wanted to call it Ling Shuang, but De Lang Shu said it lacked grandeur and suggested a more formidable name. Chen Guan smiled and nodded. It's quite fitting. Indeed, it's splendid. Come, let me introduce you to an elder sister. I will be quite busy in the coming days and may remain in the Monster Mountain range, so if you feel bored, you can seek her company. Oh. Upon hearing that he was about to depart once more, the young girl felt a twinge of disappointment but obediently nodded and followed. The inn was not far from the Wanyao Zhai, and they arrived swiftly. There was no need for further elaboration. The person she was to be introduced to was, of course, the little medical fairy. Nearly 2 months had passed since their last parting, and the farewell scene felt as vivid as yesterday. Reflecting on the fleeting nature of time, he ascended the stairs only to find the door to the medical fairy's consultation room firmly shut. This closure at such an hour seemed inconsistent with her usual demeanor. Moreover, he could sense that she was indeed inside. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart as Chen Guan raised his hand to knock on the door. Who is it? A cautious voice inquired. It's the one delivering the fire fox. Please hold on, just a moment. However, it appeared that such a wait was no longer necessary. With the successful activation of the Calamity Poison Body, he need not worry for her in the immediate future. Yet this also signified that the innocent and carefree little medical fairy would never return. Henceforth, she would have to begin her struggle against fate. Without keeping them waiting long, the medical fairy opened the door. Everything seemed unchanged, yet the unhealthy pallor of her skin betrayed her. The medical fairy, somewhat apprehensive, greeted them briefly before directing her gaze to the girl beside her. Chen Guan understood her unspoken thoughts and chose not to confront her subtle anxieties, instead gesturing for the young girl to introduce herself. Hello, sister. My name is Qing Lin, and I am the young master's maid. It must be said, the transformation in the girl was remarkable. Had this been 2 months prior, she would have likely stammered and dared not lift her gaze, unlike now, when she boldly stole glances and speculated about the relationship between the two. I am Qing Yixian, though many refer to me as the little medical fairy. You may call me as you wish. Chen Guan entered last, observing the two women as if gazing upon a masterpiece, the title of which he had already conceived, a meeting of two unusual entities. Three individuals, two with extraordinary constitutions, while Chen Guan, an ordinary person, felt a distinct sense of disconnection from them. He casually pulled up a chair and, casting aside his distractions, inquired with curiosity, "You are called Qing Yixian? I have never heard that name before." Noticing that he had refrained from mentioning the calamity poison body, the medical fairy sighed with relief, reverting to their previous rapport, and lifted her chin with a hint of pride. "Of course you haven't heard of it, for it is a name I recently adopted, primarily in Qingshan town, where I frequently interact with familiar faces. I would prefer not to be addressed as the little medical fairy by everyone. It implies an unwarranted familiarity." "Well, you have a valid point. It is rather fitting," Chen Guan acknowledged, finding logic in her words, oblivious to any deeper implications. Compared to the innocuous name, he was far more astonished by the medical fairy's prowess. Even with a mere glimpse of the results, Chen Guan found himself at a loss for words to convey the complexity of his emotions. This was still before the medical fairy had access to the many precious herbs in the original cave, which would have enabled her to concoct more potent poisons. The term genius held no value in her presence. "Young master, I can take care of myself, but during the day, I will accompany Sister Medical Fairy," the girl kindly asserted from the side, eager to prove that she was not a burden. The little healer remained silent for a few seconds, before finally lifting her gaze to meet the boy's eyes. Chen Guan also grew serious, awaiting her explanation. "As you know, I possess the cursed poison body. Once I ascend to the rank of a fighter, I will acquire a rare poisonous fighting spirit. However, the environment of the Gamma Empire is not conducive to my cultivation. Over the past few days, I have inquired with many, and it seems that in the Outcloud Empire, poison masters thrive. For others, that environment may seem harsh, but for me, it is the most suitable place for cultivation. I had initially planned to leave a few days ago, but I hesitated out of concern for you. I wanted to meet you in person and clarify everything. Once I arrive there, I will make an effort to contact your sister, Princess Yaya, as if I were going undercover for you." The little healer jested, attempting to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Noticing the boy furrowing his brow in contemplation, she quickly added, "I wish to grow stronger swiftly. Resolving the issues of my cursed poison body is ultimately my responsibility. It would be unfair to place this burden solely on you. I also desire to contribute sooner rather than later, otherwise, I would be restless. Furthermore, I assure you that I will maintain control. Should any signs of the poison body's eruption arise, I will contact you immediately. My life depends on it, and I would never act recklessly." This jest was far from humorous. Under the earnest gaze of the little healer, Chen Guan reluctantly nodded. With their conversation reaching this pivotal point, it was evident that the little healer had made her decision, and Chen Guan had come to understand her temperament well. His concern stemmed merely from her lack of experience. She was not yet the celestial poison maiden. At her current age and level of strength, hardships in the Outcloud Empire were inevitable. She needed to grow. The cursed poison body destined her for greatness, and Chen Guan sincerely hoped for her development. I look forward to it. Chapter 55, The Search for Shadows. Parting is always melancholic. Even if both individuals attempt to lighten the mood with playful banter, the heart cannot truly rejoice. Chen Guan disliked such an atmosphere, having spent half a day in Qingshan town with them. The following morning, he ventured alone into the Beast Mountain range. He was aware that the guardian of the Soul Palace was concealed within, yet the precise location remained a mystery to him. Hence, it would be prudent to locate the lair of the Jieji monster before the arrival of Jia Xingtian. A Dozong master, even in a severely wounded state, could be exceedingly difficult to locate if they genuinely wished to remain hidden. However, for Chen Guan, this dilemma was not insurmountable. Upon entering the Beast Mountain range, Chen Guan refrained from immediately unleashing his soul perception, despite his formidable mental strength. The vastness of the mountain range made a methodical search impractical and could easily alert his quarry. After half an hour, he had hunted down several descendants of his old acquaintance, the Crimson Ice Snake King. It must be said, their numbers were plentiful, and they preferred to move in groups of 3 or 5, facilitating the hunt. He carved out a cave on the cliff and stationed a puppet to guard the entrance, then retrieved a corpse of a crimson ice snake. Thanks to his deliberate control during the hunt, the body remained largely intact. A dagger materialized in his hand, and with remarkable skill, he made an incision 3 inches beneath the snake's head. A formidable mental force surged from the center of his brow, serving as a brush with which Chen Guan swiftly sketched a rudimentary puppet formation within the body of the Crimson Ice Serpent. In less than 10 minutes, the simple array was successfully inscribed, leaving behind a faint imprint. He then extracted a first-tier magic core and placed it at the heart of the formation to provide energy. Instantly, Chen Guan felt an enigmatic connection established between them. Closing his eyes, a radar-like image materialized in his mind, allowing him to perceive the energy fluctuations surrounding him with remarkable clarity. For instance, he discerned a moderately strong energy wave emanating from above the cliff, approximately equivalent to that of a second-tier magical beast, without employing his own mental strength, relying solely on the Crimson Ice Serpent for detection. To verify this accuracy, Chen Guan summoned a king-level puppet to hunt. Soon, the puppet returned with a firefox in tow. Indeed, it was a second-tier magical beast. Satisfied, he stored the corpse of the firefox and simply stitched up the wound of the Crimson Ice Serpent. To his astonishment, with a mere thought, the lifeless serpent began to move peculiarly. If one were to observe it without noticing the wound, they would find it indistinguishable from a normal Crimson Ice Serpent, save for a slight stiffness. Although a defective model, rendered useless after a single use, it was still commendable for detecting within a kilometer radius. Muttering to himself, he instructed the Crimson Ice Serpent to remain nearby and turned his focus to the second serpent's corpse. What he was crafting was a specialized tracking puppet, designed for scouting and hunting purposes. However, while a conventional tracking puppet was a second-tier construct, his creation was merely a disposable toy of no rank. The authentic puppet master's process of crafting puppets can be divided into 3 distinct phases. First, one must gather materials to forge the puppet's shell, utilizing materials such as spiritual wood and rare metals. The higher the rank of the puppet, the more stringent the material requirements become. This initial step is relatively simple compared to the subsequent stages. Upon completion of the shell, the second and most crucial step follows. It involves inscribing the puppet formation with mental energy. Different formations yield different functionalities for the puppet, and a high-tier puppet can possess an astonishing number of formations within. Combat formations are the most intricate and commonly encountered, which is why the offensive methods of puppets tend to be rather straightforward and formulaic. The formations bear a resemblance to the prescriptions of alchemists in certain respects. The higher the tier of the crafted puppet, the more formations need to be inscribed, a process that consumes significant mental energy. Hence, Master Shu Tianhe once remarked that the requirements for a puppeteer's soul strength are no less demanding than those for an alchemist, and may even surpass them. However, the second step does not conclude upon inscribing the formations. It is akin to merely chopping vegetables in the cooking process. One must gather momentum to connect these formations seamlessly. Only then can the second step be deemed complete. Should the mental energy falter during the connection, all prior efforts would be in vain. The inscribed formations cannot endure for long before being interconnected, much like ingredients that spoil rapidly if not utilized promptly. Attempting to reconnect them would necessitate starting from scratch. This elucidates why Chen Guan's teacher instructed him to dismantle the puppets during their assault in the stone chamber beneath the lake, rather than annihilating them entirely. Returning to the main subject, once all the puppet formations are successfully interconnected in the second step, the crafting of a puppet can be deemed 99% successful. The final step involves leaving one's own soul imprint for recognition. Before reaching the 8th tier, puppets will not exhibit autonomous sentience and can be successfully completed directly. However, upon reaching the 8th tier, the puppet has already developed its own sentience. Thus, leaving an imprint for it to fully recognize its master becomes a rather troublesome endeavor. Akin to the alchemical process of forming a pill, it should be noted that not all puppets require a magic core to provide energy. This method is overly reliant on the grade of the magic core. Once the energy is exhausted, the puppet will cease to function and will require a replacement magic core. Moreover, for puppets of a high grade, there are additional requirements regarding the attributes of the magic core, which impose significant limitations. Therefore, high-tier puppets are inscribed with formations that absorb the energies of heaven and earth within their bodies, achieving self-sufficiency. Due to the considerable energy consumption of these formations, lower-tier puppet masters can only look on in envy. Thus, among lower-tier puppets, magic cores are predominantly used as the energy source. The puppets that Chen Guan dismantled initially, despite their low tier, lacked magic cores because his teacher possessed sufficiently potent mental energy to inscribe formations that absorb the energies of heaven and earth. After all, while dumplings can be made from mere flour, a capitalist might craft them from gold, reflecting a similar principle. The tracking puppet that Chen Guan is currently assembling utilizes the remains of a first-tier red-eye serpent as its corporeal shell. With the formation merely inscribed in a simplistic manner and powered by a first-tier magic core, essentially a haphazard assembly of refuse, insufficient to qualify as a proper creation. In his estimation, it would become unusable after a single use, being nothing more than a disposable toy. Nevertheless, it proves quite practical for locating the hidden guardians of the Soul Hall, as it is not easily detected due to the commonality of red-eye serpents. Furthermore, a legitimate tracking puppet is not limited to a mere 1,000-meter detection range. The one he hastily crafted is an exception. This range is intricately linked to mental energy, and all puppets below the 8th tier exhibit similar limitations. Once beyond a certain distance, they can no longer be manipulated. Chapter 56. The Cloudy Mountain still awaits in agony. After spending an entire morning, Chen Guan managed to create nearly 50 small toys before pausing. Although each one consumed little, the multitude could still prove burdensome. As the saying goes, ants can kill an elephant. Moreover, this quantity was nearly sufficient for his needs. After another hour spent adjusting his state, Chen Guan finally proceeded to the small lake. The letter indicated that he had fished out Medusa while departing from the lakebed, and the ensuing battle fluctuations had drawn the attention of the Soul Hall Guardians, leading to subsequent events. Therefore, commencing the search from this small lake as a focal point was a relatively easier method of locating individuals. Concurrently, Chen Guan, in his understanding of others, did not believe that the opponent would hide in the areas surrounding low-tier magical beasts, as both humans and magical creatures would be more abundant there, clearly unfavorable for quiet recuperation. Thus, he decided to have the search radius. With the range significantly reduced, Chen Guan felt a greater sense of confidence. Thanks to his enhanced strength, the previously cautious zones inhabited by 4th-tier magical beasts now posed no threat to him. He took out the iron egg for protection and resolutely ventured inside. Occasionally, low-tier magical beasts of the 4th rank or below would take the initiative to attack him. Yet Chen Guan preferred to keep a low profile, swiftly dispatching them with a single punch. Such trivial 4th-tier creatures were laughable. In truth, it was Iron Egg who acted. Delving several thousand meters deep, he sought a concealed spot to hide before releasing several tracking puppets to conduct a comprehensive search. His suspicions proved correct. After a day and night of relentless effort, as the tracking puppets neared depletion, Chen Guan finally identified his target. Within the territory of 5th-tier magical beasts, there lay a remarkably potent energy source concealed from view. More importantly, there was an absence of any energy comparable to 3rd-tier magical beasts or higher in the vicinity, as if it had been deliberately cleared away, starkly contrasting with the surrounding areas. Such a conspicuous distribution was akin to the King of Hell interrogating minor spirits, revealing itself without any need for inquiry. Avoiding the magical beasts along his path, Chen Guan concealed his presence and stealthily approached. Given his current soul strength, it was exceedingly difficult for an average person to detect him if he refrained from leaking any aura. Upon reaching the location of his tracking puppet, he extracted a still usable magic core and discarded the damaged puppet, cautiously scrutinizing a nearby den. Outside the den lay numerous, sizable chunks of magical beast excrement, arranged in a discernible pattern, clearly manipulated by human hands rather than being a natural occurrence. It was a broken mountain rhinoceros, a 5th-tier magical beast. Chen Guan recognized it. This territory should originally belong to a broken mountain rhinoceros, a creature of considerable prowess among 5th-tier beasts. Previously, the broken mountain arm produced by Mo Chung was derived from this very beast. However, now, there was no trace of the broken mountain rhinoceros. It was evident that it had perished. The den had been usurped, the magic core taken, and the fate of its flesh remained uncertain. Consumed and humming with delight, it had suddenly been ambushed by the guardians of the Soul Palace. Where could one seek justice for such misfortune? The unfortunate beast had met a dire end. To ensure safety, Chen Guan refrained from probing with his mental power, opting instead for patient observation from a distance. After a brief half-hour, chaotic energies emanated from within the den, detectable even from afar by Chen Guan, roughly comparable to the level of the formidable Jia Xingtian. Indeed, it was a critically wounded creature. With the condition of this guardian of the Soul Palace confirmed, Chen Guan lingered no longer. He stealthily departed, distancing himself several miles from the target before signaling for assistance. A piercing arrow soared through the clouds, heralding the arrival of the Serpent Woman Queen. Medusa had been awaiting this moment, devoid of other pursuits. Upon receiving the signal, she hurried to his side. "You have arrived," she stated. "I have come," he responded. "You should not have come," she remarked. "Shall I then take my leave?" He jested lightly. "I have located the heinous perpetrator, a being of utter depravity, twisted humanity, with strength approximately between 8 and 9 stars of the Do Huang rank." Dismissing her playful demeanor, Chen Guan spoke earnestly. Medusa nodded slightly, unwilling to squander time. "Do not wait for Jia Xingtian. I alone am sufficient." Her confidence was unwavering, having yet to encounter the denizens of the Soul Palace. She remained oblivious to the challenges they posed. As for the young man's assessment of the treacherous creature, it mattered little to her. Her involvement was solely for the sake of the transaction, indifferent to the character or nature of the adversary. "Under the shadow of the Dozong, I possess confidence. And if all else fails, I have your puppet as a safeguard. Abandon all hope. Without absolute certainty, I shall not act." The forces backing this individual are formidable. Should he escape, the Gamma Empire, along with your Serpent clan, would face dire consequences. Medusa ceased her discourse, her gaze shifting towards me, imbued with a hint of perilous light, seemingly conveying that prior to this, you had not mentioned the significant backing of our adversary. We have embarked upon a treacherous voyage. I refrained from meeting her eyes, reassuringly asserting that I had made thorough preparations. Should we eliminate him on the spot, no matter how grand his affiliations, they would remain oblivious to our involvement. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. Medusa averted her gaze, reluctantly accepting my explanation. Her urgency for the was too pressing to pursue the matter of acting alone. The safety of her clan left no room for negligence. I exhaled in relief, suggesting we proceed to his hiding place and await reinforcements. Within 2 days, Jiao should arrive. My estimation was rather conservative. In truth, Jialing Tian arrived earlier than anticipated. By the afternoon of the following day, he not only arrived, but brought a delightful surprise. Fama accompanied him. Although a conventional alchemist may possess slightly diminished combat prowess, he nonetheless represented a formidable Dohuang-level strength. With his involvement, our endeavor became all the more secure. Young Chun, what has transpired? Before Jialing Tian could speak, Fama could no longer contain his curiosity. It was indeed a fortunate coincidence. He had inadvertently discovered Jialing Tian hastily departing the palace and, upon inquiry, learned of the young man's need for assistance. Without a second thought, Fama chose to follow. As they soared through the skies, Jialing Tian offered no detailed explanation of the circumstances, leaving Fama in a state of bewilderment. Chen Guan approached the two, greeting them respectfully, meticulously laying out our plan, and informing them of the dire consequences should it fail, urging them to exert their utmost efforts. He also elucidated the reason for Medusa's presence. Jialing Tian was already aware from his correspondence. Given the royal family's current relationship with the young man, there was little to discuss. Action was the only course. What was particularly moving was that upon learning of the potential dangers posed by our target, Fama exhibited no hesitance. He could have easily opted out of this affair. His willingness to engage today attested to his trustworthy character. In light of the target's peril, Fama lamented the young man's extraordinary fortune. Truly, you have discovered and successfully devoured it. Should this news spread, you would surely incite the envy of countless alchemists, particularly Gu He, who has pursued the for many years. In the future, within the empire, it would be wise to conceal your mastery of the. If you were an alchemist, Gu He might begrudgingly accept his misfortune, but you. Not only Gu He, even I would deem it a waste of such a treasure. Should Gu He learn of this, he might very well entertain ulterior motives towards you. I understand. Chen Guan nodded in acknowledgement. While he held no fear of Gu He, even contemplating him as a potential target, he appreciated Fama's goodwill. Having conveyed all necessary matters, Chen Guan wished to avoid any further delays that might invite unforeseen complications. Gazing into the distance, the plan to hunt the Jijia monster was ready to commence. The youth here is already prepared to take action, while far away at Yunlan's sect, Yinshan is still waiting anxiously. Chapter 57, The Hunt for the Jijia Monster. The sky is clear, the white clouds remain, and a gentle breeze flows. Suddenly, amidst the tranquil Beast Mountain range, 3 beams of light, 2 red and 1 yellow, soar into the sky, an overwhelming aura spreading like tidal waves, startling countless magical beasts, whose fur bristles in alarm. Without a moment's thought, they scatter outward in a desperate escape. The instinct for survival tells them that any delay might lead to death. This is merely the reaction of relatively higher-tier magical beasts. The lower-tier ones are utterly suppressed by the overwhelming aura, rendered motionless and trembling in fear. High above in the sky, the 3 figures erupt without hesitation, launching their combat techniques at the earliest opportunity. Snake Spirit Sword Explosion, Flame Seal, Xuanwu Fury. Having learned that their target is a severely injured Do Zone with an immense background, the trio holds nothing back, unleashing their full might in the initial assault. Though these are not their ultimate signature techniques, they are nonetheless formidable moves. The combined assault of 3 high-level Do Emperors possesses such immense power that it astounds the world. Even from hundreds of meters away, with a puppet shielding him, Chen Guan feels his complexion pale slightly from the shockwave of the unleashed force. Such an offensive, even a true Do Zone would likely not dare to underestimate. Chen Guan's gaze catches the site of the mountain where the Soul Hall's guardian was concealed, exploding into fragments. The roar echoing like thunder, shaking the very earth. As the swirling dust settles, the once towering peak is utterly leveled, leaving behind a pit measuring several dozen meters across. As if struck by a celestial meteor. Ignoring the ravaged landscape, the 4 quickly scan their surroundings, more concerned with the fate of their target. Cough, cough. A weak voice emerges from the scattered rubble, and in the next moment, The debris explosively shatters as a figure clad in a tattered black robe rises, swaying as if weightless, a sight most disheveled. The robe, which had once concealed its form, is now in tatters, caked in mud, revealing a hollow and ethereal figure within. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Guan remains composed, yet Medusa, along with Jialing Tian and Fama, tighten their gazes. This individual is, astonishingly, a soul entity. Cough, cough. A powerful member of the Serpent Clan, Medusa, a fire and earth attribute Do Emperor, Fama from the Alchemist Guild, and the royal Jialing Tian? Though phrased as a question, it bears a tone of certainty. Clearly, the Guardian of the Soul Hall possesses knowledge of the formidable figures surrounding the Jamma Empire. The fluctuating aura resembles an electrocardiogram, almost plummeting to the level of a Do Emperor in an instant, leaving one to fathom that this person was originally a Do Zong. Truly, a tiger fallen to the plains is bullied by dogs. Medusa, Fama, Jialing Tian, I am the Guardian of the Soul Hall. Do you dare? Already in a severely injured state, the Guardian, upon being ambushed once more, comprehends the dire situation. Escaping by force is nearly impossible, so he hastens to reveal his background, hoping to instill caution in the three, granting him a fleeting chance to flee amid their hesitation. At this moment, he can no longer concern himself with how these individuals discovered him or why they sought to attack. However, he was provided no respite at all. Before the words of the Guardian of the Soul Palace had faded, the three figures in the sky seized the opportunity while he was still babbling, their new combat techniques already brewing. Such incessant chatter. Clearly, he was not truly foolish. While provoking with words, he was simultaneously preparing in the shadows. Unfortunately, in his current state, facing any one of the three in a one-on-one confrontation was a daunting task, let alone engaging all three simultaneously. Forcing the activation of a secret technique only rendered his already ethereal soul form even more transparent, as if calamity upon calamity had befallen him. The Guardian of the Soul Palace was utterly astonished to find that while he was simultaneously countering the three in the sky, a powerful and unfamiliar mental force surged from behind, delivering a devastating blow that nearly scattered his soul form entirely. Soul Technique. A deep terror gripped the Guardian of the Soul Palace, his eyes wide with horror. As a soul entity, the damage inflicted by this technique was no less than that caused by the three adversaries before him. It might have even surpassed it. In that moment, a profound despair welled up within him. If it were only the three in the sky, he might have had a glimmer of hope to escape. But the presence of an unseen foe with such formidable mental power extinguished any chance of survival. Boom, boom, boom. With no path above and no entrance below, surrounded by wolves in front and tigers behind, he found himself in a situation of certain death. The Guardian of the Soul Palace, steeped in despair and unwilling to accept this grim reality, could not fathom how he could possibly meet his end in this remote outpost. Fueled by intense resentment, the Guardian of the Soul Palace descended into madness. In an act of desperation, he resolved to unleash a cataclysmic explosion, a soul detonation. With this move, even if the three Do Emperors in the sky ceased their assault, the Guardian of the Soul Palace faced two potential outcomes. He could either become a mindless soul entity, devoid of intelligence and at the mercy of others, or he could be obliterated on the spot. However, this technique also possessed terrifying power. In such a critically weakened state, it still unleashed a strike comparable to that of a Do Zong, instantly shattering the incoming three combat techniques and sending a ferocious energy storm rippling towards the trio. Confronted with this desperate counterattack from the Guardian of the Soul Palace, Medusa, Jia Xingtian, and the others did not dare to show the slightest carelessness. The three, having never fought alongside one another before, displayed an astonishing level of synergy at that moment. None chose to endure the assault head-on. They promptly retreated, evading the brunt of the attack. With their keen perception, they could easily discern the Guardian's condition. This strike was scarcely different from a self-detonation. The opponent was undoubtedly doomed, and they were not reckless fools to put themselves in harm's way. Thus, the three withdrew several thousand meters before the terrifying energy ripples finally dissipated. The so-called cataclysmic explosion resembled a brilliant firework display before death. It was a spectacle of gold and jade on the outside, but withered and frail within, inflicting no harm upon anyone, save for a few beads of cold sweat. Meanwhile, Chen Guan, who had been concealed in the shadows, seized the opportunity. The prepared soul fire net descended like a pocket, enveloping the utterly exhausted and defenseless soul form, ready to carry it away. The hunting plan had succeeded splendidly, and even Chen Guan could not suppress a refreshing smile at that moment. So you thought you could scheme against me? Is that all you've got? In the distance, Medusa and her companions soared over, their expressions varying as they beheld the soul entity enshrouded in the net of soul fire. Medusa gradually understood why the young man had previously displayed such audacity. The soul technique, a deceptive and elusive stratagem, could easily ensnare even her if she were to let her guard down. She was not particularly adept in the realm of mental prowess. Meanwhile, beside her, Jia Xingtian and Fama were increasingly intrigued by the soul entity, which was gradually shrinking in size. They crouched down, encircling it, unable to resist the temptation to prod it with their hands. It was hard to believe that such a soul entity possessed such strength. In its prime, they would have had to flee in terror. Indeed, how could it remain so still, having seemingly rendered itself senseless? This little creature appeared quite distinctive now. It moved. It moved. Chapter 58, The Breaking Clan Pill. In the northwest region, amidst a landscape shrouded in mist and cloaked in ominous clouds, stood a foreboding grand hall predominantly colored in black. Rarely did anyone venture here. The naturally chilling and eerie terrain served as the perfect barrier. However, the scene within the hall contrasted starkly with the silence outside. Walking through the corridor, one could hear distant, anguished cries, hinting at unimaginable torment. Deep within a chamber at the corridor's end, two figures cloaked in standard black robes conversed in hushed tones. The news from the Hawk had arrived. Traces of the Wind Fury Dragon Flame had been discovered deep within the Tagore Desert, and assistance was requested. Very well. Also inform them that the Elder favors this gift. Let us see, and also expedite the infiltration matters. Meanwhile, after some time playing with the Guardian of the Soul Palace, Chen Guan retrieved a jade vial, carefully enclosing the languid soul entity within, sealing the opening with a layer of exotic fire. Though this being had been rendered senseless, resembling a wandering spirit devoid of consciousness, as a puppeteer, Chen Guan possessed countless methods to make use of it. This matter must remain confidential. The consequences of exposure would be dire. No one dared to refute him. They understood the gravity of the situation. When shall we visit the serpent people? The cold tone disrupted the atmosphere as Queen Medusa inquired, her expression impassive. Chen Guan, however, did not share their anxiety, for various reasons. He had come to understand Medusa's temperament somewhat. This woman, despite the fact that they were no longer even friends, remained a proud enigma even among those close to her. This disposition was closely tied to the serpent people's survival conditions, which were no better than those of the Jamma Empire, perhaps even worse, surrounded by numerous foes. As queen, if she were not assertive, she would have long been devoured to the bone by the great empires. Over the years, Medusa had grown accustomed to concealing her inner self, presenting herself in such a manner. Just as earlier, when everyone encountered the soul entity for the first time, curiosity was inevitable. Although Medusa feigned indifference, she could not help but steal a few glances from her peripheral vision, believing herself unobserved. Little did she know, under the scrutiny of formidable mental prowess, everything had already been noted by others. Medusa despised being passive. This response did not satisfy him, yet the exotic fire rested in another's grasp. Contemplating the puppet embodied by the youth, along with the unpredictable and enigmatic soul techniques, she observed the already vigilant Jia, Xingtian, and Pharma falling into silence. It seemed her only bargaining chip was the sand mandala, which she sensed did not particularly concern her opponent. Rather, it appeared to be a mere ancillary condition of the transaction. After a prolonged silence, Medusa suddenly raised her hand, sending forth a luminous seal that darted towards the young man. Given her formidable prowess as a peak Do emperor, the speed of this seal was rather lackluster. Slow enough for the boy to react. Just as Jia Xingtian and Pharma were about to act, Chen Guan halted them, extending his left hand to allow the seal to land upon his palm and vanish. He had sensed upon the seal's approach that it posed no threat to him. Even appearing quite fragile, destroying it would be effortless, its sole purpose being to mark him for tracking. Thus, Chen Guan willingly accepted it as a gesture of goodwill. In less than a year, this king shall seek you out, she declared before departing. The sensation of being perpetually restrained stifled her thoughts. Chen Guan, unfazed, watched Medusa leave before once again extending his spiritual energy to scour the battlefield. As Pharma and Jia Xingtian exchanged puzzled glances, a smile illuminated Chen Guan's face as a wave of energy swept towards a nearby pile of stones. Debris scattered, revealing a quiet spatial ring lying there. Loot 1. As consciousness permeated the ring, Chen Guan's satisfaction grew upon discovering its contents. Among the assorted trinkets, what caught his keen interest was a jade vial inscribed with the words Breaking Sect Pill, containing the precious elixir within. The Breaking Sect Pill, a 6th-grade advanced medicinal concoction, capable of enhancing the likelihood of a peak Do emperor ascending to Do zone. Recognizing this pill, Chen Guan surmised the identity of the recently slain creature. It was likely the guardian, Wu. If this were indeed the case, then Wu had fortuitously fallen into his hands. Shaking his head slightly, Chen Guan dismissed any further musings. Who could truly ascertain the creature's authentic identity? The breaking sect pill was indeed a delightful surprise, and fortune favored Jia Xingtian. It seemed Jia Xingtian's luck had always been rather favorable, as evidenced by this pill and the previous Earth-tier combat skill. Otherwise, encountering such treasures would not bode well for him. Currently, no one in the Gamma Empire could concoct the breaking sect pill, excluding Yao Chun's soul body. However, with this ready-made product, all that remained was to eliminate the hidden traps left by the Soul Palace. A task Chen Guan felt confident he could accomplish with his spiritual prowess. Of course, the specifics of the operation would require consultation with Pharma. To prevent Jia Xingtian from becoming anxious upon learning the news, Chen Guan decided to withhold his thoughts for the time being. Jia Xingtian inquired. Having encountered the Do Emperor-level puppet, he was no longer concerned for the boy's safety. As long as he did not court disaster, he could traverse the Gamma Empire with relative ease. With the heart fire of the Azure Lotus now secured, there was little purpose in further trials here. Yet, with a captivating beauty awaiting him in Qingshan town, how could he simply depart? Chapter 59, The Crane Spirit Ring. The night sky remains adorned with countless stars. Yet the youth cannot shake the feeling that they appear somewhat more listless than before, as if weary from their own brilliance. As he approaches Qingshan town, this illusion becomes increasingly pronounced, dampening his previously buoyant mood. Without haste, Chen Guan gradually makes his way towards the town, altering his route to enter from the rear. Compared to the bustling thoroughfare, the back streets are decidedly more tranquil, separated by mere walls, akin to two disparate worlds. Within the Wan Yaozhai, Qing Lin is engrossed in the recipe that Chen Guan once gifted to the little medical fairy, savoring each word and occasionally swallowing in delight, utterly captivated. The little medical fairy embodies both the caring older sister and the gentle mother, indulging the girl with warmth. Typically, she seldom descends from her quarters, yet in recent days, she has frequented the kitchen to procure various delicacies for the girl's utmost comfort. On this night, she places a platter of fruits before the girl, affectionately ruffling her hair without uttering a single word, yet the atmosphere is suffused with warmth. Lost in her musings, the girl is suddenly drawn to the entrance by a figure that interrupts her reverie, witnessing the transformation of his expression from indifference to distraction. And finally, to surprise upon noticing her, the little medical fairy chuckles softly, teasing him in silence. The youth waves him off, but in the next moment, he has leapt through the window, wearing a smug expression that earns him a reproachful glance from the little medical fairy for his lack of decorum. He settles beside the engrossed girl, preemptively anticipating her startled reaction, preventing her from springing up. What captivates you so intently? He inquires. You deceive, young master. The little medical fairy has said this book was a gift from you, so how could she be unaware? Ah, the little one has learned to counter. Young master, have you truly tried all these recipes? Which one is most delectable? Her bright, inquisitive eyes reveal her eagerness, embodying curiosity and a desire to taste. The little medical fairy is preparing to study abroad, and as a friend, it is only fitting to send her off with some local specialties. Chen Guan, wishing to ensure the girl enjoys herself, turns his attention to the maiden seated across from him, retrieving a ring and extending it towards her. This is a spatial ring. Quite spacious, superior to a basic one. It was generously gifted to me by a kind-hearted stranger today. I have no use for it. Take it with you for convenience. Inside, there are various items of little value, but they are suitable for use in the Outcloud Empire. Without needing further elaboration, it is evident that this ring is a token from the Soul Hall's protector. Aside from a broken Zong Dan, the rest of the contents remain untouched, as they hold no worth to an ordinary person, lacking high-value pills or medicinal herbs. Perhaps they have already been utilized for healing. There are certainly no martial arts or techniques, items one would expect from a respectable practitioner, just a pitiful protector, utterly destitute. The little medical fairy hesitates for a moment, but ultimately accepts the offering, teasing, my poisoned body has yet to manifest. I am still in your debt. This one is also from me. I previously used it. The space is not vast, but it should suffice for your needs for the time being. Young master, truly for me. Her small, greasy hands express her delight. Chen Guan nods, glancing at the oil stains on her hands, and places the spatial ring before her on the table. Prior to today, Chen Guan had only utilized low-tier storage rings, while his master's superior ring, which was worn around the neck, was specifically designed to hold precious items. As his capabilities gradually increased, he felt more confident and less burdened by their presence. At the very least, within the confines of the Gamma Empire, he could indulge himself a little. His master's ring was a deep blue. He had forgotten to inquire about its former name, but he now referred to it as the Crane Spirit Ring. After bestowing upon the two women a large and a small storage ring, Chen Guan produced a puppet. The Yuzhou Empire is quite suitable for your cultivation. I will not hinder your journey, but take this puppet with you. We are venturing forth to hone our skills, not to seek demise. safety must be ensured. Unless you encounter an extraordinary genius, it is invincible against opponents below the King of Fighters, and it can trade blows on equal footing with those above that rank. If you face a Soul Emperor, it's best to retreat swiftly. Keep it as your trump card. One thing to remember, it cannot fly, but its speed rivals that of a King of Fighters. The little medical fairy fell silent, grappling with the complexity of her emotions. A puppet of the King of Fighters. She had never dared to even dream of such a thing before. You need not worry about me. I possess another puppet of Soul Emperor caliber, along with several others that remain largely unused. This one will serve you well, allowing it to fulfill its potential, rather than gathering dust in my possession. Chen Guan remarked with a hint of disdain. Once serious matters were addressed, the atmosphere between the two gradually lightened, aided by the antics of the little girl beside them, who, with her greasy hands, provided much amusement. Never before had this clinic been filled with such laughter and joy, attracting the attention of the steward passing by, who couldn't help but reminisce about his own wife and children at home. As their cheerful conversation continued, time flew by, and by the time the young man and the little girl departed, it was already midnight. Young master, I want to prepare a gift for the little medical fairy as well, to present to her tomorrow, the little girl, Qing Lin, expressed while grasping the young man's hand. She appeared somewhat conflicted, pondering over what would convey her sentiments while being something she could afford. That's a splendid idea. You can give it to her next time, Chen Guan encouraged with a gentle smile, though internally he mused that next time might be quite a while away. The little girl, oblivious to his underlying meaning, cheerfully contemplated her gift as they walked in silence. On the new day, in the early morning, Chen Guan was practicing in his room when suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Young master, the little medical fairy left a letter behind and has already departed. I haven't even given her my gift. Chapter 60. At last, I have waited for you. Thankfully, I did not give up. After spending 3 seconds comforting Qing Lin, Chen Guan quickly washed up and prepared to make his exit. He hired a carriage and set off, basking in the morning sun. A month later, in the holy city of Gamma, at the Alchemist Association, Chen Guan sat opposite Pharma, their eyes closed in unison, as their formidable mental energies emanated from their brows, working in concert to eliminate the hidden dangers within the broken sect pill. Although the Soul Palace had left behind subtle traps, they were eventually uncovered through their meticulous examination, resembling a brand embedded within the elixir itself. Considering Chen Guan and the newly promoted 6th grade alchemist Fama's mental prowess, the imprint in question does not appear particularly potent. Its removal should prove quite effortless. However, to address it without damaging the elixir, one must proceed with the meticulousness of an archaeologist. Ironically, when Chen Guan first arrived at the Alchemist Guild, Fama couldn't help but express his frustration, urging him to speak only when necessary and to leave when he had none. Yet, upon learning that Chen Guan sought to inquire about alchemical techniques, Fama's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, his laughter resonating throughout the hall. That old man, quite the master of manipulation. Of course, Chen Guan was not deceitful. His desire to learn the art of alchemy was genuine, as was his intention to eliminate the impurities within the broken sect pill. In today's Duki continent, the practice of alchemy has flourished remarkably, with high-ranking alchemists attaining a status that borders on the grotesque. Chen Guan, unwilling to become a mere pawn in others' games, recognized the necessity of acquiring alchemical skills, which would undoubtedly prove advantageous. The benefits of possessing formidable mental strength are abundantly clear. During his consultations with Fama, he refrained from allowing Yao Yu to observe. The rapid advancement might lead her to doubt her own capabilities. Besides studying alchemy, Chen Guan devoted half of each day to honing his combat techniques at the training grounds west of the palace, specifically mastering the Crimson Star Flowing Flame. The difficulty of cultivating Earth-level combat techniques, along with the significant expenditure of Duki, is undeniable, even with Chen Guan's current prowess. It took him several days to truly grasp the basics. This was still within the realm of compatible techniques, had he attempted to learn others of differing attributes. The challenge would have been exponentially greater, akin to Xiao Yan's struggles with the 3,000 lightning strikes in the original narrative. However, mastering the basics does not equate to proficiency. There remains a considerable distance to traverse before achieving complete control. Nevertheless, the ability to execute these techniques represents a substantial enhancement to Chen Guan's current combat strength, far exceeding the boundless ocean. Exhaling deeply, the broken sect pill gently settled into the box on the ground, and both individuals opened their eyes in unison, their expressions betraying undeniable joy and a sense of accomplishment. At last, it had been thoroughly cleansed. The Soul Palace is indeed a den of filth. Chen Guan learned of the Soul Palace from a youth, and after discerning some of its characteristics, Fama regarded it as the most deserving of obliteration among all factions. Alas, while his resolve was strong, his capabilities were limited. Yet, This did not prevent him from indulging in a few curses each day. The old man was indeed fortunate. With the acquisition of this broken sect pill, promotion to Dozong seemed promising. Should he succeed, the royal family would experience a significant alleviation of pressure, Fama remarked with a light chuckle. One can only hope. In every aspect, Chen Guan wished for Jia Xingtian's success. After bidding farewell to Fama, he found Yao Yu and Qing Lin in one of the alchemy rooms on the first floor of the guild. A peculiar sensation akin to picking children up from school enveloping him. Especially upon departure, with one hand grasping each, the stares from passers-by felt increasingly pronounced. As the royal princess, Yao Yu exhibited a somewhat proud demeanor towards outsiders, even bordering on arrogance. Initially, Chen Guan harbored concerns that they might not bond well, contemplating privately advising her against bullying Qing Lin. Unexpectedly, the two young girls exhibited an extraordinary affinity, quickly becoming acquainted on the very first day. Subsequently, their antics surpassed his wildest imagination. One day they would confront a descendant of the Mu family, and the next, they would kick the shins of a junior elder from the Maitel clan, resembling nothing short of two mischievous sprites. That day, while accompanying Yao Yi to the Mu family to retrieve someone, Chen Guan began to comprehend the situation. The temperament of Qing Lin was one contributing factor. However, a more significant reason lay with Yao Yu. As a petite princess of the royal family, Chen Guan regarded her as a sister. Although she had always been cherished, she remained the youngest among them. Upon meeting Qing Lin, particularly after gaining insight into her character, it was only natural for her to assume the role of an elder sister, a sentiment that filled her with immense satisfaction. The subsequent mischief they caused stemmed from a desire to impress her younger sibling, reveling in their escapades together. One was utterly unruly, while the other had yet to grasp the concept of refusal, possibly finding joy in this newfound chaos. Thus, they transformed into two little enchantresses. Upon returning to the palace, Chen Guan allowed the two girls to entertain themselves, while he retreated to the mountains, delivering the harmless broken sect pill to Jia Xingtian. He also informed him that the Hunyuan bone-shaping pill would soon be available. The Hunyuan bone-shaping pill was not within the reach of a novice 6th-grade alchemist. Yet as circumstances were exceptional. According to his estimates, he would exhaust his current vigor during the middle stages of the 6th grade, at which point the creation of the Hunyuan bone-shaping pill would not pose much difficulty. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber on the back mountain of the Yunlan sect, Yunshan anxiously awaited the arrival of someone he had longed for. The familiar laughter resonated, sharp yet tinged with a slight alteration. Chapter 61, Duel of Spirits. The good news was that Yunshan had finally encountered someone. The bad news was that this individual was not the previously met Protector Wu, but rather someone far more arrogant, making communication exceedingly challenging. Before him, there was an unmasked disdain and contempt that left no room for misinterpretation. Although Yunshan was a peak Do Huang, this person treated him as nothing more than an expendable servant, summoned and dismissed at will. After dismissing this Protector Zhu, Yunshan felt a surge of frustration, his fists clenched tightly, a sense of indignation washing over him like never before. Hatred, profound hatred. He loathed not only himself but also the Soul Palace, which concealed its true intent while looking down upon everything else. Protector Zhu had not come to humiliate him intentionally. His visit that night was merely to inquire about the whereabouts of Protector Wu. Having spent several days in the Gamma Empire without any contact with Wu, he found himself at the Yunlan sect, as he knew that Yunshan was Wu's target and the only person with whom he had interacted. As for the inquiries regarding the broken sect pill that Yunshan had made, those were promises made by Protector Wu and had nothing to do with him. That night, Yunshan felt utterly wronged. 2 months later, within a secret chamber of the palace, a young boy sat cross-legged upon a lotus platform. As the vast energies of heaven and earth continuously converged, absorbed, and refined by him, at a certain moment, the boy's entire being trembled, and a formidable aura emanated from within. Chen Guan gradually adjusted his breathing, finally opening his eyes after a long while. His gaze sparkled with brilliance, and as he raised his hand, a dagger formed purely from fighting spirit materialized, shooting forth to strike the wall of the chamber, leaving a deep hole behind. The manifestation of fighting spirit, a hallmark of Do Ling. Is this the true might of Do Ling? As Chen Guan rose from the lotus platform, he felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his being, as if he had ascended to new heights of strength. A blind confidence welled up within him, and for a fleeting moment, he fancied himself capable of slaying gods, albeit the god of hydrogen. Realizing he had become somewhat carried away, Chen Guan gently shook his head, dispelling such frivolous thoughts and regaining his composure. The exhilarating sensation of this breakthrough was indeed intoxicating, instilling an inexplicable bravado. The results were remarkable. His abilities had seen a comprehensive enhancement, leading to a seamless ascension beyond the realm of Do Ling. With no sense of barriers to impede him, His foundation was unshakably solid. He stepped out of his quarters and made his way to the Yao Night Palace, only to find that Yao Yu was not present. However, he did encounter two young maids joyously occupying the space, clearly enjoying themselves. In recent days, Fama had been preparing to attempt the refinement of the Hunyuan bone-setting pill, necessitating a peak condition to achieve remarkable results, which had granted Yao Yu a brief respite. Standing in the pavilion, observing the playful antics of the two young girls, Chen Guan found solace in the simplicity of their joy. He wished for their happiness to persist. Yet the existence of the Bai Shi San Hua Tong instilled in him a sense of turmoil. Neither he nor the royal family possessed adequate understanding of the Bai Shi San Hua Tong to provide Qing Lin with the best guidance. Young master, are you thinking about Sister Shaoixin? The little girl, having noticed his contemplation, approached him with curiosity. Chen Guan returned her smile with a nod, opting to defer the revelation of matters for a few days, allowing her to make her own decision. I miss Sister Shaoixin too, young master. When will we see her again? Soon, very soon, he assured her. Perhaps even Shaoixin herself had not recognized the contradictions in her letters, which clearly conveyed good news while omitting any mention of troubles. Yet, as long as safety was assured, Chen Guan understood that trials and tribulations were inevitable on the path to growth, and he was mentally prepared for it. Chu Qingguan, just now during your training, that Nailan Su came again, expressing a strong desire to meet you. I saw you were preoccupied, so I sent him away, Yao Yu interjected, having approached him. She had intended to utter the name again, but promptly corrected herself upon receiving a sharp look from the young man. With Qing Lin present, Yao Yu often deliberately sought to present herself as more mature, defending her sister's authority, though such efforts appeared rather juvenile to onlookers. Nailan Su, Chen Guan acknowledged, indicating his awareness. He had encountered this individual a few times, but had never exchanged words, let alone forged any rapport. Including today, Nailan Su had visited the palace thrice recently, all in hopes of meeting him. It seemed he was indeed rather unfortunate, as the first two attempts had coincidentally missed Chen Guan, once while he practiced combat techniques on the battlefield, and another during a session at the Alchemist Guild. Today, however, he happened to be breaking through to Doling. The repeated desire to meet him surely bore significance. The only reason Chen Guan could fathom for Nailan Su's urgency was the Nailan family's poison. Thus, a question arose. Thus far, he had never publicly utilized the, and only a handful of individuals were privy to its existence. None, not even Hai Buodong, knew of it. How, then, had Nailan Su come to acquire such information? This was a matter worthy of deep contemplation. Chen Guan pondered silently. The impression of a certain name etched more deeply in his mind. Coincidentally, I am quite eager to meet the Lionheart Marshal of the Empire. I shall pay him a visit. After all, the head of the Nailan family has visited 3 times already, and feigning ignorance would be rather impolite. Though my words may sound agreeable, I sense a lack of respect towards him from you. Yao Yu remarked softly. She was young but not naive, possessing a certain cleverness. You misheard me. Focus on your studies, for your teacher has entrusted me with supervising you daily. Having dealt with the 2 girls, Chen Guan was not one to dawdle. Noticing the day was still early, he set off directly for the Nailan residence. There is no need for veiled words. He desired the treasure of Nailan Jia, the 7 illusion blue spirit nectar. There are few herbs that can affect the soul, and even fewer in a place like the Gamma Empire. Presently, Chen Guan's soul strength had reached a critical point. To advance further, even with the continuous effects of the spirit dust, considerable time was required. Should he acquire this 7 illusion blue spirit nectar, it might serve as a catalyst, hastening his ascent to the realm of spiritual enlightenment. The advantages of possessing formidable mental power had been vividly demonstrated during Chen Guan's recent studies in alchemy, and he was determined not to let any opportunity to enhance his soul strength slip by. Chapter 62, The Survival Path of the Nailan Family. Within the Nailan family, the once robust and imposing Nailan Jia, now a shadow of his former self, leaned against the headboard. 3 years of torment from the venom had rendered him emaciated, with sunken eyes that seemed to suggest he could depart this world at any moment. Familiar with his own circumstances, Nailan Jia was acutely aware of his deteriorating state. Were it not for the strength of the Do Wang and the various pills that sustained him, alongside occasional visits from alchemists to alleviate his condition, he would have long since succumbed. Should he falter, the vast Nailan family would undoubtedly face an ever-worsening plight. What of Yanran now? His thoughts were tumultuous as he posed the question to his son, who had yet to prove himself, unaware of his father's sentiments. Nailan Su's face brightened with a hint of pride upon hearing the name Nailan Yanran. She is doing well, now just over 13, and still shy of 14. With the support of the Nailan family and the guidance of Yun Yun, surpassing him in the future should not pose much difficulty. Though the exact number of years required remains uncertain. Suddenly, he thought of another individual. What of Xiao Yin, who is betrothed to Yanran? Has he resolved his health issues? The mention of the engagement made Nayland Su frown involuntarily. In that moment, he completely forgot the joy he had felt over 2 years ago when he had heard of Xiao Yan's prowess as an 11-year-old doja. Nayland Jie furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately chose to shake his head and refrain from pursuing the topic further. He understood that both father and daughter held discontent towards the engagement, particularly Nayland Yanran, whose resistance grew increasingly pronounced. Yet, this was an arrangement he had personally established with Xiao Lin. It felt unjust to abandon it simply because someone had fallen from grace. Though he harbored some thoughts on the matter, he valued his reputation and did not wish to be subjected to the scrutiny of others. Best to let the matter rest. By the way, did you go to the palace again today? He went, but did not encounter anyone. That young man, relying on the royal favor, carried himself with great arrogance, hardly considering the Nayland family at all, Nayland Su said with indignation. Given his status, being unable to meet a junior after 3 attempts filled him with resentment. After all, Liu Bei visited Zhuge Liang thrice at his humble abode. Although there were neither Liu Bei nor Zhuge Liang here, the sentiment remained the same. Nayland Jie furrowed his brow as well, but his disappointment was directed more towards his son than towards the unknown youth. Such words should not be uttered again. A young Do master in his teens is a guest wherever he goes. Before entering the realm of life and death, Yin Yun's cultivation speed was not even as rapid as his. In the future of the Gamma Empire, the one most likely to break through to Dozong is neither the royal nor the two from Yunlan's sect and the Alchemist Guild. It is he who holds the greatest promise. If there are thoughts to be harbored, let them remain concealed. Furthermore, we have drawn too close to the Yunlan sect in recent years. It is prudent to maintain a suitable distance moving forward, and you ought to manage this aspect carefully. Nayland Su responded solemnly, I understand. One must not place all their eggs in one basket. It is wise to always leave a path for retreat. A lesson Nayland Su had thoroughly absorbed from his father. As the father and son conversed, a voice from outside interrupted. Head of the family, young Master Chen has come to visit. Nayland Su furrowed his brow and rose to open the door. Which young Master Chen? From the palace, surnamed Chen? He scolded. How dare you make young Master Chen wait upon arrival? Why have you not invited him in? Head of the family. I have already escorted young Master Chen to the secondary reception hall. The servant replied, daring to retort. Invite him to the main hall. Never mind. I shall go in person. In the secondary reception hall, Chen Guan surveyed the modest decorations and felt little sentiment, having never before visited the Nayland family. I apologize for keeping you waiting, young Master Chen. Upon hearing the servant mention your arrival, I was momentarily in disbelief. It is indeed a failure of hospitality. The head of the Nayland family is too courteous. I am merely a junior. How could I impose upon you to greet me personally? Having missed you twice previously, I felt quite remorseful. Today, after finishing my training, I learned from the little princess that you had come again. Out of respect and propriety, I felt it necessary to pay my regards. Truth be told, Chen Guan harbored little fondness for the Nayland family, known for their fickleness, having treated the royal family similarly as well as Xiao Yan in the past. However, since there was no conflict between them at present, he did not mind engaging in pleasantries. Upon hearing the youth's humble words, Nayland Su's irritation diminished somewhat, and he warmly welcomed him, instructing the servants to serve tea while sweetening their conversation. Today, upon meeting Nayland Su, Chen Guan discovered that there were indeed so many flattering terms to describe a person. He had been rather ignorant. Initially intending to exchange mere pleasantries for 3 minutes, they inadvertently praised each other for 5 minutes, with each referring to the other as virtuous nephew and uncle, such that one might think they were the best of friends. Nayland uncle, Chen Guan said, I have come today to offer my apologies and to inquire about the purpose of your summons, so as to spare you unnecessary trips. He asked with genuine concern. If it pertains to poison, have you not invited an alchemist to take a look? Nature has indeed been consulted. In the present day, within the capital and its neighboring cities, I have sought the expertise of several alchemists for treatment, including the esteemed Chairman Fama. Despite my private inquiries last year, none have succeeded in eradicating the affliction. At best, they have only managed to alleviate it slightly. Recently, leveraging my connections with the Yunlan sect, I incurred significant costs to invite the renowned Dan King Guhi. Yet, even he was powerless in this regard. However, Gui did propose a potential solution. If one could obtain a rare flame, it might be possible to eliminate the lingering poison. Yet, where in the entirety of the Jiama Empire could one find an alchemist possessing such a flame? I could only gather information to the best of my ability. It was rather serendipitous. Just as I was prepared to abandon hope, I happened to overhear 2 alchemists discussing the royal family's prodigy, who might possess such a flame. Upon hearing this, I pondered, could there truly be someone more gifted than my esteemed nephew? Though the likelihood seemed slim, for the sake of my father, I was unwilling to overlook any opportunity, which prompted me to seek my nephew's counsel. Nayland Su sighed heavily, clearly realizing he was merely grasping at straws. As if a blind cat had stumbled upon a dead mouse, except in this case, the dead mouse was presented right before him. Chen Guan exhibited a look of dawning comprehension and chuckled, remarking on the astonishing coincidence. Chapter 63. Unyielding Resolve of Nailan Jia. Chen Guan fixed his gaze upon Nailan Su, his smile deepening with significance as he added, "Moreover, it is even more fortuitous that I indeed possess a rare flame. In order to procure the 7 illusions blue spirit nectar, it was imperative to cleanse Nailan Jia of his poison, and utilizing the rare flame was essential for this endeavor." With the increasing confidence I now felt, revealing the existence of this flame became a matter of little concern, especially once Jia Xingtian achieved a breakthrough. Those coveting his blue lotus earth heart fire could be dealt with, while those who could not contend with it would hardly regard the blue lotus fire with much interest. Ensuring safety, Nailan Su chuckled in response. However, the more he observed the youth's smile, the more strained his own expression became, gradually leading him to grasp the underlying issue. What an extraordinary coincidence that he happened to overhear this, he mused. "Nephew, I assure you, every word I have spoken is the truth. I humbly request your assistance in determining whether the poison can be purged. I vow never to disclose a single word regarding your rare flame. As recompense, please feel free to stipulate any conditions. Anything within the means of the Nailan family shall be yours, and you shall forever be a distinguished guest in our household." Nailan Su stood, earnestly pledging his assurance, intentionally omitting mention of other matters. Of course, such assurances should be taken with a grain of salt. Chen Guan recalled that they had made similar promises to Xiao Yan, only for Xiao Yan and Nailan Yanran to encounter troubles after their 3-year agreement in the Yunlan sect, leading to thoughts of wishing for Xiao Yan's demise. "My dear uncle, you are too kind. Should I be able to fulfill this request, I would certainly not decline. Let us proceed to see the elder patriarch." "Thank you, dear nephew. This way, please." Following Nailan Su, Chen Guan soon found himself once again in the presence of Nailan Jia. Years ago, when he first departed from the capital to hone his skills, he had witnessed Nailan Jia return poisoned. Now, after several years, the change in his complexion was indeed more pronounced, given Nailan Jia's capricious nature. A bout of mutual flattery was unavoidable upon their meeting, and Chen Guan patiently engaged in small talk for quite some time before broaching the matter at hand. He agreed to assist in purging the poison in exchange for the 7 illusions blue spirit nectar. To Chen Guan's surprise, Nailan Jia acquiesced with remarkable swiftness, albeit with a hint of nostalgia. In those years, to obtain the 7 illusory azure spirit dew, he had succumbed to the curse of the burn poison, only to sacrifice the very essence he sought in order to expel the toxin. Ultimately, it was all in vain. He gained nothing and endured years of torment. In retrospect, he appeared to be quite the fool. "Old master, please remove your upper garment." Much appreciated." Nailan Jia nodded, gathering his breath to sit upright, his aura surging as he tore his garment to shreds. Why, even in such a dire state, did he still wish to showcase his abilities? Was he not weary of suffering? Chen Guan, somewhat speechless, refrained from further comment. After all, it was not he who was enduring the pain. Seating himself behind Nailan Jia, Chen Guan extended a hand, a flicker of azure flames swirling around his fingertips. "Dear nephew, do you possess confidence?" Nailan Su inquired anxiously, recalling that the youth had previously mentioned the necessity of entering the opponent's body with a foreign flame, a perilous endeavor that, if mismanaged, could lead to dire consequences. Chen Guan chose to ignore him. At such a critical moment, uttering such words only served to heighten the tension. It seemed that the man's intelligence fluctuated inexplicably. "Old master, I shall begin. It will be agonizing and tormenting. You may bite down on a towel. Ha ha ha, my young friend. Proceed as you wish. Having served as a lion-hearted marshal for so many years, I have endured my share of hardships. If I merely furrow my brow and let out a grunt, I would not be a man." Upon hearing this, Chen Guan ceased his chatter. The energy of the soul slowly emerged from his brow, enveloping the azure flame at his fingertips, suppressing its searing heat as he gently pressed it against Nailan Jia's back. The azure flame, contained within the soul energy, swiftly penetrated Nailan Jia's body with a soft pop. Instantly, Nailan Jia, who had been sitting upright, tensed up, trembling slightly, his fists clenched tightly, beads of cold sweat dotting his entire form. Chen Guan narrowed his eyes, guiding the azure flame through Nailan Jia's body, directing the burn poison within his flesh to accumulate in one area. He then focused on the bones, which had begun to darken from the encroaching toxin. This poison, having seeped into the bones, proved more troublesome. Chen Guan could only ease his control over the soul energy, allowing the temperature of the foreign flame to rise higher. At that moment, the iron-willed Nailan Jia could no longer withstand the torment. "Ah, it hurts. It hurts too much." His piercing wails resonated powerfully, audible even in the streets beyond the Nailan residence. Sweat poured from him like rain, his complexion fluctuating between shades of black, red, and white, a vivid display of distress. Nayland Su, anxious and apprehensive, timely offered a towel, yet his goodwill was met with wrath. Get out! Get out! With a fierce rebuke, Nayland Jie swiftly seized the towel, biting down hard as he glared at Nayland Su with eyes filled with fury, so terrifying that it sent chills down the latter's spine, compelling him to flee without hesitation. Seated behind him, Chen Guan could not help but cast a glance at Nayland Jie, who, unbeknownst to him, felt the intense gaze burning into his back. Chen Guan remained silent, intensifying his efforts, pushing Nayland Jie to the brink of crushing the towel with his teeth. I swear to the heavens, I did not engage in any underhanded tactics due to my sentiments towards the Nayland family. Accepting payment to alleviate their misfortunes is a line I shall not cross. However, the issue lies in the fact that, despite his formidable mental prowess and strength far surpassing that of Xiao Yan when dispelling poison from Nayland Jie, he has yet to consume the Earth Fire Lotus Seed. Consequently, his affinity for thee, at this point, pales in comparison to Xiao Yan's when he was driving out the toxins. Thus, it is only natural that Nayland Jie suffers even more. Hold on, old man. I am withdrawing thee, Chen Guan quietly reassured, diligently working for several minutes to eliminate the gathered toxins. He then controlled the azure flames to withdraw. As they left his body, Nayland Jie trembled violently, yet his complexion appeared somewhat improved, less dark than before. Perhaps it was merely an illusion caused by the pain rendering his face pale. Nayland Jie leaned weakly against the side, gasping for breath. Chen Guan paid him no heed, meticulously probing with his mental energy and effortlessly detecting the faint black threads entwined with it. Closing his eyes, he gradually began to purify them. After a brief moment, he slowly opened his eyes. These searing toxins, due to their incessant erosion of Nayland Jie, occasionally devoured some of his. Even a slight contamination, if purified, would yield substantial benefits. Regrettably, the enhancement for Chen Guan was not significant. He estimated that once the toxins were completely eradicated from Nayland Jie's body, it would only elevate him to the level of a late-stage 1-star. Simultaneously, he had also devised a black finger, a task that posed no challenge for him. This object served remarkably well for subterfuge. One careless misstep from those below the rank could easily render them the next Nayland Jie. Young friend, have I rid myself of the toxins within me? Nayland Jie, still struggling to recover from the excruciating pain that penetrated his very bones, spoke with a breathless tone. The old man is overthinking. I aim to achieve this in one fell swoop, but your body cannot withstand it. We must proceed gradually, completing it over 7 days. It was not that he lacked the capability, but rather that the other party could not endure it. At this moment, Nayland Jie felt a sense of relief, thankful that the toxins had left him with a darkened visage. Otherwise, he might have appeared as red as a baboon's backside. Observing his current state, Chen Guan chose not to disturb him further and rose to take his leave. Rest well, old man. I shall return tomorrow. Upon exiting the room, Chen Guan encountered the waiting Nayland Su outside. After exchanging greetings and preparing to depart, he paused. If anyone inquires with my uncle whether I have control over thee, feel free to inform him directly. There is no need for concealment on my behalf. Nayland Su, somewhat perplexed, watched him leave and subsequently summoned the butler to give instructions. Redesign the secondary parlor, elevating it to a standard surpassing that of the main hall. I want to see the results by tomorrow morning. Chapter 64, Primordial Bone Refining Pill. The second day of toxin removal was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any incidents. However, following the procedure, Nayland Su enthusiastically ushered the young man into the newly refurbished parlor for tea. Chen Guan noted with surprise the transformation of the sitting area, now rivaling the auction house of the Meitel family overnight, yet he dismissed it as a trivial matter. Internally, he silently criticized the lack of taste. The ambience shifted abruptly from that of a refined noble family to that of nouveau riche. On the 6th day after the toxin removal, as Chen Guan departed from the Nayland residence, a familiar servant from the Alchemist Guild approached him with an invitation. Chen Guan felt a stir of anticipation and followed eagerly. His expectations were met when he encountered Fama, who presented him with a jade vial containing a dark red elixir, exuding a potent aura. This is the mixed yuan bone sculpting pill you requested. I was fortunate enough to succeed after 5 failures, Fama noted, a hint of fatigue unmistakable on his face. Chen Guan expressed his gratitude with a formal bow. With the mixed yuan bone sculpting pill in hand, he could collaborate with the Yuhai Flood Beast to dispel his hidden injuries, allowing the beast to unleash its full power without restraint. With an 8-star Do Huang level of combat strength at his disposal, the royal family would have a safeguard until Xingtian emerged from his seclusion, affording him the opportunity to pursue other endeavors. It is I who should thank you. Without that Ling powder, I would have doubted my chances of advancing to the 6th tier in this lifetime, which has long been my aspiration. Fama shook his head with a smile, his exhaustion overshadowed by a newfound sense of accomplishment that he hadn't felt in years. Chen Guan, feeling no need for formality given their current rapport, remarked slyly. Now that you have ascended to the 6th tier and can concoct the mixed yuan bone sculpting pill, your prowess surpasses that of the so-called pill king, Gu He. His reputation has become a mere jest. Let us hold a celebration for your achievement. Such good fortune deserves to be commemorated. He was deliberately aiming to vex Gu He, having noted the man's underhanded actions on 2 occasions. Yet, for various reasons, he found it impractical to confront him directly, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. While he could not eliminate Gu He, he relished the thought of unsettling him upon learning of Fama's accomplishments. Regrettably, Fama declined the invitation, shaking his head. There is no need for such complications at my age. I have long since grown indifferent to superficial accolades. Had it been 50 years ago, I would have been much more enthusiastic. Chen Guan found this rather disappointing, but he respected Fama's wishes and suppressed his own frustrations, contemplating alternative strategies. With thoughts of the Yuhai flood beast occupying his mind, Chen Guan took his leave shortly thereafter. That very night, those observant enough would note that the palace had fortified its defenses significantly. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred, as Chen Guan utilized his to assist the Yuhai flood beast in dispelling its hidden injuries, maximizing the efficacy of the mixed yuan bone sculpting pill. In the dead of night, a powerful aura of a 6th-tier magical beast briefly emanated from within the palace, raising eyebrows among the onlookers. On the final day of detoxification, Chen Guan joyfully bid farewell to Nailan Su, who wore a beaming smile. Even passers-by could sense the buoyant spirits of the two. Indeed, the atmosphere was as pleasant as it appeared. Having completely eradicated the leaking poison afflicting Nailan Jia, Chen Guan felt that the remnants of purifying energies had brought him closer to advancing to the 2nd star Douling. Within half a month, a breakthrough seemed imminent. After leaving the Nailan residence, he was summoned by the Miter family. Suspecting that Haiba Dong could no longer remain idle, Chen Guan proceeded to meet with them. As anticipated, it was indeed Haibadong who sought him out. Engaging in casual conversation and fostering connections was one aspect, but the subtle inquiries regarding the progress of the breaking elixir and the matter of the mysterious aura from the previous night were equally genuine. In response, Chen merely offered vague reassurances, stating that the breaking elixir would be available soon, likely within a year. Haibadong watched the young man depart as Maitel Tianshan entered the room. Old Hai, I have long said that this lad is quite slippery. Befriending him is quite a headache, Tianshan lamented with a wry smile. He truly could not conceive of any effective strategy for what the Maitel family could provide. The royal family could essentially match, rendering them devoid of any advantage. Even with Yafei, he had made attempts, yet she remained uninterested, preoccupied with her sisters. Such an impervious individual posed a significant challenge for a cunning merchant. Haibadong regarded him with a hint of disdain in his tone, just to avoid provoking him. The Maitel family was too insignificant, merely holding their ground within the Gamma Empire. To the true powerhouses, they were hardly worthy of consideration. In his eyes, the youth was but a golden-scaled fish temporarily residing in a small pond. Instead of fretting over him, it would be more prudent to concern oneself with the royal family. He retrieved a plant from his spatial ring, nestled within an exquisite jade pot, and placed it by the window to bask in the sunlight. Undoubtedly, this was the 7-illusion Qingling nectar. The plant was predominantly green, resembling a masterpiece carved from fine jade, with a blossom of 7 colors gradually unfurling at its apex. As the petals opened, the 7 hues shifted and transformed, creating a breathtaking spectacle, while the initially subtle fragrance became increasingly potent and alluring. How beautiful! Is this the 7-illusion Qingling nectar? A voice echoed from behind, drawing closer. Chen had long sensed her presence and nodded with a smile. It is indeed lovely, but quite delicate, akin to a pampered young lady. Those who lack the knowledge to care for it cannot sustain its life. Yao Yi shot him a glance, redirecting her attention away from the 7-illusion Qingling nectar. Enough of that. I have 2 pieces of good news to share. Chen, intrigued, gestured for her to sit and elaborate. Firstly, I have learned that the enrollment team from Canaan Academy is nearing the Gamma Empire, expected to arrive within 2 or 3 days. As before, they will begin enrollment in various cities and will not be coming to the Holy City. This is not due to a royal decree prohibiting recruitment in the capital. There have been instances in the past, but the royal family, Yunlan sect, and prominent families have already exhausted the pool of talent here, leading the recruitment team to lose interest in wasting time in this region. With your current strength, do you still wish to attend Canaan Academy? Competing with those students would be akin to playing with children. By then, it will also be time to finalize the transaction with Medusa. The significance of Canaan Academy, from a prophetic standpoint, is unparalleled. For both current cultivation and future endeavors, it is essential for him to attend. And what is the second piece of good news? The people from the Tian Snake Mansion have been located. In Chapter 65, a reunion with Gongzi. Due to the unique attributes of the azure scale green snake with 3 flower eyes, Chen had previously instructed Yao Yi to discreetly search for individuals from the Tian Snake Mansion. Finding one person amidst the sea of humanity proved to be a Herculean task, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Chen Guan was well aware that the Tianxi Mansion had been relentlessly searching for the Bai Shi San Huatong over the years, leaving traces in several major empires. The members of the Tianxi Mansion could instantly recognize anyone possessing the Bai Shi San Huatong. Given this premise, it would not be particularly difficult to secretly mobilize the power of an empire to locate them. Moreover, the individuals from Tianxi Mansion bore distinct characteristics and were formidable opponents. In Dianyun City, soldiers reported sighting a veiled woman clad in black at night, accompanied by a massive, indistinct shadow soaring through the skies, closely resembling the figure you described. The female dual emperor, El-Man, and the 8-winged black serpent emperor. This duo had truly remained unchanged. Chen Guan initially considered their appearance merely a matter of probability, suspecting it could be others as well. Have you truly resolved to send Qing Lin to the Tianxi Mansion? Yao Yi inquired once more. The thoughtful and considerate little girl, Qing Lin, was hard not to adore. Even the rather proud Yao Yu felt the same, let alone the others. I do entertain such thoughts. We cannot provide her with the best guidance, nor do we know how to maximize the potential of the Bai Shi San Huatong. Forcing her to remain by our side would only squander her talents. Of course, I will convey these pros and cons to her and respect her choice. Chen Guan sighed softly, feeling a pang of reluctance. He understood that everyone cherished her, yet the little girl never took advantage of their affection, always regarding herself as his mate. The only exception was Yao Yu. When the two little girls were together, they played quite recklessly. Likely the only companion Qing Lin had throughout her life. If you find it difficult to speak up, allow me to take on the task. I am confident she will make the right choice, Yao Yi offered, taking on the responsibility. Chen Guan remained silent, neither accepting nor rejecting the proposition. By the way, the recruitment team from the Jialan Academy will be heading to Dianyun City, correct? Indeed. That's good. The two matters coincide. Once you arrive at Jialan Academy, we will be unable to assist you any further. Exercise caution. Do not presume that carrying a puppet renders you invincible. Yao Yi, unusually chatty, imparted numerous pieces of advice. The young man nodded in agreement, and after over an hour of conversation, Chen Guan finally rose to visit the Alchemist Guild to pick up the two little girls. He chatted briefly with Fama, bidding farewell and requesting his assistance in watching over the palace for a few days. The Alchemist Guild had always maintained neutrality, refraining from involvement in conflicts among various factions, which put Fama in a somewhat difficult position. However, considering their relationship and the brief duration involved, he felt the likelihood of a dual emperor seeking trouble was slimmer than that of a meteor falling from the sky, so he did not decline, especially since others were unaware that Jia Xingtian was in seclusion. Upon returning to the palace, Chen Guan entrusted the two girls to Yao Yi and proceeded to the back mountain to meet the Yuhai Jiao beast. Having recently received the Hunyuan bone refining pill to eliminate his hidden injuries, the Yuhai Jiao beast was currently in its most amiable phase towards him. Thus, when Chen Guan requested its assistance in a battle and assured it that the palace was secure, the beast readily agreed. Chen Guan's intention was straightforward. While he could send Qing Lin to the Tianxi Mansion, it was imperative to demonstrate an attitude befitting her family. This would ensure that the Tianxi Mansion treated her with greater care. Being taken away and being sent over were two entirely different concepts. Everything is ready. Now it merely depends on the little girl's attitude. Upon returning to the Nightwalk Palace, Chen Guan observed that Yao Yu was sulking, pouting in frustration. Unfortunately, compared to the first time they met, her cuteness had diminished. The little pufferfish had expired. Beside her, however, Qing Lin gently held her hand, offering soft comfort, creating a sense of sisterly exchange. Chen Guan glanced at Yao Yi, seeking her silent approval, which she granted with a slight nod. In truth, Yao Yi hadn't exerted much effort. After sharing the details about the Heavenly Serpent Manor, she had persuaded the little girl in just 3 sentences. Chu, are you truly going to send Qing Lin away? I am not a Chu. Chen Guan angrily rubbed his head. Qing Lin is a rare talent with her 3-patterned azure snake eyes. We cannot provide her with the best environment for growth. Life is long, and this brief separation is merely a prelude to a more splendid reunion. As her elder sister, you should consider her future. Can you bear to waste her extraordinary gifts? Yao Yu fell silent. After all, it was a rare opportunity to have a sister, and she didn't want her to leave. Yet, Chen Guan's words were undeniably effective, especially the notion that an elder sister should prioritize her younger sister's well-being, leaving her with no rebuttal and unable to indulge in petty tantrums. Allowing the two girls to whisper to one another, Chen Guan joined Yao Yi in their favorite pavilion, where he shared his plans for fishing enforcement and engaged in casual conversation about various topics. Night quietly passed. At dawn, Chen Guan and Qing Lin made their preparations, and Yao Yi finally arrived to bid farewell. To her surprise, a somewhat simple-looking familiar face accompanied them. Wang Yin and the others cannot enter Canaan Academy, so I asked Zhao Gang to accompany you. This way, you'll have some company. While it was framed as companionship, it was more about Zhao Gang assisting her. Thus, Zhao Gang embarked on his journey to Canaan Academy with a secret mission, which also presented an opportunity for him to alter his fate. Within the Gamma Empire, he was indeed considered a small genius, but gaining admission to Canaan Academy was well within his reach. Alright, Chapter 66, The Heavenly Serpent Manor, Green Barbarian. The streets of the city were sparsely populated, and the sound of the clattering wheels of the carriage echoed sharply as it rolled out of the city gates. Heading toward the outskirts. Inside the carriage, Chen Guan and Qing Lin sat on the left side. The little girl clung tightly to his arm, appearing somewhat despondent. Though she said nothing, her deep reliance was palpable. Opposite them, Zhao Gang, with a somewhat simple appearance, kept stealing glances, his gaze flickering away before returning repeatedly. Caught in a cycle of hesitation, he seemed torn between words unspoken, resembling the tender heart of a woman in the throes of budding affection. Yet it was a rather awkward sight for a grown man, leaving Chen Guan feeling quite helpless. Zhao Gang, we've grown up together, just be natural. Speak your mind. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang finally relaxed a bit, managing a wry smile as he inquired, Chen Guan, you've become a fighter now, Haven you? Yes. It's been quite some time since my promotion. No wonder, you've changed significantly, both in appearance and demeanor. It's hard for me to look you in the eye and believe it. Zhao Gang's expression turned bitter. He refrained from mentioning his other identity, reflecting on their childish competitions from their youth, which now felt like a mere joke. Have confidence in yourself, you will surely grow. I have merely traversed a few more experiences than you. Your innate talent is truly commendable. Cultivate it diligently, and the future holds great promise. Chen Guan offered a small dose of encouragement. Fortunately, although Zhao Gang's talent is noteworthy, it is not sufficient to capture the attention of Chu Yun, thus preventing any unpleasant occurrences. Seeing him hold such a favorable view of himself brought Zhao Gang a sense of recognition, allowing him to open up considerably and gradually relax. He began to share amusing anecdotes from his absence, which could be summarized as a script of solitary ambition. Compared to the esteemed Chen Guan, those in their cohort felt even more isolated, and the competition grew increasingly fierce. Zhao Gang truly stood apart. Among his peers, none could rival him, making Chen Guan his only half-friend. The atmosphere remained pleasant throughout their journey. After 2 days, the carriage finally arrived at Dinyan City. Inquiring within the city, they discovered that the enrollment team from Canaan Academy had yet to arrive. Zhao Gang found a tavern to stay in while Chen Guan, accompanied by the young girl, stealthily ventured to a secluded area outside the city, preparing for a fishing expedition. Senior, have you sensed the presence of the other party? Chen Guan nodded silently. He was uncertain about the distance from which the Tianxi mansion could perceive the Baishi San Huatong, but it mattered little. Knowing the enemy was active in the vicinity, they could simply have Qing Lin circle around a few more times. There are always more solutions than problems. Fishing proved to be tedious, so to pass the time, Chen Guan took out some preserved firefox meat and, along with the young girl, set about preparing it. Akin to a picnic with a child, the duo enjoyed themselves thoroughly, which somewhat alleviated the impending atmosphere of parting. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night gradually enveloped the land, Chen Guan, feeling that the day might end without incident and contemplating a change of location for the following day, was suddenly alerted by the hidden Yuhai Jiaoshou. A formidable presence was approaching, one not inferior to my own. One? Indeed. Chen Guan understood. If it was only one individual, there was no need to employ the iron egg, as it was not a matter of life and death. He pulled the young girl behind him, and Qing Lin seemed to sense the unusual tension, her spirits dampening, even the firefox meat losing its appeal. They were not left waiting long. In less than 2 minutes, a woman cloaked in black and veiled in dark gauze sprang forth from the shadows, heading straight for the young girl. The surprise attack of a Do Huang-level powerhouse struck with lightning speed, arriving in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Chen Guan was well prepared. He sensed her approach before she drew near, anticipated her movements, and withdrew with Qing Lin in his arms, not forgetting to kick the cooking implements from the campfire towards her. Simultaneously, the long-waiting Yuhai Jiaoshou launched a fierce assault, its claws striking with ferocity. The black-clad woman had not anticipated that a mere Do Ling could react so swiftly, nor did she foresee the presence of a 6th-tier magical beast lurking in the shadows for protection. She could only hastily retaliate, her fist colliding with the massive claw, sending her hurtling back several dozen meters. Esteemed Do Huang, yet you resort to ambushing my kin. Do you not feel a sense of shame? More precisely, it was her eyes that captivated him. The distance of several dozen meters posed no challenge to the vision of the Do Huang expert, who clearly discerned the 3 tiny green dots within the girl's slightly jade-green pupils. The neglected Yuhai Jiao beast seethed with rage, instinctively launching an attack. Its cavernous maw opened wide, unleashing a dark water column, followed by its massive body, as its tail swept across like a collapsing pillar of heaven. Greenman had no intention of offering explanations. Hailing from the Tian Snake Manor, she bore an indelible pride in this insignificant locale, as she deftly maneuvered through the air. Evading the onslaught of the water column and the sweeping tail, she suddenly accelerated towards the boy below. Prison of 10,000 trees. 2 cages, composed of countless black vines, descended upon the boy and the Yuhai Jiao beast, attempting to hinder their movements and seize the girl in the process. However, she underestimated the formidable physique of the Yuhai Jiao beast and failed to anticipate Chen Guan's possession of, which countered the prison of 10,000 trees with utmost efficacy. Boom. Hiss. The Yuhai Jiao beast shattered the cage, with Chen Guan swiftly incinerating it in his wake. Casting the girl behind him as a pair of deep crimson sword wings manifested at his back, wreathed in swirling azure flames. Tribulation of all gods. Fury of the Yuhai. The Yuhai Jiao beast surged forward from behind, launching a combined assault alongside its human counterpart. Upon witnessing this most potent adversary, Greenman reined in her earlier condescension, swiftly forming seals to invoke her combat technique. Xinjing Spike Barrier. Tide of 10,000 trees. She braced against the razor-sharp strike of the boy's sword wings while simultaneously clashing with the Yuhai Jiao beast's attack once more. Terrifying energy surged like a tide, and fortunately, both parties, human and beast, exercised control, or else the girl below would have found herself in grave peril. The Bai Snake's 3 flower eyes. A treasure sought by the Tian Snake Manor for decades. I shall not relinquish it. After retreating several paces, Greenman declared her resolve. Alas, no one cared for her determination. The Yuhai Jiao beast, having refrained from battle for years, was now eager to engage a formidable opponent, charging forward without awaiting the boy's command. Meanwhile, Chen Guan, utilizing the final moment of the tribulation of all gods, landed on a nearby hilltop. The clash between 2 high-ranking Do Huang experts was beyond the reach of a mere Do Ling like him. Even the residual forces were sufficient to overwhelm him. However, as a supportive interference in the battlefield, his presence was not without merit. Swiftly forming seals with both hands, the energies of the heavens surged at that moment, and the Do Qi within him was consumed at a terrifying pace, nearly depleting 30% in the blink of an eye. Crimson Star Flame. Chapter 67. Crimson Star Falls. In the night, a gigantic fireball materialized in the sky, illuminating the entire valley as if it were midday. The flames roared fiercely, and the oppressive heat bore down upon all. In the next moment, streams of fire cascaded like a meteor shower, illuminating the heavens and crashing down with overwhelming force, rendering the valley a scene of apocalyptic despair. Though the multitude of fireballs could not threaten Do Huang-level experts, they could not be dismissed lightly. Akin to a child wielding a dagger, standing still and enduring such an onslaught would be no trivial matter. Amidst the fierce clash with the abyssal sea serpent, the verdant barbarian found herself under intense scrutiny, forced to divert her attention to evade the rain of fireballs descending from the heavens. This sudden distraction transformed what had been an evenly matched confrontation into a precarious predicament. Even more vexing was the realization that her combat techniques, normally formidable, were rendered nearly impotent under the relentless barrage of fire, exacerbating her already dire situation. Crystal Barrier. Would Emperor's strike? Beneath her veil, the expression on the verdant barbarian's face darkened like a stormy sea as she unleashed 2 powerful techniques simultaneously. One hand raised a broad crystal barrier to withstand the onslaught of fireballs, while the other executed the Wood Emperor's strike to confront the increasingly ferocious beast. However, her half-hearted assault posed no genuine threat to the abyssal sea serpent, whose tail swept through the air like a celestial pillar, shattering her attack and sending torrents of water surging forth. Despite her ineffective offensive, the verdant barbarian remained composed. A smirk curled at the corners of her mouth beneath her veil as she summoned yet another crystal barrier to fend off the serpent, using the momentum to retreat several paces. That very direction was where the girl stood. From the very beginning, her intent had been to seize the girl. Believing her scheme to be triumphant, the moment she reached out to grasp the girl, an unexpected twist occurred. A 2-headed fire spirit serpent materialized abruptly, lifting the girl away just in time to evade her grasp. This fleeting moment of surprise allowed the abyssal sea serpent to close in once more, its claw rending through the crystal barrier and colliding with the verdant barbarian's lantern-like figure. The tremendous force was enough to stagger even a combat monarch, leaving her momentarily stunned by the sudden assault. Retreating several paces, the verdant barbarian felt a surge of murderous intent, while her injuries were not severe. The fact that she had failed to capture the girl gnawed at her. Such an opportunity would not present itself again. Cursed two-headed serpent. We must withdraw. The girl, perched atop the fire spirit serpent, patted its immense head as they ascended from the valley, creating a safe distance and denying any further chances. No longer needing to worry about collateral damage to the girl, Chen Guan and the abyssal sea serpent unleashed their full might. The sky was filled with fireballs, and waves of dark energy surged forth, intensifying the ferocity of the battle. In this initial collaboration, the synergy between the human and beast was astonishing. Under the combined onslaught, even the formidable verdant barbarian found herself on the back foot, her defenses increasingly disordered, and she occasionally suffered minor setbacks, her situation growing more dire. In the blink of an eye, the battle had raged for the duration of a single tea brew. Aware of his own depleting energy, Chen Guan nodded subtly at the abyssal sea serpent, which understood the cue instantly. Almost simultaneously, both combatants launched their most devastating strikes. Falling red star, fury of the sea. The blazing sun above plummeted down with a thunderous crash, while from afar, the tumultuous waves surged, seeking their prey. The verdant barbarian's expression shifted dramatically. At the moment her crystal barrier shattered, she activated her ultimate defensive technique. Forest tide, withered wood reborn. In that instant, the valley transformed into a sea of wood. Countless black vines thrashing about, encircling the verdant barbarian and forming an immense wooden cocoon. From a distance, it appeared as if innumerable serpentine beasts danced in chaotic harmony. Boom, boom. Two resounding roars reverberated through the valley, causing the very earth to tremble, alerting those far away in Dianyun City, who hastened towards the outskirts. The battlefield, now a ravaged expanse, was shrouded in swirling dust. With a swift leap, the disheveled green barbarian emerged from the mountain peak. Her gaze filled with resentment directed at a lone human and beast in the distance. A spirit fighter and a battle emperor. How delightful, she mused, relishing the notion of overwhelming the few with sheer numbers. With that, she produced an oddly shaped black whistle, ready to sound the call, her anger palpable. Intent on rallying her allies. Observing her movements, Chen Guan from the opposing mountain discreetly signaled the young girl who had retreated from the fray. Understanding the entirety of the fishing scheme, the girl promptly informed her companions, urging her fire spirit serpent to charge into the battlefield, her expression fraught with urgency. Stop fighting. Please, do not continue, she implored. Young master, cease this conflict. In an instant, the scene froze, halting the actions of the trio, a human and two beasts. The girl, undaunted, retracted her dual-headed fire spirit serpent and boldly approached the increasingly agitated green barbarian, embodying the spirit of self-sacrifice. I will accompany you, please. Do not continue to fight with the young master. He is only concerned for my safety, but I sense that you will not harm me, will you? Casting a glance at the distant duo, the green barbarian exhaled a heavy sigh, relinquishing her black whistle and revealing a gentle smile, albeit partially obscured by her veil. Yet, there was an unmistakable warmth directed towards the girl. I will not. She took the girl's hand, drawing her protectively behind her. Regardless of the circumstances, having secured the girl, she had no intention of relinquishing her. She was mentally prepared for whatever might follow. However, upon raising her gaze at the distant figures, who appeared unhurried, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Chen Guan and the ethereal sea serpent approached, their tones softened yet earnest. The green barbarian scrutinized them silently, gradually untangling her confusion. You waited here intentionally for me? She questioned, her tone laced with incredulity, almost amused by the absurdity of it all. Were they truly so unwell as to resort to violence instead of engaging in dialogue? In that moment, she forgot who had initiated the confrontation without offering a chance to speak, having never considered a proper explanation herself. Her name is Qinglin. Rest assured, Your Excellency. You need not worry. The significance of the tri-flowered blue serpent eyes to my heavenly serpent manner is beyond your comprehension. She is destined to become our holy maiden, rendering any further actions unnecessary. For the sake of the girl and the ethereal sea serpent, the green barbarian endeavored to maintain her composure. Chen Guan was acutely aware of heavenly serpent manner's regard for the tri-flowered blue serpent eyes, yet he vehemently disagreed with the notion of unnecessary actions. No, it is indeed necessary. I treat Qinglin as my own sister. For her future, I would gladly send her to heavenly serpent manor. But I will not allow you to seize her. This was a matter of principle, a distinction between proactive and reactive stances. Young master, the girl choked back her emotions, unable to conceal her feelings as the moment of parting loomed. The green barbarian extended her arm, embracing the girl tightly, her gaze wary as it flickered towards the youth, as if fearing he might retract his words. You, young master, are indeed quite diligent. It is no wonder she is so attached to you. I assure you, she will fare far better in the celestial serpent mansion than by your side. With a single remark, the green barbarian unfurled her wings, soaring into the sky with the girl in tow. She sensed the profound bond between the youth and the girl and wished to curtail their conversation, lest their affections waver. Young master, echoed the exhausted cries of the little girl from afar, each utterance piercing the heart. Despite having mentally prepared himself and reiterated his intentions time and again, he found himself on the verge of intercepting her, but ultimately closed his eyes to ease the ache within. Drip! A drop of moisture fell from the heavens, splattering onto Chen Guan's face, salty as it touched his lips. Chen, take it easy. There is ample time ahead. If you truly keep the girl by your side, regret will surely follow. I am quite all right, he sighed, managing a smile. The abyssal sea serpent did not expose his turmoil, instead moving its massive form into the encroaching night. Chapter 68. Departure to Canaan. As he watched the abyssal sea serpent vanish into the darkness and sensed numerous presences approaching, Chen Guan decided against lingering, swiftly departing the scene. Meanwhile, the green barbarian, accompanied by the girl, traversed the starry night, pausing momentarily over the Tagore desert to produce a black whistle and blow it. Before long, a colossal creature, even more imposing than the abyssal sea serpent, emerged from the depths of the desert, an 8-winged black serpent monarch. Green barbarian, you are quite efficient, locating the 3-flowered eyes of the azure serpent so swiftly. I had just completed my reconnaissance of the serpent clan, preparing to challenge Medusa for a duel. Such a flawless woman seems tailor-made for me. Well, it appears I must await another opportunity to seek out Medusa. Rest assured, in terms of flight speed, among the Emperor-level fighters, I declare myself the fastest. No one dares contest that. The green barbarian dismissed the boastful creature, yet she could not deny its remarkable velocity, which far surpassed that of the ordinary Emperor-level fighters. Turning her gaze to the perpetually silent girl, the green barbarian endeavored to soften her smile. The girl, Qinglin, remained mute in response, neither rejecting nor showing fear. She was merely shy, for the young master had assured her that the higher-ups of the celestial serpent mansion would not harm her. Though she held skepticism towards the mansion, she placed her trust in the young master. 3 days later, in Daliang City, the arrival of Canaan Academy swiftly eclipsed discussions of the mysterious battle in the valley from days prior, instantly becoming the talk of the town. For those without significant backgrounds, Canaan Academy indeed represented an excellent opportunity, a relatively stable and equitable path, a sentiment shared by many in the northwestern region. Of course, for those with sufficient resources, they preferred to nurture their own talented disciples, providing specialized care and allocating more resources, which could rival Canaan Academy. These notions were shared by Chen Guan during a conversation with Yao Yi that night. However, Chen Guan perceived this perspective as somewhat narrow. He resonated more with the choice of Han Yu from his memories, viewing it as an avenue to expand one's network and relationships. Having multiple friends opens numerous paths, a notion that bears no detriment, and with a stroke of luck, unexpected gains may arise. Han Yu serves as a prime example. Having learned that the admissions team is on break today and will not officially commence enrollment until tomorrow, Chen Guan remains unperturbed by this delay. Not to dwell on him, even Zhao Gang could effortlessly meet the entrance requirements of Canaan Academy. As night fell in silence, the dawn of a new day prompted Chen Guan to emerge slightly earlier from his meditative state, intent on registering without the hassle of long queues. When he went to summon Zhao Gang from the adjacent room, he discovered that his companion had risen even earlier, leaving behind a note detailing his whereabouts. With no alternative, Chen Guan proceeded alone. Upon arriving at the square where the admissions team of Canaan Academy was stationed, he was taken aback by the overwhelming crowd. Glancing up at the rising sun on the distant horizon, he found the situation quite absurd. Listening to the complaints around him, it seemed many had arrived in the dead of night, with some even opting to sleep on the square itself, truly a testament to the competitive spirit. Observing the long lines at each testing station, Chen Guan felt a sense of dread. It appeared he would have to wait until afternoon. Just as he was contemplating his options, a voice pierced through the din of the square, calling his name. Chen Guan, over here. Following the sound, he soon spotted the equally eager Zhao Gang, who was waving to him from the front of a testing line. Was he offering to let him cut in? Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, but without hesitation, Chen Guan approached Zhao Gang. Before he could inquire, Zhao Gang had already pulled him to stand in front of him in line. To Chen Guan's astonishment, none of the individuals behind Zhao Gang seemed to object. Don't worry about them. This position was purchased with 500 gold coins. That fellow has moved to the back, so it doesn't affect anyone else. Zhao Gang declared proudly. This revelation surprised Chen Guan. He had not anticipated that the seemingly Navi Zhao gang possessed such shrewdness. Where did you acquire such wealth? During my time in the training camp, I never laid eyes on a single gold coin. Heh, it was gifted by the Grand Princess. You needn't worry about the gold. We have a substantial sum of 150,000, more than enough for our needs for quite some time. Zhao Gang whispered with a chuckle. Well then, much like Chun, his first fortune originated from the night. Understanding Zhao Gang's implication, Chen Guan felt no need for formality. In a mere 15 minutes, it was their turn for the entrance examination. The test was remarkably straightforward. Overseen by a stern-faced senior who held a crimson crystal ball the size of a fist, an elementary device designed to measure combat energy. Undoubtedly, both Chen Guan and Zhao Gang passed with flying colors. They were subsequently escorted to a tent at the rear for temporary accommodation, awaiting the conclusion of the day's tests for collective registration. During this transition, a minor incident occurred. Similar to Xiaohua, several seniors began to enlighten the newcomers about the rules, a tradition upheld by Canaan Academy. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Chen Guan. The few who were not even worthy of names fell swiftly without him exerting much effort. Such lackluster opponents bore no challenge. It felt akin to striking down elementary school children, and Chen Guan found no thrill in the endeavor. He now shared the same sentiment as Hai Buodo, only engaging in peak competitions, having grown numb to the trivial pursuits of lesser contests. Indeed, Zhang Zi was taken aback, fully comprehending the instructions of the Grand Princess, and realizing that the boy's earlier modest assertion of merely being slightly stronger was a significant understatement. As the day of admissions came to a close, Mentor Lu Ren began the uniform registration, categorizing the students based on their age and prowess according to their potential levels. Inevitably, Chen Guan stirred a considerable commotion yet again. The students were bewildered, and even the mentor was at a loss. After all, he was merely a great duel master. It took several confirmations before they could finally accept this astonishing reality. In the ensuing days, the admissions team continued their recruitment, while others in the city engaged in discussions about the under-20 genius of the dual spirit realm. Most dismissed it as a joke, yet some spoke with unwavering conviction. Meanwhile, the party at the center of it all, Chen Guan, remained in the inn, diligently cultivating and waiting. Before they knew it, 7 days had passed, and all the students who had passed the tests gathered together, boarding the flying magical beast for their official journey. Their destination, Canaan Academy. Chapter 69. The Great Anomaly and the Little Anomaly. The monotonous journey lasted for 45 days. When the flying beast finally landed before the grand entrance of Canaan Academy, a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of students, mentors, and accompanying guards alike. Though Canaan Academy was renowned across the continent, its unique geographical location necessitated traversing the Black Corner region, where the annual influx of new students often faced treacherous circumstances, frequently falling prey to the assaults of various factions within the region, resulting in significant losses. However, this time, fortune favored them. Upon arriving at Canaan Academy, the first sight that greeted them was a solemn and majestic gate, evidently crafted from the finest jade materials. The 4 characters spelling out Canaan Academy shimmered with a mix of special materials, glinting with golden brilliance, visible from afar. The steps leading to the gate, along with the expansive plaza extending within, were paved with superior steel rock, exuding simplicity without sacrificing grandeur, leaving many students in awe. Once inside the academy, the senior students who assisted with admissions promptly departed, as this was merely a task for them. Having completed it, they naturally went to submit their duties and receive contribution points. The new students, under Mentor Lu Ren's guidance, proceeded to the plaza to be assigned to their respective classes based on their potential level, after which the mentor would arrange their accommodations. Chen Guan and Zhao Gang were among the last to arrive, as Mentor Lu Ren warmly guided them through the surroundings of Canaan Academy. After a brief tour and the distribution of their uniforms, he took them to their lodgings before preparing to leave. You should rest well. I will meet with the Vice Dean to secure the highest level of treatment and cultivation resources for you. I assure you, your talents will not be hindered. Before departing, Lu Ren earnestly promised. During their journey, he had shared numerous details about the academy with Chen Guan, including class divisions, the inner academy, the alchemy department, and the enforcement team, expressing his hope that Chen Guan would join his class, making a series of guarantees in support of this. Chen Guan did not dwell on it for long and agreed. For him, the outer academy was merely a temporary transition, whether it was the yellow class or the Xin class. The only distinction lay in the treatment. It was unrealistic to expect a group of great dual masters to guide his cultivation. The issue of remuneration has been resolved. The choice of class holds little significance, as he will soon transition to the inner academy, where he is more than willing to extend a favor to the other party. After bidding farewell to Mentor Lu Ren, Chen Guan found no inclination to wander aimlessly, opting instead to ascend the stairs for cultivation. Zhao Gang, however, ventured out for a stroll, seeking to familiarize himself further with the academy and forge friendships, which would prove advantageous for future errands. On the second floor, Chen Guan ingested a medicinal pill designed to assist in cultivation and seated himself on a lotus platform. As he activated his cultivation technique, a rich essence of celestial energy began to converge around him, which he absorbed and refined continuously. At a certain moment, he retrieved a jade vial containing the coveted earth fire lotus seed. Without hesitation, he consumed another one. As the earth fire lotus seed entered his mouth, its potent energy swiftly diffused, circulating through his meridians, being rapidly absorbed and transmuted, subsequently infusing his fighting crystal. Days turned into weeks, and suddenly, the young man felt a light tremor throughout his body, his aura surging significantly. Gradually, he ceased the flow of his technique, and upon opening his eyes, a look of joy was unmistakable. He had attained the rank of 3-star doling. After purging the poison from Nalanjia in the imperial capital, Chen Guan found himself on the cusp of 2-star doling. Initially estimating a breakthrough would take half a month, yet the reality surpassed his expectations. Just 5 days after the battle with LV Man, he effortlessly achieved this advancement. Relishing the newfound power of a 3-star doling for a moment, Chen Guan closed his eyes to further solidify his foundation. A new day dawned. After attending classes as usual, he made his way to the alchemy department. The teaching classes did not conflict with the alchemy department, which functioned more like a student organization in a university, including the law enforcement team. Provided one possessed sufficient time and energy to fulfill monthly assignments, no one would interfere. Of course, both the alchemy department and the law enforcement team required a certain level of innate talent and strength for acceptance. The alchemy department enjoyed robust support from the academy, offering exceptional benefits, including regular instruction from alchemists of the 4th rank and above, who imparted knowledge and resolved students' inquiries. Each promotion to a higher rank as an alchemist came with commendable rewards, and students could periodically request a specific quantity of medicinal materials for practice. Any successful concoctions belonged to the academy, while unsuccessful attempts would not incur any penalties for the students. Simultaneously, upon joining the alchemy department, one needed only to complete the requisite tasks each month to undertake various commissioned assignments from others, thereby earning contribution points, which could be exchanged for desired items. In summary, the benefits were numerous. The law enforcement team also had dedicated mentors imparting practical combat skills, frequently leading students through real-life scenarios to enhance their combat experience. After fulfilling the mandatory monthly tasks, students could similarly accept specialized assignments from the law enforcement team, earning contribution points while honing their own skills. On one hand, there was a life of comfort and privilege, and on the other, a gathering of battle enthusiasts, an excellent choice indeed. Most ordinary students would typically select one or the other, constrained by time, energy, and ability. However, Chen Guan was different. He desired both. A pharmacist lacking combat prowess was not a competent puppet master. For him, the teaching classes were supplementary, while these two organizations proved far more beneficial. The assessment for entering the alchemy department is rather time-consuming, as the rank of an alchemist determines the benefits one receives within the department, necessitating a gradual progression from the lowest to the highest tier. Reluctantly, Chen Guan retrieved the pristine, 3rd-tier alchemist robe that was privately bestowed upon him by Pharma, which served as proof, allowing him to directly refine 3rd-tier elixirs for the evaluation. This incident also caught the attention of the Elder of Fire within the alchemy department, who observed the young man effortlessly concoct a Qingmu pill, reminiscent of the esteemed Pharma. Unfortunately, upon Chen Guan subtly indicating his existing apprenticeship, he was left with no choice but to suppress his inner desires, for their bond lacked the fated connection of a master and disciple. Having successfully passed the assessment, Chen Guan was awarded the privileges of the alchemy department for the first time, receiving 3 unique recipes for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-tier elixirs. While the ranks may not be particularly high, these recipes are exclusive to the Canaan Academy and hold significant value. Dissemination to others without the Academy's consent is strictly prohibited. After leaving the alchemy department, Chen Guan proceeded to the enforcement team, where the evaluation was straightforward. Everything hinged on brute strength. Given Chen Guan's prowess, he faced no challenges. As Chen Guan filled his schedule to the brim, various rumors about him swiftly circulated within the outer academy. Have you heard? Mentor Lu Ren has taken in a prodigious new student from the Gamma Empire, possessing combat spirit upon enrollment. Now who isn't aware? I've even heard this new student might be of royal lineage from the Gamma Empire, though it remains uncertain whether he is a prince. Regardless, his status is undoubtedly high. What of it? Our academy has talents from the central continent as well. This new student's most remarkable trait is his innate talent. Just earlier, word spread from the alchemy department that he effortlessly refined a 3rd-tier elixir, and those in the know understand its implications. Wow. With combat spirit and being a third-tier alchemist, his future is limitless. Does anyone know his preferences? I have a friend eager to befriend him. I have a friend with the same desire. The outer academy buzzed with discussions about the young man. And even those who typically paid little heed to gossip found themselves aware of this extraordinary newcomer. On a shaded path, a group of graceful young ladies were taken aback by the news. While the others gasped and exclaimed, one girl appeared somewhat lost in thought. She was exceptionally tall and striking. However, her figure was still youthful, and one could see her toes when she looked down. Most captivating were her long, shapely legs, which outshone her companions. Coincidentally, she was also a newcomer from the Gamma Empire, much like the prodigy they were discussing. Listening to the chatter around her, the girl couldn't help but recall the little prodigy from her family. An 11-year-old combatant, if not for certain setbacks. Perhaps he would not pale in comparison to this remarkable figure. Chapter 70. The Inner Academy Selection Competition. Life at the academy was busy yet fulfilling. Initially, Chen Guan attended classes punctually each day, but after 2 days of finding them unhelpful, he ceased attending altogether, spending his time either in the alchemy department or undertaking more challenging solo missions in the enforcement team. Mentor Lu Ren turned a blind eye to his choices, granting him ample freedom. Teach combat spirit? How could I possibly instruct in that? Before the youth, he felt none of the superiority that typically accompanies a mentor. Rather, on occasion, he found himself requesting assistance in concocting elixirs. Humble yet dignified, this encapsulates his current state. Over the past few months, aside from mastering the art of alchemy, the most significant advancement he achieved was in practical combat experience, accrued through countless lives lost in the treacherous Black Corner domain. The prolonged baptism of blood has subtly altered his demeanor, rendering him more formidable than before, his stern countenance exuding an aura of authority even in silence. After 3 months, the highly anticipated inner court selection competition finally commenced. On the day of the event, a grand arena was erected in the center of the square, yet it was still besieged by an eager throng of students. At noon, with a proclamation from the vice president of the outer court, Hu Qian, the selection officially began. The first match featured Li Gao from Class 9 of the Yellow rank, facing off against Xiao Zhua from Class 6 of the Yellow rank. The second match involved Wang Tingfeng from Class 1 of the Yellow rank, competing against Wang Tao from Class 5 of the Xian rank. By the 26th match, Alia from Class 6 of the Yellow rank was set to confront Chen Guan from Class 3 of the Yellow rank. Upon hearing the name of the young man, a hush fell over the crowd, swiftly followed by an uproar of excitement. In just a few months, almost everyone in the outer court had become familiar with the name of this remarkable prodigy, though few had witnessed his prowess firsthand. Today, their curiosity would finally be satiated. Even a certain leggy figure in the crowd craned their neck in anticipation. Having heard so much, it was impossible not to be intrigued. Chen Guan, accustomed to the attention, maintained his composure as he ascended the stage at a measured pace, his striking appearance rivaling that of renowned actors, inciting yet another wave of enthusiasm among the spectators. In stark contrast, his opponent Alia took her time, reluctantly making her way to the stage with a pained expression, harboring suspicions that she had encountered misfortune that morning. Otherwise, how could she be so unlucky? In a duel of masters, I am unworthy. Master Chen Guan, though I cannot defeat you, I refuse to forfeit this opportunity for a challenge. I shall give my all. Please guide me. Alia, adjusting her mindset, chose not to concede outright, but rather to view this as a learning experience, speaking earnestly. Please, Chen Guan nodded in acknowledgement. The competition commenced. With the referee's command, Chen Guan remained motionless, while Alia, acutely aware of her inferior strength, swiftly sprang into action without hesitation. Seizing the moment to unleash her most potent combat technique, the blade of the vanguard, a long sword materialized in Alia's grasp, and with a swift, powerful strike reminiscent of an antelope's horn, 6 blade shadows coalesced and surged toward the young man. Chen Guan watched serenely, gesturing to conjure a wall of azure fire crystals before him, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught with a resounding clang. The blade of the vanguard was indeed impressive, yet it failed to breach his defenses. As anticipated, the disparity in their abilities was insurmountable. Disheartened by her strongest attack's failure, Alia quickly regained her composure. Having prepared herself for this outcome, and inquired with hopeful anticipation, Master Chen Guan, what are your thoughts? Very commendable. The future holds great promise, he replied. Even the onlooking students cast a curious glance in her direction. After all, for a combat master to engage with a battle spirit and emerge victorious is not a source of shame, but rather a commendable achievement. However, among the crowd, one individual named Gongzi displayed a peculiar expression as the boy's words on stage struck a familiar chord. Amidst the cheers, Chen Guan descended from the arena, his demeanor unruffled. Defeating a young girl combat master was hardly a feat worthy of pride. If such trivial victories were to be celebrated, one might as well seek a tofu block to collide with. Also witnessing this lackluster match were Vice Dean Hu Qian and the Fire Elder from the Alchemy Department, each exhibiting a range of expressions. Perhaps it would be best to skip the preliminary rounds and directly place him among the top 50 contenders. Nearing the threshold of a 4-star battle spirit, competing against these students felt akin to, well, a father sparring with his son. The Fire Elder beside him added with a hint of melancholy. Quite so, it defies logic. Such strength could easily place him on the Inner Academy's elite rankings. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Thus, Chen Guan was informed that he would not need to participate in the upcoming preliminary rounds over the next 2 days. No one opposed this decision. Everyone welcomed it, as it ensured that he would not encounter any formidable opponents before reaching the top 50, save for a certain girl who had just left the stage. Hu Qian had initially hoped for some unexpected performances from other students. However, none materialized. Aside from the anomaly that was Chen Guan, the strongest among the top 50 were merely 6-star great combat masters. Defeating them bore little distinction from conquering area and posed no real threat to him. With ease, Chen Guan claimed the first position, his sense of exhilaration far less intense than that of the students below him, vividly illustrating that in this world, strength garners admiration and reverence. Particularly, Gongzi and Mentor Lu Ren shouted with fervor, their faces flushed with excitement, as if they might faint from a lack of breath at any moment. After 5 days of fierce competition, the internal academy selection concluded, and the top 50 and the top 5 were unveiled. Each of you is a prodigy. It is my hope that the other students will take you as their inspiration, diligently honing their skills and striving for excellence, so that next year, they too may stand upon this stage. During Vice Dean Hu Qian's rousing speech, the internal academy selection drew to a close. Meanwhile, in a different location, the royal palace of the Gamadi Empire, the busy Yao Yi suddenly received a transmission. Momentarily stunned before a smile illuminated his face. Chapter 71, The Academy's Library. With the conclusion of the internal academy selection, the top 50 students were granted several days to prepare for their entry into the inner academy. The top 5, during this interval, awaited notification from above, preparing to enter the academy's library together. As a reward for their placement, they would have the opportunity to obtain an item of their own choosing, contingent upon their strength and luck. The profound heritage of Ganon Academy speaks for itself. This reward was something to be anticipated by all, including Chen Guan. On this particular day, Chen Guan, unusually foregoing his training, engaged in casual conversation with Gongzi before a small building. With genuine goodwill, Chen Guan considered Gongzi a friend and, if possible, would not mind extending a helping hand, as it required little effort on his part. However, upon hearing this, Gongzi scratched his head in a rather naive manner. He then retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring. Chen Guan fell into silence, torn between words. Upon reflection, he realized that perhaps there was no fault in this approach. Zhao Gang possesses remarkable talent. Under normal circumstances, he is destined to achieve at least the rank of Doling, with the potential to ascend to Dowang. In the realm of the Gamma Empire, such a prospect marks him as a prodigious talent, deserving of preferential resources. This is understandable, yet it leaves me somewhat embarrassed. Chen Guan reminisced about the youthful Gongzi, who was once spirited and filled with aspirations. Yet he could scarcely have imagined that he would grow into such a simpleton. He felt compelled to remind him. Now transformed into a figure resembling the royal court, Zhao Gang nodded in acknowledgement. Once, he identified himself as Brother Gang, but now he is merely Gongzi. As the two engaged in casual conversation, a delicate young maiden, graceful in appearance, approached the small building, halting a distance of 20 to 30 meters away. Chen Guan, the deputy dean has asked me to summon you. It is time for us to head to the library. Very well, thank you. This was delightful news, Chen Guan replied, rising to pat Gongzi on the shoulder before following her. Inside the spacious and luminous chamber, several towering bookshelves stood arranged in a crisscross pattern, laden with an array of ancient tomes, exuding a rich aroma of literature. Hu Qian sat at the desk, meticulously reviewing documents, while 4 young individuals clad in academy uniforms stood before him, their postures erect and slightly tense, the only sound being the rustle of turning pages. It was only upon Chen Guan's arrival that the tranquil atmosphere was disrupted. Deputy Dean, he greeted, positioning himself alongside the 4 others. Undoubtedly, these 4 were the other contenders who had qualified for the top 5 in the upcoming internal selection tournament, all of notable strength, with whom Chen Guan had previously crossed paths. The girl who had called him earlier was named Jiang Shu, while the most robust young man was Yuan Jinshan. A slender youth, looking almost monkey-like yet possessing keen intelligence, was Nie Xian, who, despite not being the strongest, left a profound impression on Chen Guan. On the day of the arena battle, Although he wielded wind attributes and focused on swift techniques, he audibly shouted the names of cumbersome earth-based techniques. The final, reticent youth was Li Chang'an, the most powerful among them, a 6-star great fighter, who, had it not been for the anomaly that was Chen Guan, would likely have emerged victorious. Well, now that everyone is here, let us proceed. You are all familiar with the rules of the selection tournament, and I trust you have eagerly awaited this day. I shall not waste time with superfluous words. Come, my young friends, let me escort you to the library. What you may acquire depends on your fortune. Setting aside the documents, Hu Qian cast a curious glance at Chen Guan. As a doling upon enrollment at such a young age, he would undoubtedly be regarded as an invaluable genius in any faction. Yet he had chosen to attend the Canaan Academy. Truthfully, Hu Qian harbored curiosity about the royal family's motives from the Gamma Empire, pondering what their true intentions were. Nevertheless, Canaan Academy welcomed all students of reputable origin, provided they bore no malice toward the institution, hence they had no reason to deny entry. He resolved to pay closer attention to Chen Guan moving forward. Hu Qian rose and pushed aside a bookshelf, revealing a wall. With a few casual taps, accompanied by a low rumble, the wall parted to unveil a dark passageway. Follow me, he beckoned to the 5, stepping into the passage ahead of them. Jiang Shu, Nie Xian, and Yuan Jinshan all turned their gazes towards the young man who had claimed the title of champion this time. Just as Chen Guan prepared to follow, Li Chang'an took the lead. Let us proceed as well. It was clear that merely being the first to arrive at the library did not guarantee one would obtain valuable treasures. Chen Guan paid little heed, calling out a greeting as he, along with the 3 others, stepped into the passage. Outside, it appeared to be an abyss of darkness, but upon entering, they discovered a world within. The walls of the passage were adorned with large luminous pearls that provided illumination, casting a gentle glow that was not much dimmer than the outside rooms. Following closely behind Hu Qian, the group remained silent. After nearly a quarter of an hour, the light ahead began to intensify, signaling that they were nearing the end of the passage, prompting them to quicken their pace. Moments later, they emerged from the passage's end. Astonished by the sight before them, they found themselves in a valley, surrounded on 3 sides by steep cliffs, with towering peaks that seemed to pierce the clouds, disappearing into the horizon. In the expanse between the cliffs lay a vast open space, where a grand and ancient pavilion stood majestically, adorned with an ancient plaque bearing 3 captivating characters, Library Pavilion. At the entrance of the passage was a sheer cliff, connected by a suspension bridge that descended from the surrounding cliffs, creating an awe-inspiring sight. Upon reaching this place, even Vice Dean Hu Qian's demeanor shifted from casual to serious. Crossing the bridge, they arrived at the open space in front of the library pavilion. Hu Qian stepped forward respectfully, bowing towards the pavilion. I am Hu Qian from the outer courtyard. As per the rules, I have brought the top 5 from this year's inner courtyard selection. I kindly request the 2 elders to grant us entry. While Nie Xian and the others pondered this, 2 figures cloaked in gray suddenly appeared at the entrance of the pavilion. Chapter 72, Earth-Level Techniques. The Guardians of the Canaan Academy, the 2 venerable elders. Upon seeing these 2, Chen Guan silently reflected. Both possessed the strength of peak Dozone, their singular focus on breaking through to Dozone. They had spent years in seclusion, only emerging after the annual inner courtyard selection, or during a crisis threatening the very existence of Canaan Academy. Were it not for such circumstances, how could the likes of Han Feng and Mo Yen Gu dare to act with such arrogance towards Canaan Academy? To be candid, these 2 guardians seemed rather inept. Chen Guan scrutinized them carefully. They were the strongest individuals he had encountered thus far, without needing to engage in any action. Merely standing before them made the chasm of disparity between them palpable, akin to the divide between heaven and earth. If one were to confront an adversary of such caliber, the prospect of survival would be utterly non-existent. The atmosphere grew tense and quiet. The 2 venerable elders remained seated with their eyes closed, resembling meditative monks. Hu Qian maintained his bowing posture, as if these esteemed figures required a lengthy pause before allowing their juniors to showcase their prowess. Poor Vice Dean Hu Qian. In the blink of an eye, a brief moment passed. At last, the gray-robed elders stirred slightly, slowly opening their eyes to survey the assembly. Their tranquil gaze swept over the group, and in that instant, it felt as though every secret had been laid bare, leaving no room for concealment. Soon, their eyes converged on Chen Guan, emitting a faint, rasping sound of surprise. This year has indeed birthed a terrifying little creature. Without further ado, the 2 elders, Qian and Bai, slowly extended their withered palms from beneath their sleeves, forming intricate hand seals with practiced slowness. As they moved, an intangible wave began to manifest, causing the very fabric of space to ripple and fold, creating a sense of undulating layers that expanded outward from their center. This was a spatial lock, An immensely powerful barrier that only a Dozun expert could summon, a legacy left by a senior from the academy. Without the Elder's special technique to activate it, even a Dozong expert would find it impossible to breach. Hu Qian softly elucidated for the astonished students behind him. Beneath the library pavilion, as the Elder's hand seals became increasingly intricate, a phantom doorway began to materialize, which they tore asunder with an unseen force. Very well, proceed, but remember, whatever you seek, do not force it. Everything within is enveloped in a layer of energy. You must penetrate this barrier with your hands to claim what lies inside. Abandoning your pursuit for another is not an option. To obtain your desired item requires not only luck, but also strength, and you may only bring one item out. Beware of greed, otherwise you may end up with nothing. Upon hearing this, Chen Guan and the others nodded in gratitude and bowed to the two elders before turning towards the library pavilion. Within him resided an exotic flame, blue-tinged and resembling a lotus. If he was not mistaken, it was the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, ranked 19th on the list of exotic flames. To wield such power at his age was remarkable, indicating an extraordinary talent, suggesting that his enrollment in the academy was not as straightforward as it appeared. As long as he posed no threat to the academy, the rest was beyond their concern. Seeing the two elders completely disregard him as they engaged in hushed discussions, Hu Qian wore a wry smile, feeling utterly helpless. As the esteemed vice dean of the Outer Academy, he had previously enjoyed light-hearted banter with them during his visits. Now, however, they chose to ignore him entirely. Meanwhile, Chen Guan and his companions had ascended the weathered, uneven steps and arrived before the library pavilion. Enter, and remember, you have but half an hour. After that, regardless of whether you have acquired what you sought, you must emerge. The voice, though faint, echoed in their ears. In the next moment, the heavy doors creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage. The five hastily stepped inside, and the doors slammed shut behind them, startling the petite Jiangshu. Let us proceed. The further we go, the brighter the light becomes, much akin to the previous passage, Chen Guan urged, his strength allowing him to see further than the others. They quickened their pace, and within 4 or 5 minutes, they entered a vast chamber, illuminated by 10 or so glowing energy shields that cast the interior in a daylight-like brilliance. With the vice dean no longer at their side, the group felt much more at ease, and the mischievous Niesian broke the oppressive silence with a smile. I believe we can collaborate. Let us each express our desires and assist one another in our pursuits. The collective effort of 5 individuals certainly outweighs the chance of one acting alone. No one opposed this notion, not even the reclusive Li Chang'an, who acquiesced. Jiangshu remarked, a splendid idea. I require a water attribute technique for modification. Yuan Jinshan added, my foremost desire is a combat skill that can harness physical strength. Niesian stated, I seek a 6th-tier wind attribute magic core. Li Chang'an expressed, I desire a combat skill with substantial lethality. These aspirations represented their utmost goals. Achieving them would be ideal, yet they were prepared to settle for alternatives if necessary. After contemplating his own situation, Chen Guan interjected, as for me, I shall aim for an item or technique that enhances my survival capabilities. Precious medicinal herbs and peculiar materials are welcome too. Do inform me if you come across any. They all took note of each other's needs, while Jiangshu scrutinized the energy barrier with skepticism. We are to retrieve items from beneath this, he stated. Suddenly, Yuan Jinshan's booming voice interrupted him. Something is approaching. A faint sound of slicing air emanated from the energy barrier, prompting the group to draw closer to the source of the commotion. Indeed, in the next moment, a pale blue energy orb emerged. Yuan Jinshan, leveraging his imposing stature, caught it effortlessly with one hand. The luminescence swiftly dissipated, revealing a shallow blue scroll enveloped in an energy layer within his grasp. Testing the waters, Yuan Jinshan reached through the energy layer without difficulty, discerning the name of the technique from Jiangshu. A low-level mysterious technique, the tide manipulation. Jiangshu decisively rejected it. A low-level mysterious technique. It is inferior to my current practice. Yuan Jinshan relinquished the technique, allowing it to drift away. Inspired by his demonstration, the others understood how to seize their own opportunities, anticipation palpable in the air. After a few breaths, each energy barrier began to emit a whistling sound as an array of energy orbs in various colors and sizes erupted forth, darting about the room. Without hesitation, the quintet sprang into action. Chen Guan swiftly unleashed his mental energy, targeting the orbs with significant energy fluctuations. One by one, items landed in his hands only to be discarded. High-level earth attribute techniques, advanced combat skills, 5th-tier magic cores, all lacking in merit. Eventually, Chen Guan grew disheartened with the quality of these energy orbs, allowing them to pass by without further attempts to grasp them. Finally, after 4 or 5 minutes, A deep blue orb with even greater energy fluctuations emerged. Chen Guan's reflexes were sharp. He seized it with precision. His hand passed effortlessly through the energy layer, revealing the inscription on the scroll. A low-level earth technique, Water God S Might. Chapter 73, The Heavenly Fey Fruit. Chen Guan's voice, though soft, resonated distinctly within the spacious room. With a swift rush reminiscent of a cat that had not tasted meat in 3 months, the petite Jiang Shu darted forward. May I have a look at that? Chen Guan obliged, handing it to her. As the technique did not align with his attributes and was comparable to what he was already practicing, even if it were of the fire attribute. The astonishment merely stemmed from an admiration of the profound heritage of Canaan Academy. The earth-level cultivation techniques, even within the Black Corner region, could incite a tempest of chaos and bloodshed. Thank you. No need for gratitude. It was but a trivial effort, and did we not agree to assist each other? Chen Guan, unfazed, continued to sense the energy fluctuations emanating from the vibrant spheres with his spiritual perception. Jiang Shu, however, grasped the scroll, took a deep breath, and extended her palm towards the energy layer. While the youth could effortlessly traverse the energy layer, her success depended on her own capabilities. Fortunately, despite the challenges, her palm gradually penetrated the energy layer, successfully grasping the tangible scroll. A moment of sheer ecstasy illuminated her face. The others soon noticed her triumph, their expressions filled with envy, prompting them to seize the luminous spheres with renewed vigor, eager to become the next fortunate recipient. As time ebbed away, half an hour approached. Except for Jiang Shu, everyone held at least 2 luminous spheres, some obtained through their own efforts, others assisted by their companions, now grappling with their choices. In this library, luck played a crucial role. Despite the formidable legacy of Canaan Academy and its astonishing collection, it was impossible for everyone to achieve their ideal outcomes. Yuan Jinshan and Chen Guan had the most luminous spheres before them, each possessing 4. Yuan Jinshan, with modest expectations, had several beneficial items that could enhance his physical prowess. Among the spheres before him was a seemingly heavy and precious inner armor, an advanced earth-level body refining technique, and a crimson, unknown elixir. Before Chen Guan lay a high-tier medicinal herb, the core fire mushroom, an emerald-like herb topped with a precious tianfei fruit, an intermediate earth-level flying technique, the flying cloud wing, and a subtly elegant, slightly feminine light white inner armor, which appeared no less impressive than Yuan Jinshan's. It proved true that luck was indeed paramount. He had managed to seize several spheres with greater energy fluctuations, containing techniques or skills, yet none suited him. The most valuable was a low-tier earth-level technique called the Ninefold Phoenix Fire Method, but he already possessed a technique. After careful consideration, he ultimately discarded the flying cloud wing. Although rare, it was somewhat redundant given the presence of a faster puppet. His gaze shifted to the core fire mushroom, a principal ingredient for concocting the earth spirit pill, which was essential for devouring the fallen heart flame. After some hesitation, Chen Guan released the sphere. The last 2 items, the inner armor and tianfei fruit, were chosen swiftly, favoring the latter. The tianfei fruit was exceedingly rare and precious. Consuming it directly could enhance his strength by 1 or 2 stars. If used as a primary ingredient to forge a pill, even a Do Wang level expert could experience a similar boost in strength, akin to the effects of the Do Ling pill, but without any conflict, thus underscoring its exceptional value. Once Chen Guan completed his selections, the others had also nearly finalized their choices. As time drew near, they all made their way toward the exit. Chen Guan, thank you once again. Jiang Shu expressed her gratitude as they departed. Chen Guan shook his head, stating, no need. The tianfei fruit you helped me obtain is quite valuable. That's good to hear. As the 5 departed, the radiant energy shield enveloping the surrounding walls gradually diminished, ceasing to emit bursts of light. It imparted an impression of remarkable intelligence. Retracing their steps, they exited the library, and the grand door closed with a thunderous sound. The elder's sleeves fluttered slightly, and the 5 felt an overwhelming, intangible energy sweep over them. Just as suddenly as it arrived, it dissipated like a receding tide within mere seconds. Now, you may all depart, and remember, the events you have witnessed today, including the secrets of the library, must remain confidential. A hoarse voice reverberated in their ears, the speaker indistinguishable among the elders. Upon hearing this, the 5 nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the spatial lock. Hu Qian approached with a smile, then bowed respectfully to the sculptural elders at the entrance, saying, since the young ones have emerged, I shall not intrude upon your diligent cultivation. Farewell. The elders, seemingly unperturbed, closed their eyes and remained silent. In the vice dean's study, Hu Qian, who had just been deferential before the elders, now exuded an air of authority as he sat behind the desk. You didn't return empty-handed, did you? No. The 5 replied, shaking their heads. That's good. Regardless of whether you obtained what you sought, Any acquisition is beneficial. Your rewards are now at hand, so rest well today. Tomorrow morning, you will embark for the inner courtyard, where you will face your trials. Let's not dwell on that. Hu Qian, aware of the process for entering the inner courtyard, intended to admonish them but chose to remain silent upon noticing the remarkable talents among the young. Perhaps this year, it would be the seasoned veterans who would struggle. By the way, I must caution you. The competition within the inner courtyard is far more ferocious than in the outer courtyard. For newcomers to establish themselves without being bullied by the upperclassmen, unity is paramount. Unless, of course, one possesses the strength to confront challenges head-on, like this young man. Understood. Thank you, Vice Dean, the group responded, nodding as they exited the study. Though they spoke with respect, in their hearts, they did not take the warning particularly seriously. Chen Guan was well aware of more information and felt confident in his abilities. As long as that little dragon girl did not cause trouble, he believed no one could intimidate him. Nie Xian and the others, having yet to experience defeat, were proud of their selection as top 5 in the trials, their confidence rivaling that of the seasoned students. Moreover, they had an extraordinary ally in their midst. Even if the seasoned students were formidable, how strong could they truly be? Together, the 5 of us are exceptional. Unfortunately, Nie Xian's hopeful musings were swiftly dashed as the aloof Li Chang'an offered no words, merely nodding before departing, seemingly disinterested in further engagement. Clearly, Li Chang'an had no intention of forging deeper connections. Well, without him, the 4 of us can still dominate in the inner courtyard. Chen Guan and the others chuckled, reveling in their bravado. Hu Qian, overhearing their banter in the study, could not help but click his tongue in amusement. Such confidence. Once you enter the inner courtyard, you will learn the true meaning of hardship. Chen, with his advantage from the, may indeed excel, but what about the rest of you? Do not be overly grateful for merely avoiding a beating. Chapter 74, Jade Bone Powder. Night. Zhao Gang diligently practiced on the first floor when suddenly a series of gasps echoed from upstairs, occasionally accompanied by muffled groans. Puzzled, he glanced up but ultimately decided against investigating, fearing the awkwardness that might ensue. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Chen Guan was not engaged in any illicit activities. He was merely taking a bath. The reason for his cries was that this was no ordinary bath. Had anyone been present, they would have been astonished to see the water in the tub shimmering a vivid green, teeming with a myriad of energies. Jade Bone Powder, a 4th-tier elixir. Its use in medicinal baths not only refines the body but also nourishes the skin, making it exceedingly precious and alluring to both genders. The significance of a robust physique cannot be overstated. Possessing a powerful body provides a considerable advantage in combat. A striking example would be the recent inner court selection competition, where Nie Xian and others fell before him. With a single powerful blow, Jiang Shu was sent flying over 10 zhang, while Li Chang'an and Nie Xian were propelled roughly 5 zhang away. Yet the formidable Yuan Jinshan merely stumbled off the arena. This vividly illustrates the point. Furthermore, a formidable physique harbors numerous hidden benefits, enabling swifter and more efficient absorption of rare treasures. During his time at the library, Chen Guan had average luck and ultimately chose the Tianfei fruit. The recipe for the Fei Wang Dan, primarily made from the Tianfei fruit, has long been lost. No alchemist has encountered it, nor does it exist in the Canaan Academy. Chen Guan was not inclined to expend energy searching for it. From the moment he decided to take the Tianfei fruit, he intended to consume it directly to expedite his growth. To fully absorb the overwhelming energy of the Tianfei fruit, he deliberately spent a substantial amount of contribution points to exchange for several portions of jade bone powder within the academy, dedicating half a day to preparation, which led to the current scene. Refining the body is a rather arduous process, although the pain is far less than when he devoured the heart fire of the Qinglian. It is a different kind of torment, akin to countless ants crawling over him, burrowing into his skin and flesh. It must be said that this is a form of punishment that evokes both love and hate. For Chen Guan to grit his teeth and suppress his cries is quite commendable. After half a night of muffled groans, the intense itching and pain eventually gave way to an overwhelming sensation of comfort, making Chen Guan reluctant to rise from the tub, and he unknowingly fell asleep. Morning. Chen Guan ventured alone to the Huqian study. Outside the study, an assembly of over 40 individuals had gathered, forming clusters of 3s and 5s, engaging in idle chatter as they awaited. The arrival of the youth momentarily hushed the crowd. Some greeted him eagerly, while others stood silently, gazing with varied expressions of admiration and envy, an appropriate reception for a strong individual. Whether as a battle spirit under 20 or as a recognized third-tier alchemist, his status rendered him unattainable for nearly everyone present. Contemplating the vast chasm of disparity, many who were on the verge of entering the inner court felt their spirits dampen considerably. Chen Guanza paid no heed to their thoughts and approached Nie Xian and the others, waiting with them, having become slightly familiar with their presence. After a few more minutes, the last few individuals arrived, all 50 participants for the selection round accounted for. With a creak, Hu Qian pushed open the study door, emerging with 7 or 8 mentors behind him, including the familiar mentor Lu Run, who nodded in acknowledgement with a hint of gratitude. The appearance of a gifted student brings considerable advantages to the mentors. The inner courtyard is the true heart of the Canaan Academy, shrouded in secrecy, thus most students, including mentors, are unaware of its exact location. Therefore, I shall escort you to a certain place where you will be greeted upon arrival. Time is of the essence. Without further ado, we will depart in groups of 5, with the top 5 forming one team, Hu Qian announced before the study. As his words fell, 10 shadowy figures soared through the distant skies, growing larger until the students could discern them as 10 mighty griffin beasts as they approached the open space. These were the same flying magical beasts the students had ridden upon their enrollment. The 10 griffin beasts landed on the expansive ground, their wings flapping, stirring up a tempest. Fortunately, the students were no longer as feeble as they had been during their first flight, and with some preparation, they managed to maintain their balance. Without hesitation, all students complied with Hu Qian's arrangements, swiftly darting to the griffin beasts, their movements akin to nimble fleas as they clambered onto the broad backs of the beasts. A few students, opting for a more audacious stance, chose to stand on the somewhat slippery backs, but as the griffin beasts took off, they swiftly lost their footing and had no choice but to sit down awkwardly. Only the 5 from Chen Guan's group managed to stand steadily. All right, we shall set forth. I will personally escort you on this journey, Hu Qian declared. With his command, the 10 griffin beasts began to flap their wings vigorously, raising a gale as they ascended into the sky. After leaving the outer courtyard, the fleet of flying beasts flew deep into the Academy's back mountains, where lush forests adorned with cascading white waterfalls and magical beasts frolicking within presented a picturesque scene. However, amidst this beauty lay hidden dangers. As the griffin beasts soared deeper, fierce, untamed magical beasts occasionally leaped from the forest, launching attacks on the griffin beasts. Alas, these assaults were nothing more than moths drawn to a flame, as Hu Qian posed no threat to them. Yet, as the number of attacking beasts grew, Hu Qian appeared somewhat overwhelmed by the task of managing them all. Seeing this, Chen Guan could no longer remain idle and activated his stunning technique, Momentary Splendor, to assist in the defense. While employing the same technique, its execution on the ground versus in the air was of an entirely different caliber, captivating the attention of numerous students, their eyes reflecting a yearning for mastery. Coach, I wish to learn this. After nearly an hour of flight, the griffin beasts gradually slowed their pace, finally coming to a halt in a broad mountain gorge. Chapter 75, The Fire Energy Hunting Competition. In the vast expanse of the forest, apart from the mountain stream beneath our feet, there lies an endless canopy of greenery. Not to mention the inner courtyard, there was not a single shadow in sight. Perhaps it was a moment of respite. For how could the inner courtyard exist in such a desolate place? The new students curiously surveyed their surroundings, filled with wonder and whispering amongst themselves. Silence. The inner courtyard is not as easily accessible as you might think. With a voice commanding attention, I took a few deliberate steps forward under the watchful gaze of dozens, then paused. With a sweeping motion of my hand, a surge of energy erupted forth, and an extraordinary scene unfolded. As the energy traversed a seemingly empty space, it created ripples akin to waves, pulsating rapidly until a magnificent silver door, towering at least 7 or 8 feet, materialized before us. The sight astonished all the newcomers. None had anticipated that such a mystery lay hidden in this seemingly ordinary location. The silver door, accompanied by a crisp sound, gradually opened, revealing a scene beyond that remained consistent with the dense forest surrounding it. Let us proceed. With a wave of my hand, I stepped through the silver door, leading the way, closely followed by dozens of curious students. Once all had crossed the threshold, including 10 griffin beasts, an observer from the outside would have sworn they had vanished into thin air. Yet, for those who had entered, the sensation was nothing extraordinary. It felt as though they had simply passed through a glass door, and everything remained unchanged. As they stood on solid ground and surveyed their surroundings, they soon noticed 2 elderly figures and several middle-aged men at the entrance of the forest. Behind them stood nearly 20 young individuals. Ha ha ha. Old Hu, I appreciate your punctuality. How are this year's newcomers? One of the elders among the 2 laughed heartily, addressing me as the leading figure approached. Hee hee, overall quite impressive. But they will certainly surprise you, I replied with a sly grin, having had occasional exchanges with the inner courtyard elders. Each time they inquired, I had been intentionally vague, all to deliver a grand surprise today. Oh, ha ha ha, prepare for a spectacle. You 5 come here. Without further explanation, I gestured for Chen Guan and his 4 companions to join me. Once they were by my side, I introduced them. This is Elder Su, and this is Elder Qing. Should you have any matters in the inner courtyard, they are the ones to approach. Recognizing that these 5 youngsters were the top 5 from the selection competition, the 2 elders scrutinized them closely. When their gazes landed on Chen Guan, both exhibited expressions of astonishment followed by a dawning realization. Oh, a spirit fighter at such a young age. No wonder you spoke so highly of him, old Hu. And there is more to behold. He is also a 3rd-tier alchemist, with a mastery of alchemical techniques that even the fiery old man praises, I added, my smile beaming. The fact that I could astonish these 2 elders was, in my eyes, a delightful achievement. The discussion regarding the 3rd-tier alchemist, Do Ling, sparked disbelief among the senior students present, inciting a wave of commotion. Silence. Anyone who dares to make a sound will lose 5 days of tower training time. Elder Su admonished sharply, swiftly restoring quietude among the crowd. It was evident that they held the tower training in high regard. Once the seniors were sufficiently chastened, Elder Su turned his attention to the new students, Chen Guan and others. Now, as newcomers, I hope you acclimate to this environment swiftly. Look at these rascals. They merely entered the inner courtyard a year before you, having once ranked at the bottom. Yet, I can confidently assert that any one of them could place within the top 10 among you now. The advantages of cultivating in the inner courtyard are abundantly clear. However, do not rush. Though you have passed the selection and earned your qualification for the inner courtyard, a challenge still awaits you before your entry. With a flourish of his hand, Elder Su summoned a multitude of dark crystal chips that shot forth like they possessed a will of their own, each precisely landing before the new students, 1 for each. Fire crystal cards. Chen Guan and his peers grasped the cards, immediately sensing an extraordinary warmth emanating from them. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a transparent surface on the cards, emblazoned with a prominent red numeral, 5. Curiosity sparked among Xian and others as they wondered about the significance of this number, particularly why the group of seniors behind the elders gazed at their cards with such fervor and undisguised envy. Meanwhile, Chen Guan examined the structure of the fire crystal card, harboring a subtle suspicion. It appeared to be crafted by an artificer, containing intricate patterns akin to those found in puppet formations. If damaged, the core within would be compromised, rendering it irreparable to those lacking knowledge, reminiscent of the puppet formations. It was indeed regrettable that the lineage of artificers had been severed. One could only ponder if a fortunate individual might stumble upon some remnants of that legacy. Chen Guan harbored a small hope that artificers and puppet masters shared a common language. Engaging in discussions with an artificer would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Some concepts were inherently complex, and enlightenment would come naturally upon entering the inner courtyard. For now, the only imperative was to safeguard the fire crystal cards as if they were their very lives, for they would be crucial to their future cultivation. The longing glances from the seniors would surely elucidate this point. This term will soon become familiar and endearing to you. Elder Su continued. Your task is simple. Proceed with caution, avoiding their attempts to seize your cards or defeating them, and reach the inner courtyard as swiftly as possible. Various rewards await, with greater treasures for those who arrive first. With a teasing tone, he gestured towards the dark forest behind him. We refer to this competition for the cards as the Fire Energy Capture Contest. I hereby declare the commencement of this year's Fire Energy Capture Contest. Students, commence your escape. As the last of the new students vanished into the forest, Elder Su, Elder Qing, and the group of senior students swiftly departed on griffin mounts. This game abides by its own set of rules. The newcomers enter through the forest's entrance, while the seasoned students must commence their journey from the forest's end. It is a mutual pursuit, akin to a game of cat and mouse. In the lush expanse of the forest, scattered rays of sunlight filter through the leaves, creating a kaleidoscope of illumination. Upon realizing that the older students had not pursued them from behind, the newcomers exhaled in relief, slowing their pace slightly and forming small clusters to delve deeper into the thicket. No one proposed the idea of proceeding as a united front. Each harbored the ambition of reaching the end sooner to claim greater rewards. Such is human nature. Despite the foreknowledge of inevitable challenges ahead, the prospect of fortune lingers, as one might consider themselves the lucky exception. Just moments ago, Elder Su remarked that the most rapid arrivals would reap the richest rewards. What are your thoughts on this? Xian halted his steps and inquired among the 5. Observing this, Xian furrowed his brow, unable to resist a quip. Yuan Jinshan and Jiang Shu exchanged light-hearted banter, avoiding a deeper discussion on the matter, while casting glances at the youth beside them. Jiang Shu's expression revealed her desire to team up with Chen Guan, while Yuan Jinshan seemed rather indifferent, merely going with the flow. Let us not dwell on him. He may possess his own ideas. Would you join me? Chen Guan asked nonchalantly. If you don't mind our company, we'd be delighted to accompany you. Those seasoned students are waiting for us to deliver ourselves to them. One-on-one might be manageable, but facing multiple opponents, You, aside, we doubt anyone else could withstand it, Niesian animatedly asserted. Jiangshu nodded in agreement. Yuan Jinshan chimed in. I feel the same. Chen Guan did not decline. Whether or not to include them bore little consequence for him. Very well. But I must insist that if you accompany me, you will heed my commands. Absolutely. Then let us proceed, quicken our pace. With that, Chen Guan surged ahead, unabashedly racing into the depths of the forest, with the three swiftly following suit. After nearly an hour of frenzied sprinting, they had long outpaced all the cautious newcomers. Reaching a profoundly secluded area, Niesian could not contain his curiosity. Chen Guan, are we truly heading directly to the end? What do you wish to convey? Actually, I have an idea. Earlier, Elder Su mentioned that the fire essence is of paramount importance for cultivation within the inner academy. Since the older students can seize the newcomers, why not seize this opportunity to plunder the newcomers first? Given our strength, it should not pose much difficulty. Upon hearing this, Jiangshu and Yuan Jinshan grasped the implications. The rules indeed seem to permit such actions. Bible. Chen Guan chuckled. Niesian demonstrated considerable insight. You share my thoughts. However, what worth is robbing newcomers? Each possesses merely 5 days' worth of fire essence, and taking all would yield little. If we are to loot, let us target the substantial prize. One seasoned student is worth countless newcomers. Niesian's eyes sparkled. He conceded that he had been overly timid. Let us proceed now. Find a crucial juncture and ambush the older students. At this declaration, the three sensed the audacity of the youthful strategist, igniting an inexplicable fervor within their hearts. Yuan Jinshan exclaimed, let us take them down. 3 individuals continued their rapid advance for the duration of a short tea break. At last, a somewhat steep mountain ravine emerged before them, flanked by treacherous terrain on either side, with only a narrow path in the center offering any ease of passage. This particular landscape seemed tailor-made for an ambush. While the inexperienced might attempt to traverse the perilous sides for safety, the proud and self-assured seniors, confident in their advantages, would never consider such a course of action. Chen Guan quickly identified a suitable spot and came to a halt after crossing the narrow path. Deciding to rest by the spring, it was prudent to gather his strength, as a confrontation was undoubtedly on the horizon. The trio nodded in agreement. Their prolonged flight had indeed taken its toll. As moments ticked by, Niesian and the others sat in meditation, while Chen Guan, feeling rather bored, awaited their next move. He was unperturbed by the prospect of newcomers outpacing them. Even if they were to cross the ravine first, it would merely serve to provide them with food for thought. The waiting grew tedious, yet suddenly, Chen Guan's attention was captured by a remarkable cluster of lush green wild bamboo, growing on the adjacent cliff. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaped up to harvest the majority of it before descending. The Qingwu bamboo, while of little use to the average person, was to him a material of extraordinary hardness, classified as a 4th-tier resource, suitable for various puppets, a delightful surprise indeed. After a brief interval, soft murmurs of conversation began to drift closer. Hurry up. Let's seize as much fire energy as we can before the other teams arrive. I traded a 3rd-tier elixir for this chance. I'm counting on this batch of newcomers to bring us fortune. Be cautious. Lubin mentioned that this year's newcomers include a prodigy, both a combat spirit and a 3rd-tier alchemist. If we happen to encounter him, we should steer clear. We cannot afford to offend him. Rest assured, whether he is a combat spirit or a 3rd-tier alchemist, such talents are hardly rare within the inner academy. The black and white Shas will be waiting for him. Our focus should be on other targets. The seniors, possessing considerable strength and speed, were engaged in conversation when they spotted a small team of 5 approaching. Upon seeing the 2 men and 1 woman seated there, along with the casually poised youth, they could not help but feel a momentary sense of bewilderment. This scene seemed hauntingly familiar. Last year, they had been similarly ambushed by seniors and had endured a harsh beating. But then a thought struck them. Wait, this year, they were the seniors. Such audacity. You must be the strongest newcomers that Lubin spoke of. What is your intention in blocking our path? Questioned the leader, a dark-skinned senior. While the others were somewhat indifferent, the youthful combat spirit and 3rd-tier alchemist amongst them held a position of respect. They did not wish to provoke him unnecessarily, fearing retribution later. Thus, the matter of fire energy was tactfully omitted. However, fate has a way of intervening. Though they hesitated to seize it, they could not prevent Chen Guan and his companions from attempting to do so. Please, esteemed seniors, do not take offense. We mean no harm. We merely wish to borrow a bit of fire energy from you, one of the newcomers stated. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the seniors darkened further. These 4 newcomers dared to attempt to take their fire energy? Such insolence was intolerable. The inner academy was hardly known for its patience. After a brief assessment, they made their decision and charged forward, strategizing their assault. Let us deal with them. Yu Kun confronted the 3 of them, while the others joined me in besieging this one. Among the 5, the weakest was a 5-star battle master, and the strongest had already reached 8 stars. United in strength, the Battle Spirit Guardian might not necessarily triumph, for these inner courtyard students could be considered minor prodigies in their own right. As the 4 seniors charged towards him, Chen Guan swiftly stowed away his finely crafted toy flute, laughing heartily as he advanced to meet them. Bang, 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 bang. Damn, Lubin misled me. He is not a novice in battle spirit. Ah, don't slap my face. Chapter 77. An early conclusion to the game. Withered vines and ancient trees, crows and twilight. As the sun descended in the west, 5 seniors sat back to back on a narrow path by the mountain stream, lamenting their plight. Their resentful gazes fixed upon the 4 individuals nearby who were dividing the spoils. They had never anticipated being bested by a few freshmen, particularly in such a one-sided manner, where the so-called battle unfolded as a mere unilateral assault, filled with desolation and despair. On the other side, the 4 paid no heed to the seniors' thoughts. 5 fire crystal cards, aside from leaving behind a meager 5 days of basic sustenance, had their numbers entirely marked for Chen Guan, awaiting final allocation. How impoverished! Even 5 of them combined could barely muster 111 units of fire energy. Ha ha ha. If they weren't so destitute, they wouldn't have set their sights on the freshmen. Indeed, Chen Guan and his companions chuckled. This harvest was expected. As far as he knew, while fire energy held significant importance within the inner courtyard, there were numerous ways to acquire it. Those truly capable individuals seldom regarded the fire energy hunting competition with much esteem. With only 50 freshmen to be divided among so many seniors, it would be exceedingly fortunate to earn merely a few dozen days' worth of fire energy. Thus, the seniors participating in the fire energy hunting competition were, at best, those who fell short of excellence yet surpassed mediocrity, returning the fire crystal cards to the seniors, regardless of their grumbling demeanor. The 4 continued to anticipate the arrival of the next group. Fortunately, they did not have to wait long. Merely a few minutes later, another team of seniors appeared. Coincidentally, this group had previously followed Elder Su and shared a brief acquaintance, led by none other than Lu Bin. Upon witnessing the stark contrast between the freshmen and the seniors at the scene, Lu Bin became increasingly vigilant towards Chen Guan. Just as he was about to address the group, suggesting a mutual avoidance of conflict, one of the seated seniors spoke up. Lu Bin, you scoundrel. You deliberately let us take the lead to reap the benefits, didn't you? I, Niu Man, have taken note of you. Though this freshman is merely a novice in battle spirit, his strength should not be underestimated. Even if engaging us would be a tremendous drain on their resources, they are not to be trifled with. Hand over the fire crystal cards quickly to spare yourselves unnecessary suffering. Seeing Lu Bin, Niu Man's ire boiled over, as he sat on the ground and sarcastically offered his unsolicited advice. However, Lu Bin paid no heed to the insult. He had grown immune to such taunts over time, instead honing in on the underlying message. Novice in battle spirit, tremendous resource drain. Considering his own status as a 9-star battle master, his team was indeed stronger than Niu Man's. Most crucially, these freshmen had robbed Niu Man's group. If they succeeded, wouldn't it be a windfall? The more I ponder, the more I sense the potential of this situation. Though this fellow possesses remarkable skills, I too hail from a formidable lineage, so there is no need to excessively worry about repercussions. Niu Man, this matter is beyond your concern. Lu Bin chuckled derisively, then shifted his gaze toward the 4 freshmen nearby. Junior, might I request the fire crystal card from you? It would spare us all from strife. Displaying a lack of interest in idle chatter, Chen Guan exchanged a glance, and Yuan Jinshan promptly charged forward, emboldened by the support behind him. Moments later, a cacophony of wails erupted from Niu Man's team. You scoundrel! You deliberately ensnared us. He who instructed you to relay false information. It was clearly a 3-star combat spirit, yet you claimed it to be a novice level. Such humiliation should not rest solely on our team. Damn it, Lu Bin cursed, only halting his tirade when Niu Man and his companions regained some composure and opted to retreat. It is worth noting that there exists a limitation for the upperclassmen participating in the fire energy hunting competition. If the amount on the fire crystal card falls below 10, they lose their eligibility to continue and must withdraw. The academy maintains oversight, and no one dares to contravene the rules. Lu Bin harbored a deep resentment toward Niu Man, a traitor among the upperclassmen, showing no sense of solidarity. However, when another group of upperclassmen arrived, he too, lacking awareness, chose to remain silent, offering no warnings. These were merely minor interludes. After spending half the night, Chen Guan and his companions plundered all the incoming upperclassmen teams, transforming their fire crystal cards tally from 5 to an astonishing 911. Such a remarkable figure would undoubtedly incite envy even among those on the inner academy's strong rankings. As the latter half of the night passed without the arrival of further upperclassmen teams, Chen Guan surmised that only the 2 remaining teams, the black and white Shas, were left. By now, It was late, and the four did not rush, opting to rest on the spot and prepare for their departure the following morning. Meanwhile, behind the mountain stream, all the freshmen from various teams continued to engage in a battle of wits with the air. They developed a collective illusion that fortune favored them, despite their cautious progression having yielded no sight of upperclassmen, a rarity that everyone perceived. Only upon encountering other freshman teams and exchanging information did they realize that they were not alone in their good fortune. This abnormal occurrence sparked a newfound boldness among the more astute freshmen, who ceased concealing their presence and quickened their pace, significantly compressing what was originally a multi-day game into a brief affair. At dawn, the invigorated quartet resumed their journey, speculating that their assumptions were correct, as they encountered no upperclassmen teams along the way. It was not until they neared the forest's edge that they finally crossed paths with the long-awaited black and white Shas teams. These two upperclassmen groups, participants in the fire energy hunting competition, were led by individuals of combat spirit prowess, with the leader of the white Shas even reaching the 2-star level. For ordinary freshmen, this represented an insurmountable challenge. However, before Chen Guan and his trio, they were merely fodder for a massacre. Chen Guan single-handedly subdued four opponents with ease, while Xian and his companions struggled against a 9-star battle master, their cries echoing in despair. The black and white shaman team, the strongest among them, yielded the greatest rewards for the quartet. After dispatching these two teams, the numbers on Chen Guan's fire crystal card surged past 4 digits, reaching an impressive 1,260. Aware that they were nearing the forest's edge, Chen Guan decided to distribute the spoils. Initially, he intended to allocate 200 days of fire energy to each of them, but his companions graciously declined, expressing a preference for only 100 days. They felt that 100 was already a substantial amount, acknowledging that their assistance had been minimal, and they were merely riding on his coattails, thus feeling undeserving of the full 200. To Chen Guan's surprise, it was Xian who voiced this sentiment. Though cunning, he displayed commendable discernment. Jiang Shu and Yuan Jinshan nodded in agreement, affirming Xian's perspective. In light of this, Chen Guan smiled and, without further ado, awarded them each 150 days of fire energy, leaving him with a hefty sum of 810 days, sufficient for an extended period of cultivation within the inner courtyard's fire training tower. The entire distribution process was closely observed by Elder Su and Elder Qing, who watched with a mix of astonishment and amusement, feeling their lips twitch at the sight of such a colossal number on a novice's fire crystal card. A first in all their years of witnessing the fire energy hunting competition. Let us depart, it is concluded. This year's fire energy hunting competition has been thoroughly disrupted by this young man, much to the benefit of the subsequent group of newcomers, remarked Elder Su. That is quite agreeable, is it not? Responded Elder Qing. Indeed, if possible, I would relish witnessing such upheaval annually. Chapter 78. Entering the inner courtyard after Chen Guan and his companions emerged from the forest, they waited patiently until all the new students had gathered, their progress unimpeded, moving at an inevitable pace. All right, everyone is present. I hereby declare the victor of this year's fire energy hunting competition to be the newcomers, who shall each receive a reward of 3 days of fire energy. Cheers erupted, even though they had yet to grasp the reason behind the unusual circumstances. Furthermore, the team led by Chen Guan distinguished itself by eliminating all the senior teams, earning him a blue fire crystal card and an additional 50 days of fire energy, while Xian, Yuan Jinshan, and Jiang Shu each received 30 days of fire energy. Upon hearing Elder Su's announcement, the new students finally understood why their journey had been so smooth. Those ahead had been eliminated by their very own Chen Guan, leaving them to engage in a battle of wits against thin air. Surprised yet grateful, many expressed their appreciation for Chen Guan's indirect assistance. Meanwhile, the seniors gathered behind Elder Su were consumed by envy. Within the inner courtyard, fire crystal cards are categorized by rank, from lowest to highest: black, blue, green, red, and purple. The black fire crystal cards held by the newcomers permitted cultivation only on the 1st and 2nd levels of the fire training tower, while blue cards granted access to the 3rd and 4th levels, and green cards allowed entry to the 5th and 6th levels, and so forth. Upgrading a fire crystal card requires a considerable amount of fire energy. Typically, elevating a black card to blue necessitates 100 days of fire energy, while upgrading from blue to green demands 200 days. Hence, the blue fire crystal card awarded to Chen Guan is quite a generous prize, one that undoubtedly incites envy among the senior students. Very well, upon entering the inner courtyard, they would soon acquire these fundamentals. Without further ado, Elder Su waved his hand, and a card of azure fire crystal floated before Chen Guan. Your reward has been enclosed within. Transfer the fire energy from your black fire crystal card. Following his instructions, as Chen Guan withdrew the black fire crystal card, The prominent figure of the number 810 caught the attention of the senior students. Their eyes reddened with envy not only for the reward, but also because it contained a portion of their own contribution. Accepting the black fire crystal card returned by Chen Guan, Elder Su nodded slightly. Enough. As for the rewards for the others, I shall arrange for them to be delivered once you've settled into your accommodations. Now, follow me. I will guide you into the inner courtyard. With that, Elder Su turned first, stepping onto the gravel steps, ascending towards the slope above. The senior students dispersed like startled birds, while the newcomers eagerly trailed behind, exchanging whispers of anticipation. Thank you. Among the group of four, Chen Guan heard a low voice of gratitude from the side, turning to see Li Chang'an. Realizing he referred to the matter of receiving 3 days' worth of fire energy for free, Chen Guan nonchalantly shook his head. Yes Yen then quipped. You didn't want to join us before, now you regret it, don't you? The Vice Dean and Elder Su have mentioned that competition in the inner courtyard is fiercer. So, what do you say? Care to stick with us? Li Chang'an forced a rather stiff smile, as if unaccustomed to such an expression after a long absence. No. I'm burdened with troubles. I wouldn't want to involve you. Watching Li Chang'an hastily stride ahead in the queue, the others pondered thoughtfully. The gravel steps were not steep, and within a minute or two, everyone had ascended to the summit of the slope. To their astonishment, their gaze fell upon a vast, concave basin, resembling a colossal crater as if a massive meteor had crashed down, gouging out the earth. Within the basin, towering structures rose in succession. From their elevated vantage point, they could discern dark figures flitting like fleas among the buildings. Continuing to look ahead revealed the astonishingly expansive area of the basin. Even at its farthest reach, they could still only perceive the lofty edifices and the lush greenery of the surrounding forests. Wow, is this the inner courtyard? Someone exclaimed, echoing the sentiments of all. It was hard to fathom that such a remarkable place lay hidden within the boundless mountains surrounding Canaan Academy. Haha, little ones. Welcome to the heart of Canaan Academy, the inner courtyard. Elder Su beamed at the awe evident on the faces of the newcomers, clapping his hands with a smile. Come. Everyone, keep up. Not allowing the newcomers to linger in their astonishment for too long, Elder Su continued, having grown accustomed to such reactions each year. The newcomers nodded in agreement, their hearts brimming with expectation. Even Chen Guan and his companions felt the same, understanding from the seniors just how rapid their progress could be within this inner courtyard. Creak. A wooden door was gently pushed open, sunlight streamed in, illuminating the air where tiny specks of dust danced. In the next moment, 6 figures of varying heights stepped in one after another. Elder Su, the leader, surveyed the modest furnishings of the small building and remarked with a smile, Chen Guan, this will be the residence for you 5 from now on. Feel free to arrange it to your liking. Living together with 5 people? Jiang Shu was momentarily taken aback, a hint of astonishment and embarrassment crossing her face. Elder Su, am I really expected to share living quarters with them? I am a girl. Wouldn't that be rather inconvenient? If it were just Chen Guan, it might be manageable. But this is rather too many people for me. Her sentence trailed off, yet it was as if she had expressed her concerns fully. The idea of cohabitating with 4 males was bound to lead to various inconveniences and awkward situations. Although Jiang Shu was not one to indulge in petty grievances, she could not help but feel a sense of resistance at this moment. Elder Su understood her dilemma but remained resolute in his decision. The allocation of residences within the inner courtyard had always followed this pattern. There is no need to rush. This loft is quite spacious, with 7 or 8 rooms. It's not as though you'll all be crammed into one. If you truly cannot accept it, you can always join one of the factions within the inner courtyard and move out later, as can you, Chen Guan, and the others. These factions often expend their resources to rent spaces, and the top-tier ones offer substantial benefits. Given your status as one of the top 5 newcomers this year, they would likely welcome you warmly. I suggest you consider Jiang Shu's words. Yuling, Elder Su continued. Yuling? Indeed. She is the faction established by the previous year's newcomer, Hanyu. Remarkably, she was also among the top 5 before entering the inner courtyard. A girl of gentle demeanor, yet firm resolve, she united a group of girls to form the Yuling faction, which exclusively accepts females. Due to various factors, they have managed to secure a foothold in the inner courtyard, which was previously lacking in female representation, rendering it somewhat vulnerable. I also have 2 recommendations for you. Chen Guan, Wolf Fang, and Cracked Mountain. Although they are still in their infancy, their rapid development holds immense potential. Once the leader of the MO sect graduates this year, both Wolf Fang and Cracked Mountain are poised to rise dramatically. Elder Su, being quite amiable, noticed the puzzled expressions on their faces and offered a brief overview of the current dynamics within the inner courtyard. Numerous factions, large and small, exist, with the MO sect being the most formidable. In addition to older factions like the Medicine Guild, there are swiftly emerging new ones such as Wolf Fang, Cracked Mountain. And Yuling, interestingly, Wolf Fong and Cracked Mountain have faced considerable suppression from the Mo sect due to various reasons, resulting in significant enmity between them. After providing a brief explanation, Elder Su departed, leaving the young people to contemplate their situation. TSK, Vice Dean Hu Qian was not wrong. Establishing oneself in this inner courtyard entails immense pressure. With so many factions watching like hawks, one cannot survive without strength. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, applies universally. The Academy merely wishes for us to adapt to this survival rule in advance, and at least within the inner courtyard, killing is prohibited compared to the outside world. Chen Guan, what shall we do? Should we join a faction, or should we establish our own? First, become acquainted with the surroundings. Other matters can be addressed later. Aside from the taciturn Li Chang'an, the four engaged in lively conversation. In response to Nie Xian's query, Chen Guan refrained from voicing his opinion immediately. Aligning with another faction was out of the question. Lacking the capability might be one thing. But to possess strength, yet seek a superior to oversee him was not something he would entertain. Chen Guan was currently contemplating whether it was worthwhile to invest time in establishing a faction. With his prowess, he could easily lead a solitary existence, coming and going as he pleased, and should a faction provoke his ire, he could simply retaliate without fear of repercussions. Establishing a faction would indeed carry its advantages, yet it would inevitably divert some of his focus, which seemed hardly worth the effort, unless he could adopt a hands-off approach. What was the point? What's wrong? Noticing the youth's gaze fixed upon him, Nie Xian displayed a look of suspicion. Nothing. After a moment of reflection, Chen Guan chose not to voice his thoughts. The relationship with Nie Xian and the others was merely at the level of casual friendship. Why would they risk jeopardizing their cultivation to manage a faction for him, just because he had assisted them during the fire energy hunting competition? Compared to a relationship maintained by mere favors, Chen Guan preferred a mutually beneficial arrangement where all parties were willingly invested. Perhaps after next year, when Gongzi entered the inner courtyard, he could contemplate forming a faction. As dusk approached, the group tidied their quarters and, disregarding the already locked door of Li Chang'an, agreed to familiarize themselves with the inner courtyard. The inner courtyard was markedly different from the outer. Competition was more fierce, yet offered greater freedom. Aside from the weekly training sessions organized by the Academy in the sky-burning Qi Tower, there were no formal classes or conventional teachings. The inner courtyard boasted a comprehensive set of cultivation methods centered around fire energy. As long as one possessed fire energy, they could enter the sky-burning Qi Tower for training and visit places like the Combat Pavilion or the Techniques Pavilion to exchange for necessary resources. There were numerous avenues to earn fire energy, including taking on tasks from students, elders, or the Academy, trading various herbs and elixirs, or engaging in battles in the arena to earn rewards. In summary, the myriad aspects of the inner courtyard dazzled the senses, yet operated with a sense of order revolving around fire energy. Upon arriving at their residence, they discovered the new students' quarters bustling with activity, as 3 or 4 groups of senior students were instructing the newcomers while collecting so-called tribute fees. Those new students who were perceptive adapted well, but many of the more straightforward newcomers resisted such arrangements, leading to altercations with the seniors, resulting in injuries and the loss of their fire energy. Truly a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Indeed, the new students could not escape the beatings that were their rite of passage. An older student, who appeared rather intimidating, spotted the 4 of them and pointed them out with bravado, yet before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked aside by one of his companions. "You clueless fool. You don't even recognize Junior Chen Guan. Junior, don't misunderstand. We from the Xian gang will never demand tribute from you. What are you staring at? Hurry and make way." The speaker, seemingly of higher status, commanded respect, prompting the group to hastily part to the sides. Chen Guan glanced at the disheveled newcomers and said nothing further, leading the 3 companions up to the loft. The bullying of newcomers by seniors appears to have become a tradition at Canaan Academy, akin to an unspoken rule. This behavior is evident during admissions, in the hunting competition, and even in the so-called tribute fees within the inner court, where the notion that might makes right seems ingrained in the very marrow of the students. Such an educational approach would undoubtedly be condemned in modern society. However, it aligns perfectly with the ethos of this continent of rivalry. Thanks to your influence, survival in the inner court is indeed a formidable challenge for newcomers. It seems we must reach a decision swiftly. I shall visit the Wolf Fong and Cracked Mountain as Elder Su suggested tomorrow. Of course, if Chen Guan, you wish to establish a faction, I shall wholeheartedly support you. Returning to the attic, Nie Xian expressed his sentiments with a sigh. Beside him, Yuan Jinshan remained silent, yet his gaze conveyed a similar sentiment. Jiang Shu felt a slight conflict within. Clearly, Yuling was more suited for her, yet departing in such a manner left her feeling disloyal. Chen Guan, accompanied by Xiao Wan, continued to refine his physique with the jade bone powder, having previously undergone the process only once. During the hunting competition, he had distinctly sensed an enhanced mastery over his strength, experiencing the sweet fruits of his labor, which only fueled his motivation further. A familiar sensation of discomfort washed over him. Chen Guan bit his lip, resolutely stifling any sound. Having endured much, his tolerance for pain had surpassed that of the average person. However, while he remained silent, muffled groans of agony emanated from the adjacent room. Taken aback, Chen Guan noted that to his left was Li Chang'an and to his right, Jiang Shu. After a moment's hesitation, he succumbed to curiosity and extended his mental energy towards the left room, revealing a startling scene. In a large tub filled with a dark red liquid, reminiscent of blood and infused with an array of bizarre herbs, Li Chang'an sat, his face contorted in pain. Despite biting down on a towel, beads of cold sweat adorned his brow as he could not suppress his groans. Witnessing this, Chen Guan was astonished. If his own concoction were likened to a delectable dish, Li Chang'an seemed more akin to a grotesque culinary experiment. It was evidently another method for body refinement. With his current proficiency in alchemy, Chen Guan could discern certain elements. The formula employed by Li Chang'an was primarily composed of beast blood, blended with unique herbs, resulting in a more potent and aggressive effect, undoubtedly beneficial for physical enhancement. Yet, Chen Guan understood the risks associated with such an aggressive method. The consequences might not be immediately apparent, resembling a potential for awakening latent abilities that could prove detrimental in the long run. Li Chang'an was not a fool. He was surely aware of the implications. Yet he persisted with gritted teeth, recalling the troubles he had mentioned earlier. He was a man with a story. No one desires to be the top contender. They merely bear burdens heavier than what one might perceive. Curiosity is a natural impulse. Yet Chen Guan chose not to delve deeper. Everyone harbors their own secrets, Li Chang'an included. A new day dawned. Jiang Shu has departed for the moon spirit. Niesian has gone to the wolf fang, and Yuan Jinshan, upon the suggestion of Chen Guan, has ventured to the Cracked Mountain, a place whose name clashes with his own. Given their exceptional talents, securing a place among the top 5 newcomers should pose little challenge for them. Chen Guan, however, harbored no desire to join any faction. Instead, he set off alone towards the Heavenly Flame Chi Tower, a site that had piqued his curiosity since his arrival at the academy. Additionally, there was the matter of the fallen heart flame. As he swiftly traversed the path, Chen Guan noticed many senior students, much like a swarm of locusts, converging in the same direction. The closer he drew to the Heavenly Flame Chi Tower, the denser the throng became. After spending nearly half an hour, he finally arrived. Pausing beneath the shade of a grand tree, from his elevated perch, he gazed over the sea of dark figures towards a sunken terrain, where an immense black tower loomed, partially buried in the earth, revealing only a spire and a pitch-black entrance. Suddenly, the space within his line of sight rippled imperceptibly. It dawned on Chen Guan that the area surrounding the Heavenly Flame Chi Tower bore a resemblance to the situation near the library. Choosing not to mingle with the crowd of seniors below, he remained perched on the tree branch, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. Seconds turned to minutes. Then, a profound chime of an ancient bell resonated through the area, and with its toll, the cacophony that had resembled a bustling marketplace fell abruptly silent. The tower opens, boomed a voice, both aged and robust, echoing from within the tower. Shortly thereafter, the heavy black doors creaked open, releasing a surge of intense heat that washed over him from hundreds of meters away, raising the temperature of the surrounding space considerably. Enter the tower. The voice resounded once more. In an instant, a whirlwind of rushing figures surged towards the tower entrance. After waiting 2 or 3 minutes for the crowd to thin, Chen Guan leaped down from the tree and joined the throng racing towards the tower. As he drew nearer, the form of the Heavenly Flame Chi Tower became increasingly distinct. The portion visible above ground stood at least 2 or 3 stories high, merely the tip of the iceberg. It was difficult to fathom the true magnitude of the entire tower. What captivated Chen Guan even more was that this ancient black tower, despite the oppressive heat, exuded no warmth. Rather, it emanated a profound and chilling aura. This must be the legendary Absolute Star Secret Copper from his teacher's recollections, a top-tier material of peak 7th grade, barely reaching the 8th grade, and such a vast expanse of it. Chen Guan's heart trembled at the sight, his gaze fixed on the black tower as though it were a precious treasure. If he could somehow acquire this, once his puppet techniques advanced, and with the infusion of other materials, there existed the potential to concoct 8th grade puppets, comparable to combat sovereigns. At that moment, the value of the black tower in Chen Guan's eyes soared exponentially, rivaling even the fallen heart flame within. Alas, it was owned by someone else, leaving him to ponder the possibility of inquiring with Elder Su at a later time about acquiring some remnants. A mix of joy and helplessness coursed through him. From the ancient Qingwu bamboo to the present's rare star-secret copper, Chen Guan became acutely aware of a particular truth. Remnants of primordial materials still exist. Albeit their recognition has shifted among most people, and some may even bear entirely different names now. The low-tier materials, often overlooked, coexist with higher-tier materials like the enigmatic Black Tower before him, repurposed for unknown uses. He resolved to traverse the continent more frequently. This was his inaugural encounter with high-tier materials, yet assuredly not his last. Dismissing the ludicrous notion of excavating the entire Black Tower, Chen Guan cast aside distractions and stepped inside. The moment his feet touched the ground within the tower, his body suddenly froze, his complexion transforming from normalcy to a fiery crimson. A wispy white mist, accompanied by a sizzling sound reminiscent of roasting meat, began to seep from within him. Damn! He cursed inwardly. He had anticipated such a reaction, yet the earlier intrusion of the Black Tower had disrupted his focus, catching him off guard and igniting the heart's fire. Observing his predicament, several senior students who entered afterward halted in their tracks, reveling in his misfortune. With mocking laughter, they exclaimed, "Hee, clearly a newcomer to the inner court, daring to enter the heavenly burning Qi Tower without a hint of caution. He deserves this, TSK. Shall we place bets on how long he can endure? With his spirit-fighting prowess, he must be that infamous new student, right? Don't just stand there. Quickly notify the elders inside the tower. The heart fire is peculiar. Without the elders' intervention, it could lead to serious issues. But why the haste? With the elders present, he won't be burned to death. A bit of suffering will do him good. It'll temper his arrogance." As someone rushed to inform the elders, the youth clad in black expressed his dissatisfaction. However, contrary to their assumptions, the boy did not falter. Regaining his composure swiftly, he refrained from employing the azure lotus heart fire, instead channeling his internal energy through his meridians to confront the heart fire. Without hesitation, his energy pierced through the heart fire. At that very moment, the once robust energy diminished by more than 40% as it traversed the heart fire. Though its volume reduced, Chen Guan felt a heightened intensity. This was not a weakening, but rather an elevation, a qualitative transformation. The energy of equivalent volume, after being purified by the heart fire, would undoubtedly unleash a more formidable force. Utilizing this flicker of heart fire, Chen Guan's complexion gradually returned to normal as he cast a sidelong glance at the gloating youth behind him. Chapter 81, Cultivation. Time passed neither swiftly nor slowly. By the time the elder arrived at the tower, Chen Guan had exhausted the flicker of heart fire within him, revealing no signs of distress. Ironically, the very youth who had previously reveled in his plight now found himself afflicted by the heart fire, enduring torment. Elder Lu, though puzzled by how a seasoned student, having trained countless times in the heavenly burning Qi Tower, could be so careless, wasted no time in assisting the youth to expel the heart fire from his body. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, the youth gasped for breath, cursing under his breath. The fire of the heart is truly peculiar. With just a moment of distraction, I fell prey to its whims. Ha, madame. You are indeed a talent. In the entire inner courtyard, it seems only you could endure the heart's flames twice, and yet you emerged drenched in sweat, unable to recover for quite some time. It utterly amuses me. A singular fool, you might say. A group of senior students mercilessly ridiculed the young man in black, causing his face to flush and his neck to thicken with embarrassment, yet he found himself powerless to retort. Even Elder Lu shook his head slightly in amusement. Elder Lu chuckled lightly, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter, and waved his hand to guide him to the entrance of the first level. For new students entering the Celestial Flame Training Tower, regardless of their strength, the optimal approach is to swiftly acclimatize on the first level before gradually descending to the lower levels for training. However, given your remarkable ability to grasp the heart's fire so adeptly and your astonishing resistance to flames, such a cumbersome approach may not be necessary. I suggest commencing your adaptation from the third level. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. It is my duty. Chen Guan bowed respectfully and proceeded down the passageway, ultimately heeding Elder Lu's advice to halt at the third level. To his surprise, upon entering the passage, he discovered an unexpectedly vast expanse within, with rows of training rooms arranged in a circular formation. Moreover, corresponding signs hung on the doors of the training rooms: low level, mid-level, high level. The closer one approached the center of the tower, the higher the grade of the training rooms. Even on the third level, it was evident that the training rooms nearer to the center would yield superior results, yet the daily energy required from the flames remained the same. Chen Guan chuckled softly. Undoubtedly, this was yet another instance of the academy intentionally fostering competition among its students, for the sake of a more effective training room. One could surmise that the conflicts within the tower would be plentiful each day. As he strolled to the central position, He encountered a cylindrical black void that plunged into the depths below, waves of heat surging forth, resembling a dark fire well. Chen Guan bent down to take a glance. The utter darkness obscured all sight, an eerie absence of light that imparted an inexplicable heaviness to his heart. For someone with weaker mental fortitude, it was likely that they would succumb to dizziness within mere seconds. The formless and intangible fallen heart flame manifested such behavior, which was indeed normal. Contemplating this, Chen Guan ultimately abandoned the thought of using his extraordinary fire to investigate further. Should he inadvertently provoke the agitation of the fallen heart flame, it would lead to unnecessary troubles. If the disturbance were too great and the aura of his extraordinary fire leaked too far, it might attract the attention of that treacherous disciple from the Blackhorn domain, prompting actions that would disrupt his carefully laid plans. After all, he intended to deliver a grand surprise to the individual. Shifting his focus away from the fire well, Chen Guan circled around, only to find that within the expansive third level, there was not a single vacant training room. Such popularity was unsurprising. It was no wonder the senior students were so eager at the tower's opening, more fervent than elderly patrons at a market seeking discounted produce. Just as he contemplated venturing to the fourth level, the door of a training room close to the center swung open, and a senior student emerged, trudging towards the passageway. Seemingly having found little benefit from the third level and eager to pursue training on the next floor down, Chen Guan smiled faintly, having just extended a foot to enter the training chamber when a fierce-looking senior rushed over, gripping the door of the chamber with one hand. Turning to look, Chen Guan was taken aback. The senior's strength surpassed that of a patriarch from one of the ancient 8 clans, an 8-star battle master. No misunderstandings. I merely wish to assist you in opening the door. Sensing the faint but discernible aura of battle energy emanating from the youth, the fierce-looking young man forced a polite yet awkward smile, reminiscent of Jin Bao San from Class 1. No need, I can manage on my own. Recognizing the other's subtlety, Chen Guan chose not to dwell on the matter further and stepped into the training chamber, locking the door behind him. According to the rules of the Skyburning Training Tower, once an individual entered the chamber, those outside were prohibited from interfering unless the individual emerged voluntarily. This was still an academy, not the Black Corner region. Competition must adhere to certain boundaries, an ironclad rule no one dared to defy. Thus, within the training chamber, one could cultivate in peace. Inserting the fire crystal card into the adjacent slot, Chen Guan settled himself cross-legged upon the central black stone platform of the chamber. Observing the ample space on the platform, sufficient for a couple to engage in a quarrel, Chen Guan flipped his palm, summoning a dagger forged from fine iron, and struck it forcefully against the stone. With a resounding clang, the dagger shattered into 2 pieces, leaving only shallow imprints on the platform, indicating it was not particularly hard. I knew it. There can't be such large chunks of absolute star-secret copper. Probably only the surface contains it. The depths must be mixed with some casting materials. With a clearer understanding, his previously restless heart finally found tranquility. No longer fixated on the sky-burning training tower, Chen Guan closed his eyes, cast aside distractions, and began his cultivation with hand seals. Entering a state of cultivation heightened his sensitivity to the surrounding fire attribute energy. He could distinctly sense the intensely rich and scorching energy within the training chamber. And this was merely the third level. It was unfathomable to consider the terrifying speed of cultivation in the lower levels. The fallen heart flame, aptly dubbed a cultivation cheat, truly lived up to its name. As Chen Guan delved deeper into his practice, an intangible yet peculiar heart fire manifested unexpectedly near his heart, reminiscent of the moment he first entered the tower. This time, however, Chen Guan had adequately prepared, avoiding any embarrassment. He merely felt his body's surface temperature rise slightly, akin to being in a sun-drenched desert, posing no strain upon him. In fact, it was rather comfortable. Indeed, Elder Lu's advice was astute. Beginning to adapt gradually from the third level was most suitable for him. Channeling his battle energy as before, he allowed it to flow continuously through the heart fire, refining his battle energy bit by bit. Regrettably, the quantity of heart fire was too scant, depleting rapidly, and its frequency of appearance was not particularly high. After spending nearly 2 hours in the training chamber, he had only summoned heart fire a little over 10 times, and his battle energy remained unrefined. Shaking his head slightly, Chen Guan collected the fire crystal card, opened the door of the training chamber, and proceeded to the 4th level. Chapter 82, Still Cultivating. Chen Guan emerged from the sky-burning training tower only after darkness had fallen. Although the cultivation in the tower is enchanting, one must not indulge excessively. Many students have suffered from prolonged periods of training within the heavenly flame refining tower, failing to regulate their pace, resulting in the accumulation of fire poison within their bodies, which can even lead to unintentional changes in temperament. Fortunately, with the presence of the blue lotus earth fire, Chen Guan need not worry. As anticipated, he has successfully joined the Wolf Fang, Ripping Mountain, and Moon Spirit factions. There is little to discuss, given their top 5 standings among the new students. If they were to be excluded, it would surely indicate foul play. Upon joining a faction, one is obliged to fulfill corresponding duties while also reaping certain benefits, such as being assigned superior accommodations. This marked their final night in the loft. The following day, they would relocate, leaving the small loft to only Chen Guan and Li Chang'an, enabling them to embrace a genuine 2-person life. On this last night, the 4 gathered in the loft, indulging in drinks as a farewell, aware that opportunities for reunion might be scarce in the future. Chen Guan smiled, wishing them a prosperous journey ahead. Interestingly, during their drinking, Xian suggested a game of tossing coins to guess heads or tails, prohibiting the use of mental energy or fighting spirit. This fellow had an uncanny knack for guessing accurately, leaving the good-natured Yuan Jinshan unable to stop drinking. Yet, as the gathering concluded, the 3 remained sober, while Jiang Shu, who had consumed the least, exhibited a slight haze of inebriation. It was apparent that something was amiss with the coins. Yuan Jinshan, slow to realize, chased after Xian, running around the loft 13 times, thoroughly enjoying the playful distraction. It remains a mystery how a grand fighting master could become intoxicated so easily in the realm of fighting spirit. Upon returning to his room, Chen Guan had just prepared the medicinal liquid using jade bone powder when he keenly detected some commotion from the adjacent room. The flow of energy in the surroundings accelerating significantly. The King of Scrolls has broken through to the 7-star Grand Master. Inspired by this, Chen Guan felt invigorated, shedding his garments and quickly immersing himself in the bath barrel to diligently pursue his own progress. The potency of the jade bone powder continually acted upon his physical form, and as he centered his thoughts to sense his condition, he realized he was quite close to reaching the 4-star fighting spirit. If one were to measure his progress, he would estimate he was around 95%, and it would not be long before he attained the 4-star level. The night passed in silence. In the morning, as he bid farewell to Xian and the others, Chen Guan continued his journey toward the Heavenly Flame refining tower for further cultivation. Behind him, Li Chang'an, exuding an even more formidable presence than the previous day, also opened his door, heading in the same direction toward the tower. 10 days later, on the 6th level of the Heavenly Flame refining tower, within a high-grade cultivation chamber near the fire well, a remarkably handsome young man sat cross-legged atop a black stone platform, forming hand seals. The intense energy of heaven and earth seemed irresistibly drawn to him, coalescing above his head into a small vortex, a phenomenon that occurs only when the energy flow reaches a certain threshold. Time quietly slipped away, and eventually, the young man's aura surged dramatically, a powerful wave of fighting spirit erupting from him, rippling outward before being entirely contained by the specially designed walls of the cultivation chamber. Chen Guan slowly opened his eyes, his pupils tinged with a hint of red, yet failing to mask the joy that lay beneath. 6-star fighting spirit. The Tianfei fruit has exceeded expectations. Only a few steps remain before reaching the rank of Do Wang, and even with Chen Guan's composed demeanor, it is difficult to suppress his joy at this moment. A few days prior, he had exhausted the last of his precious Yugu, and like the King of Scrolls, he chose to reside permanently within the celestial flame chi tower, no longer venturing out each night. Today, he sensed that he was on the cusp of advancing to the 4-star Do Ling instantly. He adjusted his state to its peak and consumed the Tianfei fruit obtained from the library. As the potent medicinal power surged through his meridians like a wild stallion, Chen Guan, having tempered his body with great care, endured the pain that, while significant, was still bearable. Those who toil earnestly are not forsaken by the heavens. After absorbing and refining the essence of the Tianfei fruit, Chen Guan elevated his cultivation from a state nearing 4-star Do Ling to an impressive 6-star Do Ling, achieving a remarkable increase of 2 stars and a bit more. Such rapid advancement was undoubtedly exhilarating. Experiencing the newfound power of 6-star Do Ling, Chen Guan refrained from hastily acting and instead closed his eyes to solidify his gains. It was only by evening, as the tower was about to close, that he joined the throng of departing individuals. The internal courtyard often witnessed conflicts. Despite Chen Guan's simple movements, he frequently encountered brawls ignited by mere disagreements. However, today's skirmish was on a much grander scale, with nearly 70 participants engaged in a whirlwind of various fighting techniques, dazzling to behold. What intrigued him further was the presence of a familiar face amidst the chaos. A sprightly youth, not particularly outstanding in strength, drew attention with remarkable speed attributed to his wind affinity, deftly maneuvering through the fray and attracting the pursuit of 7 or 8 opponents. Occasionally, he would bellow a high-tier combat technique, momentarily stunning his adversaries clad in black uniforms, making him the second most striking figure on the battlefield. Only at the center stood a formidable young man in green attire, whose graceful and decisive movements marked him as a leader, barely eclipsing the youth's charm. From a distance, Chen Guan surmised that one faction in the melee was indeed the Wolf Fang. The identity of the young man was all too apparent. The conflicts between the Wolf Fang and the Ink Gate had erupted no fewer than 10 times this year, a struggle between emerging and established powers. The Wolf Fang fared relatively better, but the Lianshan people were more numerous, engaging in skirmishes with the Ink Gate every few days. While Chen Guan observed the unfolding spectacle, a cold voice drifted down from a nearby branch. He had sensed the presence of someone landing on the opposite side of the tree, but had chosen to disregard it. Turning his gaze, he was met with the sight of a young woman clad in a silver gown. Tall and slender, her slightly gaunt cheeks framed a rare beauty. Her skin as white as snow, and her features painted with exquisite artistry. Most captivating was her waist-length hair, a striking silver hue that, combined with her attire, exuded an air of aloofness that was both enchanting and forbidding, beautiful yet untouchable. In the inner courtyard, such a figure could only belong to the moon spirit leader mentioned by Jiang Shu, who was said to possess a touch of obsessive cleanliness. Hanyu. Their eyes met, and both exchanged polite nods, an unspoken understanding passing between them. The youth discerned the name of the lady, and she, in turn, recognized his identity. Chapter 83, Xian. Although the Wolf Fang faction was small in number, Lin Xiuyan was well regarded, valuing quality over quantity. Today, he even took to the field personally, rendering the Mo clan incapable of contending with them. Chen Guan affirmed Han Yu's perspective. Talent, too, comes in tiers. Despite Lin Xiuyan currently being at a slight disadvantage in terms of realm, he was not to be overwhelmed. This chaotic battle would yield no definitive outcome. Was that peak spirit duelist the leader of the Mo clan? Indeed, Xiao Qianmao, once the foremost on the strength rankings, now ranked second, possessing formidable power. Yet his talent paled in comparison to the rising stars like Lin Xiuyan and Lu Qing. If he were not on the brink of graduation, he would barely retain his second position for more than a year. Han Yu nodded, introducing the youth. Then, with a playful tone, she extended an unusual invitation to him. Within this inner courtyard, an influential faction could facilitate numerous matters. I perceive that you, Junior, show no inclination to establish a faction of your own. Would you consider joining our moon spirit? You would not need to undertake any responsibilities, yet could enjoy privileges equal to mine. Her intentions were not difficult to surmise. But Chen Guandian politely declined. No, thank you. However, I would be open to collaborating with you in a few days. Oh, pray elaborate. As the two conversed, the tumultuous skirmish below drew to a close, aligning with their expectations. The Wolf Fang faction had not suffered significant losses, although each member bore injuries. The Mo clan had sustained even more casualties. After finalizing matters with Han Yu and observing Nie Xian still lively and sprightly, Chen Guandian felt no desire to engage further and departed directly. In the serene loft, Chen Guandian sat alone on the first floor, skillfully manipulating to concoct elixirs. The rapidity with which he added ingredients to the cauldron indicated that the grade of the pill was not particularly high. Indeed, he was currently refining a second-tier elixir known as the Tranquil Heart Pill, which, at Chen Guandian's present alchemical proficiency, was nearly as effortless as eating or drinking. The Tranquil Heart Pill possesses certain properties to counteract fire poison, making it ideal for seasoned students who frequently cultivate within the sky-burning Qi Tower. Most importantly, the materials required were quite common and inexpensive. The collaboration he discussed with Han Yu pertained precisely to this. As his strength increased, Chen Guandian increasingly appreciated the benefits of the sky-burning Qi Tower and aspired to cultivate in the lower tiers. However, the Qinghua crystal card allowed access only up to the 6th level. To descend further, he would need to upgrade the fire crystal card, which demanded a quantity of fire energy that even he found somewhat burdensome. Although he could afford it, after upgrading the fire crystal card, the remaining fire energy would only sustain his cultivation for 2 to 3 months at most. Only when managing a household does one truly comprehend the worth of rice and firewood. Upon careful consideration, he realized how absurd his previous notion of recklessly expending fire energy was. Fortunately, he harbored a passion for alchemy, making it relatively easy to earn fire energy. Coincidentally, having just advanced 2 stars and needing to consolidate his gains, utilizing this idle time to accumulate fire energy seemed a prudent choice. He also intended to visit the arena. As he contemplated his plans for the coming days, Chen Guandian adeptly formed the elixir, channeling his fighting spirit to catch the pills that flew from the cauldron, before picking up a pre-prepared empty jade vial to store them. However, when he placed the jade vial down, there was no crisp sound of it meeting the ground. Instead, the surface felt unexpectedly soft. Turning in confusion, he beheld a little girl in a white dress, who had quietly squatted behind him. her delicate hand grasping the jade vial he intended to set down, as if she were the one receiving it willingly. The sudden and bizarre scene startled Chen Guan. Although he had not entirely relinquished his spiritual awareness, his cultivation at the 6-star doling level was substantial, making it astonishing that the girl could appear behind him without his slightest notice. If she were an enemy, there would be no time for contemplation. She snatched the vial with a swift motion, akin to teleportation, and in the blink of an eye, she had leapt onto a beam on the first floor. Watching her movements, Chen Guan felt no anger. His gaze flickered slightly. "Little sister, taking things is not right. Could you please return the elixir to me? Are you an alchemist?" The girl did not respond, but countered with a question, a hint of anticipation gleaming in her light purple eyes. Chen Guan had already deduced her identity, and he set aside the vial of calming elixir, pulling a chair to recline and gazing up at her, feigning ignorance. "Indeed. What is it?" In an instant, the girl vanished from the beam and appeared before him. Chen Guan focused intently, yet even then, he failed to catch a glimpse of her form during her movement. Instead, he perceived a subtle fluctuation in the air around them. The legendary void ancient dragon truly lived up to its name. What an extraordinary race, possessing an innate talent for manipulating space that far surpassed humanity. The girl hesitated for a moment, placing the jade vial against the boy's chest, then said, "Would you help me with alchemy? I promise not to harm you." Chen Guan chuckled at the implied threat. Have you ever seen someone compel an alchemist to concoct potions through intimidation? Typically, one offers benefits in exchange for assistance. What could you possibly offer me? The girl's brows furrowed as she contemplated for a long while. She indeed had some precious medicinal materials, but they were crucial for her growth, and she could not possibly offer them as payment. "If you assist me with alchemy, you will be my little brother. I will protect you in the inner courtyard. I am quite formidable. Even the one surnamed Chiu dares not provoke me." As she spoke, she waved her small fist. Her fair, tender hand, when waved, created a whooshing sound, revealing the terrifying power concealed within her petite frame. Chen Guan retracted the jade vial and quietly straightened up, retreating a few steps while drawing the chair with him. The girl followed the movement of the chair, and as he continued to back away, she pressed forward until he could retreat no further. "I may assist you with alchemy, but I am curious, with so many alchemists in the inner courtyard, as well as several elders skilled in this craft, why have you set your sights on me?" Upon hearing this, the girl's expression shifted to one of indignation. Chen Guan swore he was not one to be easily intimidated, yet her demeanor evoked no fear. Instead, he found her rather endearing, and he involuntarily thought of Yao Yu. He had left without informing that girl this time. She was likely upset at home. "Very well, but you'll need to provide the medicinal materials. We cannot break the rules." Understanding the unique elixir desired by the young girl, which differed from conventional potions, Chen Guan readily agreed to assist her. Deep down, he was genuinely inclined to foster a good relationship with her. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as this connection existed, even if his own growth were to slow, he would possess the courage to confront the Soul Emperor and Gu Yuan in the future. Chapter 84. The Arrival of the Gamarians. Upon hearing the boy's agreement, the girl radiated joy, her spirit invigorated, as if countless stars sparkled in her eyes, captivating those around her. "Please help me refine this." She presented a foot-long herb resembling a ginseng, marked with several notches, revealing distinct bite marks. This was blood spirit ginseng, a primary ingredient for many 5th-grade elixirs. Chen Guan comprehended the situation entirely. No wonder she had refrained from seeking assistance from the elders. If other alchemists were to witness this, they would surely lament the squandering of such a precious resource. Even confiscating her materials would seem a mild response. After all, a significant portion of these herbs appeared to have been borrowed from the academy. Reflecting on this, Chen Guan took the blood spirit ginseng and, with effortless grace, extracted its essence using his unusual flames, quickly forming numerous bean-sized elixirs, filling a jade vial to the brim. The girl, evidently lacking any concept of elixirs or pills, received the vial with a beaming smile, her eyes practically dancing with delight. She then eagerly poured a handful into her mouth. The taste wasn't exquisite, yet it was vastly preferable to the bitterness of gnawing on raw herbs, bringing her immense satisfaction. Observing her, Chen Guan marveled at the formidable physique of the ancient dragon. Such a crude consumption of herbs was beyond what any human or even ordinary magical beast could digest. In fact, if you were to mix in some saccharin, the taste would surely improve. "Really? Then please help me refine this as well." The girl looked at him in surprise, producing a green fruit the size of an adult's fist. Chen Guan's lips twitched slightly. The Qingming fruit was one of the ingredients for concocting a 6th-grade doling pill. Although it wasn't the primary ingredient, it held considerable value. This girl, while easily swayed, was not someone an ordinary individual could afford to indulge. Only the affluent Canaan Academy could sustain her extravagance. Quietly scoffing in his mind, He remained swift in his actions, efficiently refining another vial of elixirs, the only distinction being the generous addition of saccharin. Such an ingredient was rarely carried by most alchemists, but Chen Guan was an exception. Not only was he a puppet master, but also an alchemist and a cook. These saccharin supplies had been specifically procured in Qingshan town, one of the indispensable ingredients for preparing the 15 culinary variations of the fire fox. Unfortunately, since the departure of the little medical fairy, dining alone had lost its charm, and he hadn't encountered any low-tier magical beasts for a long time, delaying his quest for vengeance against the fire fox. Sweeter than ever, this is delicious. The girl noticed his intention and, surprisingly, did not express any anger. Instead, she cheerfully ran towards the door, clutching a vial of elixirs. I'll return after I finish this. My name is Xian. If anyone bullies you, just invoke my name. Chen Guan shook his head, watching her depart. Throughout their interaction, Xian had never inquired about his name. Perhaps, in Xian's heart, he is merely a tool, a subordinate for concocting sweet beans. Time flows quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed. During this period, Chen Guan has spent his days fishing in the arena and his nights refining heart-calming pills, engaging in trade with Yu Ling, thus managing to balance both endeavors. Consequently, the numbers on his fire crystal card have been steadily climbing. Xian, with her insatiable appetite, demands her share every night. Whether Chen Guan prepares 1 vial or 2, she effortlessly consumes them by the next day. However, this has also fostered a closer bond between them over these 5 evenings. At the very least, Chen Guan can now occasionally pet her head. This occasionally is limited to the times he has prepared the pills without offering them to her. On one particular day, Chen Guan took a moment to upgrade his blue fire crystal card to a red fire crystal card. Intending to venture to the 7th or 8th floor of the sky-burning Qi Tower for some practice, when he was halted by an elder from the inner court. Chen Guan, is it? A letter has arrived for you from the outer court. Thank you, elder. Nothing to worry about. As he watched the nameless elder depart, Chen Guan paused at the roadside to open the letter. It was sent by Zhao Gang, containing only a brief message that held immense significance for Chen Guan. Without a moment's hesitation, he altered his course towards the office of the Grand Elder, Su Qian. Coincidentally, Xian, who usually remained elusive during the day, was present there as well. When Chen Guan entered after knocking, he found her perched on a nearby desk, swinging her pale legs, listening to Elder Su's complaints about the recent severe thefts from the medicinal herb warehouse. Elder Su wore a stern expression, offering a serious warning. However, it was evident from the little dragon girl's demeanor that she was merely letting the words flow in one ear and out the other, her verbal agreements being a natural reflex. Chen Guan, what brings you here? Upon seeing the young man enter, Xian leapt down from the desk, clearly weary of Elder Su's incessant lecturing. Not wishing to dwell on her, she shifted her attention to the youth, inquiring about the very matter he wished to discuss. I came to request a leave of absence from the Grand Elder. A leave of absence? Su Qian frowned slightly. Though he often voiced complaints about this student who had turned the fire energy hunting competition into chaos, he secretly held a favorable view of him. Logically, as a newcomer to the inner court, he should be utilizing the sky-burning Qi Tower to enhance his skills. Thus, requesting a leave at this juncture puzzled him. Is there an urgent matter? Chen Guan explained apologetically, a mix of truth and embellishment. Indeed, the royal family had sent representatives, but this was something he had arranged prior to his arrival at the academy. Su Qian, with earnest concern, reminded him of his responsibilities as the Grand Elder of the academy, undoubtedly more competent than those 2 guardians. Chen Guan could sense the heartfelt guidance in his words and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Xian, eavesdropping from the sidelines, began to feel restless. Having savored the sweetness of the sugar beans for several days, she was reluctant to return to the bitter herbs. A few days of enduring them would be bearable, but the implication of their conversation suggested at least a few months. This was unacceptable. Chapter 85. The Great Peng Soars with the Wind. It is easy to transition from simplicity to luxury, but difficult to revert from luxury to frugality. She could no longer bear the thought of consuming such unpalatable herbs. Unable to delay the important matters of his younger companion, yet yearning for the delightful candy beans, a clever idea emerged in his mind, striking a balance between both desires. I shall accompany you. Observing the girl's face alight with joy, Chen Guan remained non-committal, subtly indicating for her to consult the Grand Elder. For him, it mattered little. Given the peculiar nature of Xian's physique, he could not discern her true strength without engaging her directly. However, it was certain that she was at least a Duke-level fighter, a position among the elite in the Gamma Empire, ensuring she would not be a hindrance. On the contrary, she could serve as a free ally, fostering deeper bonds in the process. Moreover, Xian appeared to possess a talent for treasure hunting, making her an excellent asset in that regard. Su Qian furrowed his brows slightly. Due to the information regarding Chen Guan, he had acquired some knowledge about the circumstances in the Gamma Empire which alleviated his concerns for the girl's safety. Instead, he worried whether the girl might inadvertently cause trouble for the young man. If Chen Guan is willing to take you, I shall not impede. But you must promise to be obedient and not create chaos. Having raised this spirited girl as if she were his own granddaughter, Su Qian was well aware that she was not one to remain quiet for long. Setting aside this concern, he was actually quite inclined to allow her to venture out, hoping she would make a few friends. Over the years, despite her outwardly carefree demeanor, she had not forged a single friendship and felt profoundly lonely. Now that she had finally found someone to play with, he was pleased to see it. Then let us go together, Xian. Your safety on this journey will depend on you. Do not worry. If anyone dares to bully you, I shall take care of them. The adorable little girl elicited hearty laughter from both Chen Guan and the Grand Elder. Without rushing into immediate matters, Chen Guan broached another topic. Grand Elder, I wish to inquire whether the inner courtyard still possesses absolute star secret copper, as I would like to exchange for some. Absolute star secret copper? Su Qian displayed a look of confusion. After so many years, even he was uncertain about the nature of such material. You mean the kind of material that surfaced from the sky-burning Qi Tower? Ah, you are referring to black cold iron. Unfortunately, we do not have any in the inner courtyard. However, during the refurbishment of the sky-burning Qi Tower over a decade ago, we did dismantle some pieces. Please wait a moment. Realizing the situation, Su Qian motioned for the youth and the girl to wait briefly before rising to depart alone. These iron scraps are of no use sitting in the warehouse. If you need them, feel free to take them without exchange. They hold little value. Just ensure you look after Xian. To the academy, these were akin to discarded furniture, merely taking up space. Su Qian generously offered them as a gift. Chen Guan smiled, reflecting on the saying, one scrap iron is another's celestial material. Grateful for Su Qian's generosity, he was not one to be overly formal, and he waved to collect all the materials. With these black stone platforms, infused with absolute star secret copper, a bit of time spent refining them should yield a considerable amount. I shall do so. Thank you, Grand Elder. Once their discussions concluded, Chen Guan did not linger further. He took his leave with Xian, renting a griffin beast and requesting directions from an elder, before finally making their way to the outer courtyard. Peace Town awaited them. This place can barely be regarded as the boundary between Canaan Academy and the Black Corner region. Once one steps onto this dusty yellow road, the relaxed demeanor of the academy cannot be maintained. Every individual encountered, be they elderly, children, or women, can pose a potentially lethal threat if one is careless. However, within this dusty road, a different scene unfolds. Although the passers-by exude a strong aura of malevolence, they dare not reveal even a hint of murderous intent on their faces. This suppression of inner hostility is not natural. Instead, it appears to be a forced restraint. Consequently, the expressions of these individuals seem rigid and peculiar. To the left of the small town stands an ominous tree, entirely shrouded in darkness, its branches twisting menacingly. Interspersed among the gnarled limbs are numerous corpses, swaying gently in the breeze, emitting a chilling creak. During his tenure in the enforcement team of the Outer Academy, Chen Guan had personally executed a criminal and hung him there. Chen Guan, did you not enter the Inner Academy? What brings you here? A mentor, appearing to be in his mid-20s, called out to the three approaching figures. Chen Guan recognized this mentor, surnamed Feng, who distributed a special pill capable of sensing murderous intent to newcomers in Peace Town, working in conjunction with the enforcement team to safeguard the academy. Mentor Feng, I have visitors at home and took leave. There hasn't been any trouble today, has there? Haha, not at all. Previously, influenced by you, the enforcement team has become increasingly ferocious. They wouldn't dare to seek trouble themselves, let alone invite death. Off you go then. Chen Guan nodded with a smile. Taking hold of Xian's hand, and under the guidance of Zhongzi, they encountered a messenger waiting at the inn, a middle-aged man clad entirely in black. This individual possessed considerable strength. At the 5-star doling level, what struck one as peculiar was his appearance. Not handsome, yet certainly not unattractive, he bore no distinctive features, belonging to the category of faces easily forgotten in a crowd. Upon seeing the youth, the man respectfully bowed. Young master, the Grand Princess has asked me to convey a message. The old master has lived up to expectations and shall soon return. At these words, Zhao Gang and Xian exchanged confused glances, while Chen Guan smiled with delight. He inferred that someone from the Gamma Empire had arrived, undoubtedly indicating that Jia Xingtian had emerged from seclusion, though whether he had successfully transcended the Dozong barrier remained uncertain. Fortunately, it seemed Jia Xingtian had made significant progress. Thus, the success rate of his own plans had greatly increased. It was indeed time to fulfill his promise to Medusa. Ha ha ha, splendid. Like the great rock soaring high, rising to 90,000 miles. Chapter 86, The Empress of the Desert. Amidst the vast earth lies a sea of yellow sand, with the sun wandering between north and south. the oppressive heat bearing down relentlessly. Above, a colossal magical beast spread its wings and soared, casting a rapidly moving shadow across the desert. A youthful voice, slightly innocent, inquired, "Chen Guan, are we not there yet? We have been flying for 20 days. Almost there. The Gamma Empire is just ahead." "Umph, you said the same yesterday. This time, I truly mean it." Upon the broad back of the griffin, a man clad in black stood like a statue, silently observing the youthful boy who was jovially entertaining a girl ahead. Supporting the girl by her shoulder, Chen Guan wore a faint smile. This time, he was not deceiving the girl. They had indeed entered the territory of the Tagore Desert, not far from the Gamal Empire. Due to the limited number of passengers, all of whom possessed at least spirit fighter strength, the Griffin could unleash its full speed, nearly doubling the pace compared to their previous journey to Canaan Academy. Nevertheless, the inherently lively Xian grew impatient, expressing her dissatisfaction more than once. "Hey, Chen Guan, your hand is glowing." Suddenly, the girl exclaimed in surprise, grasping the boy's hand to inspect it closely. Chen Guan glanced down to see a serpentine mark on the back of his hand flickering in and out like a blood pigeon tattoo. After a brief moment of astonishment, he realized it was Queen Medusa sensing his entry into the desert, reminding him that the one-year deadline they had agreed upon was approaching. As the griffin continued to soar over a patch of oasis, Chen Guan decided, "Let us take a break." Noticing the glimmer of excitement in the girl's eyes, he commanded the griffin to land. Upon touching down, Xian eagerly leapt off its back and splashed joyfully into a shallow pond, delighting in the water, much to the dismay of the griffin, which longed for a drink. Indeed, encountering an oasis in the desert was a most joyous occurrence. Seated atop a small slope, Chen Guan observed the scene, feeling a paternal instinct akin to that he had experienced with Qinglin. "Young master, here?" A man behind him handed over a flask of fresh water. Chen Guan accepted it, taking a hearty swig before returning the half-empty vessel. He reclined comfortably on the slope, resting his head upon his hands, gazing at the vast desert horizon painted with crimson hues, feeling somewhat entranced. The man remained silent, standing beside him in a daze, seemingly oblivious to Chen Guan's musings. Chen Guan was accustomed to this, speaking to himself while watching the round sun dip below the horizon. The desert sunset was undeniably beautiful, yet it carried a tinge of desolation, lacking the vibrancy one might expect. Lost in thought, Chen Guan's pupils suddenly constricted as he caught sight of a figure darting through the crimson sunset. A woman, perhaps a spirit king or emperor. The figure felt familiar, prompting Chen Guan to spring to his feet. "I'll go take a look, you all wait here," he announced, not allowing Xian a chance to respond. Summoning his puppet and swiftly dashing toward the figure's direction. The puppet moved rapidly, following the trajectory of the figure as Chen Guan deftly maneuvered to intercept her path. Soon, a streak of azure light emerged from the distance. "Indeed, it's her. Master Yun, where are you rushing off to?" The unexpected voice disrupted Yun Yun's chaotic thoughts. Looking up, she saw a young man hovering not far away, greeting her with a natural smile, as if they were familiar neighbors casually inquiring if she had eaten. Dressed in a matching azure attire that accentuated his tall frame, he appeared strikingly elegant, though this was somewhat contrasted by the pair of blood-red wings that gleamed brilliantly behind him. Spirit energy wings, a spirit king. It is incorrect. It should indeed be the aerial combat technique. Clearly, the youthful and blooming Hua Xinyan lacks the insights of Haiba Dong, having never witnessed any member of the royal family employing such a technique. While she was pondering, she noticed a young man gracefully descending from the sky, landing effortlessly on a small slope across from her. A flicker of skepticism danced in Yun Yun's eyes as she too retracted her energy wings, alighting 2 meters away from the young man. "Xiaochen, did you not attend Canaan Academy? Did you come from that direction? Did you encounter any other formidable individuals on your journey?" Without delving into the veracity of the boy's words, Yun Yun feigned casual curiosity. However, when Chen Guan shook his head, she astutely discerned the slight furrow of her brows. Yun Yun remained silent, turning her gaze towards the setting sun, a hint of melancholy evident in her eyes. Due to the young man's royal lineage, she felt constrained from discussing matters concerning the Yunlan sect, particularly as it involved her own mentor. Burdened by worry, she had previously sought counsel from her instructor. Despite Yun Shan's efforts to conceal his condition, Yun Yun, now a formidable emperor of combat, could still sense the injuries afflicting him. When she inquired, Yun Shan merely offered a strained smile, dismissing her concerns as mere remnants from a failed assault on the Dozong barrier. That day, Yun Yun found herself torn between words, hesitant to speak. She was not a naive girl, easily deceived. The marks left by a beating were distinctly different from those resulting from an attempted breach of barriers. A matter of internal and external discrepancies. Eager to alleviate her mentor's burdens, she found herself stymied by Yun Shan's silence, ultimately left to observe discreetly. It was a troubling realization, The more she paid attention, the more her doubts multiplied. First, the Grand Elder Yunling was secretly summoned, shortly followed by his clandestine dispatch of numerous disciples from the Yunlan sect, who were not earnestly searching for anything within the empire. Such anomalies compelled her to ponder deeply. Finally, today, she once again heard disturbances emanating from the back mountain. After stealthily observing for some time, she spotted a dark figure darting out from her mentor's secluded chamber, moving with great speed. To assuage her curiosity, she followed discreetly, careful to maintain a safe distance to avoid detection. She trailed him until they reached the Tagore Desert, where she completely lost sight of him. This enigmatic occurrence prompted even Yun Shan to maintain his silence, and Yun Yun felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, a premonition of impending turmoil. While Yun Yun refrained from speaking, Chen Guan remained oblivious to the underlying circumstances. Yet, the presence of such a mysterious and formidable individual, which warranted Yun Yun's concern, lingered in Chen Guan's mind. He began to suspect whether it was indeed the elusive protector from the original timeline who had arrived. Thus, such a development would imply, I recall my childhood, often burdened by trivial worries until one day, Elder Jia imparted some wisdom to me. He said that life is filled with countless experiences. If one were to ponder each matter with utmost clarity, it would be exhausting. Rather than worrying, it would be more prudent to dedicate that time to self-improvement and diligent cultivation. In this way, should one encounter challenges in the future, they would be better equipped to handle them. In other words, if faced with an insurmountable problem, overthinking would yield the same outcome and merely affect one's mood. Yun Yun gently shook her head, expressing disbelief. Could Elder Jia truly possess such nonchalance? Chen Guanshan nodded in agreement, expressing his sentiments that it was indeed inconsistent with his character, yet undeniably his words. At times, the old man could be rather loquacious, transforming entirely when he became animated. Yun Yun chuckled softly, remarking that if the old man were to hear such comments about him, he would likely be infuriated. Unfazed, Chen Guan asserted that he was merely stating the truth, having not spoken ill of him. Casting a teasing glance at her, he added, Perhaps Nalan Yinran speaks of you in a similar vein behind your back. Chapter 87. Nalan Yinran was en route to the Xiao family. Yun Yun dismissed such juvenile provocations, for she and Nalan Yinran shared a bond akin to that of sisters, their relationship thriving with affection. She shot a sideways glance at the young man, feeling as though discussing Yinran with him was akin to conversing with a child. Have you forgotten that you and she are contemporaries? Chen Guan shook his head, asserting that contemporaries share a common language. However, I find that our ability to stand together, admiring the setting sun and discussing our troubles like friends, feels far more representative of our age. Yun Yun refrained from countering him. Indeed, disregarding their ages did evoke such a sentiment. I recall someone sincerely informing me that they wouldn't be in the imperial capital for several years, only to turn around and leave. Is that what one calls a friend? Ah, that was purely an unexpected turn of events. Plans seldom survive the whims of change. Oh, and what of that puppet? What puppet? Is there an issue with the puppet? That is quite unfortunate. It may have deteriorated over time. Little trickster, not a single word of truth from you. That assertion is rather presumptuous. Having encountered Yun de Zhongzhu, especially after showcasing a bit of skill in her presence, Chen Guan felt buoyed. Regrettably, his good mood did not endure for long. Where has Xian gone? The young man shook his head, wishing he could assist in detaining her. But that girl was truly extraordinary, vanishing in an instant. As a mere fighter, he lacked the capability to stop her. Chen Guan felt an impulse to cover his face. He had been careless in allowing her to slip from his sight. It was obvious that she had gone to borrow something. The small tribal nations along the way were manageable, yet in the Tagore Desert, the only power to be found was the serpent people. Even if Xian possessed exceptional spatial abilities, Chen Guan doubted she could elude the clutches of the Medusa Queen. It all depended on Medusa's disposition. They did share a cooperative relationship, after all, and he hoped she would not be too unyielding. Every passing moment felt interminable to Chen Guan. The palpable sense of youthful mischief was overwhelming. Upon glancing up, he saw the calm face of the young man on the small slope, visibly startled. His smile freezing in place, completely oblivious to his own prowess as a formidable fighter. Alas, he had become overly confident and needed to rein himself in. Concealing the medicinal herbs he held behind his back, the girl forced a smile and then shifted her demeanor, lunging forward. Chen Guan, look at the herbs I found in the desert. Aren't I impressive? I could share two with you. With her hands raised, she presented the herbs before the young man. Her large eyes fixated on him, embodying a childlike eagerness for praise, attempting to charm her way through. Suppressing the urge to give her a playful swat, Chen Guan accepted the herbs, inspecting them closely. They were pristine, devoid of any trace of dirt. A truthful statement indeed. Well, actually, I found it and have no idea who lost it. Chen Guan raised his head, suspecting that one was taking him for a fool. It was given to me by Sister Medusa. I truly have never entered her treasury, and she even asked me to convey to you that in 23 days, it will mark the end of a year. Did she not blame you? No, Sister Medusa is very kind and amiable. I quite like her. Chen Guan, are you friends? What do you think of Sister Medusa? To utter such words would surely provoke laughter from the powerful of several great empires. When has Queen Medusa ever been associated with kindness? However, Chen Guan harbored no doubts. In his recollection, Queen Medusa seemed quite fond of Xian. Perhaps it was not only because the girl was undeniably charming, but also due to their shared non-human nature. Without offering a comment, Chen Guan sensed a familiar presence observing him from the shadows. Will we be able to see Sister Medusa again? Rest assured, I plan to visit her again in a few days. There will be ample opportunity then. Not wishing to linger further, he took the girl by the hand and leaped onto the back of the griffin, calling for the messenger as the creature soared into the sky once more. The arrival of an external flying beast into the Gamma Empire compelled several border cities to heighten their vigilance. Fortunately, both Chen Guan and the messenger bore royal tokens, allowing for an unimpeded journey. Bathed in moonlight, the griffin slightly reduced its speed as it continued to fly. When passing over a certain official road, a lavishly adorned carriage below caught Chen Guan's eye. The carriage bore a symbol of a silver sword amidst clouds, emblematic of the Yunlan sect. I recall that Wutan City lies in that direction, does it not? Indeed, young master. Following this official road through Tsuzhou City and continuing for over 200 miles will lead us to Wutan City. Chen Guan nodded slightly, extending his mental energy like a tide, allowing the scene within the carriage to unfold in his mind. An elderly man, accompanied by a young couple, all clad in the moon-white robes of the Yunlan sect. What piqued Chen Guan's interest was the young girl, who was none other than Nalan Yanran, with whom he had previously crossed paths. This assembly, at this time and place, heralded the anticipated scene of a broken engagement. Unbeknownst to him, more than a decade had slipped by, and he increasingly felt the fleeting nature of time. Over the past year, the Yunlan sect had engaged in numerous subtle maneuvers, yet they seemed merely a performance. The Grand Princess had surmised that they appeared to be placating someone. Noticing the young man lost in thought, the male companion assumed he was puzzled and offered an explanation. The tendency of those who love spectacle to meddle was once again at play, but it was swiftly cast aside. He lacked the means to witness this significant moment, so expending energy on it was unnecessary. Whether it be a broken engagement or a 3-year pact, it held no relevance to him. Chapter 88. Do not underrate the youthful and impoverished. In the Gamma Empire, royal news remained sufficiently well informed, though the transmission of information required time. Shedding her cloak, Yao Yi regarded the two with a peculiar gaze. Sister Yao Yi, what is with that look? This is Xian, a friend I made at Canaan Academy. Like Qing Lin, you can treat her as a younger sister. Chen Guan stood to assist her in hanging up the cloak, feeling as though Yao Ye's gaze had strayed into inappropriate territory. A girl sat on a chair with her feet dangling, her mouth momentarily still as she glanced up at them before returning to her candy. Yao Yi stretched her arms, and the soft armor she wore creaked under the strain, revealing its formidable nature, which was often hidden beneath the guise of her armor. Chen Guan was taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless. Fortunately, Yao Yi did not continue her teasing. Instead, she shifted the conversation, asking, "Have you been to the back mountain?" Chen Guan shook his head, replying that he had just arrived. Ziyin nodded obediently, appearing quite well behaved. Yao Yi regarded her with a discerning eye, seemingly guessing the girl's preferences. Upon exiting the palace, Chen Guan headed straight for the back mountain of the royal palace. He had anticipated a clandestine meeting, yet upon arrival, he was surprised to find a greater number of people than expected. Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma were seated by a small pavilion near the lake, engaged in a game of chess, while an elderly observer, the esteemed elder of the Mitre family, Hai Bo Dong, sat nearby. By the lakeside, the once injured Yu Hai Jiao beast now basked in the sun, half of its massive body visible, appearing quite content. The scene seemed harmonious. Yet Chen Guan sensed an underlying complexity, as if Jia Xingtian was deliberately orchestrating the encounter. Jia Lao, Fa Lao, Hai Lao, esteemed seniors, Chen Guan greeted as he approached. Just missing Yin Shan. I wonder if I shall ever see the day when all four are gathered. Upon sighting the young man, the three and the beast expressed their delight. Jia Xingtian waved, inadvertently knocking over pieces on the chessboard, causing a chaotic jumble that indicated they would have to restart the game. Old man Jia, how shameless of you. At your age, still playing such tricks? Fa Ma retorted, puffing his cheeks in mock indignation. One could easily perceive that his rapport with Jia Xingtian was far more relaxed than with Hai Bo Dong, as they had shared experiences of peril together. As Chen Guan entered the pavilion, he instinctively gauged Jia Xingtian's current state. The once sharp and elusive aura was now notably subdued. Jia Xingtian appeared as an ordinary elder, deliberately concealing his formidable presence. This transformation did not signify a weakening, but rather an adept mastery over his internal strength. The Dozong realm marked a significant threshold for powerful individuals. You've made remarkable progress, reaching 6-star Do Ling in no time. I dare say, even old Hai may not match your prowess now, Jia Xingtian remarked with a smile, seeing through Chen Guan's aura without any effort. Chen Guan, unreserved in sharing his accomplishments, casually mentioned his experiences at the Canaan Academy, omitting any pretense. Having fulfilled a long-held aspiration, he found it hard to suppress his joy. It's all thanks to you. Without the breakthrough pill, I would likely have remained at the pinnacle of Do Huang for the rest of my life. Night Air mentioned you requested to be informed as soon as I emerged from seclusion. I presume you have plans? Jia Xingtian acknowledged his own awareness, attributing his breakthrough to the pill and fortune, feeling genuine gratitude and pride for the young man before him. Fama was aware of the matter concerning the breaking sect pill, yet displayed little reaction upon hearing it. In contrast, Hai Buodong felt a sense of unease, realizing that the old man's invitation for a reunion was not merely casual. The breaking sect pill. And what was that plan? Was it something he ought to hear? Hai Buodong reflected on the unusually close ties with the royal family, wishing he had found an excuse to decline the gathering, but alas, it was somewhat too late for regrets. Chen Guan, understanding the implications of Jia Xingtian's intentions, did not mind the presence of the less familiar Hai Buodong, and quietly revealed the plan. I need Jia Lao to act on my behalf and eliminate someone. Meanwhile, in the city of Wutan, the Shao family was embroiled in its own drama. The 3 members of the Yunlan sect were received with utmost hospitality, with the Shao family eager to showcase their importance by calling nearly all their kin to attend. Particularly, when Xiao Zhan learned that the young lady was none other than Nalan Yanran, who was betrothed to his son, his enthusiasm escalated. However, his smile did not linger long. When Guyi proposed the dissolution of the engagement, the previously vibrant atmosphere turned stifling, with the voices of ridicule from the clan members rising in a chorus. Even Xiao Zhan, known for his temper, could not restrain himself from crushing the cup in his hand and standing in a fury, nearly losing control. Fortunately, he was restrained by several elders nearby. Witnessing his father's rage and helplessness, coupled with his own involvement in the matter, Xiao Yan felt compelled to step forward and engage in a verbal duel with Nalan Yanran. Ultimately, the conflict intensified, and the atmosphere grew more charged. Nalan Yanran's earlier rudeness left her unable to counter Xiao Yan's sharper words. In the end, the 3-year agreement was once again brought to light. Since you are unwilling to let Uncle Xiao lose face, then accept the terms. 3 years from now, will you choose the former or the latter? Nalan Yanran. There is no need for such a domineering stance. Your desire to break off the engagement suggests that you believe I, Xiao Yan, am unworthy of a woman of your stature. To speak bluntly, aside from your beauty, I find you utterly unimpressive. Confronted by Nalan Yanran's aggressive demeanor, Xiao Yan erupted like a volcano, his expression stern, his words resonating throughout the hall, leaving all present in stunned silence. Who could have expected that the usually taciturn youth could be so formidable? Nalan Yanran's lips moved, her face growing pale with anger at Xiao Yan's assessment. Yet she found herself unable to refute it. The truth remained. Regardless of his current status, he had indeed become a fighter at the age of 12. To her knowledge, only one person in the entire Jiama Empire could surpass his innate talent. Xiao Yan's incisive remarks caused Nalan Yanran to tremble slightly, leaving her speechless. At that moment, Xiao Yan's cold voice resonated once more. Miss Nalan, for the sake of your esteemed grandfather, I offer you a word of caution. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Chapter 89, A Meeting with Medusa. For Xiao Yan, this was a day he would never forget. His fiancée, he came to call off their engagement, prompting him, in a fit of youthful impulsiveness, to agree to a 3-year pact. As night fell, the very source of his 3 years of stagnation emerged from the shadows, forging a master-disciple bond. Meanwhile, within the palace, to everyone's surprise, Yao Yi and Zi Yin were getting along rather well. Just as Chen Guan pondered this unexpected harmony, he noticed several precious medicinal herbs on the table beside the girl, which revealed the reason behind their camaraderie. Yao Yi had cleverly catered to her interests. In light of these benefits, Zi Yin was quite gracious. With a faint smile, she dismissed any concerns and, estimating the time to be right, Chen Guan, accompanied by Yao Yi, took Zi Yin along to the Alchemist Guild to fetch Yao Yu. As anticipated, Yao Yu was still sulking over his discreet departure last time, her little lips pouting as if they could hold an oil bottle, refusing to acknowledge anyone. Fortunately, both Chen Guan and Yao Yi were well acquainted with her temperament. After promising her a multitude of rewards, the little girl leapt forward and playfully bit the young man, a gesture of her reconciliation. Seizing the opportunity before dusk, The four of them ventured to the royal autumn hunting grounds, indulging Yao Yu's request to fly kites. Observing her delight in play, both Chen Guan and Yao Yu felt a sense of joy, while Ziyin, standing aside, muttered, childish. Deep down, she was envious. Yet her pride kept her from admitting it. Exchanging glances filled with understanding, Chen Guan and Yao Yu produced several kites they had prepared earlier, insisting that the girl join them in their playful endeavor. It wasn't long before the girl, who had initially scoffed at the idea of childishness, became wholly absorbed in the activity, even engaging in playful banter with Yao Yu. Given their differing personalities, it was remarkable that the two girls could find common ground. Chen Guan was content, as long as they refrained from fighting. Otherwise, with Ziyin's prowess, a mere flick of her small fist could send Yao Yu sprawling. They spent the evening frolicking with the two girls, and later engaged in deep conversation with Yao Yi, allowing the day to pass in a simple and relaxed manner. As twilight descended, a new day dawned. After having briefed Yao Yi, Chen Guan, accompanied by Ziyin, met with Jiaxing Tian in the rear mountain, and soon, under the dimming sky, the three of them quietly departed the palace. On their journey to the Tagore Desert, Chen Guan regretted not having learned the purple cloud wings. During their flight, he was reliant on Jiaxing Tian, which resulted in Ziyin's carefree laughter echoing throughout the journey. Reluctantly, Chen Guan resorted to withholding elixirs to temper her merriment. The speed of a Dozone practitioner is undeniable, and with Ziyin's exceptional talent, they departed from the holy city in the morning and reached the desert by night, halting at the periphery of the Serpent Clan's territory. Go, summon Medusa, Chen Guan instructed, playfully giving the eagerly awaiting Ziyin a gentle kick. Turning back to glare at the audacious young man, Ziyin waved her tiny fists at him before setting off. As they watched the little girl depart, Jiaxing Tian expressed his astonishment with a series of impressed sounds. The young girl, perhaps a beast in essence, exudes an overwhelming power from within her, a force that could likely cause even a Do Huang to think twice before engaging her in combat. It seems that during her formative years, she inadvertently consumed a transformation herb, leading to her current state, as discovered by the Academy elders. Chen Guandian briefly mentioned this, omitting the more fearsome details regarding the ancient dragon of the void. Before long, two figures, one large and one small, made their way toward them, still holding hands. Despite having met only twice, their bond appeared remarkably strong, evoking a hint of envy. The girl, still sulking from her earlier reprimand, chose to remain by Medusa's side rather than approach. Chen Guandian paid her no mind, his attention fixed on Medusa. This was only the second encounter with this woman, yet it stirred a certain restlessness within him. Fortunately, he managed to maintain a composed expression, avoiding any embarrassing displays. Medusa, too, scrutinized the youth, her surprise at his cultivation level fleeting. Her focus soon shifted to Jiaxing Tian, who, unbeknownst to Chen Guandian, had lifted himself half a foot off the ground, standing steadily in midair without the need for wings, a hallmark of a Dozone. At this moment, Medusa felt a profound pressure emanating from Jiaxing Tian, intensifying her urgency for evolution. With the emergence of a Dozone in the Jiamat Empire, the Serpent people could not afford to remain without one much longer. Her resolve solidified. As the queen of the Serpent people, she vowed to bow only once in her lifetime, and today would not be that day. Although she respected Jiaxing Tian, she was determined not to show weakness or cause offense, turning her gaze back to the young man. In just over 20 days, the appointed year would arrive. Did he seek her assistance for a second task today? Indeed, I require your collaboration with Jia Lao to confront an individual. You have set your sights on a Dozone? Medusa furrowed her brow, sensing that this person was perpetually courting disaster, teetering on the edge of a precipice. While she harbored no fear of formidable foes, the entirety of the Serpent people rested upon her shoulders. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated rescinding their agreement, but quickly dismissed the thought. For the sake of evolution and her people, this would be the final endeavor. After this, she would sever all ties, distancing herself as far as possible. A Do Huang seeks my cooperation? Medusa found this perplexing. Setting aside Jiaxing Tian's status as a Dozone and her own peak Do Huang prowess, she had witnessed the boy's puppet, which rivaled the strength of the Yunlan sect leader. Coupled with the boy's enigmatic soul techniques, Medusa believed that even without their intervention, he stood a fair chance of success on his own. Just moments ago, she deemed him reckless. Now, she considered him excessively cautious. This Do Huang was no ordinary figure. In the Black Corner region, he possessed not only a rare flame but also held the title of a sixth-tier alchemist, surpassing even Gu He. Furthermore, traces of the Soul Palace lingered behind him, necessitating a swift and decisive action before he could seek aid. Upon listening to the youth's explanation, Medusa grasped some aspects but still deemed his caution somewhat excessive. The energy of a sixth-tier alchemist is indeed formidable, capable of summoning numerous powerful individuals to their aid. However, one cannot anticipate every move of the adversary, who remains unaware of being observed. It is improbable that they would constantly surround themselves with a battalion of strong allies. Given that Jia Qian has reached the dozone level, a sudden strike could yield a high success rate for an assassination. Capturing him alive? That is unnecessary. As long as his body and soul are not utterly destroyed, it would serve my purposes well. Medusa understood this and refrained from further comments. Once their discussion reached a satisfactory conclusion, Jia Qian spoke up. If there are no objections, let us set forth. No sooner had he spoken than he seized the youth and ascended into the air. Behind him, Medusa and Xian followed, their fighting spirit manifesting as wings. Amidst the rush of the wind, a rather insufferable voice could be heard. I truly envy Chen Guan. He has someone to fly with, unlike us, who must rely on our own wings. What a sarcastic little dragon. Chapter 90, Peach Blossom. 1 month later, in the Black Corner region, at the town of Yongdan. This diminutive town lies to the southwest of Fengcheng, relying on it for sustenance. Although it retains the chaotic demeanor characteristic of the Black Corner region, the strength of its inhabitants is generally low, with even Doling rarely making an appearance. Back when Chen Guan was in the outer court of Canaan Academy, he intentionally accepted numerous tasks in proximity to Fengcheng while working with the enforcement team, thus gaining considerable insight into this area. This time, upon covertly entering the Black Corner region, the quartet chose to establish their base here. They easily retaliated against the innkeeper and his accomplices who sought to harm and rob them, thereby securing a stable stronghold. Within a mere 10 minutes journey, they could reach Fengcheng, allowing them to scout the situation while evading detection from opposing forces. Due to the distinctive nature of Jia Qian, Medusa, and Xian, they were easily memorable. Thus, the responsibility of gathering intelligence fell upon Chen Guan. Compared to the three of them, Chen Guan, though handsome and possessing an outstanding demeanor, lacked any particularly notable features. How has it been since our occupation of this place? The inn has been closed to guests daily. Jia Qian simply enjoys sitting in that spot. Medusa and Xian, seated across from one another at a table in the hall, glanced over. Aside from the area where Han Feng resides, I have meticulously probed the surroundings with my spiritual power and found no other Dohuang strongholds, nor any presence of the Soul Palace. However, given the enigmatic and potent nature of the Soul Palace, to be on the safe side, tomorrow I shall spread some false information, claiming that a fierce battle between Dohuang experts has erupted in Haiku City. Haiku City is not nearby, so even if there are indeed individuals from the Soul Palace, the gap created for them to travel would afford us ample opportunity to act. Such a fabrication, can they really be convinced? Those cunning rats lurking in the shadows are most intrigued by soul harvesting. Regardless of the truth of the information, upon hearing it, they will undoubtedly take a glance. Moreover, their presence in Fengcheng is quite limited. Chen Guan held great confidence in his spiritual prowess. The Soul Palace's guardians have quotas for soul harvesting tied to their performance. Upon hearing such news, there is no reason for them to overlook it, even if the likelihood of its veracity is low. However, for the powerful combatants of the Dozong realm, merely casting a glance at the Black Skull City is an effortless task, even if no treasures are acquired. The lack of loss renders the endeavor worthwhile. Within Maple City, there are indeed a few Do Kings, but they pose little threat to us. Tomorrow, as we make our move, Xian can leverage her innate talents to locate their treasury and seize an opportunity. She must remain cautious not to be overly greedy and withdraw at my signal. Upon hearing this, Xian immediately perked up, nodding repeatedly, her heart pounding with excitement, embracing the challenge with pride rather than shame. Leave it to me. Chen Guan chuckled, his anticipation growing. Han Feng was someone he had noted down in his little book long ago. This individual possessed great potential and was endowed with, as well as a half-complete burning technique. Acquiring his Sea Heart Flame, alongside the Little Medical Fairy's Poison Pill method, would fulfill 2/3 of the most challenging requirements. Chen Guan was acutely aware of Han Feng's yearning for. He could very well bide his time, as his progression within the Heavenly Flame Training Tower of Canaan Academy would increase the likelihood of the Fallen Heart Flame detecting the Earth Heart Flame. When the two eventually crossed paths, the eruption of the Fallen Heart Flame would be inevitable. At that juncture, Han Feng would ascertain the existence of the Fallen Heart Flame within Canaan Academy through the unique resonance between them. Subsequently, he would boldly gather a group to seize the, allowing Chen Guan to opportunistically reap the benefits amidst the chaos of battle. However, after deep contemplation, Chen Guan decided against this plan. Firstly, he was not inclined to wait for such an extended period. Secondly, he had yet to obtain the burning technique, rendering him unable to consume the Fallen Heart Flame even if he stumbled upon it, leaving him helplessly watching from the sidelines. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Canaan Academy had treated him well. Lacking the capability was one thing, but possessing the ability and better alternatives. Chen Guan did not wish for Canaan Academy to suffer calamity over a matter concerning. Otherwise, he would find it hard to reconcile with himself. As for the fallen heart flame, it was becoming increasingly troublesome for the inner academy. Chen Guan was confident he could acquire it through a more amicable, win-win approach. Engaging with Han Feng was not particularly challenging. His concern was merely a nod to the potential emergence of the Soul Palace. After clarifying the main task, Chen Guan rose and retreated to a corner of the Great Hall, retrieving the last 2 black stone platforms gifted by the Grand Elder Su Qian, and began to refine them using. Having spent 6 or 7 days in the Black Corner region, apart from cautiously investigating the situation in Maple City during the day, Chen Guan devoted his evenings entirely to this endeavor. Through repeated practice, he had grown increasingly adept. Within less than half an hour, he melted the black stone platforms and successfully extracted portions of the rare absolute star secret copper. A stone coffin-shaped trough soon emerged, filled with nearly 9/10 of dark red metal, all of which was the refined absolute star secret copper. He poured the extracted portions from the last 2 stone platforms into it, exceeding his initial expectations and causing some to overflow. Placing the filled trough aside to cool, Chen Guan contemplated the remaining quantity, which was nearly equivalent to a small barrel. Meanwhile, Xingtian, Medusa, and Xian watched the young man diligently at work from various corners. Having long grown accustomed to his nightly activities, Chen Guan, undeterred by their scrutinizing gazes, immersed himself in his work until the late hours of the night. The surplus of the rare star secret copper had transformed into 3 exquisite weapons before him: a blade, a sword, and a dagger. Due to the infusion of other materials, all 3 weapons bore a crimson hue. At the front end of the handles, there was a small aperture designed for embedding a magic core to enhance their power. Chen Guan, I want that. Upon seeing the finished products, Ziyin rushed over, her eyes fixated on the most elegantly crafted dagger among them. You're quite unreserved. For now, make do with this. I'll craft you a pair of gauntlets next time, which should suit you far better. Chen Guan chuckled, tossing the dagger to her. Though he was not well versed in the art of crafting, he appreciated the quality of materials used. Even a simple design could yield a pleasing result, far surpassing the tools he typically wielded. Before the Dozong stage, there was no need for a change in weaponry. He picked up the long knife resembling a Qiqia Dao and swung it a few times. It was weighty, capable of cleaving, slashing, and thrusting, versatile enough to perform the functions of both a longsword and a broadsword. Let us call you Hongya, he declared, satisfied with his own creation. Stowing away the Hongya knife, he then grasped the final long sword, which was remarkably lighter, over half the weight of the Hongya, and possessed a more delicate grace, appearing slightly paler yet more refined. This one shall be named Taohua, he said, tossing the long sword towards Medusa. Medusa caught it effortlessly, raising her gaze. Those who witness it shall share in its bounty. Consider this a gift for this transaction, Chen Guan remarked with a smile. No need for that. I recall no mention of such in our agreement. You merely need to fulfill your promise afterward, Medusa replied. If my sister does not want it, then it is mine. I will pass it on to her. It is no longer Chen Guan's concern. He shrugged, indifferent to the matter, observing the girl's greedy demeanor. Medusa's expression softened as she gently patted her head. Chen Guan thought he even caught a glimpse of her smiling. Such affection for Ziyin was indeed remarkable. Seemingly acknowledging the girl's sentiment, Medusa said nothing further, waving her hand to stow the Taohua sword into her spatial ring, prompting the girl to beam with delight, as if they had pulled off a grand heist from a wealthy landowner. Wielding the dagger, the young girl scampered back to Chen Guan. All of yours have names. What shall mine be? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Guan replied, Let yours be called Qiluo. Ziyin muttered the name a few times, feeling it was rather haphazard. She simply could not think of a better one. Observing the trio's antics, Jia Xingtian, seated at the counter, cleared his throat a few times, not with any ulterior motive, but merely to assert his presence. Chapter 91, Han Feng. On a moonless night with a chilling wind, it was a time for treachery and bloodshed. The somber sky seemed to foretell something ominous. Han Feng had heard Han Beng mention it, but he dismissed it, labeling it mere gossip, unworthy of his attention. Although the Blackhorn region was tumultuous, the individuals at the upper echelons were limited in number. There existed an unspoken understanding among the strong, and under normal circumstances, such large-scale conflicts were not likely to erupt easily. Unless something particularly extraordinary emerges, if there truly exists such a remarkable item, especially a convenient elixir, Han Feng, ever self-assured, believes it is most likely of his own creation. For instance, the Yin-Yang Dragon Profound Pill he is currently preparing to refine in stages is bound to incite a fierce competition. Perhaps only the people from the Soul Palace would approach with a stroke of luck in mind. Contemplating this, Han Feng dismissed Han Beng and resumed his meticulous study of the pill formula. The Yin-Yang Dragon Profound Pill is a 7th-tier concoction. It was acquired from Yao Chun during the time of his betrayal of his master. It is unlikely that anyone else on the Doqi continent possesses the knowledge to refine it. Given his current capabilities, producing the Yin-Yang Dragon Profound Pill poses considerable challenges. However, after years of dedicated research, Han Feng has garnered significant insights. With the aid of the Sea Heart Flame, he believes there exists a 1 or 2% chance of success, were it not for the incomplete nature of his cultivation method, which harbors certain risks and impedes smooth operation. This probability might increase by yet another 10%. Each time he reflects on this, Han Feng cannot help but feel an urge to rebuke Yao Chun. That cunning old fellow, even in death, refused to grant me the complete burning method. After venting his frustrations toward Yao Chun, Han Feng shook his head and resumed his serious study of the formula. Setting aside personal character, it is clear that Han Feng possesses considerable talent in the art of alchemy, brimming with ideas. Otherwise, he would not have been accepted as Yao Chen's disciple. As he delved deeper into his research, suddenly, with a flick of his hand, a deep blue flame appeared in his palm, resembling not fire but rather a bizarre liquid flame, flickering energetically toward the northeast. This was the Sea Heart Flame, ranked 15th on the Extraordinary Flame list. The extraordinary display of the Sea Heart Flame could only stem from something extraordinary. Han Feng abruptly rose, his face alight with exhilaration. The aura of the extraordinary flame. Yet, it seemed not to emanate from the Canaan Academy. After a moment of contemplation, Han Feng resolved without hesitation to head northeast. He would not let the opportunity of encountering an extraordinary flame slip by. However, this sudden appearance of a mysterious flame likely had an owner. Thus, he needed to approach stealthily to assess the opponent's general strength before seeking assistance to seize the extraordinary flame. Just as Han Feng departed from Maple City, a petite figure stealthily entered the city, making a beeline for Han Feng's secret chamber, unnoticed by anyone along the way. In a valley several hundred miles from Maple City, a remarkably handsome youth was engaged in a fierce battle with a figure cloaked entirely in black robes. The clash fierce and unyielding. The youth wielded azure extraordinary fire, employing the unique fire techniques of an alchemist to combat his opponent, forming fire tigers and transforming into a ferocious fire python. This mastery of fire control would even elicit a nod of respect from Han Feng. The youth's adversary, on the other hand, was even more peculiar and enigmatic. Wordless, possessing an extraordinarily powerful physique, he could withstand direct contact with the extraordinary fire without sustaining any injury. The might he unleashed was terrifying, each blow causing the youth to evade hastily. Every time the youth narrowly escaped, the ground would be left with a massive crater. Han Feng sensed something amiss. With his spiritual perception, he was unable to detect the presence of this cloaked figure, as if he were not alive at all. Moreover, the intensity of the power he unleashed was undoubtedly at the level of a Do Wang, yet he remained locked in battle with the youth on the ground. Many questions lingered in Han Feng's mind, yet he did not dwell on them further. Regardless, his objective was merely that young boy wielding a mere 6-star. Yet he could refine this lad is a prodigy, likely hailing from the central region. Though Han Feng harbored such suspicions, he remained undeterred in his pursuit of no matter how significant the boy's background, as long as he handled it discreetly, who would know it was he? Much like the past with. Even the Wind Sovereign found numerous points of doubt, subjecting him to intense interrogation, yet he skillfully evaded them. Upon arriving in the Wind Sovereign found himself even more powerless. Han Feng was well versed in such matters. Once the merged with both its color and appearance would undergo corresponding changes, rendering it unrecognizable to others. However, in the next instant, a chilling sense of peril surged within Han Feng, causing his hair to stand on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned any pretense of concealment and summoned his to ascend into the night sky. Boom, boom. The mountain peak he had just hidden behind was obliterated under the force of too powerful, leaving only a deep crater in its wake. The newcomers bore ill intent. His spiritual energy expanded, and soon he discerned the concealed ambush, identifying his assailants. One approached from the front, while the other flanked from behind, encircling him. Behind him stood a woman with a snake's tail, her beauty surpassing anyone he had ever encountered. The only being fitting such a description was the Medusa Queen, notorious in that. Facing him was an elder whose appearance, though not as striking as Medusa's, emanated a far greater threat. This man possessed yet he could traverse the void. A powerhouse. Medusa Queen, and this esteemed, I am Han Feng, a 6th grade in that. I wonder if there has been some misunderstanding. I beseech you. Han Feng discreetly summoned the energies of heaven and earth, his gaze flickering as he sought an opportunity to break free. Unfortunately, both Medusa and had already received instructions from Chen Guan to resolve matters swiftly. Without any desire for idle chatter, before Han Feng could finish his words, the two launched there once more. Snake Spirit Sword burst. Heaven Phoenix fall. The two formidable converged upon Han Feng, leaving him no avenue for escape. The danger was palpable, exceedingly dire. Even facing Medusa alone would pose a challenge, let alone contending with a powerhouse. In this situation, with the two joining forces to eliminate him, Han Feng saw no glimmer of hope. His thoughts raced. His expression grew frantic as he summoned the, contemplating a reckless plan to self-detonate with the. However, at that moment, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. With his attention captivated by the two assailants, Han Feng's spiritual awareness was caught off guard, and he was struck by an invisible vine whip. In an instant, his actions faltered, pain contorting his face, a torment that emanated from the depths of his soul, as his body stiffened, and Medusas consumed him entirely. Chapter 92. The Six Renowned Sacred Refinement and the Burning Technique. As if two miniature nuclear bombs collided, the very essence of the space trembled, and a mighty shockwave erupted instantaneously, akin to a razor-sharp, heavenly blade cleaving the valley in twain, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the sky. At the eye of the tempest, Han Feng found himself utterly defenseless, akin to a fragile boat swept away by colossal waves, his life force flickering out in an instant. Moments later, the energies of heaven and earth settled into tranquility. With a resounding thud, Han Feng's battered form plummeted from the heavens, his body enshrouded in darkness. Blood mingling with dust, a tragic sight indeed. Yet, no one mourned for a traitorous disciple who had slain his master. Medusa and Jia Xingtian remained suspended in the air, ever vigilant. Casting his gaze downward, Chen Guan's eyes were tightly shut, his vast mental energy enveloping the entire valley. Every rustling leaf, every chirping insect, could not escape his scrutiny, coalescing in his mind into a vivid tableau. Chen Guan examined every nook and cranny with meticulous care, contracting his focus inch by inch. Soon, a smile graced his lips. Channeling his fighting spirit, he struck a nearby boulder with great force, resulting in a tremendous explosion that revealed a shimmering azure ring. Realizing there was no place left to hide, Han Feng dared not linger over the ring. His ethereal soul escaped, propelled by the power of the otherworldly flame, darting away like a flicker of blue light in frantic flight. Chen Guan grinned, having anticipated this very maneuver. As he spoke, a pre-prepared soul fire net descended from above, reminiscent of the Buddha's five-fingered mountain subduing the Monkey King, ensnaring the fleeing spirit within its grasp. Han Feng desperately summoned the otherworldly flame to resist, striving to tear apart the soul fire net and escape, but regardless of his attempts, the net continued to descend steadily, exhibiting remarkable resilience. Were Han Feng at full strength, even with all his trump cards, Chen Guan would not stand a chance. However, with only his soul remaining, Chen Guan felt no fear. Even if another Han Feng were to arise, casually collecting the seemingly exquisite azure ring and the shattered body, he wasted no time and took out a flute, sounding a call to summon the little dragon, people lying in wait to take advantage of the chaos. Who are you? Why have you plotted against me? Who exactly are you? Beneath the soul fire net, Han Feng roared in agony, questioning fervently, for even at this moment, he could not fathom his adversary's motives. He had offended many, yet he had eradicated most of them, and could not recall such a foe. Ignoring him, Chen Guan retrieved a jade vial, sealing Han Feng's soul inside, enveloped within layers of otherworldly flames. This was a different situation than with the previous creature. He needed to be exceedingly cautious as the consciousness remained alert. It was time to depart. Without waiting for anyone else, Chen Guan summoned his puppet and set off towards the northwest, with Medusa and Jia Xingtian swiftly following suit. Although the battle concluded rapidly, the disturbance had been considerable, and it would not be long before others came to investigate. While ordinary individuals posed little threat, the guardians of the Soul Palace lurking in the Black Corner domain warranted vigilance, concealing their presence. The trio sped forth until they reached the designated uninhabited expanse of the Black Domain, where they finally halted. Approximately half an hour later, Ziyin arrived fashionably late, prompting simultaneous sighs of relief from both Medusa and Chen Guan. Although aware of the girl's capabilities, engaging in such underhanded activities carried a modicum of risk. Fortunately, she returned safely. From several dozen meters away, one could hear her dissatisfied report. Chen Guan, you deceived me. The treasury held nothing of value, not a single high-tier herb. Just rubbish that I disdain even to take, as it merely occupies space. Chen Guan, filled with doubt, glanced at the girl's lips, resembling those that had just devoured a dragon fruit, almost believing her words. After all, Han Feng was a 6th-tier alchemist, nearing the 7th tier. Could his collection truly be so meager? Even if most items were stored in his spatial ring, it was improbable that he would leave the treasury devoid of treasures, considering he had a multitude of companions below. Medusa approached the girl, deftly wiping the juice from the corner of her mouth. causing the previously defiant girl to reveal an endearing, bashful smile, unable to meet the young man's gaze due to her shyness. Let us depart from here. We can discuss further on the way. Chen Guan, eager to examine his spoils, recognized that this place was not suitable for such matters. The return journey proved smooth and uneventful. 1 month later, in the Tagore Desert, within the Serpent People tribe, in a chamber adjacent to the Medusa Temple, the floor was strewn with an array of ancient tomes and scrolls. Chen Guan sat at a central table, his expression focused as he diligently studied 2 martial arts manuals before him. One was the Earth-tier low-level technique, 6 Rin's Sacred Refinement, inherited from his master's legacy. The other, Burning Formula, was a technique he had long coveted, though regrettably, it was incomplete. Chen Guan and Xian had temporarily remained as guests of the Serpent People, awaiting Medusa's preparations to fulfill her promise. During these days, Chen Guan devoted considerable time to researching this fragment of the Burning Formula. He was acutely aware of its value. A millennium ago, the ancient Emperor Tuashi and the original trajectories, Xiao Yin, had both benefited greatly from this technique on their path to imperial ascendance, particularly the latter. However, cultivating the Burning Formula was no simple feat beyond the inherent dangers. The absence of devouring for evolution rendered the starting point rather low. Even with Chen Guan possessing the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire and Han Feng harboring the Sea Heart Flame alongside the Fallen Heart Flame from Canaan Academy, it remained exceedingly challenging to elevate it to an Earth-tier level. After all, it was fundamentally incomplete. Thus, attempting to cultivate this fragment of the Burning Formula would be akin to self-deprecation, significantly impacting his combat prowess, with the possibility of regression not being far-fetched. Gently shaking his head, Chen Guan waved his hand to store it away, having reached a resolution in his heart. At the very least, this fragment of the Burning Formula was unworthy of his efforts. Chapter 93, Medusa Under the Moonlight. The Golden Belt of Murder and Fire. Aside from the fragment of the Burning Formula, Chen Guan grasped why it was said that alchemists were the wealthiest individuals on this continent. Han Feng, though not yet a 7th-tier alchemist, possessed astonishing wealth. The collection of martial arts techniques, high-tier herbs, and various sundries aside, the mere array of formulas and elixirs contained within his spatial ring was enough to evoke admiration. The Spirit Elixir, a 6th-tier potion, can elevate a Do Wang level warrior by 1 star upon consumption. Although it cannot be used repeatedly, its efficacy ignites the fervor of countless Do Wang practitioners. Within Han Feng's spatial ring, Chen Guan discovered a remarkable total of 7 Spirit Elixirs. He wisely retained 3 for his future use or other purposes, while the remaining 4 were graciously distributed between Jia Xingtian and Medusa as a token of appreciation. The Reversal Pill, also of 6th-tier pinnacle quality, has the remarkable ability to reconstruct meridians, specifically addressing injuries to the meridians and dantian caused by unknown factors. This elixir restores the user's body to a state of recovery, provided it is consumed within 3 months of injury. Its effects are particularly pronounced for Do Huang and lower-tier practitioners, while still offering some benefit to Do Zone warriors, albeit with less impressive results. The Breakthrough Pill, another 6th-tier concoction, is highly coveted by countless peak Do Huang warriors, as it enhances the probability of ascending to Do Huang. Chen Guan obtained 2 of these. The Royal Extreme Pill shares effects similar to the Spirit Elixir, but is tailored for Do Huang level warriors, of which Chen Guan also acquired 2. The Vitality Pill, yet another 6th-tier remedy, is indispensable for healing, and Chen Guan secured 5 of these. This summarizes all 6th-tier elixirs obtained from Han Feng's spatial ring, their immense value causing envy among nearly all factions in the Northwest region. Furthermore, these are merely the finished products. A plethora of precious medicinal materials remains untouched, including the ingredients for 2 Yin-Yang Xianlong pills. Han Feng's wealth is thus revealed. Even Chen Guan could not suppress a smile when he counted his gains a few days prior. He hoped that Gui would not disappoint him too much. Sensing the neatly arranged row of elixir vials within the Crane Spirit Ring, Chen Guan felt a quiet anticipation. After all, as a 6th-tier alchemist, even if he fell short of Han Feng, he should still possess some level of competence. Master Chen Guan, Her Majesty the Queen requests your presence. The voice of Hua Shi'er resonated after a gentle knock on the door, with a hint of curiosity. Chen Guan rose and waved his hand to gather the scattered ancient texts from the floor before opening the door. Master Chen Guan, Hua Shi'er slightly bowed in respect, demonstrating her deference towards the young man. Thankfully, after Medusa's brief explanation, they understood that it was merely a misunderstanding. As the head of the guards, Hua Shi'er had witnessed the young man concocting pills for a little girl and recognized that he not only possessed Do Ling's strength, but was also a proficient alchemist, prompting her to adopt a more respectful demeanor. Did your queen summon me? Noticing Hua Shi'er's significantly enhanced aura compared to previous days, Chen Guan deduced that she had likely received a spirit elixir from Medusa, which was not surprising. However, glancing at the sky and then at Medusa's palace nearby left him feeling somewhat puzzled. Her Majesty is not in the palace. Please follow me. Perceiving the young man's gaze, Hua Shier's polite smile faltered slightly as she sheepishly led the way ahead. Following Hua Shier away from the temple and passing through numerous patrols, after about 10 minutes, a man-made island in the center of a lake came into view. The water shimmered with a hint of purple, appearing tranquil, yet it harbored deadly toxins. Even Hua Shier became notably cautious as she approached the lakeside, fearful of contamination from the poison. In the center of the lake lies a modest island, roughly 200 meters in circumference, surrounded by shimmering waters, devoid of any bridges leading to its shores. Master Chen, please wait, whispered the Serpent Maiden. Above the lake, there exists a barrier set by Her Majesty the Queen and the Elders. Anything that attempts to fly will be forced into the depths of the water. At that moment, on the island, Medusa, who was spending time with Xian, sensed their arrival. She formed hand seals and temporarily lifted the barrier. Master Chen could distinctly feel the peculiar energy enveloping the island dissipate. You may proceed, Master Chen. The Serpent Maiden gestured, yet she remained rooted in place, showing no intention of following him onto the island. Chen nodded, channeling his internal energy, gliding effortlessly across the remaining distance. With the barrier lifted, any fighter of the spirit realm could easily soar over. The island was modest in size, adorned with closely clustered flora, creating a simple yet beautiful screen. Beyond this, there lay an open area of barely 100 meters, meticulously cleared and strewn with smooth pebbles. At the center of this expanse was a small, sunken pool, filled to the brim with crystalline water, its surface wreathed in white mist. Frost had formed along the pool's edge, and even from several meters away, one could feel the chilling temperature. Ice Spirit Spring. Chen had encountered this phenomenon before, yet its substantial presence still astonished him. At that moment, Medusa and Xian stood by the pool, draped in luxurious purple robes that enveloped their alluring figures, embodying a captivating allure. Their slender, pale lavender eyes sparkled, and every glance and smile exuded charm, especially under the resplendent moonlight, enhancing their enchanting presence. This was not a conscious act. It was the innate allure of Queen Medusa. Consequently, she possessed a fatal attraction for men. Given Medusa's current cultivation level, she could easily control her charm, but in the relaxed company of the girl, it naturally emanated. The girl in white was also lovely, yet Chen merely glanced at her before diverting his gaze. In the presence of Medusa, her charm seemed trivial. How delightful it is to admire the moon at such an hour, he remarked, though his words fell flat as no one engaged with his topic. Xian, having noticed Chen's fleeting glance towards her, was displeased and huffed, lifting her chin as she made her way to the pool's edge to snack, leaving ample space for them to discuss serious matters. Medusa, not following Chen's lead, gazed contemplatively at the ice spirit spring and said, I have learned that the ice spirit spring can suppress the temperature of. It took considerable effort to collect this amount. You have refined the green lotus earth fire. You should have valuable insights in this regard. Although she sought confirmation, her tone lacked the inquisitive nature, instead carrying an air of self-importance, as if to say, speak if you wish. After 2 months of interaction, Chen had come to understand her disposition quite well and had gradually grown accustomed to it. Chapter 94. I am their king. A harrowing suffering is inevitable. The secret arts of the serpent people are akin to a point of no return, reminiscent of a rebirth through fire. In the original course of events, Medusa managed to endure, but the circumstances have changed drastically. The azure lotus earth fire has been refined by him, and its nature differs significantly from when it was unclaimed. Chen Guan cannot ascertain whether the, under his command, will facilitate or hinder Medusa's evolution. The ice spirit spring remains an external entity. Successful evolution relies primarily on one's indomitable resolve. Though my understanding of your serpent people's secret arts is limited, it is clear that hesitation and carelessness cannot be afforded in this process. Thus, if you truly wish for me to assist you, you must place absolute trust in me, dedicating every ounce of your energy and focus to the evolution. Considering the stakes involved in another's life, Chen Guan wishes to eliminate unnecessary doubts that might cloud their judgment, expressing these sentiments up front for everyone's benefit. Medusa understands this as well. She must choose between the azure lotus earth fire and the more formidable sea heart flame. Over the past year, she has employed various methods to gather knowledge. This understanding has fostered a degree of trust in Chen Guan. At the very least, she perceives him as no deceitful villain. However, trust has its limits. Thus far, they can at best be regarded as acquaintances, and whether they can be deemed friends is still debatable. She is not yet prepared to entrust her life entirely to him. Therefore, opting for the azure lotus earth fire, in a certain sense, constitutes a gamble, a wager on the youth's character and her own discernment. Medusa remains silent, yet she has not grown angry. Rather, she unexpectedly shares her reflections. In a world of yellow sands, what beauty lies therein? The endless dunes meet the horizon, and her kin can scarcely fathom where the sands might cease. Each grain represents a realm, within which every speck may bear the stains of blood, be it that of the serpent people or humanity. Those who do not inhabit this land will never know how many bones lie buried beneath the sands. Chen Guan observes the girl nearby, eavesdropping with her ears perked up. Thus, you conceal your inner softness while establishing a fearsome reputation, for only in this manner can you secure a semblance of tranquility for your kin. I am their king. This is both her mission and her duty. Such a burden is one Chen Guan cannot fully comprehend, yet he can grasp it to some extent. A worthy king is invariably solitary and proud, striving to protect the serpent people from threats and to lead them out of this desert. Therefore, you resolutely embark on the arduous path of evolution, risking your life for the chance. I am their king, because I am a king. Behind me stand countless subjects awaiting me to carve a path, yet untrodden. This is a determination that those who are not kings may never fully appreciate, evoking both awe and deep emotion. The atmosphere was overly solemn, as if any jest at this moment would be an act of sacrilege. Chen Guan cast a glance at her, reflecting on how he had previously believed that, despite favorable circumstances, her evolution would still be fraught with peril. However, he now held a firm conviction that she would undoubtedly succeed. The acknowledgement of one's capabilities is indeed a source of joy. Medusa turned her head and met the gaze of the young man, recognizing her own reflection within his eyes. The heart of Blue Lotus Fire was likely more suited for evolution than the heart of the Sea Flame. A fortnight hence, she would fulfill her promise. In the Gamma Empire, within the Cloud Mist sect, an alchemy chamber was occupied by Gu He, who was wholly absorbed in concocting elixirs. Although the news of Fama's ascension to the 6th rank had not been widely publicized, the elite factions of the imperial capital had nonetheless caught wind of some developments. Much like the previous affliction of Nalanjia, it was no longer a secret among the upper echelons. This was not a favorable situation for either the Cloud Mist sect or Gu He. The esteemed status of being the only 6th rank alchemist was now threatened by the emergence of another. Those who had previously sought Gu He's expertise in alchemy now had an alternative, especially since Fama had always maintained a neutral stance, refraining from engaging in the conflicts among the major factions. This made him appear far more suitable than Gu He, who bore the mark of the Cloud Mist sect, thereby endangering the latter's position. Gu He, ever concerned with his reputation, would never openly express his feelings, yet it was impossible for him to remain unaffected. While he envisioned a promising future, the advancement in alchemical skills was not something that could be achieved overnight. Without extraordinary opportunities, progress would be a gradual process requiring time and effort. Thus, despite his diligence, his advancements remained modest. The thought that an inexperienced youth had acquired the rare fire he coveted further exacerbated his irritation. At that moment, the voice of his disciple, Lu Ling, echoed from outside the alchemy chamber. Gu He frowned, choosing to ignore her. After spending a considerable amount of time meticulously completing the elixir in the cauldron, he finally rose to open the door. Is there an urgent matter? Alchemy is most susceptible to interruptions, and Lu Ling could not possibly be unaware that her sudden request for an audience today must have been for a compelling reason. Observing Gu He's relatively calm demeanor eased Lu Ling's tension, and she exhibited no dissatisfaction despite having waited a long time. Her patience was not due to his amiable temperament, but because she understood that the renowned alchemist of Gamma, her teacher, warranted such consideration. Lu Ling glanced around, hesitating to speak. Come in. Gu He discerned her intentions and stepped back into the chamber, with Lu Ling closely following. Once the door was shut and the chamber sealed with his spiritual energy, Gu He turned to Lu Ling. What is it? Chapter 95. Gu He's Final Opportunity Master. I just visited the Alchemist Guild and encountered the young princess of the royal family. We discussed at length, and when the topic of the coveted rare fire arose, Yao Yu inadvertently let slip that she was aware of a certain rare fire, though she could not obtain it. When I pressed for details, she fell silent. Ultimately, I exchanged the 4th-tier beast fire you bestowed upon me for information, and it turns out that the individual we spoke of earlier, Chen Guan, possesses a rare fire. He is currently in the Tagore Desert, seemingly preparing to use this rare fire to assist Queen Medusa in her evolution, thereby transcending the barriers of the Do Zone. Lu Ling spoke with utmost seriousness, not forgetting to mention the price he had paid. Given his capabilities, it was utterly impossible for him to seize the renowned Chen Guan fire from the infamous Medusa. However, Gu He might stand a chance. Yet, it was evident that Gu He was not as foolish as Lu Ling. The Queen of Medusa's desire to harness the for evolution was undoubtedly a clandestine affair. Would a young girl, who had never set foot outside the imperial capital, truly be privy to such matters? Moreover, the threat posed by the Serpent People to the Gamma Empire was common knowledge. As a member of the royal family, why would Chen Guan assist the Queen of Medusa in her evolution? Teacher, this is precisely what I was about to mention. I inquired with Yao Yu, and it appears that Chen Guan has been bewitched by the Queen of Medusa, resolutely determined to aid her. In doing so, he has severed ties with the royal family and defected to the Serpent People. However, this information has been skillfully concealed by the royal family and has not spread. Yao Yu was quite furious, scolding Chen Guan in my presence for an extended period, and it did not seem feigned. I believe there is a degree of truth to this matter. Lu Ling quickly lamented the loss of the significant achievement that had seemed within reach. Gu He rubbed his temples, conceding, "Very well, I am aware of this matter now. You may leave. I shall find you a suitable beast fire another day." Dismissing Lu Ling, Gu He fell into deep contemplation. Whether the Queen of Medusa intended to utilize the for her evolution was not particularly difficult to ascertain. One merely needed to send someone to the Tagore Desert to investigate any recent anomalies in the Serpent People's defenses, which would reveal a significant portion of the truth. Furthermore, why would the royal family deliberately leak such information? No matter how naive Yao Yu might be, she was still of royal blood and must surely have an understanding of what should or should not be disclosed. For such a secret matter to be so easily uncovered by Lu Ling, one could hardly believe that there was no unseen hand guiding him. The royal family, Chen Guan, the Serpent People, the Queen of Medusa, and Do Zong. Suddenly, Gu He was struck with clarity. This was the royal family's brazen conspiracy. The Gamma royal family undoubtedly did not wish to see the Queen of Medusa succeed in her evolution. Should she break through to Do Zong, the Serpent People would pose a tremendous threat to the Gamma Empire. Moreover, his longing for the was not a recent development. This was no secret. Thus, the royal family intentionally leaked information to him, seeking to utilize his hand to thwart the Queen of Medusa from evolving with Chen Guan's. In doing so, it was likely that the Queen and that young man would also become estranged, presenting the royal family with an opportune moment to mend their relationship with him. He was exceedingly cunning. His previous hesitance to act overtly was not out of morality, but rather due to the royal family's excessive regard for that young man. Having unraveled the truth, Gu He sighed deeply. He was reluctant to be a pawn of the royal family, yet he found himself compelled to cooperate with their scheme. Unless he could disregard the allure of the, which was evidently beyond his capacity. This was his sole opportunity to acquire the. During the period of estrangement between the royal family and Chen Guan, if he were to take action, the royal family would likely have no grounds to object. At worst, he could offer some form of compensation afterward. With anticipation ignited within him, he began to contemplate in the direction of his desires. Increasingly convinced that this was indeed the truth. If he were to cast aside his expectations and maintain absolute rationality, it would not be difficult to discern the numerous flaws within. After much contemplation, Gu He finally rose and made his way to the main hall of the sect leader. The Queen Medusa posed a significant threat. Thus, to mitigate any potential risks, he required some assistance for protection. Seizing another's already refined was quite unethical. To ensure Yun Yun's willing cooperation, Gu He refrained from mentioning the royal brat and merely stated that there was with Queen Medusa. Unsurprisingly, Yun Yun agreed. 10 days later, in the sacred city of the Serpent People, Chen Guan stood atop the city wall, flanked by Zi Yin and Medusa, all three gazing out over the seemingly endless expanse of yellow sand. Chen Guan, why did you bring us up here? What is there to see? After a few minutes, Zi Yin impatiently inquired. Medusa cast a sidelong glance at him. Chen Guan jested, I received word from Jia Lao that a group of guests is making their way here. Of course, we must go out to greet them. As he spoke, he could not help but shake his head slightly, as if lamenting something. Queen Medusa looked over once more, her autumn-like eyes filled with curiosity. Is this what you refer to as a trivial matter to be dealt with before my evolution? Chen Guan smirked. The alchemist from the Gamma Empire has long been obsessed with. Having learned that we possess it, he is already on his way here. It is you who possesses, not I. What makes you think Gu He would dare to confront me while I stand here? Medusa scoffed. A 6th-grade alchemist is formidable. Yet the strongest he can summon are merely Do Huang practitioners. The sole Do Zong, Jia Xing Tian, would never lend his aid. The Do Huang of the Gamma Empire are few and far between. I fear no one. Observing the complex expression on the young man's face, Medusa sensed something amiss. Do you harbor a grudge against him? For the sake of, he has engaged in some underhanded tactics, twice. Once is an occurrence, twice is a pattern, but thrice is unlikely. Chen Guan did not deny it. At that moment, Chen Guan felt a twinge of introspection. The human heart cannot withstand testing. When one decides to scrutinize another, the answer is often already known. Casting aside distractions, Chen Guan remarked, as long as he is alive, he is an alchemist king. Once he perishes, he becomes no different from the bones buried beneath this desert. Should you take action, he would stand no chance of escape, given the royal presence. Killing or capturing an alchemist king seems rather straightforward, does it not? It is indeed not difficult, yet it is not as simple as it appears. Gu He is deeply entwined with the Yunlan sect. Jia Lao must have a legitimate reason to act. Or how would the Yunlan sect and those prominent families perceive it? Perhaps even the pharaoh would intervene to dissuade. The empire and the sect are not the same. There are far more considerations at play. Relying solely on Jia Lao would not suffice to disregard all consequences. Medusa found this explanation quite comprehensible. After a brief silence, she maintained her inscrutable demeanor. If I refuse, will our transaction be adversely affected? The Alchemist Guild possesses a formula for the 6th grade as compensation. Once you successfully evolve, I will assist you in exchanging it with the pharaoh. However, should you be reduced to ashes by Medusa added, without reservation. Indeed, if misfortune were to befall us, I can assure you that even if the other great empires were to strike against the Serpent People, the Gamma Empire would not take advantage of the chaos, leaving them a glimmer of hope. Allow me a moment to ponder. Medusa did not provide an immediate response, instead turning her gaze towards the horizon. There, several small black dots had entered her line of sight. Chapter 96. I shall not allow it 1 emperor of fighting, 3 kings of fighting, and 4 pinnacle spirits. What a formidable assembly. Although they were still several hundred meters away, Medusa could already discern the approaching figures, despite not having issued a state of emergency. The guards of the Serpent People's territory had become significantly more vigilant in recent days. The ease with which a group of humans approached the sacred city of the Serpent People sent a chill through her gaze. No longer standing atop the city walls, the trio proceeded to Medusa's temple. Under the puzzled gaze of Zi Yin, another Medusa separated from her form. Sister Medusa? This is an energy entity, Medusa softly explained. Immediately, the energy entity ascended into the air, her expression stern as she prepared to confront the unwelcome guests. Humans, halt before the sacred city of the Serpent People. The group, led by Gu He, who was swiftly advancing, also noticed the Medusa hovering in the air and came to an abrupt stop. The 4 pinnacle spirits flitted to a halt beneath Gu He and his companions. The Serpent People's sacred city does not welcome humans. Depart at once, and I shall not hold your trespass against you. Upon hearing Medusa's words, the invited Yin Shi and Feng Xingzhe turned their attention towards the figure in the black robe beside her. Medusa's fearsome reputation was well known. Even Gu He felt a twinge of apprehension at that moment. Simultaneously, he began to understand why that young man had betrayed her and the royal family. Suppressing his emotions, Gu He stepped forward slightly, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Your Majesty Queen Medusa, it is an honor to meet you. I am Gu He from the Gamma Empire. Medusa had already learned of his identity from the young man, yet she feigned surprise. Her gaze swept over the enigmatic figure in black beside her, and with a casual smile, she remarked, Gu He, the alchemist of the Gamma Empire? Your reputation precedes you. I have indeed heard of you. A 6th-tier alchemist is no ordinary feat, and you have even managed to summon an emperor of fighting. Speak, what brings you to me? Although your sudden intrusion into our territory is indeed quite rude, the Serpent People are not unreasonable. Master Gu He must have gathered so many powerful allies for a purpose beyond merely admiring the splendor of Tagore. Observing Gu He's apparent relief, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Queen Medusa's autumn-like eyes. With her expression animated and vivid, Gu He remained oblivious to the fact that he was conversing with merely an energy avatar. As Medusa directly broached the subject, a look of gravity settled upon Gu He's face. He fell into a brief silence, carefully considering his words. Moreover, Gu He was acutely aware that even among the emperor-level figures of the Gamma Empire, none could hope to defeat Queen Medusa in solitude. Even with the presence of the esteemed individual by his side, Gu He was acutely aware that her arrival was not intended to engage in combat with the Queen Medusa. Rather, should the Queen harbor any murderous intent towards them, she alone possessed the formidable strength to intercept her, granting them a chance to evade the Queen's lethal grasp. Exhaling deeply, Gu He raised his gaze towards the Queen Medusa, who loomed in the sky, suppressing any irreverent thoughts, and solemnly stated, I have come primarily for the foreign flames belonging to Her Majesty's lineage. The soldiers of the Serpentine clan on the city walls, bewildered by the unfolding events, gripped their weapons tightly. The captain of the guards, Hua Shir, also arrived promptly, her aura brimming with combat energy, poised to charge at a mere command from the Queen. Within the temple, Xian clenched her small fists, seething with indignation. Sister Medusa, why are we wasting words with him? He seeks to seize Chen Guan's foreign flames, which equates to robbing us of our flames. We should strike him down without hesitation. Medusa gently patted the girl's head, casting a glance at the youth beside her, and reassured, He requires a justification to act against Gu He. While I am not bound by such constraints, I too need a plausible reason. Rest assured, this energy entity may intimidate Gu He, yet the formidable Do Huang beside him can see through it, and he will not retreat easily. Ziyan pouted, feeling that they were being overly indecisive. After all, they were destined to kill him. Why squander so many words? This perplexed her. Chen Guan, however, comprehended Queen Medusa's intentions and nodded slightly in gratitude. Medusa, unwavering in her gaze towards the sky, replied with certainty, I am not aiding you. My sole interest lies in the spirit fusion pills. In the heavens above, after a prolonged silence, Medusa finally shook her head in refusal. Regardless of how you acquired this information, you may relinquish such thoughts. I shall not permit you to take him. Your Majesty might consider my offer. I am willing to exchange 2 6th-grade Doling pills and 1 7th-grade transformation pill or breaking sect pill for him. What say you, Your Majesty? The proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly. This included Chen Guan, who observed with a cold gaze from within the temple, as well as the figure clad in black beside Gu He. The difference, however, lay in the fact that while others were astonished by Gu He's audacious offer, Chen Guan and the cloaked figure were taken aback by his reckless bravado. Though Gu He bore the illustrious title of Pill King, neither the transformation pill nor the breaking sect pill was within his current capability to refine. Otherwise, Yin Shan would have long since achieved breakthrough status. Such words could only deceive those unfamiliar with alchemy. Previously, Medusa had lacked understanding in this area and might have believed in his prowess. However, just days prior, when Chen Guan distributed Doling pills, he had taken the opportunity to enlighten them about several highly renowned pills, with the breaking sect pill being one of them. Gu He's empty boast stripped Medusa of her patience, transforming her previously measured demeanor into a subtle, unrecognized intent to kill. Enough. Begone. The sudden shift to a cold, unyielding stance seemed to lower the ambient temperature around them significantly. Upon witnessing the frigid depths within the eyes of Queen Medusa, Gu He felt a surge of astonishment, quickly followed by a tightening sense of trepidation. He dared not utter another word and retreated behind his companion in the black robe. Your Majesty, your refusal has taken me by surprise. However, this is the most precious offering I could present. I had hoped it would resonate with you, as it is indeed more suited to your stature, yet it seems I have miscalculated, Gu He lamented. Behind him, Yinsher could not help but mutter under his breath, questioning the woman's sanity for retaining the exotic flames, which seemed of little practical use compared to the invaluable Zongdan. Fengli, cautious of speaking ill of Queen Medusa in her presence, turned to the figure in the black robe beside Gu He, softly inquiring, what does the sect leader suggest? Noticing this, both Gu He and Yinsher shifted their gazes towards the black-robed figure, awaiting her response. After a prolonged silence, she finally stepped forward, slightly lifting her hood to reveal a delicate, alabaster chin. Her voice, cool and composed, broke the stillness. I have encountered an ancient tome that speaks of a secret art within the serpent people. It is said that each generation of the Medusa Queen, upon reaching the pinnacle of the Do Emperor stage with sufficient opportunity, may harness the exotic flames to undergo a peculiar evolution. The success rate of this evolution is exceedingly low, yet the potential rewards are immense. Queen Medusa, your reluctance to part with the flames likely stems from this ambition. For the exotic flames are indeed essential for such an evolution. Though she spoke of different entities, it felt as if they were resonating on the same frequency. Gu He's eyes widened in surprise. This was a revelation he had not shared with her until now. Yet, the black-robed figure continued, today, we have intruded upon the domain of the serpent people, yet Her Majesty has only employed a mere energy manifestation to deter us. I surmise the true queen is presently engaged in preparations for her evolution elsewhere. At these words, laughter erupted within the temple, while Gu He and his companions, including the unaware Hua Shi'er, trembled slightly, their faces betraying a flicker of astonishment. Are you asserting that this is merely the energy manifestation of that woman? Yinsher exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his features. With a swift motion, he advanced toward Queen Medusa, appearing before her in an instant. Under her astonished gaze, he extended a hand, as pure and white as jade, gently yet decisively resting upon her back. Surely, Your Majesty's true form remains undisturbed. Otherwise, we would not be so audacious. It presents a rather fortuitous opportunity. Would you not agree, Your Majesty? Impudent. Slay these humans. The black-robed figure's actions ignited fury among Hua Shi'er and the soldiers atop the city walls. In their hearts, the sanctity of their queen was paramount. In an instant, shouts of rage erupted, and under Hua Shi'er's leadership, they unleashed their combat techniques to launch an assault. Gu He and his companions, equally taken aback by the black-robed figure's boldness, hesitated as they faced the dazzling array of attacks approaching them. Press forward. Queen Medusa must be at a critical juncture of her evolution. This is your singular moment to seize the exotic flames. Guha is not one to dither. In a certain sense, his actions aligned perfectly with his intentions, and he resolutely took charge. The so-called morality, in the face of the otherworldly flames, is utterly worthless. Lao Shi and Feng Li, proceed and assist those four in obstructing the flower serpent and the soldiers. I shall enter the city with Master Yun to seek our objective. With a sweeping gesture, Guha promptly assigned each individual their role, leading the charge with his immense, battle aura-infused wings as he soared towards the holy city. The figure clad in black followed closely behind, unfurling his azure wings. The distance of several hundred meters was traversed in the blink of an eye. However, as they crossed over the city wall, every individual abruptly halted, their expressions frozen in disbelief. In Chapter 97, a stalemate. Before the temple stood four figures, poised and observant, their strength seemingly surpassing that of the others. Beside one of them stood a diminutive figure in black, appearing almost childlike in stature, yet exuding an unmistakable aura of a Do Wang. Behind them loomed a tall figure in black, standing cold and still as if he were a block of iron, exuding an aura devoid of any life. Yun furrowed her brows, feeling a strange familiarity with this sensation, though she dared not confirm it. All others, however, sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from this individual. Next to this enigmatic trio, the final figure was one they could never have anticipated, the exquisitely beautiful Queen Medusa, whom they believed to be ensnared in the throes of evolution and unable to extricate herself. The earlier resolve they had felt was now replaced by palpable tension. Each had faced countless battles, yet at this moment, cold sweat began to bead upon their brows. Are you all dazzled by the radiance of my temple? Unable to avert your gaze? Queen Medusa stepped forward, her voice laced with a teasing tone, light yet chilling to the bone. The leader, Guha, forced a stiff smile, repeatedly gesturing in feigned mirth. Your Majesty has misunderstood. My companion inadvertently dispersed your energy avatar, and I have come to offer our apologies. This 6th grade Do Ling Dan serves as compensation, and we shall take our leave now. As he spoke, he produced a jade vial and tossed it over. Medusa effortlessly caught it, recognizing it as a genuine Do Ling Dan. This was the third she had acquired in recent days, and she was quite familiar with it. Why not accept what is given? She mused, tucking the vial away. With a flourish, Medusa unfurled her vast battle aura wings, soaring higher than anyone else, casting a dominating gaze upon the unwelcome guests below. While I graciously accept your apology, know that entry into my Serpent Clan's holy city is not as simple as coming and going at will. Upon her words, the captain of the guards, Hua Shi, swiftly grasped her intent and took immediate action, unleashing a surge of battle energy from his hand. Do not let them escape. Quickly flee. With the air thick with impending conflict, the once quiet holy city erupted into chaos, the sounds of battle resounding like thunder. With a swift motion, Yun countered the oncoming surge of battle energy with a strike of her sword, commanding with a fierce voice for her companions to retreat while she ascended to match Queen Medusa's altitude, proactively launching an offensive in a bid to buy precious moments for the others' escape. Gu Hua, Yin Shi, and others cast concerned glances, hesitant to linger any longer. They unleashed a strike towards the ascending flower serpent and swiftly retreated into the distance. This battle, before it had even commenced, had already reached its conclusion. Throughout, they resembled fish ensnared in a net. The presence of the true form of Queen Medusa extinguished any flicker of combativeness within them, a testament to her fearsome reputation. As they began their flight, the flower serpent, brimming with fury, unfurled its wings of fighting spirit, eager to pursue. Just then, Yun's combat technique activated, summoning 4 azure wind barriers that enveloped an expanse of nearly 100 meters. In this dire situation, she sought to single-handedly halt all those present, a rather naive aspiration, to say the least. Even as a Do Huang powerhouse, it was utterly impossible for her to withstand the onslaught of so many individuals. After a few assaults from the flower serpent, the wind barriers began to tremble precariously. Your Majesty, Yun glanced at Queen Medusa, who had effortlessly shattered her strike, poised to speak in hopes of de-escalation. However, before she could finish her words, the tallest figure in black robes before the temple moved suddenly, leaping effortlessly to a height of several dozen meters, and brought down a mighty iron fist upon the wind barrier. With a sound akin to shattering glass, the barriers were utterly obliterated. Yun, her lips agape in astonishment beneath the black cloak, looked on in disbelief, while Queen Medusa observed with a cold detachment. Showing no hint of surprise, I leave her to you, she declared, and with a powerful flap of her wings, she surged towards the fleeing figures like a streak of rainbow light. Wait for me, Sister Medusa, Ziyan called out, following suit into the skies. Yun's expression turned urgent as she attempted to intercept the two, But just outside the sacred city's confines, the mysterious black-robed figure leaped once more, not extending his wings of fighting spirit, yet moving with the swiftness of a startled swan, launching a fierce punch from behind. Unfazed, the black-robed figure maintained his trajectory. The long sword struck true against the fist, yet instead of the anticipated spray of blood, a resonant clang echoed, as if metal met metal. An unparalleled, terrifying force propelled Yun several dozen meters away before the impact dissipated. A puppet. Yun's face paled in horror, her gaze shifting to the elongated silhouette now stationed atop the city wall, filled with both inquiry and deep suspicion. This puppet, which had once incited her ire, was all too familiar to her. It possessed a terrifying might, seemingly indestructible, yet incapable of flight. However, the strength it could unleash far surpassed that of the two she had acquired. The coincidence was too striking, casting doubt on the identity of the figure upon the wall. Chen Guan offered no answers, remaining silent. With a mere thought, the puppet that had just touched the ground sprang back into action, akin to a colossal flea, launching a torrential assault that compelled Yun to continuously conjure combat techniques in defense. Wind spirit fragmented sword. Thousand winds gale. The extremity of wind, setting sun radiance. Facing the relentless onslaught of the puppet, Yun dared not underestimate its ferocity, weaving her techniques amidst retreat, seeking to escape using her elusive flying feather technique. Yet, she remained ensnared by this exceedingly bothersome puppet. The battle between her and the marionette lasted for over 10 minutes, during which they only managed to distance themselves about 7 or 8 miles from the sacred city of the Serpent Clan. The puppet could not inflict harm upon her, and she was likewise unable to extricate herself or destroy it. They were bound in a frustrating entanglement, rendering her efforts utterly futile and exasperating. Chen Guan followed leisurely, contrasting sharply with the fierce struggle between the girl and her puppet, savoring the unfolding spectacle with great interest. With a forceful push of the wind, Yun extended her delicate hand, forming a peculiar hand seal before her. A torrent of turbulent azure wind surged forth, swiftly countering the puppet's massive iron fist, allowing her to dissipate its force by leveraging her agility. She had grown increasingly adept at these maneuvers. The pressure from the puppet's onslaught had lessened considerably, yet she remained ensnared like an unyielding piece of chewing gum. Below, the young man could not resist offering her gentle applause. Indeed, her capabilities were not far from his expectations. The iron puppet was merely a match for a Yun sect master. Cease your actions, Chen Guan. I recognize you. Please, halt. Chapter 98. Tossing coins, leaving fate to chance. When did you discern my identity? No longer concealing himself, Chen Guan removed the custom-tailored black robe that resembled the strange uniform he wore and stored the puppet within his spatial ring. Yun also cast aside her black robe, revealing her identity without further pretense. It was the moment you appeared, she replied, her expression turning serious. At this juncture, I fail to comprehend why a member of the royal family would be present here. Shouldn't we consider ourselves friends? Why then do you assist Queen Medusa in obstructing me? As for the lie regarding the puppet mentioned by a certain individual, she had long since ceased to inquire, having grown accustomed to it. Chen Guan gazed into her eyes, bright and clear, yet clouded with confusion. To be candid, when I first saw you accompanying Guhi today, I felt a tinge of disappointment. However, I quickly came to terms with it, for we are friends. Given your nature, you would not willingly assist him in seizing that belongs to me. The only plausible explanation is that he never informed you of it. A look of astonishment crossed Yun's face, and her doubts began to dissipate. She hastily explained, I apologize. Prior to this, I was unaware of the situation. I had no knowledge of your possession of. I owed Guhi a favor, and since he is affiliated with the Yunlan sect, I agreed to protect him without much thought. Had I known beforehand, I would not have come. Chen Guan chuckled lightly, pondering how such a spirited woman could possibly be the leader of a sect. I suspected as much. I trust you. Thank you. But have you truly considered aiding Queen Medusa in her evolution? This question left Yun still perplexed, unable to grasp the situation fully. She noticed that the young man had no intention of clarifying her doubts and chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. With a soft sigh, she redirected her inquiry to other topics. Given Queen Medusa's strength, along with the flower serpent and that combat king girl, it was likely that Guhi and the others had already. Rest assured, those who owe debts shall repay them, and grievances will be clearly delineated. I had previously informed them that, aside from the loquacious Lion King who may receive a beating from Xian, the others are safe. My sole focus is on Guhi. Upon hearing the young man's words, Yun found it difficult to discern whether this was good news or bad. How do you intend to deal with Guhi? She felt conflicted. On one hand, Guhi had initiated this sentiment, and as a friend to the individual before her, she ought not to dissuade him. On the other hand, Guhi belonged to the Yunlan sect, and she was the sect leader. Chen observed her hesitation and shook his head slightly. This woman seemed destined to live perpetually in a whirlpool of indecision. Could this be her fate? Allow me to share something you may not be aware of. After the disciples of the Yunlan sect had their grand competition, I departed the imperial capital for training, only to encounter an ambush from Mo Chung along the way. That night, Mo Chung consumed a 5th-grade blood ignition pill, momentarily elevating his strength to near the pinnacle of doling. Had it not been for a slight contingency I possessed, I might have perished at his hands that very night. Given Mo Cheng's status, it is not that I underestimate him, but he lacks the means to acquire such a pill. I have no vested interests or conflicts with him, yet he dared to strike at me, risking annihilation by the imperial family. Sect leader Yun, do you believe he would have acted without support from behind the scenes? To this day, Chen cannot fathom that Mo Cheng's actions stemmed from a misunderstanding caused by his own eyes. Naturally, he placed the blame squarely on the head of those manipulating Mo Chung. While the Yunlan sect does indeed possess blood ignition pills, I assure you that none have been bestowed upon anyone. Yun initially thought the young man referred to the Yunlan sect, but as the conversation unfolded, she realized it could only pertain to Gu He. This had already escalated to a life-threatening situation, making it even more difficult for Yun to plead on behalf of the other party. Upon seeing her realization, Chen scoffed. In truth, he harbored other schemes, but it was best left unsaid. I had initially intended to eliminate Gu He, yet out of respect for our friendship, I do not wish to place you in an uncomfortable position. Let us leave it to fate. We will toss a coin, without any interference from our powers. If it lands heads, you will no longer involve yourself in this matter. If tails, I will spare him. Whether or not he lives is yet to be determined. But since the opportunity has presented itself, returning him to the Yunlan sect is out of the question. With that, Chen produced a coin. Yun exhaled deeply and nodded slightly, accepting this arrangement. To alleviate any concerns of impropriety, I shall leave the toss to you. Thank you. This marked her second expression of gratitude that day. Chen did not take it to heart and handed her the coin. Upon receiving it, Yun, evidently inexperienced in gambling, did not think to inspect the item. Taking a deep breath, she tossed the coin into the air, refraining from using any power to influence its descent, surrendering to fate as the young man had suggested. The coin spun in the air, rising and flipping, before eventually descending, turning over once more. With a soft thud, it landed on the yellow sand. Upon seeing the coin's face, Yun closed her eyes. Chen Guan, with a beaming smile, bent down to pick up a gold coin from the ground, exclaiming, "The true path of humanity is fraught with hardships. It seems fate is on my side. My apologies, Master Yun." Yun remained with her eyes closed, seemingly trying to escape the harsh reality, as she listened to the boy's footsteps gradually fading away, only to approach once more. Suddenly, she felt a warm hand grasp her right hand, causing her to tremble slightly. In a flurry, she opened her eyes, only to see the young trickster, his face radiant with a smile, as he spread her fingers and placed a gold coin in her palm. The titles of Master Yun and Yun were merely names, yet some individuals placed undue importance on them. Your attachments weigh heavily upon you. While trivial matters may be manageable, when confronted with significant decisions, you waver, uncertain and indecisive. As a friend, I gift you this gold coin. The next time you hesitate, toss it into the air. If it lands heads up, proceed boldly. If tails, maintain the status quo. When you cannot summon the resolve, let fate decide for you. With that, Chen Guan waved goodbye and truly departed. Yun stood frozen, gazing blankly at the gold coin in her palm. Imbued with a mysterious mission, it appeared ordinary, yet somehow seemed transformed from within. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but she felt this coin bore a weight greater than the others. After a long moment, she shook her head slightly, self-deprecatingly smiling. As she prepared to toss it into her coin pouch, she hesitated once more, retrieving an exquisite wooden box that contained medicinal pills. Placing the coin inside, perhaps the trickster's idea was not without merit. Stowing the box away, Yun no longer lingered. Her right hand clenched tightly in her sleeve. Her fighting spirit unfurled as she soared in the opposite direction of the Serpent Clan's holy city. Chapter 99, Medusa's First Appearance. A distinguished Doe emperor pursuing a few Doe kings and Doe spirits was not much different from catching fledgling chicks. Within the temple, Medusa languidly reclined on her throne, her right hand propped against her head, observing the girl beside her, who was idly snacking. Apart from them, Washier stood at the lower end, followed by 8 serpentine figures of varying sizes, arrayed on either side. Their auras were no less formidable than Washier's prior to consuming the Doe spirit pill, each exhibiting the strength of Doe kings. One could easily surmise that these were undoubtedly the 8 leaders of the Serpent Clan, demonstrating commendable loyalty by arriving at the holy city so swiftly. On the ground lay the previously spirited Gu He, now quietly unconscious, still possessing a faint breath of life. Master Chen Guanza, Washier greeted the returning youth with a slight bow. It seemed she had been informed in advance, as the 8 leaders displayed a favorable attitude, curiously observing and offering shallow bows in return. Only one particularly tall, middle-aged serpent man with a black serpentine tail appeared rather indifferent, and Chen Guanza could sense a subtle hostility hidden in his gaze. Medusa, seated upon her throne, spoke up in a timely manner. She was acutely aware of the source of Moba's animosity towards the youth. Although she disapproved, she did not wish for such trivial matters to linger in the boy's memory. To prevent such a situation, she had warned the 8 leaders. The other 7, despite any inner thoughts, managed to maintain a faade of decorum. Only this Mebus, with brawn but lacking intellect, could not even conceal his innermost thoughts. After speaking, he took the lead in departing from the temple, not forgetting to drag along the nearby oafish Mebus. Medusa refrained from mentioning the matter of evolution, and at this moment, they merely assumed that Her Majesty the Queen had other pressing matters to attend to. As for the ancient he lying on the ground, he was of no concern. Over the years, Her Majesty had slain far too many formidable beings who dared to offend the serpent people. Soon, more than half of those within the temple had departed. Medusa gave a slight nod to Washuer, who immediately understood and escorted the sole remaining Yume out of the temple. The serpent tribe to which Yume belonged was situated closest to the human city, necessitating a few important instructions. This Dan Wang shall be entrusted to you, Chen Guan stated, pulling over a nearby chair and pondering deeply. In this northwestern region, a 6th-grade alchemist held considerable weight, and to simply kill him would indeed be a regrettable loss. Rather than that, a decision formed in his mind, and Chen Guan promptly took out a flute to play. Within moments, Jia Xingtian, who had been following Gu He and the others, suddenly appeared at the temple's entrance, causing even Queen Medusa to sit up straight. Although her relationship with the Gamma Empire had improved significantly due to Chen Guan, and they had collaborated on 2 occasions, she always maintained a degree of vigilance towards Jia Xingtian. He, too, understood her sentiments, casting a glance without concern, instead revealing a gentle smile that Medusa found perplexing, nodding slightly as a greeting. In the past, he shared Medusa's reservations, yet a bold idea had struck him during the recent spread of rumors. Perhaps it was possible to eliminate the threat of the serpent people without bloodshed. Chen, do you want me to handle Guhi? Upon seeing the unconscious Dan Wang on the ground, Jia Xingtian discerned the purpose of his summons. And one more thing, do not rush to use the elixirs I concoct. Please have the pharaoh check them regularly. You can also hand them to me when I am present. Understanding the young man's intent, a teasing smile appeared on Jia Xingtian's face. Haha, rest assured, he shall henceforth keep me company in the back mountains. I suppose that is a boon for him. To keep a 6th-grade alchemist in captivity was something he had never dared to imagine before. Jia Xingtian did not linger. As long as he remained here, the serpent people would always feel an imminent threat. He disliked the sensation of being regarded as a ferocious beast by others. He gave the young man's shoulder a few hearty pats, imparting a meaningful glance before lifting Gu He from the ground and departing. Your royal family's member has quickly adapted to his Dozong identity, treating this king as a junior, Medusa remarked, leaning slightly as she spoke softly. It took her some time to fully grasp the implications of Jia Xingtian's smile. Chen Guan merely smiled in silence. He understood Jia Xingtian better than Medusa did and comprehended more of the underlying meanings, though he knew better than to voice them. Fortunately, Queen Medusa did not pursue the matter further. A Dozong master treating a Do Huang as a junior, regardless of any internal discord, was an acknowledgement that was, after all, quite reasonable. The promise I made to you will be fulfilled today. In 5 days, it shall be your turn to honor your commitment. Chen Guan, I trust you will not disappoint me. This is the first time I have called the young man by his name. Prior to this, references to him were seldom made. Sister Medusa, I will keep an eye on him. If he dares to be dismissive, I shall teach him a lesson. Ziyan, with her small hands flailing, eagerly volunteered, scattering the pills from the jade bottle all over the ground, before hurriedly rushing to collect them. Before her favorite snacks, the little dragon seemed to lose his wits, failing to consider utilizing his fighting spirit. Medusa on the throne displayed a hint of surprise, while Chen Guan exchanged a glance with her, offering no reminders. They simply watched as the girl busied herself on the ground. Medusa maintained her composure, smiling gently, but Chen Guan could not contain his laughter, his amusement evident without a single word spoken. Ziyan, in a fit of anger, dropped the pill bottle and lunged at Chen Guan, crashing into him like a small cannonball, causing the chair to creak ominously. Without the strength of fighting spirit, he would likely have bled on the spot. You insufferable Chen Guan, I'll bite you to death. Ow, wait, you really do bite. Stop, enough already, I'm about to retaliate. The two engaged in playful banter, while Medusa watched in a daze, slightly entranced. Chapter 100, The Evolution of Medusa. The night in Tagger exuded a serene beauty. The yellow sands lay heavy beneath the twilight, the dark blue starlight twinkled, and the moon remained as silent as ever, quietly listening to the whispers of the desert's inhabitants. The sanctity of the holy city was even more pronounced. The captain of the guards, Hua Shi'er, personally led the team, with sentinels stationed every few steps, their serpent spears glinting coldly in the moonlight, ensuring not even a firefly could venture close. On the island at the heart of the lake behind the temple, Queen Medusa stood proudly in the heart pool, gazing serenely at the moonlight. Chen Guan stood silently behind Ziyan, who, despite her usual exuberance, was remarkably quiet at this moment. As the tranquility passed, time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, after what felt like an eternity, Queen Medusa finally turned, her gentle gaze falling upon the girl, then shifting to the young man. "Let us begin." Her voice, though expectedly soft, carried an unwavering resolve. In an instant, her palm flipped, and azure flames erupted from her hand, the intense heat dispelling the coolness of the surrounding space, transforming it into a sweltering atmosphere. Without Medusa, Tagger would lack its soul. I believe there will indeed be opportunities for collaboration. By your good fortune, Medusa chuckled lightly, then unfurled her wings of fighting spirit. Soaring to a height of over 10 meters, she took a deep look at the world of yellow sands, at the Serpentine clan behind her, and at the young boy and girl before her, before nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Even though the impending pain was known, there was no hesitation. Comfort was never intended for the Serpent Queen. Seeing that everything was in readiness, Chen Guan took a deep breath, no longer hesitating. The control of his grew increasingly turbulent, surging forth with fervor, the roaring flames crackling fiercely, transforming the once empty space into a sea of azure fire. The terrifying flames seemed to consume everything in their path as they surged towards Queen Medusa, who offered no resistance. She formed intricate and peculiar seals with her hands, allowing the flames to engulf her, reducing her garments to naught. Even though it was clear that distraction was inevitable, the young man could not help but feel an unusual sensation in the face of such a scene. Medusa had completed her incantation and opened her autumn-like eyes, locking gazes with the youth. Utilizing the otherworldly flames to evolve, she exerted herself to the utmost, unable to conceal her struggle. From the moment she decided to seek assistance, Queen Medusa had steeled herself for the consequences. If she were to close her eyes, the repercussions of what she would witness would haunt her for a lifetime. The temperature of the azure heartfire gradually escalated, and even someone as formidable as Queen Medusa felt excruciating pain, forcing her to shut her eyes and endure with all her might. Chen Guan, too, closed his eyes but opened them again after a mere second. The control of the otherworldly flames required a profound connection to the soul, and with mental acuity, he perceived everything with greater clarity. The slender, supple waist, the delicate abdomen devoid of any excess flesh, the wild and exotic serpentine tail, and the myriad visions that troubled his thoughts, each was a torment in itself. And perhaps keeping his eyes open would bring more tranquility. With a gentle bite of his tongue, he cast aside his chaotic thoughts, diligently controlling the otherworldly flames as the temperature continued to rise. Queen Medusa's expression grew increasingly pained. Her delicate lips were pierced by her own teeth, and though blood had yet to flow, it was already evaporating under the searing heat. Until a certain critical point. Even Queen Medusa's resilience could no longer withstand the agony, and she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Her physical form could no longer maintain its serpentine shape, transforming entirely into a colossal serpent of flames, writhing and rolling like a dragon swallowing water, devouring the icy essence of the pool. Realizing they had entered the most crucial moment, Chen Guan once more closed his eyes, stabilizing the temperature of the otherworldly flames, allowing the great serpent of fire to writhe and scream while he remained resolute, his heart as steadfast as a rock. Should a sense of pity arise, all efforts would be rendered futile, turning their endeavors into mere illusions. Onlookers, including a girl whose eyes were already misty with tears, clutched the flowers and grass, which had turned to juice in their grasp, yet remained utterly unaware. Far from the heart of the lake, in a dimly lit, spacious room, several elders of the Serpent clan sat cross-legged at the altar, repeatedly bowing before the statue of the Serpent Spirit, praying for the Serpent Queen. The likes of Flower Snake, Moon Beauty, Flame Thorn, and numerous powerful figures of the Serpent clan, though unable to sense what Queen Medusa was enduring, fulfilled their own duties amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, on the island, the graceful figure of Queen Medusa had long since vanished, and even the massive purple flame serpent had struggled to the point of exhaustion, crashing down from the air, its dried blood staining its entire body. Chen Guan could distinctly sense that the serpent scales of the purple creature were rapidly distorting, charred by the otherworldly flames. The flames continued to crackle ferociously, and the immense body of the purple flame serpent, drained of blood, was visibly shrinking at an alarming rate. Ultimately, as its size diminished, the scent of burnt flesh dissipated, leaving behind a long, charred carcass devoid of life. Enduring such a monumental depletion of spiritual energy for nearly an entire period, even with his formidable mental strength, Chen Guan felt the strain. His head grew heavy, and waves of dizziness washed over him. Chen Guan, what is happening? Without the obstruction of the otherworldly flames, Xian was finally able to approach. Appearing beside him in the blink of an eye, supporting herself against him, her delicate face silently transformed into a tear-streaked visage. It's nothing, merely a bit of exhaustion. Every family is aware of its own affairs. Chen Guan waved his hand lightly and sat down to rest. Although he smiled, the girl's pale face still bore a hint of fear. In a flurry, she hastily retrieved a pile of spiritual fruits from her storage ring, all of which were of exquisite flavor. Grabbing a bright red one, she promptly stuffed it into her mouth. It was sweet, replenishing the energy she had expended. Chen Guan affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, but he refrained from consuming the spiritual fruit himself. The depletion of spiritual power would gradually recover on its own. Ordinary pills were of no concern. Upon hearing this, the girl finally felt reassured, exhaling a sigh of relief. Imitating him, she leaned against the ground beside him, carefully stowing away the precious spiritual fruits into her storage ring. Observing that the young man seemed oblivious to her actions, she couldn't help but feel a sense of delight. When her gaze fell upon the charred serpent in the arena, her expression shifted dramatically. Instantly, her eyes welled with tears, streaming down her cheeks as she tightly clutched Chen Guan's arm, her voice almost a whisper. Chen Guan, did Sister Medusa fail? Chen Guan shook his head, unable to ascertain the truth. His spiritual power was too depleted to sense the details. Just then, the energy in the surroundings suddenly surged uncontrollably. The clear night sky mirrored Xian's emotions, shifting unpredictably. Suddenly, a mass of ominous clouds gathered from nowhere, obscuring the gentle moonlight. In an instant, darkness enveloped the desert, a heavy sense of oppression rising unbidden. Among the snake-human tribe in the holy city, the sensation was even more pronounced, causing the flower snake and several elders, who were aware of Medusa's evolution, to be momentarily stunned, their expressions changing drastically, too fearful to contemplate the worst. Meanwhile, Chen Guan, situated on the central island of the lake, bore a smile as he urged the girl to move towards the outskirts. Hurry, she has succeeded. Just as they retreated to the edge, thunder roared ominously from the sky, and dazzling lightning danced chaotically among the clouds, resembling silver serpents. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning struck down violently, cascading like a white waterfall directly onto the charred serpent's corpse. The remains shattered, half of the serpent being reduced to powder. The terrifying might of the heavens could likely tear apart even a Do Huang-level expert in an instant. The thunder came abruptly and departed just as suddenly. Once calm returned, the ominous clouds dispersed, leaving behind a chaotic scene on the central island. Confirming that no further lightning would strike, Chen Guan led the girl into the arena. Enduring the excruciating pain in his mind, he released his spiritual power to probe for a few seconds. Soon, he sensed a presence within the remaining half of the serpent's body. Here, after waiting for about half a minute without any sign of movement, just as the girl was about to inquire, a faint sound emerged, reminiscent of a chick hatching from its shell. The sound persisted for several seconds, and suddenly, an exquisitely beautiful small snake head broke through the dark serpent's body, gazing at the two with enchanting, pale purple eyes filled with intense curiosity. Sister Medusa? Xian was utterly astonished, for she never anticipated that after Medusa's successful evolution, she would manifest in such a form, reminiscent of a newly hatched serpent, brimming with curiosity about the world around her. Her voice, though soft, startled the vibrant little serpent, which suddenly transformed into a radiant burst of colors, scattering the snake's body on the ground into a fine dust. The kaleidoscopic apparition was striking against the night sky, darting about with such swiftness that even Chen Guan and Xian, with their formidable prowess, struggled to keep pace with its speed. Sensing a familiar essence within that aura, the ordinary serpent folk, unaware of the underlying circumstances, erupted in joyous cheers, and the tension in the flower's serpent eased, revealing a relieved smile. The elders of the serpent clan, seated at the altar in prayer, were filled with ecstatic joy, offering fervent bows to the serpent spirit, expressing gratitude for its protection countless times. Shortly thereafter, they rarely departed, making their way towards the heart of the lake. Meanwhile, the little swallowing heaven python, experiencing the outside world for the first time, frolicked with unrestrained delight. However, its lack of moderation soon led to exhaustion, forcing it to pause. No matter how extraordinary the seven-colored swallowing heaven python, it was still newly born. It was only at this moment that the two truly discerned its form. Measuring merely the length of a finger, Its petite body was adorned with tiny, iridescent scales, and its delicate lavender hue was irresistibly endearing, evoking an impulse in both to reach out and touch it. After a prolonged silence, the little swallowing heaven python raised its head, emitting a soft hiss, imbued with a more pronounced charm, as if to say, "Hungry, food." Reacting swiftly, Xian retrieved a hidden delicacy from her spatial ring and presented it to the little python. Yet, the creature showed no inclination to eat. Adorable, yet quite finicky. "Put it away. Your sister Medusa's new form is that of a 7-colored swallowing heaven python. A fire attribute exotic beast. If there's nothing better, it's acceptable, but it seems to have higher standards." Chen Guan suddenly realized his oversight, neglecting to consider the dietary needs of the newly evolved Medusa queen regarding the little python. Observing its current demeanor, it was evident that it had its sights set on his earth fire lotus seeds, as he possessed no other pure fire attribute sustenance. Remarkably, even while concealed within the spatial ring, it had sensed their presence, witnessing the little python's increasing eagerness as it pressed closer to his spatial ring. Chen Guan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Without further delay, he retrieved a jade vial containing the earth fire lotus seeds from the ring. Just as he opened it, the little python eagerly thrust its head inside, seizing a lotus seed and retreating to perch at the vial's opening. In the next instant, it swallowed the seed whole, and one could distinctly observe the trace of the lotus seed as it traversed down its throat, leaving one to wonder if it might choke. Of course, that was highly improbable. "Chen Guan, it appears capable of rapidly absorbing energy. Look, the shape of the lotus has already vanished," Xian remarked, her eyes sparkling with a mysterious brilliance, as though she had found a kindred spirit. Noticing the glint in the girl's gaze, Chen Guan's smile abruptly froze. This little swallowing heaven python was also an insatiable eater. Xian is quite well, possessing her own innate talent for foraging medicinal herbs. Occasionally, she borrows a little from affluent families, barely managing to be self-sufficient. However, the little swallowing heaven python indulges in a cycle of eating and sleeping, with scarcely any time spent awake, let alone searching for herbs. After consuming a fire lotus seed, the little python appears satiated, its spirit noticeably revitalized. Its petite tail curls around the mouth of the jade bottle, playing for a while before retreating inside, slipping into a deep slumber as if it were at home. At that moment, several elder members of the serpent clan arrived, their expressions a mix of urgency and anticipation. Master Chen Guan nodded slightly, handing the jade bottle containing the little swallowing heaven python to Xian. She did not protest, simply accepting this straightforward task. The elders, noticing the young man's pallor, suppressed their curiosity, refraining from disturbing him further. As they watched her depart from the heart of the lake, the protective barrier rose once more. Only then did Chen Guan retrieve the exceptionally precious 7 Illusions Azure Spirit Saliva, which required constant care. This time, using to assist Queen Medusa in her evolution was a perilous endeavor, and had it not been for his formidable soul power, he would not have endured to the end, inevitably leading to failure. The consumption of soul power is immense, and relying on natural recovery. Even with his methods of soul cultivation, it would take several days to recuperate. Now was the opportune moment for the 7 Illusions Azure Spirit Saliva to take effect. The process of utilizing it is not complicated. One merely refines the essence into a medicinal liquid using and consumes it directly. The flavor is not delightful, yet it is not bitter either. It resembles a sip of cool mountain spring water, sending a shiver through his entire being. Chen Guan sensed that its impact on his fighting spirit was minimal, yet it provided unparalleled comfort to his soul. Within mere breaths, the excruciating pain in his mind dissipated, and his mental strength began to restore at an astonishing pace. This sensation was exquisitely delightful, causing him to instinctively form seals for soul cultivation, immersing himself in the experience, oblivious to the passage of time and the outside world, entering a peculiar state. A gentle breeze brushed against him as the night deepened. Uncertain of how long had passed, a yellow leaf landed on him. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that the leaf did not actually touch him. It hovered about an inch away, as if supported by an invisible platform. Suddenly, the leaf slid from the air, and a transparent, ethereal figure detached from the youth's body. Chen Guan slightly moved his form, feeling an extraordinary sensation, especially when observing his physical body from this perspective, which felt even more bizarre. His soul power radiated outward, extending to the Medusa temple without encountering any pressure. He clearly saw Xian languidly sprawled on the Medusa throne, idly muttering disparaging remarks about him. He also observed several elder serpent clan members gathered around the dark altar, fixated on the pill bottle placed in the center, where the little swallowing heaven python lay fast asleep. He also observed, at a corner of the sacred city, two Serpent Man patrol soldiers whispering and speculating about his identity. Their words laced with a palpable envy, reminiscent of two sour lemons. He perceived his soul departing from his corporeal form. Sensing the world in this manner rendered everything more vivid and transparent. It was an entirely different experience from his normal state. As he slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, for a fleeting moment, Chen Guan felt a stiffness in his body, the unfamiliarity of his soul's first separation from its physical vessel proving somewhat disconcerting. Fortunately, there were no other hidden dangers. Before he could indulge in self-satisfaction, Chen Guan smiled in relief, his hand seals subtly shifting as he immersed himself in cultivation. With minimal ripples, at the break of dawn, his solitary figure trembled slightly, and then a more formidable aura began to emanate from him. After circulating his energy for several cycles, Chen Guan gradually concluded his practice. Upon opening his eyes, he could no longer conceal the joy within. A being with a soul of the spiritual realm, possessing the prowess of a 7-star battle spirit, such a claim would likely be met with disbelief in Central Continent. It felt as though he had been graced with Medusa's fortune. After consuming the 7 illusion azure essence, he had finally crossed the threshold into the spiritual realm. There was no pain involved. He had long been at the pinnacle of the mortal realm, merely awaiting the right opportunity for his advancement. Everything unfolded as it should. To Chen Guan's surprise, the breakthrough into the realm of the soul seemed to invigorate his overall strength. He had initially anticipated it would take another month to ascend to the 7-star battle spirit, yet this night, he achieved it ahead of schedule. Truly, it was a double blessing. Such fortunate events could not fail to elate. Chen Guan had deeply appreciated the benefits of a powerful soul. At noon, within the Medusa temple, Chen Guan, accompanied by Ziyan, had prepared to take their leave after informing Hua Xier, as Queen Medusa had successfully evolved, and their transaction was essentially complete. Only the matter of the spirit fusion pills formula remained, rendering further stay unnecessary. Outside of Queen Medusa, he was not well acquainted with the rest of the Serpent Man clan. However, just as they exited the city, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The little devouring sky python awoke from its deep slumber, its eyes meeting several wrinkled faces smiling broadly at it. If that were all, it would have been tolerable. But what the little python found utterly unacceptable was that the food they presented was far less appealing than the fiery lotus seeds it had devoured the previous night. Naturally, the little python fled, its speed so swift that the several elders of the Serpent Man clan barely registered its departure. Chen Guan and Ziyan had only just left the Serpent Man holy city, not having traveled far, when they noticed the elders soaring towards them. Propelled by enormous wings of battle energy, their pace unrestrained. Had Chen Guan not caught sight of the vibrant, multicolored light, he might have feared the Serpent Man clan was audaciously intent on attacking him. As the little devouring sky python darted toward him, Chen Guan extended his hand to catch it, allowing it to settle securely in his palm. As if it had suffered a great injustice, the moment the little python landed, its delicate tail coiled around Chen Guan's fingertip, incessantly rubbing against it. Were it not for the spatial ring adorning his finger, Chen Guan might have mistaken its actions for an indication of affection. Master Chen Guan, the queen, and several elders of the Serpent clan hastily approached, halting before the young man. They watched the small swallowing python's affectionate demeanor towards him with a sense of incredulity. Your Majesty, awaken swiftly. This is an outsider. We are your kin. Chen Guan cradled the small python and smiled. Perhaps it is because we were the first individuals it encountered. The first meal it consumed was provided by us. It is only natural that the little creature feels a certain closeness to me and Ziyan. The elders of the Serpent clan managed to comprehend this, albeit with some reluctance. Feeling a pang akin to a cherished daughter turning away from her own family, they were unwilling to accept this outcome, yet found themselves powerless to change it. Chen Guan had no intention of seizing the opportunity to sway the queen away from her people, gently offering the small python back. However, the little creature coiled tightly around his fingers, utterly unwilling to let go. The Grand Elder of the Serpent clan attempted to use her energy to dislodge it several times. Yet to no avail. The atmosphere became rather awkward. It was hardly appropriate to simply pry it off, was it? Regardless of the desires of the two parties. Queen Medusa's presence made such actions impossible. Sister Medusa doesn't even wish to accompany you, Ziyan murmured nearby, her words laced with a touch of heartache. The elders of the Serpent clan found themselves in a quandary. They did not want the small python to leave their sight. Yet there was no justification for allowing the young man to remain with them. As for providing protection by staying at his side, that was an even greater impossibility, especially since they had already made an exception by venturing beyond the holy city. Just as they were mired in their dilemma, a familiar voice abruptly rang out. As the words fell, a vibrant violet light erupted from the small python, nearly blinding those present. The arrival was swift. And just as quick was the departure of Queen Medusa. who materialized seemingly out of thin air. In that moment, the expressions of those gathered varied widely. The elders of the Serpent clan exhibited joy, while Xian was filled with astonishment. Only Chen Guan remained rooted in place. For one of his hands was conspicuously resting upon the delicate waist of Queen Medusa. "Your Majesty," the Grand Elder of the Serpent clan began, hesitating to continue. Though she wished to dissuade, they all understood the nature of their queen. Once she had made a decision, it was unlikely she would retract it. Queen Medusa lifted her gaze, and for once, the usually dismissive monarch offered an explanation. "The small python's affection for him is something that cannot be forcibly hindered. I require his assistance in procuring the fusion spirit pill." With this declaration, the elders resigned themselves to the inevitable, bowing respectfully before offering a somewhat forced smile to the young man before swiftly returning to the Serpent clan's holy city. Once the elders had departed, Medusa cast a sidelong glance at the hand that remained firmly upon her waist. "How long do you intend to linger on this royal form?" Her lavender eyes sparkled with a hint of danger, yet she refrained from taking action, fixating her gaze upon the youth. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been reduced to mere pulp by now. Regardless of whether this was an unexpected turn of events, the fact remained that he felt oddly comfortable, and any further words would merely serve as a facade. Queen Medusa regarded him intently, sensing Xian rushing towards her, which spared him from her ire. "Sister Medusa, are you unscathed?" With both hands embracing the slender waist of the enchantress, the girl tilted her head in inquiry, unable to see the visage of Medusa. Leaning back earnestly, she finally beheld that breathtaking countenance. Queen Medusa gently caressed her head, shaking her own with a soft chuckle, explaining that she could not yet fully emerge, as the little devouring python currently held dominion. It would require a considerable amount of time for her to reclaim complete control. One could sense her unwavering confidence. Indeed, considering the circumstances, the nascent soul of the little devouring python, though formidable, was akin to that of a child. How could it possibly contend with the illustrious Medusa of Tagur? From the very beginning, the outcome was preordained. It was merely a matter of time. Catching the little devouring python that had shot toward him, Chen Guan felt a headache coming on. The creature, nuzzling his palm and emitting a plaintive cry, adopted an endearing demeanor that almost made Chen Guan laugh in exasperation as he shot it a fierce glare. Subsequently, he retrieved another earth-fire lotus seed to feed it. It had only been a short while, and yet 2 seeds had already vanished. To claim he felt no pang of regret would be disingenuous. But considering the potential benefits it might bring, he could just about accept it. What troubled him more was the thought of what would happen once the earth-fire lotus seeds were depleted. Truly, he had raised a little tyrant. "Chen Guan, we are family. You ought to be generous to Sister Medusa. She has promised to reward you in the future. Just give her your elixirs and stop talking so much." "Humph. I see right through you. Don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts." Placing the drowsy little devouring python into a medicinal vial and tucking it into his bosom, Chen Guan could hardly be bothered to engage with the self-important little creature. He unfurled a map to ascertain his direction and decided to change his course. Xian, chewing on an elixir, unfurled her battle aura wings and flew low to catch up, her hair billowing as she posed a question. "This isn't the direction to the Imperial City. Where are we headed?" "To a place that will alter my destiny." "To the place where your mother bore you?" "Don't prattle on. You'll know when we arrive." "You're so fierce. I'll tell Sister Medusa that you're bullying me." Her threat lacked any real menace, and Chen Guan chose to ignore it outright. Seeing that her attempts to feign anger were futile, the girl could no longer maintain her composure, her patience wearing thin. "Where exactly are we going?" "The Monster Mountain Range." Meanwhile, in Wutan City, at the back mountains of the Xiao family, Xiao Yin, bare-chested after a grueling training session, was speaking to himself. "Master, it's too inconvenient to cultivate at home. I wish to venture out for some practical experience." Similar to the butterfly effect. Although Xiao Yin and Nalan Yinran were only slightly influenced, they nonetheless established a 3-year pact, albeit with some subtle alterations. For instance, at this moment, Xiao Yin took the initiative to express his desire to leave home for training, though he had yet to advance to the Dou fighter rank and felt a touch overambitious. His resolve had strengthened considerably. "Don't rush, calm down. I have my own arrangements for your training. Your primary task now is to advance to the Dou fighter rank as soon as possible." A voice resonated from the ring on Xiao Yan's hand. Concerning Xiao Yan's cultivation, the esteemed Yao Lao has meticulously charted a course for him, with the Jian and Academy serving as a pivotal element. It is imperative that he awaits the arrival of the enrollment team before embarking on further adventures. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan ceased to press the matter. "Teacher, I understand." Simultaneously, in the imperial capital's sacred city, at the Alchemist Guild, Fa Ma received an unexpected visitor. After exchanging pleasantries, the visitor disclosed his purpose. "Fa Lao, I have heard from a friend about a certain elixir, crafted primarily from the purple spirit crystal of the purple crystal winged lion. which purportedly accelerates the speed of cultivation. Are you familiar with such a potion? Although Fa Ma found it peculiar that the visitor sought him rather than inquiring with Gu He, it bore little significance to him. In general, Fa Ma regarded all individuals with equal measure, unperturbed by the influence of their backgrounds, save for the troublesome youth he often encountered. This elixir is classified as a fifth-tier potion, capable of significantly enhancing the cultivation speed of those below the Great Dough Master rank. However, the materials required for the crafting of the purple crystal profound pill are rather precious. While gathering the other ingredients should not pose a challenge for the Yunwan sect, there exists one herb known as the nine-turn heartflower, which even I have only encountered once in my youth. Oh, I almost forgot. The solitary nine-turn heartflower I once saw has since fallen into the hands of your teacher. This is a matter known only to a select few of us old men. Thus, it seems that this elixir is indeed feasible for the Yunwan sect. As for whether the purple crystal profound pill aligns with the potion referred to by the sect leader, I cannot say with certainty. Yun, likewise, is unaware, having only heard whispers of it from Gu He, who is now deceased, leaving her with no means to seek verification. Yet, the specifics are no longer of concern. Since the purple crystal profound pill is equally effective, it suffices to craft that instead. In a moment of clarity, Yun devised a plan. The rare nine-turn heartflower rests with her teacher, while the other materials can be gathered by the sect. The only challenge now lies with the purple spirit crystal. Chapter 104, Testing Combat Strength. Endless expanses of forest stretched before him, with the roars of beasts echoing and birds taking flight in alarm. Such a landscape is common throughout the Duki continent, yet the Beast Mountain range holds a unique significance in Chen Guan's heart. To this day, the once feared 4th and 5th tier magical beasts that he would have once circumvented pose little threat to him now. Moreover, with the sky-swallowing python in his possession and the formidable Yin by his side, traversing this Beast Mountain range should present no difficulties. Chen Guan intended to seek out the purple crystal-winged lion directly, prepared to engage with courtesy before resorting to force. However, having Yin alongside him ensured that the endeavor would not be straightforward. It is worth noting that they had yet to penetrate the depths of the Beast Mountain range. Observing the girl before him, who constantly sought to showcase her prowess, Chen Guan mused that she could very well adopt the moniker Universal Dragon. The renowned treasure-seeking mouse pales in comparison to her capabilities. Robust and resilient, capable of seeking treasures, and endowed with a formidable spatial talent, she could even shift forms. Exhibiting remarkable versatility, whether providing warmth at night or engaging in combat during the day. Most importantly, her support is exceedingly formidable. Chen Guan, remember to refine all my medicinal herbs into elixirs. As a reward, you may take no more than 30%, not a fraction more. I am well aware of the quantities. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of greed. Chen Guan readily accepted, taking the herbs she offered and placing them into a spatial ring designated for her belongings. During this extended period, he had never covertly used any of the girl's herbs. On the rare occasions he required them, he always utilized them in her presence. Bring me Medusa. There are quite a few herbs here, and I wish to take her to find her preferences. This suggestion was reasonable, and Chen Guan did not decline. It was rather inconvenient to keep her tucked away, even though the soul of the little devouring python currently dominated. However, Chen Guan felt that Queen Medusa could sense their actions and was subtly observing them. This feeling was far from pleasant. After handing over the pill bottle temporarily occupied by the little devouring python to Xian, Chen Guan pondered briefly before retrieving 2 jade vials containing earth fire lotus seeds. These are the last 2. The remaining amount is just sufficient for my needs. Do not stray too far. The depths harbor 6th tier magical beasts. They cannot hold me back. Take care of yourself and call for me if you encounter danger. Xian waved her hand dismissively and dashed into the depths of the forest. Chen Guan shook his head slightly, feeling a mix of resignation and assurance. The true concern should be for the magical beasts residing in the mountains, as this was a formidable combination of the ancient void dragon and the colorful devouring python. Watching the girl depart, Chen Guan ventured deeper into the wilderness, opting not to summon his puppets. Since he had arrived in the Beast Mountain range, it was an opportune moment to hone his skills. He was also curious to discover the strength of foes he could confront without utilizing his soul power, while simultaneously mastering his combat techniques. The primary activity zone for 4th tier magical beasts was a depth that even the most formidable spirit fighters hesitated to enter. When Chen Guan had gone missing, Wang Dalong had returned severely injured after daring to enter this territory. However, for Chen Guan now, the threat was considerably diminished. Ordinary 4th tier magical beasts could no longer compete with him, prompting him to specifically target the apex predators among them. With his formidable mental prowess, locating them was a straightforward endeavor. After half an hour of provocatively enticing them, Chen Guan successfully lured 3 apex 4th-tier magical beasts into a confrontation, forming a triangular standoff while emitting threatening growls. Their intelligence was not particularly low. They understood that engaging with one of them would only allow the remaining beast to seize the advantage, hence none dared to strike impulsively. Just then, the loathsome human who had eluded them for so long unexpectedly burst onto the scene, daringly stepping into their encirclement. The 3 magical beasts were instantly enraged, setting aside their internal conflict and directing their bloodthirsty gazes upon this human. In the next moment, as if they had conspired in advance, they simultaneously launched their assault. The fiery sword tiger unleashed a torrent of flames from its maw. Its nearly 2-meter-long body surged into action like a colossal broadsword, fierce and formidable. The earth dragon bear shook the ground with its might, swinging its fists and creating a howling wind that exuded immense pressure. The red fox, though diminutive in stature, possesses a speed that rivals that of ordinary 5th-tier magical beasts. Its sharp claws serve as its most formidable weapon, striking with a flash of crimson light that is barely perceptible to the naked eye. This creature bears a familial resemblance to the fire fox, yet it harbors greater potential. Upon reaching its zenith, it can attain 5th-tier status, and with a stroke of fortune or some fortuitous encounter, it may even possess a glimmer of hope to ascend to the 6th tier. A piercing sound echoed as its claws scraped against metal. Although Chen Guan held no fear of these beasts, he did not allow himself to be careless. The moment the red fox made its move, the red leaf blade manifested in his hand, and with a mastery ingrained in his very bones, he executed a powerful strike, unleashing a brilliant sword aura that sent the red fox reeling. Simultaneously, Chen Guan unleashed a fire tiger composed of azure flames, which roared silently as it charged towards the shadow fire sword tiger. He deftly maneuvered, swiftly evading the formidable punch of the earth dragon bear, leaving several bloody gashes upon its clumsy form. Engaging 3 adversaries at once, he showed no signs of faltering. The 3 magical beasts roared ferociously, their assaults intensifying after a brief trial. Chen Guan remained undaunted, meeting their ferocity head-on as he battled fiercely. After more than 10 minutes of conflict, the shadow fire sword tiger was the first to retreat. The earth dragon bear, resembling a simpleton, exerted all its strength while enduring the most grievous blows. Its body marred by numerous wounds, drenched in blood, presenting a truly pitiful sight. Nevertheless, it showed no inclination to retreat. Rather, it grew increasingly frenzied, vowing to tear this detestable human apart. Chen Guan could not help but shake his head, in comparison to the cunning and treacherous individuals of the Blackhorn domain. These magical beasts were remarkably straightforward. Divine cataclysm. He decided against prolonging the encounter. The hidden technique he had held in reserve for years was unleashed in a sudden flurry, swiftly severing the earth dragon bear's neck in a single stroke. With only the last red fox remaining, its intellect surpassed that of the other 2 beasts, and it had long harbored thoughts of escape. However, Chen Guan remained steadfast in his pursuit, intercepting its attempts to flee. Ultimately, it met the same fate as the earth dragon bear. Gathering his spoils, Chen Guan maintained an unperturbed demeanor, without resorting to the 3 trump cards of soul power, earth-tier techniques, and he could still be considered a paragon among those in the spirit fighting realm. As for reaching the rank of fighting king, Chen Guan held high hopes as he ventured deeper.